pound the death-dealing Ogpu, and did not cavil about applying his talent to celebrate Soviet mineral water or Soviet love. But the swagger and the noise were a pathetic attempt to shout down his genuine poetic instinct. Social orders sent bewildered authors scurrying to electric stations, factories, collective farms, scientific expeditions, tasting the new Soviet life like literary adolescents. They exchanged their inspirations for notebooks and painfully concocted dull books and plays ordered by trusts and commissions. Pilnyak himself went off to Central Asia to retrieve political respectability by writing about the 5-year plan in that part of the country. Literary mediocrity had never in human history touched such heights of power or such depths of drabness. It was at this time that the more fanatical notions of collective authorship were put forward. Any collective of workers, the theory ran, could turn out a literary masterpiece if it made the effort. A miner could do a masterpiece about mining, a collective farmer about farm life. Genius and natural talents were outmoded inventions of individualist bourgeois exploiters. Down with the pretensions of artists! The purpose of evoking latent talent in simple workers and peasants was sound enough. But it was vitiated by a disdain for talent as such and a tendency to eulogize trashy manuscripts if they were grubby with proletarian fingerprints and boldly ungrammatical. The theory did not go much farther than stupid fulmination, but it was indicative of the revolt against culture and intelligence, part of the same hatred of the better, educated and more sensitive human beings, which was manifest in the persecution of engineers, arrests of professors and scientists, baiting of aged academicians. There arose a vogue for Simon pure collectivism in the more idealistic and optimistic strata of the population. Real communism was presumably around the corner. Groups of workers in factories and students in their barracks anticipated its arrival by forming voluntary collectives. They pooled their earnings and drew from the common fund according to their needs. Entire factories in some instances decided to merge their incomes and equalize wages. In the plans for new housing, certain ideologically correct architects disdained the old-fashioned individual kitchen, bathroom, or nursery. Eating, hygiene, and the rearing of children would be a communal matter. Proposals for new cities, in which children would be brought up by the community, were made in all seriousness, and discussions unfolded as to the extent parents might safely be permitted to maintain contact with their offspring. Few of these things went beyond the theoretical stage or touched more than a fevered few in the population. These ideas, however, are clues to the illusions of the moment. The communist millennium seemed to a few faithful just over the horizon, but they were the few who wielded the power of the state and could enforce their distortions upon a sixth part of the globe. It was a mood which stopped at nothing to attain its objectives. Something of religious hysteria, the hysteria of a Mohammedan army fighting infidels, was in it. The news of the Wall Street crash and the capitalist depression that it ushered in came as confirmation of the communist prognosis. The capitalist structure was tottering. Against the background of mounting unemployment, crashing banks, riots, and doles, the Soviet effort gained dramatic significance. The press did not conceal its glee. It jeered at the famous American prosperity and the vaunted capitalist stabilization. It ridiculed those communists who had doubted that world revolution was the order of the day. Practically, the Depression hit Russia as hard as the rest of the world. Its foreign trade, an important element in the 5-year plan, was undermined. The prices of machinery it imported went down, but the prices on its exports sank much faster. Lack of valuta, foreign capital, became the greatest stumbling block on the road to industrialization, and internal inflation assumed disastrous proportions. But psychologically and politically, the Depression had its uses. It gave the Kremlin new confidence. It evoked a cocky, boastful, derisive attitude toward the outside world, which made Russia impervious to foreign criticism and more smugly self-righteous than ever in its ruthlessness. The war nobody knew. During Mostopound that year of 1929, the Red Army fought a war against the Chinese in Manchuria in defense of the Soviet Union's half-interest in the Chinese Eastern Railway. The provocations on both sides were more than ample, and the fighting was real enough, but the hostilities were never dignified by the official designation of war. Like the Japanese invasion of Manchuria several years later, and the Italian attack on Ethiopia later still, the Soviet punitive operations in China were conducted without a formal declaration of war. It began early in spring with Chinese charges that Russia was using the railroad personnel and railroad funds for communist propaganda in Manchuria. Toward the end of May, the Manchurians raided the Soviet consulate at Harbin in search of documentary proof of what everyone in Moscow assumed to be true, that an insurrectionary movement under Feng Xiong, the so-called Christian general, had Soviet encouragement. Soviet officials and citizens were arrested. In a few thrusts in the following months, the Chinese ousted Russians from the railroad and other strategic economic positions, arresting thousands in the process. Red Army units were mobilized. One after another, classes of reserves were called to the colors, and a special Far Eastern Army was created. That army remained on a permanent footing, vastly strengthened with every year, and perhaps destined ultimately to test Soviet strength against Japan. General Blücher, the tall, soldierly fighter whose prowess was a byword in his country, was placed in command. Several years before, the same Blücher, under the nom de guerre of General Galen, had been the mysterious Russian genius behind the victorious northward march of the Kuomintang revolutionary armies in China. He had guided the hand of a young, half-literate peasant soldier who was now virtual dictator of nationalist China, the same Chiang Kai-shek, who now protested to the world against Soviet entry into Manchuria. General Blücher Galen's place at the head of the invading Red troops was a startling measure of the changes wrought by a few years. The Chinese had a healthy respect for this Russian's skill and strength when he started. That respect was deepened by the end of the year. At first, the Soviet citizenry was kept apprised of developments and in a state of half-hearted resentment against Chinese and White Russian bands. Then the war was all but forgotten, both in Russia and in the rest of the world. Serious enough in terms of casualties and political consequences, it remains to this day the war nobody knew. In July, Moscow sent an ultimatum to China. Millions of Russians responded quickly and noisily to the party's order for mass demonstrations against the violation of Soviet rights in China. In Moscow, at least 500,000 men and women paraded past the Chinese legation building, shouting insults against the Chinese bandits and their White Russian hirelings. After the parades, the public all but forgot the whole business. By the time the war was actually underway, only faint echoes reached the people, busy with more pressing matters like shock brigading, rations, and class war in the peasant regions. On the night when China's answer to the ultimatum was due, at the end of July, a great many of Moscow's resident Americans, including all the correspondents, were at a gay party in the palatial home of the Hammers in honor of some members of the delegation of so-called American business men. The house was loud and gay this night. A long table sagged under its weight of rich foods, and the vodka flowed generously. But through the noise, the correspondents listened for the ring of the telephone that would call us to the press department for news of China's answer. We did not get it until 2:30 a.m., and learned to our distress that TASS, the official news agency, had transmitted the Chinese reply to the whole world by wire 3 hours before it was released to us in Moscow. The chain of agencies allied with TASS, the Associated Press in America, Wolf in Germany, Reuters in England, etc., were well content with their scoop, but the rest of the foreign press corps were indignant. To make things worse for myself and others who were beaten, Negley Farson wrote for his paper a fulsome description of the Hammer Party which we attended. Unintentionally, he created the false impression that we had neglected our duty in order to attend this lively gathering. I heard from my home office on the matter, as did others. I obtained the first and only interview on the Manchurian situation with the Assistant Commissar of Foreign Affairs, Karakhan, by way of smoothing my own ruffled feathers. But the bureaucratic news policy dominated by TASS remained unaltered. 100 times I tried to make the press department officials see the wisdom of establishing a second news channel through which those correspondents not in the ring of the world's official agencies might get their information. TASS would thereby carry out its contractual obligations to its official news allies, while the rest of us competed on equal terms. The press department agreed, talked of the reforms to come, but Russian fashion, nothing happened. The Chinese Eastern matter had earlier precipitated me into an acrimonious passage at arms with the censors. I had received an urgent inquiry from New York about the Soviet reaction to the raid of its Harbin consulate. It was the first I had heard about the event. News is too closely guarded in the USSR. I wrote a dispatch indicating that the affair was still unknown to Moscow outside of official circles. I took it to the Foreign Office for the needed censor's signature. Arriving at the press department, however, I was informed that Mr. Rothstein, the only censor on hand, was in conference. I waited. Waiting in the outer room of the censorship division was the correspondent's principal and most exasperating job in Moscow. We resented the lackadaisical disregard of time and general inefficiency of the process even more than the censorship itself. 100 times I heard American, French, German newspapermen with worldwide reputations threaten that they wouldn't stand being kept waiting like office boys while the censors finished their tea drink. But they continued to stand it. There was nothing intentional about the insulting procedure, just routine procrastination. In any case, there I was waiting for Mr. Rothstein while the world waited for some word on the Harbin developments out of Russia. At quarter-hour intervals I tried to break into Mr. Rothstein's sanctum, to be informed with a shrug that he was still in conference. At the end of an hour I wrote out a cable reading approximately as follows, I quote from memory. Executed in December 1937. An embargo on all outgoing news was instituted in Russia today. Correspondents arriving at the press department of the Foreign Office found that the censorship facilities, without which news cannot possibly be sent, were mysteriously shut down. There was no indication whether or when the embargo might be lifted, as no official comment on the sensational action could be obtained. Well-informed quarters assumed that only some internal or foreign crisis of great seriousness could have prompted the Foreign Office to isolate the nation in this fashion without warning. I took the dispatch, which I had no intention of sending, of course, to the secretary outside Mr. Rothstein's door. Please place this message before Mr. Rothstein, conference or no conference, I said grimly. But there are no buts. This is most urgent. Just do what you're told. 15 seconds later, I was in Mr. Rothstein's office. He had apparently been conferring with himself. No one else was present or had come out of his office. His temper, having read my make-believe message, was a match for my own. The first hostilities in the Sino-Russian War occurred there and then. My relations with the press department were strained for a while. Every correspondent went through these mad spells periodically, then submitted helplessly to the pervading inefficiency and delay which neither his indignation nor anything else could change in the slightest. Diplomatic relations with China were broken. By September, large Red forces, supported by warplanes and tanks, were pushing into Manchuria. By the end of November, the Chinese had been completely routed. Many Manchurian towns were demolished, and Russia was in control of northern Manchuria. Just when the Chinese capitulated and the fighting ceased, Secretary of State Stimson in Washington decided to invoke the Kellogg Pact to prevent the war that had already been fought to a finish. This fiasco in itself indicated how little the world knew about what was happening in Manchuria. The Soviet press jeered at Stimson's belated and uncalled for intervention. Litvinov sent a stinging reply, which American public opinion considered insulting, and there was a general feeling, even among communists, that Litvinov's genius for offensive satire for once had outweighed his diplomatic shrewdness. What might have been an opening wedge for Soviet-American understanding, Litvinov angrily converted into another barrier. Suddenly the world was excited by the war it had ignored. The Moscow reporters were driven to the edge of apoplexy by the futile effort to obtain news of the peace negotiations started in Khabarovsk. Secrecy bred sensational rumors. Refusal to disclose the extent or cost of operations or the terms of settlement kept us hopping. But little as we knew, the general public knew less. The peace, like the war, did not touch a population on the eve of a much greater and more terrible war. The policy of liquidation of the kulaks as a class had just been promulgated by Stalin. The masses and the communist rank and file have been kept in far greater ignorance than even the foreign press, a New York Times dispatch out of Moscow declared. Then the correspondent added, yet there was no grumbling or demands for news. Well may the communists boast of the discipline which stood such a test. Since that correspondent is not wholly naive, it may be assumed that he had his tongue in his cheek in putting this curious interpretation upon the apathy and meekness of the communists and the masses. No one boasted of this discipline except the New York Times. Silent acceptance of accomplished facts without grumbling or demands for news by this time seemed to me no longer novel enough to be worth cabling as news. We shared a dacha that summer with Rachel Osipovna and her family at Silver Forests, at the northernmost end of the Moscow streetcar system. The gleaming birch woods of this popular suburb are thickly sown with summer cottages owned by city people. In addition, local peasants let their dilapidated huts, trimmed with wood embroidery, at a price that enabled them to live through the winter. Only those in the higher brackets of earning power could afford the traditional summer transfer to a dakai, so that our neighbors were the more privileged officials, better paid technicians, writers, and the like. Rachel's entourage of obscure celebrities from the theaters and concert halls enlivened the summer months of 1929. The presence of an American family in their midst was slightly disconcerting to the middle-class Soviet denizens of Silver Forests. Frequently they saw tourist automobiles struggle through the narrow lanes to our door, bringing American friends in their dazzling elegance of sport clothes, cameras, and new embroidered Russian blouses. Our guests deepened that dangerous but fascinating bourgeois atmosphere which surrounded foreign. But curiosity sometimes conquered discretion, and a good many of the dacha boarders ventured into our more carefree and better supplied circle. Rachel's hospitable samovar always sang a welcome, and her desperate yearning for the vanished glamour of her Petrograd past drew the gayer young dancers and poets and opera hopefuls to our lawn. Her bald-headed, nearsighted husband wandered in meek embarrassment among the young people, cornering me every so often to tell the latest political joke for a third time that day, or to beat me again at chess. There were soft evenings when Billy paid for the Russians' folk songs with the St. Louis blues, or Negro spirituals, or IWW hymns. There were boisterous afternoons of swimming and leapfrog in the Moscow River. The conventions required that we dress and undress in full view of everyone on the crowded beach. Walking from the house to the river in a bathing suit or even a bathrobe was shockingly indecent. Like the Russians, we soaked ourselves and scrubbed one another's back on the river's edge. Endlessly, we were questioned about American skyscrapers, cowboys and Indians, J.P. Morgan and Rockefeller. The American tourists whom we invited to the dacha became the focal points of local interest, their clothes and private biographies frankly investigated and commented upon. It was the nearest most of those visitors came to real Russians out of earshot of their guides. The softer country atmosphere melted away a little of the fear that crusted Russian minds, and we came closer to our neighbors than we could in the city. When we left for a European vacation at the end of the summer, we carried long lists of commissions from Russian friends and resident Americans. These included medicines, Corsets, leberwurst, garters, caps, eyeglasses, dance records, nails, violin strings, the 1,001 things for which Russia yearned. Like all foreigners, we went with empty suitcases to return with full ones, ready to do battle with the customs officials in defense of the miscellany of gifts. Throughout our stay in Berlin or Paris or Vienna, the thought of those commissions was a dead weight on our conscience. Somehow the bothersome purchases were always postponed to tomorrow in the thrill of tasting capitalist excitements after a 6 months' absence. That meant frenzied shopping at the last moment, and the guilty fear that we had overlooked someone's dramatic plea for hairpins and someone else's meek hope of a recent fashion magazine. Usually we forgot who asked for what. Now what was it Anna Pavlovna was so intent on having, silk stockings or castor oil? No, the stockings are for Lev Borisovich, probably for that new ballerina of his, and the castor oil is for the director of the building cooperative. What could it have been we promised poor Anna Pavlovna? The Americans' requests for breakfast foods, ketchup, lemons, or pancake flour were particularly annoying. Back in Moscow, the problem of distributing the gifts involved a month's travail. The films for a Pravda reporter proved to be the wrong size, and the leberwurst got badly tangled with the nails. Lev Borisovich had in the meantime been arrested, and we dared not guess whether he had intended the lipstick for his wife or his girlfriend. Lita had suddenly become frightened of her bourgeois contacts and failed to claim that 10-cent bracelet. But just after we had presented it to someone else, she arrived surreptitiously to collect. That American engineer was deeply offended because we had forgotten the chocolate bars. In the autumn, the problem of Jeannie's schooling became more pressing. The ordinary kindergartens and schools were badly overcrowded. In the previous year, we were aware, they had been closed down nearly half the time because of epidemic illnesses. Nevertheless, we visited a few. If we could find one general school with a clean toilet, we would chance sending her there. We could not find it. The only hope was to have her admitted to one of the special kindergartens organized by the more important institutions for the children of their own employees. The Foreign Office had one of the best, and there we applied. The application created a serious diplomatic situation. Through friends, we discovered the turmoil we had started. It was slightly inconvenient to refuse a simple favor to an American correspondent, a friendly one at that. On the other hand, could the dictatorship of the proletariat risk the presence of a bourgeois element in its undefiled school? For about a week, Mr. Rothstein stalled and cleared his throat. Finally, he informed us regretfully that while the Foreign Office would be delighted to give a proletarian education to my daughter, it was unfortunately overcrowded, etc., etc. In franker quarters, I was informed that Jeannie was considered undesirable as a bourgeois element at the age of 6.5. A few weeks later, despite the overcrowding, the 2 children of Louis Fisher were admitted to this school. Sins of the fathers. In the end, we found a disfranchised pre-revolutionary teacher who gratefully accepted the tutelage of Jeannie and the children of a Soviet physician as a private kindergarten group. Moscow was brightened for us, for a week in November, by the arrival of the little Napoleon of American journalism, Roy W. Howard. The press department officials who were with me to meet him, awed by his reputation, stared in consternation at the small, chirping newspaper magnate in his natty clothes and loud shirt, like a bright Christmas package from another world as he stepped off the Trans-Siberian Diamond. Well, it was my function as one of his minions to act as guide and mentor on matters Soviet. His intelligent curiosity and bubbling sense of fun turned the chore into a holiday. The highly optimistic views of Russian affairs which he brought back to America were a fairly accurate measure of my own attitudes at the time. If visiting communists carried back wry reports of my bourgeois defections, visiting capitalists were fortified in their suspicion that the United Press was represented by an emphatic admirer of the Soviet. Brazier Hunt, Spike, After the first 15 minutes happened to be in Moscow at the same time as Howard, on an assignment for the Hearst organization. They were both at the Hotel Savoy. I phoned down and told Spike what the Trans-Siberian had brought out of Japan. In a few minutes he came crashing through like a playful tornado. Over 6 feet of ebullient vitality, swept Howard into his long arms, and swung him around the room over the publisher's contralto protests. It was a loud and memorable reunion. George Slocum has described Spike as the only American correspondent who is not cynical. He combines indeed the technique of a veteran with the wide-eyed romantics of a cub reporter on his first big fire. Billy's talents as a cook shone with a special incandescence in the land of rations. Russia's past reputation for good cooking rested largely on the French chefs employed in the best homes and hotels. The Lyons table achieved a wide, if unideological fame. Sojourners of the extreme left, having enjoyed thoroughly one of Billy's meals, were convinced that anyone who fed his guests so well must be lacking in his political morals. Revolution, like good medicine, should be hard to swallow. Except for the lack of fresh vegetables and fruits, the foreigners' food problem was not a serious one. Technically, our purchases in the diplomat's shop were limited to definite though generous amounts, to prevent us from feeding needy Russian friends. In practice, these limits were often stretched. There was not one foreigner in Moscow who did not help a few of his Russian acquaintances with an occasional pound of sugar, butter, potatoes, or a package of cigarettes. The cigarette shortage hit the country almost as hard as the lack of bread and meat. Russians are inveterate smokers. People stopped strangers on the street to beg a puff or two. Ragged boys hawked a few dirty cigarettes, probably stolen somewhere at fancy prices. For all its inconveniences, life was full to overflowing for a correspondent in intimate touch with the news. The tension of existence invested the simplest routine of daily affairs with new emotional dimensions. The country lived on the brink of novelty, in a state of nervous expectancy. A new decree, a new intonation in Stalin's latest speech might alter the quality of life for 100 million people. Elsewhere in the world there was an intrinsic and discernible logic in events. Changes flowed from conditions. Major social calamities grew out of causes that had ripened slowly. In the Russia of this epoch, the relationship between cause and effect seemed to have been suspended, since everything except the weather depended on the arbitrary will of the rulers. Whatever this may have meant in terms of fear, hope, and uncertainty to the Soviet masses, it provided an extraordinary spectacle for an outsider whose duty it was to observe the process. Not always a pleasant spectacle, but always epic in scope. The sheer scale of Russian events stirred the imagination. Where death sentences were spoken of in dozens elsewhere, they were reckoned in hundreds here. Where political prisoners and exiles in Italy or France or Romania were reckoned by the hundred, they must be counted here by the 100,000. In estimating the immediate effects of new policies or procedures, the normal unit of calculation was 1 million families. And I never cease to marvel at the direct and instantaneous impact of the governing will upon individuals. An unwanted warmth would come into people's voices, a fresh springiness to their step, and I knew that the change was derived from a more liberal decree published that very day. Or a deeper tone of gloom and worry clouded people's expression, and I knew as surely as if it had been written in words on their foreheads that another purge of offices and apartment houses had been ordered. The arrival of a shipment of herrings or potatoes, the opening of a few new shops, affected the temper of the Soviet capital as only the declaration or ending of wars affected other capitals. Sometimes I visualized the Russian population as a huge anthill, with Stalin poking a stick into its center. Every casual prodding destroyed the contours of life for a few more million of the insects. Perhaps I came to see the process from the ant's lowly vantage point rather than Stalin's. It was about this time that in a letter to an American friend, I coined an aphorism which explained my state of mind even if it explained nothing about Russia. "It is not pleasant," I wrote, "to watch men driven like sheep, even if they're being driven to heaven." The initial 2 years of my assignment in Utopia had taken the starch out of my Soviet enthusiasm. I still retained most of them, but they were wilted and drooping. I was essentially unhappy and uncomfortable in the realization that, for all I could do to drive them back to their subterranean lairs, fundamental doubts were rising to the surface of my consciousness. Book 3, Doubt Tunnel. Stalin launches a slogan, the gnawing ambition of every correspondent, the far-off beacon of hope by which he steered his life, professionally speaking, was an interview with Joseph Stalin. Few had troubled to press him for this boon in the first years of the Soviet universe, when he moved vaguely in the haze around major planets like Lenin, Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Sergensky. After Lenin's death, Stalin's star rose quickly in the political heavens, but he was still, in foreign eyes at least, one of many. During this period, a Japanese correspondent succeeded in interviewing him. Stalin said to him, and the saying has become celebrated, "I too am an Asiatic." By 1929, he was dictator in all but name, the sun around which the Soviet universe revolved, and the most coveted object of interviewers among the great of this earth. The more stubbornly he denied himself, the more desirable he seemed. Journalists and publishers of world repute knocked at the Kremlin gates until their knuckles bled, but they could not reach him. This inaccessibility passed the comprehension of American editors. At regular intervals, I received instructions to obtain Stalin's reaction to some national or international event. All other American correspondents received analogous orders. We learned to ignore them. We stopped trying to convince our distant editors that Stalin was the one exception. He could be snared by neither flattery nor threats, neither favors nor trickery. I decided one evening to try oblique insult. At the moment it seemed pure inspiration. In sober fact, my impertinence grew unconsciously out of a conversation with a Soviet official weeks before. He had known Stalin before his ascent to glory, both before and after the revolution. The audacity that resides in a flagon of vodka where lemon peel shavings drift like seaweed enabled him to utter the ineffable name. Stalin, he said meditatively, has one weakness. His Achilles heel? That's his vanity. He may pretend to be annoyed with the hallelujahs of praise, but he does nothing to stop them. He allows himself to be convinced too readily that the genuflecting is politically useful. He reacts to the mildest slight on his dignity as though it were an electric shock. Some part of my mind must have caught the seed of an idea in that estimate. Insult is the antithesis of flattery, and therefore, dialectically, its consort. Of flattery Stalin had an abundance beyond my strength to add, so why not its Hegelian mate? Thus the seed sprouted, and the fruit it bore was a letter in which I hinted very broadly at the popular view of Stalin as a crafty, merciless recluse, peremptory and sour, awful in his boundless will to power. Maybe in my subconscious mind, where everyday things throw their grotesque shadows, I really gave some credence to this picture of him as the ogre-like dictator of folklore. In any event, I wrote him in part. An enormous amount of nonsense about you has been spread throughout the world. Some through ill will, others through ignorance, have depicted you as a taciturn recluse, hiding behind the Kremlin walls, unapproachable and scarcely human. Indeed, I saw one item in the press insisting that you did not exist at all, that you were a mere figment of Bolshevik imagination. My letter implied that there might be some truth in these insinuations. The only sure way to disprove and dissipate such notions, I urged him, was to break his silence by receiving the United Press correspondent. Having dispatched this bit of lopsided logic, I waited for the thunder and the lightning of divine wrath. Several days later, a messenger came to Clean Ponds Boulevard bearing a large envelope decorated with a great wax seal. Inside were a few typewritten lines in Russian on a half sheet of white paper, without so much as a letterhead, signed in red ink in the small, neat handwriting of the dictator. The letter read, I am sorry that I cannot at the present time grant your request for an interview. Motives. A. Interviews do not destroy legends but rather create an unhealthy atmosphere for new sensations and legends. B. I have not at the moment free time for an interview. I ask your pardon for the delay of the answer. There is a lot of work, and the matter lay awaiting an opportunity for answering. Respectfully yours, J. Stalin. My first impulse was to publish the letter and the reply. Any direct word from Stalin was a story, well worth the cable tolls. His opinion of interviews as a class was news. Stalin's lieutenants, I learned subsequently, were astonished that I did not exploit this correspondence. I was astonished myself, if the truth be told. Such restraint is not in my journalistic nature. But I told neither my editors nor my friends about the exchange of amenities. Instead, I ignored section A of his motives as a philosophical generalization and accepted section B as a concrete undertaking to receive me when he could spare the time. Since pressure of other business prevented him from giving me an interview, at the moment I wrote in thanking him for the prompt reply. I would wait patiently until the pressure eased. A month later I sent another letter referring to his promise and expressing the hope that he would soon find the time to keep it. Periodically I plagued him thus with a gentle reminder of this tangential promise. I had read into his refusal. The figure of Stalin expanded on the nation's mind. It grew gargantuan and more than a little sphinx-like, a symbol more than a man. The ether trembled at the mention of his name, and it seemed overwhelmingly strange that the exalted essence should have not only a face, but a distinct mustache. Twice each year, on May 1 and November 7, the Moscow masses saw him flittingly through a blur of excitement as they swung past Lenin's tomb. A robust, large-head, featured, typically Caucasian person in a military great coat, a flat, visored military hat, a certain sculptured stolidity in his calm pose. There was something monumental in the very drape of Stalin's clothes. But he never spoke in public, except behind the barred doors of special party and technical conferences. Not once had his voice, tinged with the familiar Georgian accent, been heard over the radio. Only very infrequently did he show up in the newsreels. Even his photographs were few and standardized. The rarity of his public statements weighted his every carefully edited word with a power such as Napoleon's or Lenin's or Mussolini's never carried. Lenin's pronouncements had been the basis for discussion. Stalin's were the basis for obedience. Coincident with the November holidays, he released a signed article entitled "The Year of the Great Break." It both reflected and deepened the somber tone of the national life. Its every sentence became a war cry. Sycophants and bigots, read into it a wisdom beyond the compass of a merely mortal mind. 6 weeks later came a nationwide display of worship for Stalin, such as no Tsar or Emperor had ever been vouchsafed. The Vozhd was 50 years old on December 21st, 1929, and the birthday was made, the occasion for a demonstration of servility, flattery, and a sort of religious propitiation. Russians excel in the arts of enthusiastic self-abasement. There was the flavor of the Arabian Nights in the flummery that inundated the land. To an alien ear it sounded fantastic. The reams of greetings dripped with honeyed panegyric in the extravagant style of courtiers in bad novels. Every politician and literateur whose name meant anything to the public, including yesterday's oppositionist exiles, rummaged in his memory for stories to set off the courage, infallible sagacity, and leadership of Stalin. There was little of simple affection in the demonstration, almost nothing to hint that the distant object of adulation was of flesh and blood. Though they called him comrade, this Stalin was as far off and unimaginably mysterious to the simple Russians as the Tsars before him had been. The Tsars, too, were called Little Father. Deity is ever extolled in the familiar thou. In the birthday greetings, there was that folk quality of awesome intimacy which merely makes its object seem unreal. The sticky adulation made me squirm. It seemed to me an imbecile anticlimax of the dream of erect men that the first socialist people should prostrate itself before a leader. When I hinted at a deep betrayal of the spirit of the revolution, I was called romantic and sentimental. It was of small use to insist that there was nothing more romantic and sentimental than the theory of Stalin's infallibility or the changing of a man into a god. For several days the flood of eulogy covered the land. Then Stalin graciously responded in a few lines remarkable, I thought, for their biblical flavor. Until the age of 18, the future Stalin, then Joseph Jugashvili, studied in a Greek Orthodox seminary in Tiflis, and the imprint opound those years remained on his mind. It is said that to her dying day, his pious mother nursed her disappointment that So-So did not become a priest. If she were less literal, she might understand that her ambition has been fully gratified. Her son is chief of a militant faith, consistently ecclesiastic. His acknowledgement of the Mountain of Invocations was printed in big letters on every front page in the USSR Bride. Your congratulations and greetings I credit to the account of the great party of the working class which gave me birth and raised me in its own image. You must not doubt, Comrade Zoe, that I am ready in the future, as in the past, to give to the task of the working class, to the task of proletarian revolution and world communism, all my strength, all my abilities, and if necessary all my blood, drop by drop. Most of the waiters at the Grand Hotel, like the great chandeliers and the gigantic potted palms and the blue and gold crockery and the napkins with grand ducal coats of arms in the corner, were leftovers from the old regime. The blend of subserviency and camaraderie of their earlier training was overlaid with a new slovenliness, like a fine antique covered with fresh dust. 2 or 3 of the older men in particular made no secret of their disdain for their latter-day clients. All too rarely, there were diplomats in dinner coats and their ladies in evening gowns to recall the ancient grandeur. For the rest, the dance nights drew a miscellany of commonplace foreigners hardly worthy of the Alexander II dishes. Callous-handed technicians and correspondents and vulgar salesmen ate caviar out of deep bowls and washed it down with vodka and Caucasian wines and Armenian brandy, indulging themselves on the thinnish fat of the land by virtue of inflated rubles. The Russian customers were always fewer, more apologetic, and self-effacing. The only genuine proletarians in the place were probably the puffing musicians in the lofty gallery between the 2 marble-walled ballrooms. Heroically, they strained to imitate the syncopated groaning and shouting and caterwauling they heard on American jazz records. They even sang an occasional chorus in what they and other Russians imagined was the English language. For all their honest sweat, the result was as Russian as many. A permanent expression of astonishment was on their faces as they looked down between dance numbers into the muted gaiety of the ballrooms, where people seemed to take miracles like sizzling shashlik and almost white bread and steaming Gurovitsky kasha as a matter of course. Perhaps they could see from their perch more clearly than others the paradox of this tiny islet of satiety and safety in the oceans of the country's deprivations. There were some among the foreigners themselves, I know, who could not shake off a consciousness of the contrast. The invisible wall that always separated foreigners from Russians grew thicker as living conditions in the country deteriorated and police pressures increased. Their more ample life and greater freedom isolated foreigners, so that they looked upon the sufferings beyond their narrow enclosure as if from a great distance. They came to accept the poverty and drabness and chronic uncertainties of the great masses as normal and divinely ordained, even as white men all through Asia accept the wretchedness of the natives, came to accept it so completely that they no longer noticed it at all. The advantages of their foreign money in the midst of inflation, above all the sanctuary of their miraculous foreign passports, gave the humblest among them a sense of superiority, as though nature had fashioned them of more delicate materials. To complain of the deepening miseries of the Soviet population seemed to most of those complacent foreigners a little quixotic, as though one were to complain of the low living standards of cattle. But they are Russians, my dear man, and they've never known any better. A good deal that passed abroad as liberal tolerance and understanding of the Kremlin's policies. Much that seemed to readers in New York or London a friendly attitude toward the revolution, amounted to little more than this smug condescension, implicit in the law. Sided approval was the patronizing satisfaction that the great experiment was being tried out in the great social laboratory so safely far away from home, upon the teeming Russian coolies instead of the sentient citizens of the West. The headlong inflation of the Soviet currency helped to widen the distance between foreigners and natives. As in the Germany of the post-war inflation period, though within much narrower bounds, foreigners possessing a little foreign money suddenly were transformed into persons of wealth. They tasted the lordly feeling that nothing which money could buy was beyond them. True, Russia had little to offer at the moment, but that little meant much because it was denied to others, and because it frequently had the flavor of forbidden fruit. Machinists and reporters who had never known the thrill of ordering in a restaurant without even glancing at the right-hand side of the menu now called for all the delicacies that were available without a second thought of cost. Rubles could buy gyozas in the commission shops, sometimes a jewel or picture drawn from its 12-year-old hiding place by a hard-pressed former person. Rubles could buy the company of the luscious girls who hovered around the foreign colony. Foreigners knew the lift of safe extravagance. The process of exchanging foreign money for the inflated rubles involved a faint sense of guilt, but familiarity erased that in time. Strictly considered, it was illegal to exchange money anywhere but in the state banks, where the fictitious official rate of 2 rubles to the dollar prevailed. But the foreigner who actually brought his dollars, pounds, or marks to a bank and returned with rubles was a rare apparition. There were few, fearful of a blemish on their ideological record, who attempted to get along without recourse to inflated rubles by earning enough Soviet currency locally to meet their needs. But there was not one resident foreigner, and I am mindful of the Americans who acted as spokesmen for the Kremlin, who regularly gave up his good dollars for bad paper rubles. One who now makes a particular point of emphasizing his purity in this regard was the first to induct me in the procedure. The whole business was a good deal like drinking during the Prohibition era in America, technically verboten but so universally practiced that it carried no consciousness of law-breaking. Yet it was lined with a false and futile embarrassment, evidenced in silence and evasion by people who wrote on Soviet affairs. Those who had a professional interest in remaining the good graces of the authorities simply did not touch this tender spot in the economic anatomy of their hosts. Among themselves, they discussed the situation openly, if only to ascertain whether they were being gypped on the rate. In print, they preferred to avoid the subject. Several of the correspondents with strong embassy connections depended on the diplomatic pouch for their supplies of inflated ruble. Abroad the rate was often twice as high as in Moscow. One of them used to phone regularly to a friend in Warsaw, asking for a few bowls of cherries. Cherries being the code word for chervonsy, or Soviet banknotes. The rest of us depended on local contacts. No foreigner was ever molested in this connection, and in time, the intermediaries were mostly Ogpu men, sensibly gathering in the valuta directly, instead of extracting it afterwards from Russians. The authorities recognized that any effort to force foreign guests to live on the make-believe official standard would result in a wholesale exodus. Such conformity would have been a strain on the resources of a millionaire, let alone a hard-working foreign salesman or reporter. Once upon a time, the story has acquired a legendary ring. The cantankerous correspondent of an American newspaper, out of sheer cussedness, insisted on taking the financial fiction of stable money at face value. With tongue-in-cheek, he announced that he would obey the law to the letter. This was before the government had simplified matters for us by accepting foreign currency for payment at hotels, restaurants, and certain shops. Buying every ruble at the bank, his costs soared to alarming heights. His room rent came to $30 a day. Every droshky ride cost him $10 or $20. Every meal, $15 or $20. Russian news at that price seemed unreasonable to his newspaper, and he was quickly transferred to another country, as he had expected. His successor was advised formally by the press department, on arrival, not to engage in such quixotic leg-pulling, but to do as all his colleagues did. The loose talk about speculating in rubles, directed by communists abroad against writers whose Russian views they did not approve, is malevolent nonsense. Despite the sinister sound of the word speculation, the talk merely referred to the fact, known to every child in Moscow, that all foreigners of necessity obtain currency for their everyday needs, rent and food and services, on the unofficial, inflated exchange basis. The resident foreigners worked out a conclusive test of idiocy as applied to exuberant innocence from abroad. Anyone who emerged from a Soviet visit of more than 2 days without realizing that the national money was vastly inflated had passed the test. A few economists of worldwide reputation passed with flying colors. It did not prevent them from writing weighty tomes on Soviet economy. The more pious foreigners of the Bolshevik persuasion might hold out for a while against the monetary pressures, but the Marxian laws of economic determinism did not exempt them, and in the end, they were forced to resort to the universal and recognized practice. Witness the plight of a young American near-communist, whom we may call Miss Brown because that is not her name. She was holding a Soviet job and subsisting on a ruble income. One afternoon, she arrived at the home of the Dean of American Correspondence. After fidgeting a bit, she blurted it out. She was in trouble. "I want your help," she stammered. For, well, an illegal operation." The correspondent was shocked only because Miss Brown, so plain and earnest behind her spectacles, was not one whom he would normally suspect of romantic blundering and its dire consequences. "Why, of course, I'll do all I can," he reassured her. "Just don't worry. These things are easily arranged here in Moscow. You see," Miss Brown explained, "it's not just for myself. It's also for my sister Kate." "Well, I'll be hanged. 2 illegal operations," the correspondent exclaimed. He had not suspected Kate either of an amorous temperament. "No, just 1 operation for the 2 of us," Miss Brown corrected him. The biological puzzle at that point became too complicated for one mind, but Miss Brown made herself clear. It was a foreign exchange operation she had in view. "About $50 worth of rubles will see us through," she told him. A German princess who became autocrat of all the Russians, Catherine the Great, extended the hospitality of her adopted empire to groups of Germans, chiefly Mennonites, seeking refuge from religious persecution. About 2.5 centuries later, in the autumn and early winter months of 1929, 10,000 descendants of those exiles tried to escape Russia to some refuge from what they considered economic persecution. Their frustrated attempt was one of the most pitiful and dramatic episodes in the titanic tragedy of the Soviet peasants. The Germans had settled on the lower Volga in the vicinity of Saratov, in what is now the Volga German Republic. They also established colonies in Siberia, Crimea, and the Caucasus. Through all the generations, they have retained their racial and religious identity. They differed from the Russian peasants largely in this, that they were less meek and more energetic. Had the Kremlin faced a population of their kind, not all the Red Army in Ogpu could have tamed them. The despairing Russian peasant waylays and murders a few local officials, sets fire to a few government houses, then waits for the worst to happen. But the German peasant on the Volga, in Siberia, in Crimea, began to scheme escape. In Canada, in the United States, in South America, there are large Mennonite settlements. The dream of migration spread through all the German farming communities in Russia. Did counter-revolutionary elements propagate the wild idea, as Moscow officials subsequently charged? Or did the despair of those peasants conjure the mirage of a new life in the Western Hemisphere? Suddenly, all the trains from the east and the south began to bring these Germans to the capital. Before the authorities quite realized what was happening, 6,000 or 7,000 had converged upon Moscow, men, women, and children, lugging their bedding and other household effects. The OGPU hastily cut off the sale of railroad tickets in the German districts. Police agents went through trains and forced hundreds to return to their abandoned homes. Had the exodus not been halted, the streams of Germans pouring into Moscow would have reached 20 or 30,000 in a few weeks. Normally, this mass movement would have been crushed by the government as quickly and ruthlessly as it was crushing other forms of recalcitrance among its 120 million peasant subjects. But two circumstances pulled the Kremlin up short. In the first place, the German embassy, on instructions from Berlin, manifested a deep interest. In the second place, the world press had become aware of the drama and was watching developments with an attention that inhibited the Soviet authorities. In the bleak, muddy suburbs of Moscow, I found and talked to these Germans. Having sold their homes, livestock, and other property that could not be dragged along, they had all started with a little money. They paid Moscow peasants well for the privilege of crowding several families into a narrow hut. In one foul cottage, I saw more than 20 Germans jammed on the floor among their bundles and wailing children. Others erected makeshift tents. They were not entitled to rations, and even money could not buy sufficient food. The diseases of undernourishment, typhus, and scurvy were spreading among them and infecting the local population. At the time the outside world became aware of their plight, most of them had been camping on the outskirts of the capital for weeks, a few of them for months. Their delegates besieged the German embassy, clamoring for help. The Soviet Foreign Office, seeking to avoid an international scandal, agreed to issue passports, exacting the exorbitant fee of 220 rubles, more than most of them could afford. But it made the issuance contingent upon visas from Germany. Germany in turn hesitated to promise visas until the Canadian government had agreed to admit them. It did not relish the responsibility of thousands of pauperized Russian Germans at a time of growing unemployment. While the complicated negotiations were underway, the funds of the refugees dwindled, their courage waned, and disease made deeper inroads upon them. I saw among them pathetic scenes and anguished faces that will never fade from my memory. A group of us went from house to house, talking to wretched men and women, sick, hungry, bewildered. Everywhere it was the same story. They could not leave the country, and they had nothing to go back to. The OGPU is packing us into cattle cars and sending us back home. Home! The woman smiled bitterly through her tears. But we have no home. We sold everything for kopecks, practically gave it away. While negotiations for their emigration dragged, the OGPU came each day to drive hundreds more into stinking boxcars for the long journey back to the demolished home. The new contingents who were evading the embargo on travel and arriving in Moscow were not allowed to alight. About 1,000, it was said, did obtain passports and visas and went on to Canada. The rest were hustled unceremoniously to the places of their origin. Rumor had it that many of the cattle cars packed with Germans were diverted to the far northern forests and dumped where the government needed labor. How many of the 10,000 survived and how they rebuilt their shattered lives, we could not ascertain. In the greater calamity of the next months, 10,000 more or less became utterly negligible in the total of millions. This German episode shook many foreign observers out of their complacency. It gave them a glimpse of the terror that had already gripped the nation's peasantry. We had become inured to newspaper and private accounts of murder, arson, mass arrests, and indiscriminate executions that year. Sheer repetition took the edge off the whole business. Just as in time of war casualty, lists tend to lose their human content and turn into monotonous rows of dull figures. As pressure in the villages increased, Tens of thousands flocked to the cities. The garbled stories of the German exodus spread by word of mouth put the idea of escape into Russian heads as well. Moscow railroad stations began to look like encampments. Additional border guards and bloodhounds were placed along the western frontier to stop the wild scramble of frightened peasants from Russia into Romania, Poland, and the Baltic countries. Finland protested against the influx of peasant refugees from Soviet Karelia. Stringent orders were issued to local Soviets and railroad functionaries to prevent the flight of peasants. Those without formal permits to travel were put off the trains. Despite these measures, thousands more arrived in Moscow and other large cities every day, to lie around helplessly, waiting for a miracle. My dispatches during these months spoke of the remarkable success of the collectivization policies. In the Ukraine, for instance, 1,400,000 hectares were already socialized, although it had been planned to socialize no more than 1,300,000 hectares in 5 years. In the country as a whole, about 10% of the peasantry was already in collectives, as against the 4% scheduled for that year. It was an open secret that these successes were based on naked force. Repeatedly, the same weapon had been used against the peasants. Each time the government had been obliged to retreat, but the Kremlin's patience proved greater than the peasants' resistance. This time there would be no retreat. The official villain in the concentrated attack was the kulak, though precisely who he was no one knew for sure. Before the revolution, the kulak had been a fairly well-defined category in the social structure of the countryside. He was the peasant whose energy, shrewdness, and lack of scruples combined to lodge economic power in his hands. He was a moneylender, perhaps owned a mill where he exacted ungodly toll from his neighbors, leased other people's land on one-sided terms. Through hard work, usury, and exploitation, he often gathered the lives of the less capable peasants in his fist. The word kulak means fist. Tsarist statesmen, such as Stolypin, recognized the kulak's role as the rural capitalist and encouraged him to wax fat. He was ardently despised and no less ardently envied by the mass of poor peasants. Foreigners writing about the agrarian phase of the Soviet Revolution too often have accepted the term kulak in this pre-revolutionary sense, sometimes in ignorance, more often with deliberate cynicism. That made it easier to represent what happened from 1929 forward as an indignant revolt of the masses against a small and hateful group of parasites. Soviet propaganda standardized the kulak as a fat-bellied, blood-sucking monster, a sort of human spider luring innocent peasants into his web. This oversimplification soothes the consciences of those writers or their readers. It has little bearing on the truth. After the revolution, the opprobrious label of kulak was stretched to cover any peasant who employed labor or who owned a little more property than the rest. By 1929, it was converted into a generic term of abuse, with only a tenuous reference to economic possessions. Whoever failed conspicuously to fall into line with the Soviet policies was thereby marked as a kulak. If his poverty was such as to make the title preposterous, he was called a kulak agent and treated as one anyhow. In the old days, there might have been 1 or 2 or a dozen kulaks in a village. Under the new dispensation, their number rose into the hundreds. Any peasant who was too outspoken in the general dislike of collectivization, taxes, grain deliveries, became a kulak. In the tragic months of forcible collectivization, there were scores of villages without a single kulak, in the economic sense, which liquidated 4 or 5% of their inhabitants as kulaks and kulak agents all the same. On December 27, the press published the text of an address made by Stalin 2 days earlier to a group of agrarian officials, in which he raised the slogan of liquidation of the kulaks as a class. It was the signal for the most startling piece of brutality, considering its dimensions. In the annals of revolution, Stalin neither defined a kulak nor cautioned against excesses. Meek Russian historians and their complacent foreign parrots have carefully revised the record of this time to shift the responsibility for the horrors from Stalin to a supposedly overzealous local agent. No one who was there on December 27 and the months that followed had the slightest doubt who issued the order or what the order was. What Stalin said, and the deliberate vagueness and ambiguity of his use of the word kulak, were an unequivocal invitation. More, an imperious command to smash and disperse between 5 and 10 million peasant men, women, and children as quickly and rapaciously as possible. The celebration of the bourgeois New Year was forbidden. Dire penalties, the press hinted, awaited those who absented themselves from work, because 1929 turned into 1930. Since the date had neither religious nor economic connotations, the Marxian logic of the taboo was somewhat blurred. In subsequent years, the date was restored to respectability. But the mood of the Kremlin at this juncture had no need for logic. The non-stop year must not be interrupted by astronomy or calendars. Anyone who was caught wishing anyone else a happy new year, rumor had it, would be punished by the Ogpu. The rumor was unfounded, of course, but it reflects the temper of the moment. New Year's Eve was celebrated all the same. There were staggering drunks in all the streets of Moscow to attest the fact, and whispered invitations to New Year's parties behind locked doors. Indeed, the tang of danger seemed to sharpen the edge of the festivities. Billy and I visited several of the gatherings in Russian homes, and we ended the night at the Grand Hotel. We found as loud and gay a gathering as Berlin or Paris could boast that night. Every inch of space was crowded. Champagne bottles lounged nonchalantly in their silver buckets. Pretty girls hawked balloons and dolls at shameless prices. The air was a wilderness of paper streamers, and we walked ankle-deep in confetti. The raucous near jazz from the lofty gallery struggled to make itself heard above the laughter and the shouting. The mildewed waiters were for once in their ancient element. This was the extravagance, the rowdy gaiety, the holiday spirit that they remembered from the past. They picked their way through the crowd in a glow of excitement, carrying heavy-laden trays. It was a New Year's party in high gear, hitting on all cylinders, with slightly inebriated drivers at the wheel. Most of the guests were foreigners, but the Russian representation was larger than usual. All those who had the means and dared to be happy in public, writers, actors, a few OGPU agents, etc., were at the hotel. Balloons popped. In one corner, a woman laughed hysterically. An American engineer staggered and flailed his long arms among the dancers, but no one minded him. Somewhere a discordant chorus sang, "For he's a jolly good fellow." Somewhere a drunken voice brawled, "Now you lay off my girl or I'll knock your goddamn head off." Glasses clinked, and an exuberant member of the Maley Theater smashed a glass on the floor. "Vashi Storovie." "Skol." "Prosit." "A votress same." "Salute." "Mud in your eye, you old son of a gun." The orchestra again for the 10th time that night played Hallelujah. Hour after hour, the party gained momentum. Beyond the marble walls of the Grand Hotel, women were already online, waiting for the stores to open hours later. Murder and arson, arrests and exiles by the tens of thousands, were underway in the villages. The masses of Lashensi, disfranchised people, counted their crumbs of bread and waited to be expelled from their apartments. The dread slogan of liquidation of the kulaks as a class had just been uttered by Stalin. No, this party was unlike anything in Montmartre or on the Kurfürstendamm, despite the balloons and dolls and confetti. It was touched with hysteria. Even the foreigners, though safe themselves, could not be wholly unaware of the ground that trembled under them as they danced, that would explode soon in a fearful orgy of violence and brutality. There was a macabre zest to this New Year's Eve celebration. It was a party on a battlefield, in a besieged city, on the edge of a volcano belching death. Tubai. The peasants are conquered. 65 days elapsed between Stalin's launching, on December 27, of the slogan, liquidation of the kulaks as a class, and his order on March 2nd, calling a halt to the lawlessness that ensued. For sheer volume of piled-up cruelties, there are few comparable spans of time in all human history. The ruthless crushing of more than 1 million better-to-do or less tractable families, 5 or 6 million people, had begun before the fateful slogan was announced. It continued spasmodically after the Kremlin had called off the orgy of violence. But the process reached its fevered heights in these tumultuous days. The casual, half-illicit brutalities tacitly encouraged by Moscow all through 1929 were now sanctified by Stalin's explicit prescription. The restraint of the original figures calling for 20% socialization of agriculture in 5 years was forgotten. It was now ordained that the most important grain-growing regions, such as the lower and middle Volga basins and North Caucasus, must be completely collectivized that very year, that the rest of the country's grain area must be completely collectivized in the following year, and that kulak farms must be wholly eliminated. The strategy of the campaign was plain enough. Obliteration of the allegedly kulak elements was not only an end in itself, but a means for stampeding the rest of the population into submission to collectivization. Whatever hocus-pocus of village meetings of the poor might be invoked to select the quota of victims, the palpable objective was to scare the poor and middling peasants themselves into merging their land, livestock, and implements. Indeed, the only sure way to prove that they were not kulaks was to apply and be accepted as collective members. The fearful kulak doom was a weapon for terrorizing the rest of the peasantry. The true measure of the terror, therefore, is not alone in the millions who were despoiled and deported from their native soil, but the 60 million peasants who rushed madly for the shelter of hastily organized kolkhozes, collective farms. In a few months, about 50% of the peasants suddenly discovered the virtues of socialization. All of them would have made the discovery if the process had not been abruptly curbed. Hell broke loose in 70,000 Russian villages. The pent-up jealousies of a generation, the sadistic instincts of self-important little officials, the inflamed zeal of local communists were unleashed and whipped into fury. The haphazard persecutions of the preceding months were systematized and legalized and invested with a high crusading fervor. 70,000 localized Red Terrors, with the Ogpu troops and the Red Army to make them effective. Though no one knew precisely what a kulak was, there was no dearth of them anywhere. Sometimes mass meetings of the village poor, under the steamrollers of local or visiting officials, confirmed the choice of victims. Frequently, this empty mummery was dispensed with. As many as 15 or 20% of the peasants were liquidated in some villages. A population as large as all of Switzerland's or Denmark's was stripped clean of all their belongings, not alone their land and homes and cattle and tools, but often their last clothes and food and household utensils, and driven out. They were herded with bayonets at railroad stations, packed indiscriminately into cattle cars and freight cars, and dumped weeks later in the lumber regions of the frozen north, the deserts of Central Asia, wherever labor was needed, there to live or die. Some of this human wreckage was merely flung beyond the limits of their former villages, without shelter or food in those winter months, to start life anew if they could, on land too barren to have been cultivated in the past. No dependable computation of the number liquidated has ever been made, and in any case, there is no arithmetic to estimate human suffering. The total was beyond reckoning. Forcible migration of millions could not be organized or provisioned, but must proceed in fearful confusion. Tens of thousands died of exposure, starvation, and epidemic diseases, while being transported, and no one dared guess at the death rate in the wilderness where the liquidated population was dispersed. Locomotives dragged their loads of agony from every part of the nation under armed guards, and when the human debris had been emptied in some forest or desert, jogged back for more. Thousands of bewildered refugees, panic fear in their eyes, flocked to the cities, where they were once more corralled, stuffed into disease-ridden cars, and hauled away to the dumps. The plague of Besforzorny, homeless waifs from the Civil War and famine years, had almost been cured. Now new thousands of boys and girls, mere infants some of them seemed, roamed through the land. They were the children of kulak parents who had died, or who preferred to leave their children to shift for themselves rather than to drag them into exile. I saw batches of the victims at provincial railroad points, under Ogpu guards, like bewildered animals, staring vacantly into space. These meek, bedraggled, work-worn creatures were scarcely the kulaks of the propaganda posters. The spectacle of peasants being led by soldiers with drawn revolvers through the streets even of Moscow was too commonplace to win more than a casual glance from the crowds on the sidewalks. I talked to refugees who came to our doors to beg a few crumbs of bread, to officials who had taken part in the liquidation in Ukrainian villages, to Soviet reporters assigned to describe the great Stalinist successes. No man can see with his own eyes a social upheaval of such scope, but from isolated tales of terror, from the scenes I happened to witness, from the hints and telltale circumlocutions in the press, I came to know and to feel some part at least of the unfolding nightmare. At the moment it was distinctly unfriendly on a correspondent's part to describe these events in detail. Those who wished to remain in the good graces of the Kremlin regime had to limit themselves to the spurious formulas used by the press and the statistical boasts about collectivization victories. To reduce a major human catastrophe to meaningless impersonal percentages. For a few correspondents, it provided a useful opportunity to demonstrate their friendship and loyalty for the Soviet regime by explaining away ugly facts, wrapping them in the cellophane of Marxist verbiage, slurring over them with cynical allusions to broken eggs for Soviet omelets. Others were curbed by the censorship and grateful enough on occasion for this convenient alibi for silence. The occasional dispatch that betrayed the horror felt by even the most cynical among us seemed sensational to readers abroad, against the consistent evasions of the general run of press reports. And thus it happened that the world at large was scarcely aware of what was occurring in Russia. The world was aroused instead on issues that were secondary. The capitalist press became alarmed at the statistical triumphs of Soviet industrialization and raised the ludicrous cry of dumping, accepting at face value the boasts of Soviet propaganda, exaggerating Russian industrial expansion in the pessimistic mood induced by the worldwide depression. Bourgeois opinion actually imagined that the world would be drowned tomorrow morning in a deluge of cheap Soviet-made goods. The noisy and far-fetched anti-dumping campaign attested how thoroughly Soviet propaganda had concealed the mounting hardships of its industrialization efforts, the deplorable quality of its output, the staggering economic cost of its production, the collapse of its currency. Whatever they may have said publicly, Bolshevik leaders were not half as optimistic about their 5-year plan as the editorial writers in capitalist land. At the same time, the Pope initiated, early in February, a holy crusade against the Soviet Union for its persecution of religion. He designated March 19 as a day of prayer for the cessation of Soviet anti-religious terror. Other religious elements, Protestants, Jews, Mohammedans, joined the crusade. Moscow's offensive against religion was no more than a subsidiary maneuver in the larger strategy against netmen, private farmers, pre-revolutionary intellectuals, of relatively minor interest both to the Russian government and the Russian people. But that was the only aspect of the Russian situation which touched the conscience of mankind. The more basic human tragedy under the matter-of-fact phrase, liquidation of the kulaks, was ignored. Stalin's claim to statesmanship of a high order must rest in large degree upon his formula of liquidation of the kulaks as a class. He provided a convenient name for the technique of terror that had been gathering momentum for months. His formula gave the whole process new dimensions of revolutionary self-righteousness and almost scientific justification. Haphazard persecutions were turned overnight into a high-minded campaign. There was a certain genius in the choice of the magic phrase. The words liquidation of the kulaks carry few implications of human agony. It seems a formula of social engineering and has an impersonal and metallic ring. But, for those who saw the process at close range, the phrase is freighted with horror. In my own mind, it evokes that sharpening sense of multitudinous miseries, of catastrophe overwhelming a huge population like some sudden flood or earthquake, which came to me vividly at that time. Running through that sense, giving it the special macabre quality in memory, was the awareness that the destruction and suffering, which seemed a natural calamity, were in fact mad artificially whipped up, that they could be stopped by a word of command from one man, as indeed they were stopped. Too late. It was as if in the midst of a terrible volcanic eruption, one were to catch sight of someone turning a crank that kept the hot lava pouring over men and town. The fine motives of those who turned the crank made the image no less gruesome. There are smug economists and sociologists who inform us that all great social changes take a heavy toll in human life. They take many pages to prove that certain changes in land tenure and industrial processes in England between 1850 caused widespread suffering commensurate in volume with that caused by the liquidation of the kulaks. That sophistry fails to distinguish between a natural evolutionary economic process developing inevitably through decades and centuries, and an arbitrary decision by a handful of men, compressed into a few months of terror. Let those scientific historians recall that what Anna Louise Strong calls the most spectacular act of ruthlessness which occurred in those years was a decision calmly made by a political machine, in defiance of the majority opinion in its own ranks and in defiance of the people in whose name, for whose own good, it was made. There were few in Moscow who doubted that rank-and-file opinion in the Communist Party was opposed to such drastic and costly methods. The self-appointed apologists among foreigners not only admitted this, but pointed to it proudly as another proof of Stalin's daring leadership. Theirs was the perverted logic which holds that if it takes courage to inflict pain on one, that courage is magnified a millionfold if it inflicts pain on a million. Strong must have been the faith the saintly Fabians, Beatrice and Sidney Webb, were to write of this episode years later, in their comfortable library, and resolute the will of the men who, in the interest of what seemed to them the public good, could take so momentous a decision. No doubt just such self-satisfied Fabians must have commended the strong faith and resolute will that enabled other men in other times to order holy inquisitions and St. Bartholomew's Day massacres. Men have ever rationalized their deeds in terms of some inspired goal, and self-righteous bigots have done more bloodletting than criminals and fiends. The capacity to kill and torture, whether wholesale or retail, is equally pathological whatever its motives, and surely more dangerous when those motives are ostensibly idealist. The more fundamental problem is whether any group of mortal men, however sincere their faith or their phobia, may arrogate to themselves the prerogatives of dispensing death and misery to millions of their fellow men. Whether humankind dare entrust its destiny to men who regard themselves as history incarnate, mad Jehovahs loosing the floods of their fury to cleanse a wicked world. The cleavage in the upper reaches of the ruling minority became sharpest at this time. The policy of liquidating the kulaks and coercing the peasants into improvised collectives, the most drastic enterprise in the whole course of the revolution, was acting as a touchstone of men's essential character. Outwardly, there were differences in theory and political principle and much bandying of sacred texts from Marx and Lenin. But these were no more than crude rationalizations of deeper differences of the heart rather than the mind. Night after night I discussed the conflict with communists. What was true of them was true of those near the apex of power. The real division was between those who could go through with a terrifying piece of brutality and those who could not. Those who, whether they formulated it in such wise or not, regarded human life as in itself valid beyond sanctified words or pseudo-scientific theories, and the others to whom human life was so much worthless raw stuff for their laboratories. Between the despised and soft-hearted idealists and the hard-boiled realists. It is no accident that those contaminated with Western influences found themselves inevitably in opposition. The new leadership, profoundly disdainful of life and indifferent to individual suffering, ready to mortify the nation's flesh for the sake of its immortal soul, stemmed from Russia's entire past. The decision was not made just by Stalin and his lieutenants, but by Peter the Great and even the Terrible. It was preordained by 1,000 years of consistent history, whose symbols are the torture chambers under the Kremlin and the ancient execution block, still standing outside its walls. What occurred in these 65 days has been described as a second agrarian revolution, in many ways greater than the first. I have myself played variations on this theme, and the description is true enough if any violent change affecting a large sector of mankind is a revolution. Not revolution in its idealistic sense, in the sense that social rebels and prophets, even unto Lenin, have accepted it, implies a spontaneous and instinctive human explosion. It implies masses goaded beyond endurance, revolting at last against injustice and oppression. And in that sense, what we witnessed was certainly not a revolution. It was not an eruption from below, but an organized imposition from above. Forcible collectivization was no more a revolution than the seizure of India by Englishmen or Abyssinia by Italians, than the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492, or the subjugation of red men by whites in the Americas. In the first agrarian revolution, in 1917, a pent-up fury and hunger broke through the dams of an established order. Peasant masses liquidated the landlords and seized their lands, and a government rode to power on the crest of their revolt. But in a 93p, a powerful dictatorship used its armies and its legalized local officials and social machinery to liquidate a portion of the peasantry and to intimidate the rest. No, it was no revolution but a conquest of the peasantry. To argue that it may have been necessary, or that it will ultimately benefit the people whom it affected, or that it had support in some sections of the invaded area, makes it no less a conquest. Those are precisely the justifications advanced for every conquest from time immemorial. The ground was prepared in the skirmishing of 1929. The conquest was carried through in the first months of 1930. What followed in the next few years, when the liquidation of kulaks was completed and collectivization firmly established at an enormous cost in human life, was the pacification of the vanquished, which always follows the conquest of a people stubbornly opposed to compulsory blessings. The fevered atmosphere of forcible agrarian collectivization was spread far beyond the villages. It raised the revolutionary temperature everywhere to delirious level. Dizziness from success was the phrase later minted by Stalin for the overstrained condition. City Soviets would not remain behindhand as against their country colleagues, and sought to match liquidation of the kulaks with a no less hasty liquidation of the miserable remnants of private trade. There were days in which tens of thousands of speculators were arrested, imprisoned, or driven from the cities. Harried creatures, denied respectable employment by law, who sold toothpicks, home-made garments, second-hand boots, stale hunks of bread, matches, a little sunflower seed oil, in the private markets. Further revisions of living space were ordered in Moscow and elsewhere, so that former netmen and other class enemies whether 8 years old or 80, might be expelled from their cramped quarters. The underlying assumption of the period was that anything might be achieved by stalwart Leninists with knout in hand. The wholesale closure of prayer houses and harassment of believers gained impetus. Christmas celebrations early in January, because of the Greek Orthodox calendar, were marked by noisy anti-religious parades and insulting demonstrations outside church doors. Batches of priests and rabbis were rounded up and imprisoned, their fate hardly noticed in the Russian turmoil but evoking shrieks of protest from co-religionists abroad. Solemnly, the Godless Society aped the State Planning Commission by announcing a 5-year plan for the liquidation of religion. For the first time since the early outbursts just after the revolution, public bonfires were made of icons. In the domain of industry and construction, things seemed to stall momentarily, adding to the general chaos of exhortations and threats. The capitalist depression forced down world market prices, so that Russia was obliged to ship out even more of its food to pay for the same machines. Rations inevitably grew shorter, and the value of the ruble dwindled. Not only must a people accustomed through all its history to dawdle be sweated, but sweated under conditions of chronic undernourishment. Small wonder that more than half the output of important factories was spoiled beyond use. Bitter wags whispered that the plan for BRAC, meaning defective goods, had been overfulfilled, and grudging official statements gave point to the witticism. A mere 15 or 20% of spoilage was considered normal by factory managers. Small wonder, too, that workers would not stay put at their jobs, but moved restlessly from city to city, from construction site to construction site, searching for the non-existent place where food supplies and living conditions were more tolerable. In certain plants, the press complained, the turnover of labor was 100% a month. The wanderings of a dissatisfied proletariat assumed the proportions of a confused, zigzagging mass migration, parallel with the forced migration from the villages. For foreigners, life went on without much change. The grand hotel orchestra still perspired over Hallelujah. In palaces built by merchant princes, foreign diplomats gave lavish receptions, where opera stars warbled and ladies in décolleté thrilled over new ballerinas, and American correspondents gloriously forgot their man. Cynicism being the convention of our trade, we mixed current atrocity stories with champagne and retailed Radek's latest joke, which probably was not Radek's at all. One such anecdote had it that the denizens of the Kremlin, from Stalin down, were suddenly infested with body lice like unto an Egyptian plague. Science could do nothing to eradicate it, and finally Stalin sent for Radek. "The solution is simple," Radek supposedly said. "Just collectivize the lice, then half of them will die and the other half will run away." Few of the facts of desperation and disaster which filled our conversation showed up in our dispatches. The taboos of a powerful government in an angry know-nothing mood are not broken lightly by resident newspapermen who have jobs to protect and families to feed. By the middle of February, the government could claim that 50% of the peasant households were collectivized. In important grain regions, the percentage was close to 100. By the end of February, the general percentage of socialization had risen to 60. The conquest was thorough, but the body social, like the human body, can stand so much pain and no more. Every good surgeon knows this, and now the social surgeons in the Kremlin were to learn it, though they forgot the lesson too soon. The country reacted to the pressure in an unexpected and calamitous manner. Before capitulating to compulsory collectivization, the peasants took the precaution of slaughtering their livestock. Even before the order to liquidate the kulaks as a class was decreed, the peasants had begun to kill their cattle and sheep and pigs for meat and hides, rather than merge them in socialized herds. Now this practice became epidemic. In some places, more than half the livestock was destroyed, and in the country as a whole, the depletion was alarming, the losses being in direct proportion to the coercion used to achieve socialization. The Kremlin prescribed heavy imprisonments and other punishments for the slaughter of cattle. Then it decreed the death penalty for killing livestock, an extraordinary measure even for an extraordinary time. But the animals continued to be destroyed by the 100,000 all the same. It was this frightful slaughter, a sort of convulsive reaction to pain, which more than any other single factor recalled the Kremlin to its senses. The government might not be alarmed by the human slaughter, by the death of tens of thousands of kulak infants. It might ignore the meek plea of Lenin's widow for mercy, but it could not ignore the destruction of the nation's horses and cattle. That represented working power and food and raw materials, whether socialized or privately owned. It meant the impoverishment of the agrarian resources they wished to socialize. The economic losses entailed by the 65 days of ferocious compulsion were almost incalculable. The most efficient farmers were put to cutting timber, digging canals, or just killed off. More animal power had been destroyed by far than could be replaced for many years by mechanical power. At one blow, the Stalin regime, for all its undaunted realism and hard-boiled practicality, had handicapped the revolution by a catastrophic sacrifice of meat, dairy products, wool, leather, and other animal products. A large measure of the food and goods shortages of the following years may be attributed directly to the extermination of animals by desperate peasants as their automatic reaction to forcible collectivization. In 1929, Russia had replenished the losses of the Civil War period and the famine. It had more domestic animals than in 1916. But by the end of the 5-year plan, it had lost half of its cattle and horses, 2/3 of its sheep and goats, 2/5 of its pigs. The greater part of these staggering losses occurred in the months of which we are now speaking, the rest when similar methods of coercion were revived later. Bolshevik leaders admitted that it would take a decade under the most propitious conditions to restore livestock to the 1929 level. The ludicrous idealists, those who hesitated to inflict too much pain on the population, may have been nearer right, even in practical economic terms, than the thick-skinned heritors of Ivan the Terrible and Peter the Great. On March 2nd, Stalin peremptorily called off the terror. In an article entitled "Dizziness from Success," he blamed the misguided zeal of local officials for the excesses. He jeered at revolutionaries, who think they can start a collective by pulling down church bells or socialize unsuitable regions by military force. Had those imbeciles forgotten that collectivization must be voluntary? How dared they force collectivization on Central Asiatic nomads or far northern primitive tribes? Why must the idiots push collectivization immediately to the extreme of socializing pigs and chickens? In short, the ruling group in the Kremlin, though it had not uttered a word of caution while the delirium gained sway, now sanctimoniously disavowed responsibility and championed the persecuted peasantry. In a sense, it turned the bewildered local officials over to the wrath, and sometimes to the furious vengeance of their village neighbors. The country was asked to believe that Stalin and his associates had remained ignorant of the atrocities and the military force, which were familiar to every child in Moscow, even to foreign reporters. Having discovered the sad facts belatedly, after millions of obdurate peasants had been torn by the roots from their native soil, and the country had lost a substantial part of its animal wealth, Stalin now acted bravely to stop the outrage. The lie was transparent, but the sense of relief was so overpowering that nobody could think of blaming Stalin. On the contrary, he was praised jubilantly for his merciful sagacity. There was something that partook of the supernatural in the power of the man's word. One day, a great nation was steeped in gloom, huddling in stupefied fear under black clouds amidst darting lightning. Next day, the skies were clear, and the nation breathed more freely. And all because one man had caused a short article to be published. "Its statesmanship," the New York Times correspondent cabled enthusiastically, "appears to put Stalin on a level with Lenin himself." The peasants, like the correspondent, were too joyful for logic. They forgot that Stalin had given the signal for the terror which he now magnanimously halted, that he had kept it going in the face of excesses too much on the surface to be missed. The very fact that a word of his sufficed to stop the horror made him clearly responsible for the failure to speak it in time. This, too, they ignored. Instead, they kneeled before their icons to praise his kind heart and measureless mercy. Distorted echoes of full the cell Pope's campaign had reached the villages, and many peasants praised the Pope as well as Stalin for saving them from the dose rapacity of their near local communists and activists. The notion that Stalin and the one now Pi Pope jointly had intervened in this hour of adversity spread far and wide. Nearly two-thirds of the paper collectives collapsed. The 63% of collectivized farms fell quickly to 22%. Many of the peasants remained in the collectives simply because, having killed off their draft animals, they had nothing with which to resume individual farming. The Soviet newspapers suddenly recognized great mistakes. If Lyons wait until March 2nd, it had been the mark of a counter-revolutionary to believe the terror stories from the villages. Now it became creditable self-criticism to tell those stories in gruesome detail. Pagefuls of atrocity tales were published by way of exemplifying the revolutionary stupidities now graciously outlawed by the Communist Party. Those correspondents who had taken it upon themselves to deny the absurd reports about mass terror were left in a somewhat uncomfortable posture. The pressure was turned off by Stalin just as a few months earlier it had been turned on. A faucet opened and closed at will. None of this, however, could restore the dead and patch together the millions of shattered homes. The forests were populated with degraded, liquidated kulaks, their wives, and their children. Hordes of the unfortunates were put to work on bread and water rations to cut logs and dig canals and build roads. An employer with a big job to do, a collective employer, the state, now had a vast supply of cheap, half-starved, frightened and helpless workers to draw upon. It was on the basis of the new, ever-growing mass of so-called kulaks in exile that the system of forced labor was to grow apace. Before long, Dnieperstrahl, Magnitostroy, every important construction job, had its crowded barracks for the deported kulaks, virtual prisoners of the state, as well as for the actual convicted prisoners who were locked in at the end of the working day. Conveniently enough, the supply of kulaks and convicts increased as the need for cheap labor increased. The concentrated terror of the 65 days marked a frontier in my thinking and feeling. For 2 years I had been building an intricate structure of justifications for the Soviet regime. Now, without my willing it, the structure began to disintegrate around me. The color and the strength seemed to have run out of the symbols of the faith for me. The socialist slogans and songs, the brave revolutionary promises, the parades and invocations for a better world now seemed to me touched with mockery. It was at this time, too, that I faced more consciously the problem with which I was to wrestle for many years, to tell or not to tell. As vividly as though it were yesterday, I recalled my private pledge never to attack the Soviet regime, but I was no longer so certain that a recital of Soviet actualities constituted an attack on the proletarian revolution. What if the revolution at this stage needed the defense of exposure to world opinion? What if the concentration of autocratic power in the fists of a few leaders needed the corrective of public responsibility for their deeds? It was not a problem unique to myself. Communists and Soviet sympathizers the world over were trying to solve it to save their intellectual integrity. Some upon them had decided that the Stalin regime was not necessarily synonymous with communism and revolution, any more than the Christian church is always synonymous with the ideals of Christianity. A few went further and insisted that the world revolution must not be burdened with the mistakes and failures of the Soviet Union, but must dig the grain of socialism out of the Soviet soil and renounce the dirt and dross. The rest held steadfastly to the theory that it was all a family affair, to be hidden from strangers and hidden especially from the working classes, that victories must be exaggerated, failures denied, and the vision of a socialist fatherland nurtured at all costs. Though I was increasingly outspoken in my reports of the Soviet scene, I still held in the main to the last alternative. We moved to a mansion. While graver issues were being decided on 100 fronts of the Piataletka 5-year plan, I became embroiled in a minor war of my own make. The straw that broke the back of my patience was so light that I no longer recall what it was. But I fired the secretary-interpreter whom I had inherited from a chain of UP predecessors. Since I had not hired her, the chances are that I exceeded my authority in firing. In any case, in a few days an order came through from President Bickel to put Gyamudskaya back on the payroll. I obeyed. I informed her that she was again on the payroll, but warned her not to show up to work because she was still fired. The argument by cable grew acrid, and I was reconciled to dismissal in defense of my divine right to choose my own secretary. And at this point, the Soviet government, whose benevolence, like God's mercy, embraces small things as well as large, took a hand in the matter. Apparently, it had no wish to lose my services. For all my recent skittishness, I was still very much in the harness of a friendly correspondent. As usual, Trivas was the liaison officer. "That's quite a row you're having over Gyamudskaya," he smiled. "Yes, how do you know?" "Oh, we have ways of knowing," he winked. "And that female is saying god-awful things about you in letters to Bickel and Keene. The girl has imagination. How would you know what she writes to them?" For answer, Trivas drew out a notebook and read me excerpts from Miss Gyamudskaya's rather hysterical complaints to the head offices. "You mean that you are reading her letters?" "Not me, of course. But they're being read, and headquarters thought you ought to know what she is saying. You see, we should be very much distressed if the United Press recalled you." I confess that I relished the amusing situation, knowing the contents of the embattled enemy's postal onslaughts long before the letters reached their destination. My protests against the official snooping at the post office were possibly less vigorous than they might have been. It was the revolution's way of helping my cause. Then Ed Keene, head of the UP in Europe, was rushed to Moscow to adjust the quarrel. He found me stubbornly deaf to pleas for compromise and all but packed to go home. Acting as guide to Keene was Miss Gyamudskaya's last service to the United Press. Keene had come equipped as for a siege in the Arctic, but perversely the winter turned mild and mushy. The political situation, on the contrary, was lustily inclement, and his veteran reportorial instincts told him that even the Lyons-Gyamudskaya conflict was minor compared with the class conflict in the villages. If he failed to placate his correspondent, he succeeded in interviewing Premier Rykov. All the resident correspondents had been clamoring for such an interview. As usual, the plum fell into the lap of a visiting journalist, much to the chagrin of the permanent press corps. Rykov pooh-poohed the idea that his regime was persecuting religion. The successes on the anti-religious front, the bearded premier informed Keene, must be credited to voluntary citizens' organizations like the Godless Society. The government was neutral. Incidentally, this was Rykov's last interview as premier. Soon thereafter, he was replaced by Molotov. I took Keene to see how the sovereign people was tearing down the ancient Simeonovsky monastery. The initial dynamiting of the building, heard everywhere in the capital, was turned into an anti-religious holiday. Thereafter, volunteer brigades of factory workers, communist youths, and children from the Red Pioneer organizations helped to finish the job. As we picked our way through the rubble, I kicked a round dirt-crusted object aside. It rolled slowly in front of me, and I stared into the empty sockets and fleshless grin of a skull. There had been burial vaults on the monastery grounds. We attended Sunday services in the cathedral on the Moscow River and godless meetings, ate in factory kitchens, and photographed the block-long queues outside food cooperatives. Like all calm observers, uninvolved emotionally in the revolutionary effort, Keene was thoroughly impressed with the teeming contrasts of enlightened social experiment in a milieu of barbarous cruelty. Children cared for in creches, and children turned into homeless savages by the liquidation of their parents. People taught to read and write while scientists and professors were sent to Siberia for failure to toe the Marxist line in biology or mathematics. New workers' clubs and new prisons under construction at the same time. He wrote a series of articles which showed a deep sympathy for the sufferings of the Russian people and an appreciation of the courageous economic tasks undertaken by the Soviet regime. No matter how perspicacious short-term visitors to the USSR may be, their reactions usually reflect the monitorship under which they studied the scene. Miss Jamudskaya stayed fired, and I experimented with a succession of temporary secretaries. There was the handsome Countess Tolstoy, a niece of the great novelist, and Varvara Ivanovna Brusilova, daughter-in-law of General Brusilov, now living with a new husband in what was formerly the bathroom of the general's townhouse. Deeply religious, she remained cheerfully hopeful for her own and Russia's future, despite a personal ordeal job-like in its complicated miseries. Her life since 1917 had been little more than a series of imprisonments. Once she had been under sentence of death for her part in opposing the government's seizure of church treasures during the famine year. But her spirit was unbroken. She continued active in ecclesiastical circles and outspoken in her detestation of the anti-religious campaign. About 1932, she was sent to the Soloveyetsky Islands, the dreaded Arctic prison, for a 10-year term. In the end, I engaged a girl recommended by Percy Chen. Nathalie Petrovna Shirokik was the daughter of an English mother and a Russian father. Her mother had come to Russia as governess to a wealthy family, married a Russian engineer, and never returned to her native land. After some 30 years she was still thoroughly English, spoke Russian with great difficulty, and felt herself a stranger in the land of revolution. Nathalie, whose father died early in the revolution, was now the sole support of the family, a tall, good-looking, life-loving girl, unscarred by the hardships of the years. She developed into one of the most efficient secretary-interpreters in the American colony, and remains with the United Press Bureau to this day. An ill wind that stripped foreign concessionaires of their holdings suddenly blew the Lyons family into undreamed-of comforts. When the government liquidated the Hammer Pencil concession, it left a residential mansion in Dr. Hammer's possession. His wife and sons having returned to America, he decided to rent part of this space. With a foreign correspondent installed on the premises, he realized there was less likelihood that the government would attempt to take the building over for its own uses. When he proposed that we move in, we naturally grabbed at the chance, pleased enough to pay any rental for the new amplitude. Thus, with the advent of spring, we found ourselves settled in the magnificent Hammer Place at Petrovsky Perelok 8, across the street from the squat, carrot-red Korsh Theater. Moscow's charitable winter mantle of snow was turning ragged. Already the town showed discolored rooftops and gaping wounds in the pavements, where only a few weeks ago it sparkled with silver. The diminutive sleds, which glided silently through snow-muffled streets, were put away, and moth-eaten landaus, driven by moth-eaten cabmen, rattled along in their stead. The winter magic was melting away, but magic enough to be free at last. After 2 years of Sashka's whining and the flat-footed plop of our next door neighbor, free of the gregarious bedbugs across the corridor and the dripping walls and the need to climb over a spiked gate at nights. It was goodbye to Clean Ponds Boulevard for nearly 3 years, until the English-language Moscow Daily News under Michael Borodin invaded the place and crowded us into a corner. We were to live spaciously in almost embarrassing comfort. The house was excessively ornate within and without, its doors reinforced with elaborate grillwork, its stone facade tortured with sculptured decoration, and a broad inner stairway of gleaming marble spiraling majestically to the upper story. The place was filled with Rococo statuary and paintings, and reindeer heads looked down in astonishment from the vestibule walls. The generous proportions of all the rooms, especially the immense high-ceilinged ballroom, represented unheady freedom after our cramped years in a remodeled stable. A former cloakroom off the vestibule was large enough to serve as my office. A former bedroom, delightfully irregular in shape, was transformed by Billy's talent for homemaking into a colorful living room. The vast kitchen, with its oven as broad as a field, was upstairs, and we shared a paneled dining hall with Dr. Hammer. Until the revolution, the house had belonged to a Swedish merchant. His aged Russian widow still lived the life of a recluse in a wing, somewhere on the other side of our wall. Except for an occasional angry banging when a late party in the ballroom grew too noisy. We were unaware of this woman's mysterious existence. I did not see her once in all our 4 years on Petrovsky Perula, a ghost of the dead past who banged on the wall from time to time. In a great many of the old palaces, some human fragment of the former occupants clung to a forgotten room or crevice, sometimes a bewildered old retainer of the family that had fled, sometimes a member of the family itself. On Ulica Vorovskovo, once the street of opulent merchants, and now lined with embassy residences, there is a palace occupied by a German diplomat and his family. Around the ceiling line of its main ballroom is a lovely frieze of sculptured cherubs, their laughing faces as fresh as life. In the basement of the palace lived an old, broken-down woman. She was there when the embassy took over the building, and they let her stay on. Every now and then the woman came timidly from her basement and asked permission to remain a while in the ballroom. For many long minutes she stared at the cherub faces. She was the former owner of the palace, and the cherubs had been modeled from her own children by a fashionable sculptor 40 or 50 years ago. Our luck in entering the Petrovsky Pereulok mansion made us the envy of the whole press corps. As the largest American home in Moscow, it automatically became a sort of center of social life in the colony. The Pereulok runs between 2 of the principal avenues in the center of the city, the Petrovka and the Dimitrovka. The food shop for diplomats and correspondents was just around the corner on the Dimitrovka. The hotels and the telegraph buildings within a few minutes' 7 walk. Our lives were suddenly ample beyond our hopes. Visiting Americans carried back tall tales of the splendors and comforts in which we luxuriate. Since it all coincided with a gloomier tinge in my dispatches, the legend of my going bourgeois 77 was now complete. Billy did a few roles in Soviet films. Having had a brief experience in Hollywood, both the similarities and the contrasts fascinated her. The Star 77 system was frowned upon at this time. E3, the real prima donnas in the movie Factory 77 were the directors, Eisenstein, Pudovkin, Preobrazhenskaya, and the rest. A picture which Hollywood might have pushed through in 2 or 3 months, Moscow worked over for a year or more. The fantastic salaries and sunken bathtubs and million-dollar spectacles of Hollywood were unknown, but the glamour of the silver screen was almost as strong upon Russians as upon Americans. Ambitious boys and girls thronged the studios. Struggling newspapermen dreamed of escape by writing scenarios. Third assistant directors and cameramen were sought after by the girls eager to break into the movies. Our contacts in the literary world of Moscow were constantly extended. Pilnyak, Zamyatin, Nikulin, Lidin, Kataev, his brother Petrov and Petrov's inseparable collaborator, Ilya Ilf, and a number of others were strongly enough entrenched politically to risk friendship with foreigners. My reports to Variety fitted into an unfolding interest in America in Russian films. The exaggerated esteem which American opinion developed for Soviet movies rested largely on pictures made before the Stalin era had become deeply entrenched. Pictures like Potemkin, Last Days of St. Petersburg, Gorky's Mothery, Storm Over Asia, October, etc. etc. New York received only the cream of the film crop from the USSR. It could not suspect how dully uninspired, how dismally boring the average Russian film could be. On the screen, as on the stage and in literature, didactic propaganda with tractors and factories as heroes and the year plan as the only legitimate passion had become obligatory. The George M. Cohan formula of Mother, Me, and the Flag was, in terms of the Piatiletka, Stalin and the Flag, the only respectable theme. Yevgeny Zamyatin died in Paris of a heart attack in 1937. Always an incredibly heroic communist was thwarted by an incredibly villainous counter-revolutionary who was defeated in the final act while the red sun of revolution rose in literal pasteboard. In the background, and the red flag was unfurled triumphantly by the victorious shock brigade. Once upon a time, 9 out of 10 Russian tales ended with a suicide. Having maneuvered his people into a hopeless tangle, the author needed merely to choose among various methods of self-annihilation to bring down his curtain. Now Russia was as solidly committed to the politico-economic happy ending as the Saturday Evening Post is to the romantic happy ending. Stalin's Russia was down on anything mystic, cloudy, soft, or morbid. It affected to be through with Slav fatalism, the Russian soul, sentimental moonshine about loves and doves. When love figured at all, it was edged with ludicrous or outright villainous implications. As soon as a suave factory director or engineer on stage or screen began to sidle up to somebody else's wife, or used honeyed words to the pretty machinist, the Soviet audience knew that he was cast for the villain's portion. There was a picture called, most inappropriately, Real Life, made by the White Russian Kino Trust. The heroine was a Komsomol girl devoted to the 5-year plan in 4 years. Every time the percentage of widgets turned out by her factory rose, her features shone with pride. Came the serpent in the alluring guise of the journalist Sasha, and he proffered the apple of love, and Eve Sonia was tempted, and by guile and gallantry did he lure the working girl to a life of shameful domestic bliss. Eve Sonia's place at the machine was vacant while she cooked kasha for Sasha. The details of her fall from grace are too sad to relate. Suffice that the newlyweds sank ever deeper into the slough of happy comfort, while the percentage of widgets dropped, and the 5-year plan in 4 years trembled in all its figures. No telling where the tragedy might have ended, if not for the timely intercession of the scenario writer and the censor. On the brink of complacent bourgeois marriage, Sonia realizes the error of her ways. Red bunting blooms on every wall when she returns to her machine amidst the hosannas of her fellow workers and the enthusiastic discords of the cinema pianist, and the widget total shoots up like Jack's beanstalk. You can tempt the upper classes with your villainous demitases, but censors will protect the working girl. What happened to Sasha I do not recall, but it was something drastic enough, I am sure, to cure him of any predilection for misleading honest working girls into ruinous domesticity. To demonstrate its ideological loyalty, the Moscow Art Theater put on a collectivization drama, Brady by Vladimir Kirshon. It was a Pravda editorial in dramatic form, but such is the skill of Stanislavski's theater that it made a stirring play despite its machine-made characters. As usual, the stage communist got the short end in affairs of the heart. The straight-laced communist, Mikhailov, loses his wife to the unworthy communist, Raevsky, but the audience is assured that it isn't much of a loss. Raevsky, just back from Berlin with creased pants and a shiny suitcase, gives the flighty Olga what she has been thirsting for, gallantries, kisses, playboy stuff. But those Don Juan-esque triumphs are for Trotskyists like Raevsky and other decayed remnants of the old order. While strong, unbending builders of the new world like Mikhailov proceed to rout the dastardly kulaks and the collective marches forward to the tune of the International. Duty always triumphed over romantic yearnings, over everything in the Soviet moralities that now displaced all other entertainment. Every now and then, even immorality turned into an exciting picture or play or novel. But on the whole, the tractors proved as dully monotonous as brilliant Hollywood Adonises. The Soviet audiences were sick unto nausea of machine worship. There was a wild rush for American or German pictures, though they were flickery thrillers or comics of an early vintage. The only popular revolt I ever saw in Russia was in a movie house. The night's program began with a newsreel showing factories and electric stations and shock brigade. Included in 6 Soviet plays, edited by Eugene Lyons, an English anthology of Soviet drama. Even Kirsan, the type of the conformist literary man, came under attack as a Trotskyist bandit by the end of 1936. Then came a picture named Spring. The title held the promise of a human story, perhaps a spring of romance. The audience settled back hopefully. But there were no real human beings in it at all. The spring of the title was a season for the opening of new factories and the organization of new collectives. A delirium of pistons, wheels, hammers, factory belts, photographically admirable but humanly blank. Half the audience left in loud disgust. The other half remained to hiss and whistle and catcall. The tragedy of that stifled, gritty period in Soviet art was underlined, for me at any rate, by the suicide of the poet Vladimir Mayakovsky. Mayakovsky had begun his literary life under Tsarism as an imagist. He welcomed the revolution as unshackling creative energies and giving a right of way to literary experiment. But he accepted also its profounder purposes as social change. Unlike a good many other poets, he harnessed his muse to the needs of the new era, not only willingly, but with loud hurrahs of enthusiasm. If Sergei Yesenin, the lyric playboy of the emotions, represented the pure poet, free and singing, Mayakovsky made of himself the disciplined poet who had tamed his talents and used them like domestic animals to do the work of the revolution. Yesenin wrote a farewell note in his own blood and hung himself in 1925. Mayakovsky wept over that death but castigated that futile gesture. In this life it is easy to die, he wrote. To build life is hard. Mayakovsky lived lustily and fully in the day-to-day tasks of the harsh years. He jeered at the Russian soul and romantic, private emotions. He hammered out hymns to ruthlessness, to machinery, to the ogpu that was his country's new fate, and he bellowed his disdain for the romanticists and estates. His poems were staccato and shrill. He shrank from no vulgarity. He dragged the moon and the stars down to earth as raw stuff for the 5-year plan. A tall, broad-shouldered fellow who dressed like an Apache, Mayakovsky gloried in tough guy gestures and wore the adjective proletarian like a challenge to the world. But there was too much bluster in his attitude to be wholly convincing. In an occasional nostalgic line of rare beauty, in a casual sigh in the very midst of some blood and thunder invocation to duty, he betrayed the suppressed lyricist and romanticist. Some of his readers lacked the sharpness of ear to detect the weeping under his Homeric laughter. Others pretended not to hear. He was accepted as the hard-boiled voice of a hard-boiled epoch. And suddenly in April 1930, the news was out that Mayakovsky had killed himself. More shocking than that, killed himself because of a silly love affair with a married actress. He left a shamefacedly flippant note to his comrades on rap, indicating that his love boat had foundered on the shoals of reality. The man who had made of himself a symbol of impersonal collectivized emotion, whose derision of bourgeois parlor and bedroom dramas still echoed all around him, died like a Dostoevsky character. "I know this is not the way out," he apologized. "I recommend it to no one, but I have no other course." Curiously enough, no one thought it strange. In its subconscious mind, the Russian people had never really believed his bluster. The denial of the importance of individual happiness or individual pain enforced by the Kremlin was only on the surface. The petty literary dictators pretended to regard the suicide as a sort of fit of insanity, unrelated to the real Mayakovsky. They scolded him for his despair. Yet they knew what the Russian people felt instinctively, that Mayakovsky's suicide was the answer to the dehumanized brutalities which he had himself celebrated. The poet's body lay in state at the Writers' Club, and hundreds of thousands of Muscovites came to pay him honor. His was the most solemn funeral since Lenin's. It was not a demonstration by official edict, but a spontaneous outpouring of emotion. The press might assume that the people were moved by the memory of his stirring hymns to the Ogpu and the 5-year plan. The very journalists who wrote those assumptions knew better. The people were moved by that act of desperation which brought Mayakovsky down from the commanding heights of the ruling supermen to their own human level of private sorrow. In his death, he was flesh of their flesh. Some months before he died, he published his last poem, a curious self-appraisal called With a Full Voice. At the time, its overtones of despair were lost in the bluster, but now the bluster fell away and only the overtones could be heard. The poem was read again as an epitaph, as perhaps he intended it to be read. While all the evening they say, control. I am the scavenger and water carrier, mobilized and called by the revolution. The agit-froth, agitation, propaganda work stuck in my teeth, and it would have been more profitable and beautiful for me to scribble romances for you. But I humbled myself, stepping on the throat of my own song. It was the Mayakovsky who wept for his suppressed song, whom the populace followed in reverent affection. I wrote a piece in which I tried to convey this fact, and it was published in the New Republic. The poet's suicide, I intimated, kicked the props from under the new cocksure intelligentsia which renounces individual feelings, as though communism were somehow incompatible with the timeless ingredients of life. Soviet writers, even those among them who passed as model proletarian writers, read it and agreed. One of them said it was true, but this is too soon to admit it. But poseurs in the brand new proletarian literary circles in New York were scandalized. They preferred to believe that the suicide was an accident, rather than face the fact that political labels do not alter the human heart. My article concluded with these words: Mayakovsky is dead by his own hand. It is not enough to say, as already the politicians of literature are saying, that he was too weak for the fray, that he carried over bourgeois tendencies from his past. It is too easy to patch bewilderment with the ready-made labels of the agit-froth. It would be better, far better, to admit the full tragedy of this poet's inward struggle, to admit the reality and potency of intimate individual feelings. Why? It would be better, far better, to do so before the present attitude, the attitude forced upon the new Russia by war and revolution, hardens into a new insensate skin. Locomotives come to Central Asia. An oddly assorted trainload of pound people it was that pulled out of the Moscow station one day for far-off Central Asia, where the Turksib, the Turkestan-Siberian Railroad, was about to be opened officially. There were the two major divisions, Soviet citizens and foreigners, and distinct gradations within each division. The foreigners were meticulously separated into communists and infidels. Among the Russians, there were the horny, handed and stubble-cheeked shock troopers, some self-important officials with brief cases as the insignia of their position, and a contingent of the conforming intelligentsia, newspaper reporters, novelists, playwrights. It was a microcosm, come to think of it, of the Soviet world and its capitalist encirclement. The range may be indicated symbolically. At the one end, by the venerable Japanese communist exile, Katayama, with something of the Oriental priest about his intense serenity, and at the other end, in our bourgeois way, by the sartorially correct little Japanese diplomat, so polite and affable, lugging binoculars and a camera nearly as large as himself. An elegantly accoutered and generously stocked dining car served the pampered capitalist guests, while a simpler diner and more Spartan fare served the proletarian hosts. The two camps rarely mixed, though there were both Russians and foreigners caught embarrassingly between them. Hard, indeed, was the plight of certain Soviet writers whose effete tastes in food, conversation, and women drew them irresistibly to the bourgeois purlieus of that world on wheels, though their political allegiance lay with the shock troop. Nor was the fate of certain loudly left-wing foreign writers more kindly, to have their corporeal selves caught in the cloying comforts of our side, while their ideological souls were 4 or 5 cars behind, with the proletarian here. There were even sad episodes of political miscegenation. For over 3 weeks, these people slept and ate, drank deep opound political controversy and headier beverages, flirted and fumed within the confines of this special train, closed off from the rest of the world like a ship at sea. Now and then they flocked to shore at land ports like Alma-Ata and Tashkent, Samarkand and Bokhara, and a score of lesser stations. But always they returned to the train and its complicated social structure, the class struggle and the contradictions within each class, in living replica like a traveling exhibit. A team of Soviet humorists, Eugene Petrov and Ilya Ilf, turned that journey into chapters of hilarious satire in their novel, The Tittle Golden Calf. The materials were ready to their hand. The American newspaperman forever foraging for stories and interviews. Boris Moeller of the Jewish Telegraphic Agency forever foraging for Jews, and always finding them, whether in Almeida or Bokhara or a desert settlement. The battles of gallantry for the attentions of unattached American females. The factory workers, watching with fascination the antics of strange poker playing, beer drinking, snapshotting outsiders in golf togs. A copy of Lady Chatterley's Lover happened to be on board, new at the start, but frayed and dog-eared by the end of the trip, and it added an amorous aura in the cars where it circulated. The several married couples had coupes to themselves. Billy's charm and 7-stringed guitar, enhanced by a larder of smoked ham and canned luxuries, made our own compartment at the extreme end of the correspondent's car a social center second, only to the dining car itself. Many of the Soviet journalists were lured into fraternizing with us, and the fighting morale of the class war was badly damped. The less discreet of the Soviet literary men, too, took an ideological holiday and spent most of their time in the bourgeois dining car, in the lion's den, and in paying court to good-looking class enemies. Retribution overtook them before long. The proletarian wing, of course, had its wallpaper, a sort of bulletin devoted to the affairs of the train. Soon it bristled with insinuations pointed at the wandering literati. Working-class company is not good enough, it seems, for certain great writers in our midst, the wallpaper said in effect. They prefer the rostbeif and perfumed ladies in the foreign cars. But we shall fulfill the piatoletka in 4 years despite them. Long live Turksib! Long live Stalin! Nihil! And the great writers sobered instantly. They knew their master's voice. Hurriedly, they organized literary evenings in the proletarian diner and read excerpts from their books to the shock troopers, and pretended to admire the jejune compositions of young factory hands with literary ambitions and contributed good-natured satirical squibs about the foreign correspondence to the wallpaper. For the rest of the journey, they lost no chance to demonstrate their subservience to our proletarian traveling companions in the third-class wars. Several of the left-wing foreigners spent a large part of their time similarly currying favor with the shock troopers. Social climbing may take different forms in different societies, but remains equally humorous to an unambitious observer in the sidelines. The buxom American lady who had just attended a party in the third-class carriages returned aglow with excitement, like Mrs. Jones returning from a dinner at the Astorbilts. She had been accepted, thank God. Before the church domes of Orenburg, that last outpost of Europe had quite faded from the western sky. Asia, the ancient and enigmatic, asserted itself. On either side of our train, the parched steppes of Kazakhstan unrolled to horizons as round as an ocean. Ragged camels lumbered wearily under heavy loads. Sometimes a string of them crawled on the hairline horizon, silhouetted against the sky. A lonely yurt, the circular, felt-covered tent of the Central Asiatic nomads, came into view, or a small colony of them, like a cluster of mushrooms in the distance. Sometimes a horseman shaded his eyes under a peaked fur cap, and watched us without curiosity and without answering our greeting. These seared plains, larger than half of Europe, sparsely covered with a stubble of sagebrush, support a thin population, less than 2 to the square mile. Their camels and hardy ponies graze on the desert weeds and provide them with the kunas, mare's milk, horse flesh, and camel flesh that are their nourishment. At the forlorn, looking and widely separated wayside stations, unsmiling faces presided over trays of dried fish or withered vegetables. Swarthy Kazakh squatted Buddha-like and immobile against walls and railings. Flatten, faced, slit, ID, passive creatures. A Mongol world of heat and dust and timeless droning on desert wilderness. Our trainload of Europeans and Americans, eagerly curious, restless, were the West, and these quiescent sun-baked people, slow-moving and indifferent, were the East. We were in a Mongol world, intruders. Even the lazy flies seemed contemplative and Asiatic, astonished by our impatience. Nearly 2 days, we jogged along, at about 20 miles an hour, across the arid plains, from which the heat rose in shimmering waves. Rarely the country burst into the green of an oasis. More often, it fell off to the yellow of total desert. A day out of Orenburg, we had a glimpse of the phosphorescent Aral Sea, its banks for miles inland, streaked with salt. The next day, at the station of Aras, to the north of Tashkent, the east was upon us in all its dusty, ill-smelling drabness and nostalgic appeal. This railroad junction has a mixed population of Russians and natives, Kazakhs, Uzbeks, Kyrgyz, and all of these milled in the crowd which awaited our flag-decked train. But the Russians were blotted out for us by the picturesque Asians. Their swarthy faces under fur hats or turbans, their long robes of bright hue or tight-waisted Kazakh coats, evoked echoes of the Bible and the Arabian Nights. These were Noah's and Abraham's and young Aladdin's out of childhood picture books. Their immediate concerns, however, were a lot more up to date. They talked of collectivization, how cruel local tyrants, Russian and native, had been forcing them into socialized farms, of the terrible shortage of food. The rumor had spread through all their world that the government was coming from Moscow, and these people had awaited our arrival for days, brimming over with questions and complaints and elaborate petitions for Stalin and Kalin. A delegation clamored for an immediate conference with Lenin and Trotsky. Deep was their chagrin and their doubt when informed that this was not the government at all, but an assortment of people from many lands come to see a new railroad riveted upon an ancient land. At other stopping places, these scenes were repeated. Central Asia, allowed by the Tsar to go on its own primitive way, was being vigorously shaken up by Bolshevik innovations. Women were being taught to make bonfires of their veils and Komsomol children to flout the traditions of their fathers. Worse than that, their herds and their lands were being seized, and men turned into laborers on the land they once owned. It was here that military force, according to Stalin himself, had been used to make collectives. Here that officials had denied the precious irrigation water to individual farmers. The country turned greener as we proceeded northward, and on either hand, mountains soon lifted silver peaks against deep blue skies. The final meeting of the northern and southern sections of the Turkestan-Siberian Railroad on April 28, 1930, will never be forgotten by those who witnessed. The hackneyed contrast of East and West, of primitive life and modern science, was no longer hackneyed, but a pageant epic in extent and in depth. The spot called Aina Bulik was no more than a name in the void, without so much as a railroad station as yet to mark it. When the work was begun in 1927 from opposite directions, no one could have foretold precisely where the rails would meet, but a more effective theater for that event could scarcely have been selected by a great stage director. Mountains on all sides formed a natural amphitheater. A huge grandstand had been erected on one side of the rails, and it was crowded with delegations from all corners of the Soviet land. Streamers of bunting all around the stand shouted the coming of the new life to Central Asia. On the other side of the rails, massed on sloping ground, were Kazakh horsemen by the thousand, men with inscrutable expressions, immobile on their mounts as though man and horse were one, their padded coats flaring from tight waistlines to show colored robes and pantaloons underneath. Hundreds of Cossack women were there too, most of them with infants slung on their backs. They gazed shyly from under foot-high turbans. Early that morning, a silver spike was driven into the tie which completed the railroad. Russian, Kazakh, and foreign representatives added hammer blows to that ceremony, and then a locomotive plastered with slogans, and alive with flags puffed slowly over the stretch of rail that included the juncture. A meeting followed. For 5 hours, thousands sat on hard benches and on horseback, while government and party spokesmen, in many tongues, eulogized the railroad and the power of the Soviets. Loudspeakers carried their voices to the outermost fringe of the crowd. An airplane circled overhead. The sun rose higher in the sky and beat down fiercely, but no one stirred except to cheer the speeches, and the men who were decorated with the red banner of labor for their share in building the Turksib. Even to us, for whom locomotives and loudspeakers and airplanes were commonplaces, the spectacle was exciting. How much more so to these Kazakhs, from the hillsides and the desert places. A few of them came timidly to our diner later, and grew as excited as children when they saw their own faces in a mirror. Locomotives and airplanes for people who had never seen a mirror. Of the mammoth enterprises of the 5-year plan, the Turksib was the first to be finished. The work was rushed so that the ceremonial might coincide with the May Day holidays, and the reports of this victory on the front of industrialization might be spread before the nation as it turned out for the spring demonstration. Though this priority was accidental, it had its symbolic implications. In its great effort to industrialize, Russia was drawing upon the technique of the West, but its face was turned to the East. The course of its empire in terms of ultimate export markets for the products of its new machines and ultimate influence for the ideas of its new social system flowed in that direction. The great struggle for the pocketbooks in the minds of Asia's millions will unquestionably shape world history in the next few generations, and in Turksib the Soviet land had fashioned a powerful new instrument for that tussle. Missionary zeal and economic self-interest have ever gone hand in hand. The hero of this fervid but uncomfortably hot pageant was Vladimir Sergeyevich Shatov, known to his myriad American friends as Bill Shatov. His personality, indeed, was one of the most memorable things we met in this wilderness of hill and plain. The order pinned on his shirt was a trivial thing compared with the childlike adulation with which he seemed to be regarded throughout Kazakhstan. Bill Shatov was 20 when he went to the United States in 1907. He worked as printer, tinsmith, common laborer. He rode freight cars with other migratory workers and became active in the IWWW organization. He led strikes and made speeches and fought American capitalism in the front trenches of the class struggle. But at the same time, he learned the lessons that American capitalism could teach him. When he returned to his native land in 1917 to help along the revolution, he was saturated with a peculiarly American driving force and constructive energy. At first, he commanded armies of volunteers and brought order out of chaos as police chief of Petrograd. Then, with the end of the Civil Wars, he turned his dynamic Americanism to the peacetime tasks of an industrial life. A stout, chunky man, breezy and good-natured, he was adopted by the American correspondents as their very own. His English brimmed over with juicy Americanisms 10 or 15 years out of date. At Shadoff's temporary home in Alma-Ata, I found an American oasis in that Asiatic desert. A shelf of American books, a pile of recent American jazz records. But most characteristic of all were the framed aphorisms on his walls. American verses which would have gone straight to the heart of any Rotarian in Kalamazoo or Los Angeles. Verses celebrating stick-to-it-iveness, punctuality, hard work. The IWW, agitator turned builder, bringing the slogans of an American boom to arid Asia. Already he was impatient to begin a new job of industrial conquest somewhere. His American years were fresh in his mind. He questioned me about Gurley Flynn, Carlo Tresca, the Saint, Vincent St. John, and others of his old friends and comrades in arms. His face lighted up in remembrance of daring deeds and futile gestures in the brave wobbly days. Billy led in the singing of wobbly songs. Hallelujah, I'm a bum, and hold the fort for we are coming, and oh, Mr. Block, you were born by mistake. In the radical atmosphere evoked at this party in the Shadoff home, it was a little shocking to realize that some of the guests, formerly influential communists, were here in Kazakhstan as exiles because of their political views. On vacation, as one of them explained in a low voice, not without bitterness. After the ceremonial meeting, a great feast was spread in the open air, in which some 5,000 took part. The Europeans sat at long, rough tables, and the natives sat cross-legged on the ground and on immense wooden platforms. Billy and I and a few other Americans joined the squatters and took snapshots to record the meal. Rice and dried fruit, mutton and kumis were plentiful this day. Then the horsemen worked off their accumulated excitement in mass races and fierce contests of agility and endurance, with gaily colored calico and tea as the prizes. Their shrieks filled the air. We watched thousands of them racing enormous distances, or fighting cruelly with blood-curdling yowls in what seemed to us more like a primitive free-for-all than a game. This was the species of men who 700 years ago had dominated an empire larger than Rome's. It required an effort to place this horde back into the contemporary picture. Soviet citizens to be regimented into the ranks of proletarians and proletarianized farmers, to be drawn without interlude or transition into the pattern of an industrialized socialist state. At least, as one of the communist officials in our party put it, they have nothing to unlearn. There was a deep truth in that observation. Here there were no capitalist classes to clear away, no capitalist habits of thought to dislodge. The struggle for sheer existence has been so bitter, the standard of living so desperately low, that the gifts of socialist industry will seem attractive, no matter how meager they may appear in European eyes. Also, arbitrary rule by outsiders has been their lot so long that they accept it meekly, almost as a divine visitation. To speak of a proletarian dictatorship from within Central Asia is the rankest nonsense, since the revolution found no proletarians to act as dictators. The dictatorship is from without, a civilizing agency from the industrialized West, imposing an alien economic setup and alien ideas upon backward, bewildered, and frequently reluctant peoples. This agency is creating a local proletariat and educating it to the communist viewpoints as a native support for the dictatorship. The USSR needs the cotton, the rubber, the other products that Central Asia, properly reorganized, may provide in abundance. Reports of the Ina Bullock celebration, the marvels of the Black Iron Horse, the great feast spread for multitudes, were carried back by the horsemen to the yurts scattered over Central Asia. Heroic legends will flourish around the names of Lenin and Stalin and Shadoff, no less stirring than those recounted century after century about the Great Timur and Genghis Khan. Perhaps Bill Shadoff, who rode the rods in America, will rank in the Kyrgyz fables by the side of Tamerlane. Who can guess which of these heroes, the old warriors or the new builders, will affect Central Asia more? Alma-Ata, where we saw the May Day demonstration, already showed the effects of this boom in the desert. 2 years earlier, it seemed a suitable place of exile for a man like Trotsky, remote from civilization, inaccessible. Now, it was on a main high road to Siberia and to Europe, its population of 80,000 nearly double what it had been during Trotsky's enforced sojourn. Certainly Trotsky's residence made small impression upon Alma-Ata. Scarcely anyone knew where he had lived. Soviet officials gave us no encouragement in hunting down this story, although they put no obstacles in our way and allowed our cables on the subject to pass unaltered. The address, Krasin Street 75, was whispered from ear to ear like the address of a speakeasy, and the foreign correspondents, singly and in groups, stole to the place, a little furtively to talk to neighbors and photograph the house. We found that even the working-class families now living in the 6-roomed, 2-storied house where Trotsky spent a year were not thrilled by the distinction. Lev Davidovich and his family had been and were gone, so what of it? Neighbors remembered him as a pleasant, affectionate man engrossed in his writing, who went often into the hills to hunt. They recalled that in the last months of his stay he seemed morose and complained more often against his unbearable inactivity. But they did not realize the excitement that his comings and goings caused throughout the world, and wondered why 30 correspondents from distant America and England and Germany should want to see the whitewashed rooms where Trotsky had lived. The wide poplar-shaded streets of the new city, or Russian section of Tashkent, are no longer bright with gold-braided and epauleted emissaries from St. Petersburg, Gottschill. They are brisk with portfolio-bearing functionaries, as in any other Soviet town, but a good many of them are dark-skinned Uzbeks, their flapping native robes replaced by ill-fitting factory-made coats and trousers. The meek horses dragging bizarre carts opound the region. Enormous wheels 8 feet high, the drivers crouched on the horse rather than the cart, are getting used to the speeding horseless monsters. Deep and far-reaching as this intrusion of the West may be, and it is an intrusion that was well underway long before the revolution, it has left the surface of the old city, the real Tashkent, overwhelmingly oriental. You glance down a muddy alley between the blind walls of its windowless homes, and you might easily be gazing at a street in Jerusalem 2,000 years ago. A veiled woman comes toward you, covered from the crown of her head to the ground by a shapeless gray paranja. A black, impenetrable horsehair veil over her face, like a hideous walking pillar, scarcely human. Huge men jog along on donkeys, half their own size, their thick calves contrasting with the spindly legs of the animal. A bearded Uzbek strides toward you, his gaily striped robe flapping in the mud. Curiously enough, the most Soviet things in the old city were the straggly queues stretching from government bakeries and cooperative food shops, women veiled and unveiled, clutching their ration books exactly as in Moscow or Kiev. A concert at the radio center deepened our sense of the new life seeping into the substance of the old. Folk songs played on the long native flutes gave way to something which, with an effort, we recognized as the international. Uzbek children, with the red kerchief of the pioneers around their necks, sang ancient tunes with new words that scorned the ways of their backward parents. 2 girls, their pitch, black hair twisted patiently into 100 thin braids, danced the slow coquettish Uzbek dances, eyes flashing, limbs winking, like little Salomes. But as they danced, they fitted new songs about freedom to the old erotic rhythms. Not for them marriage by barter, the harem, and the imprisonment of a paranja. Some years before the revolution, another such girl had been sold at 12 into marriage to a man 5 times her age. From the primitive Moslem home of a poor peasant, she entered the well-stocked harem as 4th wife. Instead of settling down to long-suffering wifehood, she listened to the undefined stirrings in her young mind, even as a million other girls sold into polygamous households and shut from the world must have listened. For 2 years this child endured her prison. Then she ran away to Tashkent. It was no mere schoolgirl escapade. A brutal death at the hands of her husband and his relatives must be her portion if she were caught. Such insult can be wiped out only in blood. But the urge of a freedom-loving mind was stronger than the fear of death. For several years she shifted for herself in the old city of Tashkent, outcast, homeless, on the thin edge of starvation, but learning somehow to read and to write, and saturating herself with a great ambition for her bonded sisters. Then came the revolution. Her passion flowered into a gift of oratory. Her knockabout life had hardened her courage and practical abilities. She was active in establishing the Soviet power and was soon as idolized by the new Uzbek women as she was detested by the mullahs and land-owning bais. Her hair clipped in mannish style, a cigarette defiantly between her full lips, a military coat over her trim figure. She became the symbol incarnate of the emancipated woman, in a world where women were chattels of their male owners. And no, in her early 30s, good-looking, the flame of her personality burning high, she was vice president of the Soviet Republic of Uzbekistan, of which ancient Samarkand is the new capital. Comrade Abidova. It was she who greeted our special train when we reached Samarkand. The suffragette and women's rights movements of the West are amusing parlor games compared with the grim struggle carried on by these Central Asiatic women. Death and torture, at the hands of those whose religious fanaticism or class honor is inflamed by the new propaganda, are so frequent that they are no longer news. One such woman who went into dark villages to preach emancipation was returned to the city, cut to pieces in a sack on which was the inscription, "There's your women's freedom." Comrade Abidova was frankly scornful of our eagerness to see the remnants of the old civilization, when we could look at a new irrigation system, hospitals and clubs, silk mills and day nurseries. What cared bob-haired Abidova for the last resting place of the adored Bye-Bye, or the sky-blue old madrasas? She seemed nonplussed by our infidel indifference to the new shrines and madrasas of industrialization. We managed, however, to see both the old and the new, and each gained in vividness because of the other. Samarkand had been the goal of conquerors, of whom Alexander the Great is the first known to history. After him came the Tajiks, who left their language and much of their culture, next the Arabs, to be followed by the Turks. Then all of them were covered by the flood tide out of Mongolia, under Genghis Khan, and under Tamerlane 2 centuries later. With the disintegration of Mongolian rule, the city was governed by local emirs until conquered by Russia in the 1870s. Of them all, the imprint of Tamerlane is strongest. He loved his Samarkand and lavished upon it his choicest spoils. He brought the most skilled artisans of Asia, and even Europe, to build its mosques and tombs and religious schools. The ruins of those monuments to his fame and his expansive taste still dominate old Samarkand, which, like old Tashkent, seems unrelated to the new Russian city. We walked through the old city like people inspecting a half-remembered dream. This east-crowded, odoriferous, colorful, is a common memory for all of us, the source of our religion, our folklore, our deepest nostalgia. We went through the winding bazaar, through the street of the cap makers, ablaze with gold and silver and purple skull caps, the street of the silversmiths, filled with gorgeous confections of semi-precious stones set in silver, the streets of coppersmiths, silk dealers, and cobblers. The narrow alleys were thick with buyers and sellers. Tall Uzbek lads balanced on their heads trays piled high with small flatbread loaves. Water carriers threaded through the crowds. The long multicolored robes, the turbans and skullcaps, even the somber triangles of horsehair veils contributed to a scene that remains electric in memory. A short dozen years ago, the 8 miles of earthen wall running around Bokhara enclosed the quintessence of the East. Barbarous splendor and fearful dirt flourished undisturbed. The Tsar's benevolent supervision left the reigning emir, whose son I had met in Moscow, an absolute monarch in all local matters, an obese, bearded, splendiferous person amidst his fabulous wealth, his vast harem, and his boy concubines. Merchant princes lived in a style reminiscent of the Arabian Nights. Jews wore signs of their degradation and dared not ride, while Muslims walked, but many of them were enormously rich, and their girdles of servitude were spun of fine gold. Next to Mecca, this was the holiest city, its oriental face unblemished by a single modernism. Its first factory was not built until 1928, and Bokhara was still exotic enough to thrill a Westerner to the quick. The miles of intertwined alleys, some of them covered, here and there, knotted under old arches, the tangle of traffic on donkeys, horses, camels, high-wheeled carts, the stagnant water reservoirs, the long rows of box, like shops, the tangle of hammering and shouting, something desperately ancient, grown in upon itself. There was as yet no new city, though hundreds of Russian families had come to live within the sacred walls. The Emir's palace itself, a large earthen fortress enclosing many ugly and pretentious buildings, is now the seat of the Regional Executive Committee of the government. But the harem grounds and palaces were being used as a sanatorium for mentally defective women, an oriental insult perhaps to the liquidated past. Once the fat emir watched his concubines disport themselves in the pool. Now the pool was a dry basin, empty except for dust and debris. At night, the charm of Bokhara was deepened by a sense of mystery and danger. We ignored the queues waiting for bread and the few new buildings, and were aware only of the brooding east. As we lost ourselves in the winding alleys, we stopped before chai-khanas and listened to the melancholy tunes plucked from curious stringed instruments. Even the beggars displaying their loathsome wounds fitted into the picture. Then we wandered accidentally into a hall where several hundred Russians and Uzbeks were discussing heatedly the problems of the local cooperative shops. The picturesqueness of Bokhara is crumbling. It is doomed. The medieval life nurtured on rich trade is no more, and there seems no good reason for its survival. The rich brocades, silks, copperware, rugs, and jewels remaining from the old days are being confiscated or bought up by government agents for export to Fifth Avenue and Rue de la Paix and the Strand. The 30 correspondents and other foreigners help the process immensely by stocking up on embroidered robes, wall hangings, and bits of jewelry. As regional center with a few factories, it will retain some population, no doubt. But Bokhara, high, holy, divinely descended Bokhara, will dwindle to a drab provincial town. The taste of Central Asia was strong on my mind's palate when I returned to Moscow. I had seen a proletarian revolution underway in a vast territory without a proletariat, whose first task, in fact, is to create a working class in the Marxist sense. Exceptional as its forms may be, it was the modern West of machines and literacy and women's rights roughly elbowing aside the East, even as Western civilization is blotting out the East elsewhere in Asia. There, where lusty debates in the bourgeois cars on the return trip as to whether what we had witnessed was a sort of Soviet imperialism. Then a British writer, argued that taste final the differences between Moscow's Roland in Bokhara and London's role in Baghdad, where more of seeming than of essence. These people may accept Soviet industrial blessings and new ideas, he argued, I have seen thousands of Indians who accept the British blessings and ways of life quite as enthusiastically. But in both cases, it is change imposed by a foreign conqueror, not change springing from the heart of the old civilization. No, you accept that the natives will get the benefit of all that is being done, someone objected, instead of filling the pockets of foreign capitalists. What you mean, the Englishman smiled, is that Soviet-Russian rule is good for these backward people, and I agree with you. In fact, that's exactly what a British imperialist says of his particular method of bringing civilization to the uncivilized. As for the lining of foreign pockets, let's be realistic like good Bolsheviks. European Russia needs its Asiatic colonies quite as much as England needs Egypt or India, for its own economic interests. Central Asia must supply Russia with cotton above all other things to make it independent of American and British cotton. All those plans they told us about in the interviews amount to exactly that. No. But Central Asia has local self-government. The heads of the government are natives. Remember Comrade Abudova? Sure, but that's old stuff, the Englishman persisted. We Britishers are past masters in the local self-government stuff. All we need is a line of carefully located army garrisons. And you've noticed that the Red Army garrisons are pretty much in evidence too. The argument remained unsettled. At a small station somewhere on the Asiatic side of Orenburg, we noticed a long train of freight cars on a siding, Ogpu soldiers with fixed bayonets standing guard near it. The word spread through our own cars that a trainload of liquidated kulaks was there, as if for our inspection. Neither the soldiers nor the officials in our midst could very well prevent us from approaching the human freight. Small apertures high up at one end of the cars were the only source of air and light for the hundreds of men, women, and children jammed into the prison cars. These apertures were now crowded with peasant faces, craning for a view of the station full of foreigners, weary, hopeless faces deeply ingrained with dirt. Where are you going? I addressed myself to a batch of the prisoners. We don't know, one of them replied. They say, another added, that we're being taken to Turkestan to the canals. The same irrigation canals of which Abidova and other officials were so proud. This was the other side of the medal. Whatever Stalin's article on dizziness from success may have done to protect the poorest peasants against excessive force, the liquidation of kulaks was still going on. It would go on for 2 more years. But why are you being taken there? I asked. Because we're kulaks, an emaciated-looking woman replied. No one among her fellow prisoners contradicted her. These creatures did not even dispute the right of the government to deprive them of everything, pack them into cars, and haul them into Central Asia to dig canals. Government was something too far away, too omnipotent to be questioned. Its decrees were like the decrees of nature, part of a harsh destiny. This acceptance of their fate in a sort of bovine stupor seemed more horrible than liquidation itself. It explained why the Kremlin could carry out policies which elsewhere would have stirred irrepressible mutiny. The impress of this accidental confrontation with a contingent of exiles was as sharp as anything that we had seen in the crowded, exciting journey. I have found its traces since then, in the books and articles written by many of the foreigners in our cars. The relations between Russians and non-Russians on our train became tenser, more inhibited, the closer we came to Moscow. Fraternization became more risky, political barriers more intimidating. Friendships had developed among many of us, but we all knew that they could not be continued in the capital. It was too dangerous for the Russians. A few days after we abandoned the train, all the Russian journalists and literary men who had been with us gathered in the ballroom of our house on Petrovsky Peryaulok. The Russians consented to have present only one foreigner aside from Billy and myself, and that at our insistence. It was a gay, noisy, friendly party, which did not break up until far beyond dawn. At the door, as he gripped my hand in saying good night, a young communist newspaperman said quietly, "What a pity that we cannot continue these friendships. Maybe, someday, it will be possible." Search for the real Russia. The Moscow River broke through its straitjacket of ice and hurled sparkling boulders on the banks. Hundreds of people leaned over the balustrades and lingered on the bridges, watching the ice crash and tangle as it moved down the river. Behind them, the golden blue and orange cupolas and towers of the Kremlin splintered the sunshine. The skeleton trees on the boulevard suddenly burst into tender green buds. Winter was turning into summer without the formality of a real spring. Padded coats and felt boots were abandoned for tolstovkas and patched leather boots, cotton sarafans and canvas shoes. Peasant nursemaids pushed homemade perambulators, egg boxes on wheels, along the broad paths of Alexandrovsky Park, under the crenellated north wall of the Kremlin. And before long, they had an escort of laughing red soldiers. On the Tverskoy Boulevard, between the statues of Pushkin and Gogol, an ancient and faded carousel was turned by hand to cracked music box tunes, while its tiny passengers shrieked their delight. Other children were taking rides in the roomy saddle pockets on either side of a weary camel. Blushing couples were being photographed against crudely drawn backgrounds of waterfalls or pillared palaces. I lost myself in the turgid, tangled currents of pedestrians, most of whom carried parcels in dirty newspapers or clutched briefcases. Despite the disguise of a Russian blouse, the beggars spotted me as a foreigner and wailed aloud, "Little uncle, give me bread." I entered shops where crowds milled around in dizzy futility near vacant counters under vacant shelves. In the large department stores, bold signs announced the goods that were not there. Only the corners given over to busts and tinted lithographs of Lenin, Stalin, and Marx were always well stocked. Outside the windows of the special closed shops and restaurants reserved for favored categories of citizens, little knots of people watched silently as the fortunate ones came and went. Everywhere the crowds overflowed the sidewalks and shiny automobiles plowed through them like speedboats cutting water. At night, the Hermitage and Aquarium, amusement parks, were filled with promenading people, young and old. Girls in starched shirtwaists, red kerchiefs or berets, young men with scrubbed faces and oiled boots. I paid the admission price and sat over stale weak beer at little tables, covered with grimy cloths, and smiled back at coquettish girls. A rumble of applause came from behind the high canvas wall where an open-air vaudeville show was going on. Between the acts of rows, Marie people streamed out of the theater and joined the concentric circles of promenaders, moving in opposite directions for easier mutual inspection. Though all other squares and boulevards were jammed and noisy, Red Square was always deserted at night. Pedestrians walked through briskly and izvozchiki whipped up their horses. No one loitered except occasionally foreigners from the hotels nearby. It seemed detached from the city's life, hushed under the stars like an autumnal field. St. Basil's Cathedral, a cluster of queer mushrooms, loomed against the night sky, unrelated to the Kremlin walls on one side, the severely angular tomb of Lenin under it, and the squat, elongated building on the other side. Soldiers stood immobile with fixed bayonets at the tomb and at little booths near the two arched gates to the Kremlin. Every 15 minutes, the clock tower overlooking the execution block chimed the time. On the Kremlin wall just beyond the mausoleum, a red flag flapping in the breeze was lit up from below. It seemed the only live thing on the square. A red tongue of fire hissing defiance at the dead gold eagles immolated on high, at both ends of the walls. A red tongue mocking the stillness below and above. At midnight, the clock tower chimed the International, and the notes were carried through the ether to radio loudspeakers throughout Moscow. Izvozchiki, the drivers of dilapidated sleds and carriages, had practically disappeared from the streets of the nation during the fierce attack on kulaks and kulak agents. Their reappearance helped the back to normalcy atmosphere which prevailed briefly in the capital. After Stalin's dizziness article, those who had not killed or sold their horses ventured from their hiding places. With that easy optimism, which is an aspect of ultimate despair, remnants of the private traders dared come again into the city's market. Doctors and dentists became less fearful of private practice. Pre-revolutionary educated people lifted their heads a little more hopefully. Peasants deserted the collectives as rapidly and more joyously than they had entered them. In Moscow province, for instance, of 75% of the peasantry collectivized, only 25% remained. This according to Pravda. In thousands of villages, indeed, there was no need for decollectivization. The socialization was only on paper anyhow. The Easter services, crowded as usual, were subdued, but there were no hostile demonstrations like the year before. The godless society contented itself with free theatrical performances, movies, lectures, and even dances to divert the youth from church attendance. The gods, it seemed, as well as the godless, had relented. Our cables reflected the more cheerful mood, but the optimism was short-lived. The Kremlin had no intention of being robbed of its victories on the agrarian front. Having deflated paper collectives and warned against a few of the grosser excesses, it renewed the campaign. For about 6 months, until the new harvest was in, a measure of discretion was desirable. Then they would be given free rein once more. The artel type of collective, in which the peasant retained his home, a garden plot, a cow, and smaller domestic animals, was now made standard, rather than the fully communized type. Liquidation did not cease. Cargoes of kulaks continued to be unloaded wherever labor was most needed. It was a neat arrangement. Free land, horses, and tools for the collectives at one end, free labor for the lumber industry and construction jobs at the other end. The entire process of rural socialization by this time had a different physiognomy than envisioned by the Kremlin a year or two earlier. Then the collectives were pictured as islands of prosperity in the oceanic expanse of agrarian misery. The government would see to it that the kolkhozes prospered. The whole weight of bank credits, tractors, selected seeds would be on their side, plus the property seized from the class enemies. Manufactured goods, schools, libraries, radio, motion picture theaters would bring the benefits of urban culture to the peasants, who relinquished their individualistic prejudices. These idyllic promises filled the press and the speeches. Private farmers would watch their thriving socialized neighbors grow fat. Soon enough they would beg for the privilege of admission. The very success of the pressure, however, killed the ideal. With 4 or 5 times as many collectives on its hands as originally planned, the government was swamped. It could not help them to prosper. There were not enough competent directors, machinery, seeds, or culture to go around. The wholesale destruction of draft animals sharpened these shortages. And the apathy of peasants who felt themselves coerced or tricked into collectivization did the rest to make the kolkhoz member, for the time being, a poorer, more wretched mortal than his impoverished private neighbors. The natural extension of the movement, which was to have come by dint of example, was now out of question. Force now more, now less, but naked force remained the chief and often sole technique of agricultural socialization. Abroad, and among the more naively rapturous foreigners in Moscow, the kolkhoz was regarded as a glorified cooperative. However exorbitant the cost, it was assumed, at least a beginning had been made, in socialism on the land. Nothing can be farther from the truth. In essence, the kolkhoz is no more socialistic than farms cultivated for the church or the crown in other countries, paying their farmhands on the basis of the crops produced. Sharecropping for the government. Every detail of management, the acreage and crops to be sown, the disposal of the crops, payment to the peasant workers, etc., was decided at central headquarters in Moscow, Kharkov, and Rostov, often stupidly and uneconomically. The directors were sent by headquarters and were not responsible to anyone else. The kolkhoz was denied the right to own tractors and other machinery. Everything was concentrated in machine tractor stations and rented to the collective in return for 20 to 30% of its total crops. The peasant was a collective owner, largely in the sense that a hired laborer on government land anywhere is theoretically a part owner of that land. In the old days we worked for landlords, peasants put it bluntly. Now we work for the government. What's the difference? Whatever collectivization might promise theoretically for the future, in the here and now it amounted, in the view of the ordinary peasant, to a restoration of the serfdom abolished 70 years before by Alexander II. It is essential to understand this if the turbulent war between the collectivized peasants and its omnipotent absentee landlord, the state, in the next few years, costing millions of lives, is to make sense. Conscientious foreign observers considered it their duty to make contacts with workers and peasants and real communists. They went to endless trouble to meet exemplars of these capitalized classes socially, paying court to genuine factory workers or collectivized farmers who happened on their path. The trouble, they were always being told, is that you don't know the real Russia, but just a lot of leftovers from the past. The rebuke bored deep into their conscience. They searched for that mysterious real Russia. Of course, there were the proletarians one saw in the streets and on queues, on trams and in buses, the crippled dvornik who came sleepily to open the gate at night, the peasants who hauled your load of firewood from the lumber yard. There were the communists with whom you dealt in offices in the regular course of business or met at official Soviet functions. But somehow, they did not measure up to the real thing. They belonged to the gray, drab, unsmiling mass on sidewalks and streetcars, rather than the brave new breed in Izvestia editorials, Meyerhold plays, and Eisenstein movies. I lost no opportunity for meeting the real thing. If callous-handed citizens showed an inclination to associate with a humble borzoi, they met an eager welcome. Usually they proved disappointing, the kind of people who, if put into a proletarian novel, would bar it from publication. Consider the case of Pyot, a carpenter in burlap apron, who came into our lives briefly to build bookshelves in my office on his free days and evenings. A regulation shock brigadier, if ever there was one, newly literate, a candidate for party membership. At first he was cagey and correct in his political opinions, but quickly enough drifted into a vein of bitter complaint against nearly everything. He had a way of referring to Nashi Novi Berry, our new overlords, which disqualified him for Eisenstein and Meyerhold. When I pressed him for the source of his wood, a deficit product, he admitted with a wink that he helped himself at the warehouse of the Novi Berry Ogpu officials for whom he was doing some carpenter. Or consider the still more distressing case of Plump Irina from the Triugolny textile factory. A New York communist brought her to the house one day by way of exhibiting the genuine article in the line of proletarian youth. She returned again and again, enchanted with Billy's rendition of Russian folk songs and Russian meat cakes. Here at last was a factory activist, a komsomolka raised under the hammer and sickle, suckled by the revolution, her portrait once in Ogoniok as an outstanding pace-setter. But she showed an eager and unorthodox interest in jazz dancing, European clothes, and off-color ditties not prescribed in the Komsomol Catechism. The 14-carat proletarian had a curious way of disclosing wide brass streaks on closer assay, of turning, in short, into a normal workman who feared his director, resented speed-up tricks, and was more interested in pig than in pig iron. Like workers the world over, and this was always disconcerting. He dreamed that his sons at least would escape the fate of proletarians by becoming policemen or communist officials. If his boy was an active Komsomol, he mentioned it proudly as a matter of career rather than revolutionary ideals, much as an American father might boast that his son was getting on in the world as a stock salesman or political henchman. The real thing was always one step removed from the workers and peasants one actually came to know. The exceptionally enthusiastic worker at a factory bench or on a farm developed, on closer acquaintance, to be simply more ambitious than his fellow workers. The activist attending all the meetings, whooping it up for the new government loan, proposing higher labor quotas, and organizing volunteer groups to go weeding on some cocoa or to help demolish a monastery was curiously like the pep. It cow up The team, work, factory, spirit fellows I knew at home, and equally detested by his clock, watching fellow workers. The fact, of course, is that the Simon Pure Proletarian was a figment of the propagandist imagination, a projection of the ideal worker to be in an ideal society to be. The hero of half the plays and pictures and novels was as synthetic a creature as the heroes of wishful-thinking literature under any system. He was significant as a rough sketch of the proletarian of the hoped for a future, a clue to the virtues and standards being held up before the population by its Bolshevik regime, but only vaguely related to the living men and women behind the machines and the plows. The recognition of this fact enabled me to solve, or so I thought, the most disturbing of the paradoxes of Soviet power, the deification of the proletariat in the abstract, on posters and postage stamps, in official theses and official literature, while the flesh and blood-working masses were treated most cavalierly. The communist functionary who worships the proletariat as a class and spits on the self-seeking, wretched specimens of the class whom he handles in everyday life is not necessarily a fraud. On the contrary, his contempt for Ivan Ivanovich may be a measure of his respect for the Ivan Ivanovich to be. The selfish, stubbornly unappreciative people whom he must whip into the shape of his vision seem to him an affront to the idealized proletarian for whom he went to Tsarist prisons, for whom he fought civil wars. Workers who achieve power cannot be expected to idealize other workers as romantic upper-class people do. They know the creatures too intimately. Perhaps there is no contradiction at all in the inspired ruthlessness with which men, cherishing the vision of a new peasant, exterminate the old, earthy, uncouth, and self-centered peasants who now usurp his place. Does this sound fanciful? Turn to the webs, Sidney and Beatrice, and taste their frank abhorrence of the Russian peasants, with their characteristic peasant vices of greed and cunning, varied by outbursts of drunkenness and recurrent periods of sloth. These stubborn peasants, formerly servilely now, becoming rebellious, have the webs never heard of other rebellious Russian peasants. In the days of Bulatov, Stenka, Razin, and Pugachev, with that attitude of loathing established in Volume I, they need not be bloodthirsty to accept complacently the horrors of forcible collectivization in Volume II. Turn, if you prefer, to the Hebrew prophets cursing their people with sadistic curses because they do not accept the ways of the Lord of hosts. It is the divine mission of prophets to despise and castigate the chosen people or the chosen classes. Vitstei, bargains in ideals and omelets. The Soviet capital was fast becoming a paradise for mediocrities and misfits from other countries. Anything from the mysterious and glamorous abroad was a magnet to draw Russians, who had been cut off for nearly a generation from the main currents of the world's culture, and were famished for warmth and beauty, free of shoddy propaganda. Frequently, a first-rate European or American artist came to Moscow, content to perform for worthless rubles in return for the thrill of seeing the land of the 5-year plan. But mostly those who came to show their derelict vaudeville acts in the music hall, to exhibit their sculpture and painting, to sing or play at the conservatory hall, were has-beens or never-beens, unknown or forgotten in their homelands. They expanded under the unaccustomed appreciation, and lived pinched lives on the rubles they earned. They said the proper things to interviewers in Moscow and to interviewers at home, if they rated press attention, to keep the gates of the USSR open, and in time many of them came to believe the things they said by dint of repetition. Contraltos or cellists, known only to friends of the Soviet Union audiences in their own countries, made nationwide tours here. They wrote pieces for the Soviet magazines on the degradation of bourgeois culture. Painters and sculptors whose art never went beyond independent shows and arty cafes at home gushed about the great progress of the dictatorship of the proletariat and saw their work installed in Moscow's leading museum. Third-rate writers with aching inferiority complexes promised to shed their last drop of blood in defense of the USSR and received bundles of torn rubles as an advance on the translations of their works, which were never published. Skilled mechanics thrown out of work at home blossomed into engineers here, with the coveted admission cards to the foreign stores. No you saw. From this time forward, the Soviet Union was a colossal department store of ideas and opportunities for the modest price of a first, second, or third category tour. Thrills and easement of spirit at bargain prices. Everything from nude bathing to billion-dollar dams, from free love to concentration camps. A new up-to-the-minute social faith, fashionable in the nicest circles since the Depression, with one shot in the arm. The most ingratiating floor walkers from Intourist and Vokes and the Foreign Office, commissars in person, and little intimate receptions in the former palaces of merchant princes for special customers. Everyone found what he wanted most and a sense of superiority into the bargain. It was easy to feel superior to the rabble who stood on lines, who were shooed off trains to make way for the cash customers, who regarded a tweed skirt or a fountain pen as a miracle, who were rationed and liquidated and mobilized for parades. The only place in the world where you could stand at the apex with dictators and merge ecstatically with the masses simultaneously. A synthesis of absolute power and absolute humility, heretofore vouchsafed only to rare mystics and martyrs. One could become not only a proletarian, but a proletarian dictator for the price of a third category tour. Hard-boiled capitalists found the spectacle to their taste. No strikes, no lip, hard work on a bread-and-water diet, and one good look at a Soviet factory cured them of the fear of Russian competition. Soft-boiled idealists found familiar slogans, day nurseries, model prisons, bigger and better uplift. Pale advocates of juiceless causes, birth control, Esperanto, new calendars, sex equality, prison reform, big families, futurist dancing, modem education, found surcease from contempt. Everyone outside the Soviet Union who accounted himself enlightened and advanced veered toward Intourist under the pleasant illusion that Bolshevism was a new, more gloriously intransigent bohemianism. The obliging floorwalkers always found something in the department store to match the crankiest of tastes. I saw Vokes sell the glories of mass production to a couple of California-backed tonature handloom faddists. Vegetarians fleeing bourgeois standards swooned in an ecstasy of admiration for Soviet slaughterhouses equipped with American machinery. Virginal school teachers and sex-starved wives came close to the masses, especially the male classes, and some of them were so deeply impressed with the potency of Bolshevik ideas that they extended their vises again and again. A few of them emerged to write shrill books extolling the Soviet Union's new, unshackled attitudes, the equality of the sexes, abortion clinics. One such volume, which I described uncharitably as a horizontal view of Russia, saw the glorious new morality chiefly through the eyes of a stalwart red sailor. British and American ladies with triple chins and overwhelming bosoms, having tried and discarded other spiritual diversions, now phoned Bolshevism. One of them was moved to verse in the best Sunday school manner. Oh, why are words so poor and weak? Hopeless to write and hard to speak. To tell of all that you have done since your great victory was won. Your children are a happy band. Knowledge and freedom, hand in hand. War, crime, disease will disappear, for perfect love can cast out fear. Unappreciative Britishers and Americans residing in Moscow suggested that perfect love casting out fear would make an ideal slogan for the liquidation of kulaks. It should be inscribed, we said, over every concentration camp. But the Kremlin never took up the suggestion. The antics of these foreigners were an endless source of amusement to us. Earnest seekers after the truth at last about Russia, new philosophies in sugar-coated pill form, confirmation of their private phobias, revenge on the world. Job seekers prepared to devote their lives to the Soviet cause at a decent salary and a foreign store ration book. They gambled merrily among the queues and liquidations, and found oily dialectical salves for their various frustrations. The humor of eminent foreign economists, educators, sociologists being flattered and gulled, of simpler folks gulling themselves and doing the flattering, was shot through with pathos. We saw rapturous visitors, beginning with approval of cigar box architecture, conductorless orchestras, the Dalton system, or free abortions, extended to include approval of Russia's age, old methods of policing its meek subjects and petering tactics, enforcing chunks of Westernism down recalcitrant Asiatic gullets. They joined the Friends of the Soviet Union and felt themselves bold iconoclasts, participating in the rebirth of the world. When the Kremlin ultimately outlawed the cigar box architecture, prohibited abortions, adopted Baptist codes of morals, and Victorian standards of art, these people must have felt themselves betrayed. I think back to Jane, a thin, high-strung New York liberal who quivered visibly at the sight of a new man. In Bolshevism, she found not only a job, but escape from the restraints of an unsatisfactory husband and the supervision of a middle-class family. Sitting on an unmade bed in her hotel room, she could talk for hours about freedom for women under the red flag. Starvation, forced labor, the extermination of the intelligentsia, she said. Bah! It's worth it. It's worth it, I tell you, because Russia has liquidated sex boogaboos. Equality of men and women, the single standard. It's worth it. Or the spinsterish Sarah, a Los Angeles intellectual whose inhibitions fell away like a moth-eaten garment as soon as she crossed the Soviet frontier. Stored-up passion gave her every article in the Moscow Daily News a peculiarly high-pitched schoolgirl quality. Or the Midwestern professor with the soft, clammy hands who pinched the rosy cheeks of boy interpreters and gushed indiscriminately over every Soviet theatrical performance. The English language paper, founded at this time for the edification of the growing American and British population, provided a sanctuary for as bizarre a collection of incompetents and twisted personalities as was ever gathered under one roof. Michael Borodin was put in charge of an army of amateur journalists. Once he led a Chinese revolution, now he quarreled with office boys, an embittered and broken giant. The paper at first was published as a 5-day weekly, Moscow News then. It was turned into a daily. An immense staff turned out a 4-page sheet, chiefly warmed over from yesterday's Russian language paper. Every obscure celebrity from the USA or England was quoted, as a matter of course by this paper, as thrilled by the wonderful progress that he saw immediately on reaching Moscow, and determined to expose the bourgeois lies about food shortage and terror as soon as he returned home. Sometimes, on returning home, these people instead confirmed the lies. The Moscow Daily News thereupon produced a sheaf of statements and confessions to prove that the ingrate had been drunk, incompetent, a speculator, and a rapist while in the USSR. The apex of absurdity, a sort of summation of all this foreign lunacy, seemed to me the International Congress of Proletarian and Near-Proletarian Writers in Kharkov. Rap, which Stalin himself 2 years later kicked into the ash can, and which ranks high among the acknowledged mistakes of this period, was in command of the gathering, as it was of all cultural life in the country. Soviet writers were living in a state of terror under the whip of half-literate dictators of literature like Comrade Auerbach. Men of genuine talent had committed suicide, or ceased to write, or manufactured proletarian potboilers for which they hated themselves. Literary criticism had become a function of the Secret Service. That Soviet literature at this time had touched incredible depths of mediocrity is no longer disputed even by 100%ers. Against this background, several score pamphleteers and politicians from a dozen countries gathered to formulate tactics for spreading the blessings of rap to the rest of the world. Each of them pretended to represent the advanced sector of literature in his own country. They brought fervent greetings from the cultural front of their respective nations. They boasted of the horrors in their homes, the political prisoners, the suppression of revolutionary writers, the decaying democracy, like barkers outside sideshows. And they pointed with pride to Soviet achievements on the literary front. The Alice in Wonderland innocence of these men, in even daring to mention here subjects like political prisoners and suppression of revolutionary thought. In eulogizing a literature they could not read and a system whose Jesuitical intricacies were beyond their simple minds. The proceedings of the Congress read like a much madder Mad Hatter's part. I was close enough to the literary inquisition to savor the epic insanity to the last. Hail Auerbach! Hail Stalin! To amplify the spurious importance of the conclave, Dinamov's inquisitorial literary gazette inflated every foreign delegate into an outstanding writer in his country, citing as proof his stereotyped undertaking to defend the USSR. The outstanding writer from the United States was one Gold, a slightly hysterical little man in baggy clothes, with inflamed eyes in a sallow, dissipated-looking face. Gold thought bitterly of American writers who lived in penthouses and delivered himself of impassioned hails. He left no doubt at all that an American rap was needed and must come quickly to liquidate Haywood Brown, H.A.L. Louis Mencken, and others who poked fun at Gold, to liquidate, particularly, those swinish writers and publishers who had never even heard of him. The panegyrics by educators, Professor Dewey and Professor Counts, and a bevy of subdeweys and subcounts were of particular interest to those of us who had the problem of educating children in Moscow to solve. Most of these theoreticians of pedagogy recognized instantly that the Soviet planners had cribbed some of their favorite ideas, which put them in a highly amenable frame of mind. On paper, the Soviet educational plans and curricula combined the best features of Dewey, Dalton, Montessori, et al. A few model schools made a brave and usually futile effort to live up to the plans, within the limits of the shortages of paper, pencils, teachers, and hygienic facilities. I do not know what methods the specialists from abroad used to investigate Soviet education. Presumably, they stocked up on theoretical official plans and brochures and had a glimpse of the model schools, just as famous economists tanked up on blueprints, official statistics, and naive premises. Each time I read another hyperbolic report by another well-meaning modern educator, I hastened hopefully to the schools he mentioned or inferred. I discovered that somehow he had failed to look at the toiletty, missed the fact that the school had been closed half of the term because of epidemic diseases, forgotten to note that one teacher, badly in need of schooling herself, must supervise 60 or 70 undernourished and excessively mischievous little pupils. The enthusiasm of these educators attested their kind hearts and modernist daring, but their judgments belonged with the effusions of the ever-lengthening line of self-deluded outsiders. Fortified with an introduction from the Foreign Office, Billy went to interview an assistant commissar of education. The need to put Jeannie into a school became more insistent. Perhaps somewhere in Moscow and its environs, there was, in fact, a school worthy of the foreign educator's more sober lines. The assistant commissar was most affable. He listed the very best of the schools, the models among the models, and explained the special virtues of each. "Go and look at them. Well, look at them again," he said. "I shall give you a letter. Whichever you decide upon, your child will be admitted instantly. You have my word on that." She thanked him, put away the letter, and departed. Just outside the door, she felt a detaining hand on her shoulder. It was the assistant commissar. He was slightly embarrassed. "Mrs. Lyons, I wanted to say something more," he said. "In there I talked to you as an official of the commissariat. Here I can talk to you as a father. I have children too. Tell me, is there any reason why you must keep your daughter in Moscow?" "Why, no," Billy said. "It's simply that we would like to have her with us." "You mean you have the possibility of sending her to study abroad?" Of course. We know some excellent schools in Berlin and Geneva, and..." "Then why do you hesitate?" The assistant commissar's tone was an amalgam of astonishment and envy. We put Jeannie into the Berthold Otto Schule at Lichterfelde, Berlin. She remained there until Hitler came to power. There you are, afraid that their kid will be infected with communism in a Soviet school. Our friend X, whose Soviet orthodoxy was his stock in trade in a hard world, shook his head sadly. But just 3 months behind Jeannie, the children of Comrade X too came to Berlin for their schooling, and they too remained until Hitler came to power. The big house on the Spiridonivka, where the Foreign Office entertained, was an adolescent dream of grandeur come true. Opulence as envisioned by a provincial storekeeper. Suits of armor, complete with lances, posed in hollow dignity by the shallow steps leading from the vestibule to a great foyer paneled in mahogany. In the background, for no reason at all, a gigantic Chinese vase covered with the writhings of bronze serpents held the eye. The gold and ivory ballroom was vaguely Japanese in intention. Gold fleurs. Diane, thyself. Liszt provided the motif in a medieval French chamber hung with gobelins. A cabinet filled with the original owner's porcelain figures remained intact here. Even unto a piece of erotica pointed out to newcomers when the ladies were not looking. But the crowd converged on the immense, neatly rustic hunting room, where the long table loaded with food was located. Leaning against the capacious fireplace, the UP and INS correspondents agreed ruefully, between mouthfuls of roast duck washed down with naproli, that these press teas were not what they used to be. Constrained and a little awkward. The trouble, said INS, is that in the old days, 2 or 3 years ago, they used to invite low-down newspapermen who had nothing to hide. Now we get only big shots, editors and feuilleton writers, and you can't talk to them about what really interests you. Looks too much like digging for secrets. No. Sure, UP groused. Mustn't ask them questions because they might know the answers. It's a silly business anyhow. What's the use of meeting them when they don't dare come near you between parties? From the corner of an eye, they watched the New York Times in lively conference with Karl Radek and wondered whether he was getting some valuable inside dope on the forthcoming party congress. Radek's face, framed in a fringe of straggly brown hair, sailor fashion, seemed out of focus, as though seen in a crooked mirror. His smile uncovered decayed teeth and implied that he knew something nobody else even suspected. Ahrens, who had succeeded Rothstein as head of the press department, was concentrating on a bearded and spatted gentleman from England. The fresh arrival always gets most attention, UP thought. Late bird gets the worm. The matter phrased itself in his mind. Ahrens was more shifty than his predecessor, but more energetic. There was a distinct aura of Secret Service about his personality, and many rumors afloat to confirm it. Later, Soviet Consul General in New York. We don't hide our difficulties and mistakes, Ahrens smiled, and the Englishman smiled back. When the censor's throaty voice emerged again, it was pooh-poohing the censorship. Our function is merely to help the correspondents, to prevent them from making mistakes. No trouble sending facts and figures, but we must draw the line on lies and exaggerations. The Englishman nodded his beard. He understood. INS nudged UP and indicated with his head toward the farther corner, where Censor Podolsky was signing a dispatch for AP Hot. Now that was really disquieting. Lucky dog getting all the task stuff exclusively. AP sauntered by, shying away from the accusing eyes of his competitors. Something hot. INS called after him. Oh no, just routine, AP said with a wink. They didn't like his manner. Cat that ate the canary. Their evening was definitely spoiled. What if it were a really important story? Somebody dead, or something with an American angle? Separately, they cornered the censors and tried to pry a hint out of their bored smiles. Well, maybe there would be a communique tonight, Ahrens admitted. Small consolation that with AP already filed and finished. UPI was joined by the sole Austrian correspondent, who whispered that he had something interesting to confide. The Austrian liked to catch the Soviet statisticians in lies, and though scared to death of expulsion, could not resist the temptation of reporting it. He was always on the verge of being thrown out of Russia, but managed to retract the offending article in the nick of time. Oh! Meanwhile, INS approached the German contingent. Their embassy was well informed. One might pick up a scrap of news. At the moment, however, they were only rehashing the old scandal of Paul Schaeffer's expulsion. For many years, the Berliner. Finally it happened. Nicholas Bassechus of the Vienna Neue Freie Presse was expelled in June 1937. Tageblatt correspondent had been Moscow's favorite, a man who could take the long view. But with the advent of the Stalin era, his view had become much too long, and the last time he was out for a vacation, he was refused a re-entry visit. Your American colleague. Local Anzeiger twitted INS. In all the years Herr Schaeffer was here, he swore by him. Now that he's been kicked out, he swears at him. A group of Soviet novelists, invited to give the party tone and body, was devoting itself industriously to the carafes of vodka and brandy. They enjoyed the eats and drinks, but were aware of the insult implied in the invitation. Honest-to-God proletarian novelists and poets were not invited for these impious contacts with infidels. In the French room, Anna Louise Strong and Maurice Hindus were comparing notes on their most recent visits to kolkhozes. Hindus, as usual, had dug deep into the muds of his native village. A batch of relative newcomers was listening in, tingling with the virtuous consciousness of gathering first-hand impressions from experts. One of them was making notes unashamedly. "Do you mind repeating that?" he said every now and then. They didn't mind. "Yes," the note-maker murmured, underlining venomously, "I suspected the talk about terror in the villages was a lie. What a comfort to know that it's a lie." Well, there was something beautifully big-hearted about the way experts were willing to forgive and forget the occasional excesses by hotheads before Stalin's dizziness article. They nursed no petty grudges. By common impulse, everybody suddenly began to depart, like children released from classroom. The faces of INS and UP were furrowed with worry. They had failed to find the trail of the AP story. At 11 that night, the Foreign Office summoned them. Accompanied by interpreters and carrying portable typewriters, correspondents gathered in the narrow antechambers of the censor's offices, and after half an hour's waiting, received smudged mimeographed sheets. It turned out to be only a speech by Mikhail Tomsky, the former head of the trade unions, delivered last week in Tiflis in praise of the monolithic party under the genius of Stalin's leadership. UP and INS were disgusted. 7 hours of waiting and worry for that. The story had its points, if one were permitted to write a long think piece about it. The speech meant that Tomsky, a right oppositionist, was giving up the fight, recognizing Stalin's overlordship. It meant that the forthcoming Congress, the first since the one in 1927, which expelled Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, and their followers, would be a cut-and-dried affair. But who in America understood or cared? The paragraph of news that might be pressed out of it had already been preempted by APA. Nevertheless, UP typed wearily. Tomsky, oppositionist leader, again recanted political errors. Speech Tiflis yesterweek, public today. Well, Informeds consider significant marking collapse anti. Stalin opposition reliquidation. Kulaks Tomsky said, quote, "Monolithic party under leadership genius, Stalin best disciple, Lenin always right stop, right opposition, left deviationists tools, Kulak agents," unquote. He glanced toward New York Times. No quota, he thought enviously. Always writing reams of stuff. How can one compete with that? I suppose he's doing another editorial on collectivization. As a matter of fact, New York Times at this moment was on his second page. And so again, Stalin is getting away with it. Because when All is said and done. He represents the ruthless Asiatic spirit, so suitable to this backward population, accustomed to Asiatic autocracy. Stop. As your correspondent clearly foresaw and reported fortnight ago. Right. Opposition is a knuckling under pot, which cinches scheduled Communist Congress for Stalin. Stop. Mind you, your correspondent holds a no brief for shall we say unusual methods used to liquidate better off a peasant. But, like Stalin, he recognizes this is war dash class war. Stop. Your correspondent Ash Benenin convinced by 10 years intimate study a full Soviet situation that you can't make omelets without breaking eggs. The egg and omelet theory, dashed off nonchalantly one midnight, was destined to achieve a sort of immortality. It told exactly nothing about Russia, since eggs were being smashed for omelets in a lot of other countries. But it told a lot, apparently, about a type of reporting. At any rate, whenever anyone thereafter wished to imply a tongue-in-cheek reporter playing the game of those in power, he referred to the immortal omelet. Sinclair Lewis in it, Can It Happen, here has a complacent foreign correspondent who takes the long view on an egg and omelette basis. Malcolm Muggeridge, a vitriolic English journalist, wrote a book called Winter in Moscow, in which he pinned down a lot of Soviet specimens with cruel accuracy. The egg and omelette line was the identifying tag on the correspondent whom he called Jefferson. His puny dispatch, signed and sealed, UP carried it to the telegraph building, a good mile's walk. INS and a few others had gotten there first. Every minute counts, and their messages lay neatly piled up. The UPA dispatch, being the last to arrive, was on top of the pile, and would therefore be cabled first when the clerks got around to it. He went to sleep in a sour mood. In his dreams he saw a huge bowl, Ahrens, and Stalin, and the bearded Englishman in spats shoveling in kulaks, Tom Skis, foreign reporters, all of them working on power from Dnipro, great yellow omelets, each signed and sealed by the censors, were coming off a belt, and a lot of Americans with the New York Times tucked under their chins were eating greedily. An insistent bell roused him out of his sleep. It was a messenger with a cable from London. Aspress reports Tomsky surrendered how. By this time London had his dispatch, no need answering. Damn TASS! And damn the telegraph service here. He worked off a little of his temper in a sarcastic note to the Commissariat of Posts and Telegraphs. It takes 10 minutes, he wrote in part, for a cable to reach from London to Moscow, and then 10 hours for it to travel the 2 blocks from the telegraph building to Petrovsky Pereolok. Now, I ask you, comrades, is that the way to overtake and outdistance capitalism? He had written such notes before. Several weeks later, a letter came from the Commissariat of Posts and Telegraphs. Citizen, your complaint has been investigated by a special voluntary brigade for the investigation of complaints, and the messenger responsible for the delay of your message, number 736, A has been reprimanded and removed from his post. UP sighed and reproached himself. Now I too, he thought, have broken an egg for the Times omelette. The cables, of course, continued to be delivered from 10 to 20 hours late. The 7. Revolt against intelligence. People under dictatorships, it has been well said, are condemned to a lifetime of enthusiasm. It is a wearing sentence. Gladly they would burrow into the heart of their misery and lick their wounds in private. But they dare not. Sulking is next door to treason. Like soldiers weary unto death after a long march, they must line up smartly for parade. Obediently, Moscow's working population turned out once again in mass demonstration. 1 million strong, converging upon the big theater from factories and offices throughout the city. The occasion was the opening of the 16th Congress of the Communist Party in the summer of 1930. The demonstration was not for the Congress, but for the demonstrators. It was a disciplinary ritual. Workers who trudged 5 or 10 miles under the weight of a banner must be deeply impressed with the might and significance of the gathering in whose name it was ordered. In the months preceding the Congress, foreign reporters had inflated its importance in order to create news. We blew our own speculations into the empty bladder of another commandeered meeting of meek bureaucrats until it bellied with synthetic significance. Formally, this was the highest organ of authority in the ruling party, and all previous meetings had been tense with genuine controversy. Here, Lenin had frequently fought for his policies. Here Trotsky had gone down fighting furiously at the last gathering 3 years ago. Would Stalin's audacious course in agriculture and in industry be criticized? Would the grousing leaders of the right, Rykov, Tomsky, Bukharin, Uglanov, Lenin's widow, lash out at last as Trotsky had lashed out at the 1927 Congress? Earnest discussion of such questions made copy in a dull season. With the mien of sideshow fortune-tellers, we read the political horoscope and prophesied victory for Stalin. It was a safe prophecy. Even the possibility of criticism directed against him was by this time unthinkable. In the past, there had been real discussion in communist cells before a Congress. Now there was only desperate competition in panegyrics for Stalin and his appointed lieutenants, congealed in boring resolutions of field. A wayward thought, though whispered in private, reached the sharp ears of the police and meant expulsion from membership or worse. The Ogpu had become custodian of the party's mind and conscience, and the Congress unwound according to schedule. Fighting unity, forged in the white heat of honest controversy, had been replaced by petrified unanimity. On the opening day, the stolid Caucasian visage of Stalin covered almost the entire front page of Pravda, with a tiny insert of Lenin in the corner to attest the direct succession. Monotonous praise rattled in the editorial columns, on the radio, in machine-made resolutions. No one ventured to deviate from the set phraseology of self-abasement, the orthodox litany of Hail Stalins prescribed for the faithful. Delegations from factories, institutions, army sectors, foreign communist organizations passed one after the other across the floodlit stage of the opera house, stammered their greetings, and disappeared. Stalin spoke for 7 hours, a record even in Russia to dot indeed. The speech was published in full, and we studied it painstakingly for pegs on which to hang dispatches. Whatever I may have thought about the cumulative cruelties of his regime, I could not but feel an awed respect for the sharp, single-minded, unfeeling certainty of this man's attitude. Nowhere in it was there so much as a tremor of fellow feeling for the millions uprooted and dispersed, for the battalions in forced labor camps, for a population staggering under burdens and weakened by deprivations. Not even glowing hatreds. Stalin was a calm engineer building a new world within the frame of the old, diverting great rivers of national history, blasting out million-fold classes, bridging centuries of backwardness, leveling mountains of opposition. Listening to his formulas and statistics, I had the sense that he was working with earth, stone, and water rather than flesh and blood. describing the tensile strengths of steel, the resistance of granite, rather than the tensions of human hearts and the stubbornness of human minds. Nothing his enemies can say of Stalin, not even the toadying of his petty worshippers, can detract from the essential greatness of the man. He belongs in the succession of monstrous genius with Caesar and Hernando Cortes, Peter the Great and Napoleon, the genius that is too often an affliction upon mankind. The shattered lives implicit in his statistics were so much debris, which, like a good engineer, he was using to fill swamps and fortify weak spots in the structure. Stalin felt no need to explain or apologize. The expansion of the lumber industry in the northern forests, the emergence of new industries in wastelands based on kulak and other involuntary labor were justification enough. When he finished his 7-hour report, nothing remained for the rest to do, except shout. Only when he paused to attack the weak-kneed humanists and deviators, the creatures tangled in mortal hesitancies and squeamishness, did Stalin break through his calm. But he would not pay them the compliment of flaming anger, covering them instead with derision and humiliation. He reduced all their principles and decencies to the muddy level of cowardice. He jeered at them. Should the slightest hardship appear, they are already worried that something may happen. Let a cockroach stir somewhere, even before it has managed to crawl out of its hole, and already they rush back, become frightened, and begin to yell about a catastrophe, about the destruction of the Soviet power. General laughter. We quiet them and try to convince them that there is nothing menacing, that it is only a cockroach, which they need not fear. But nothing doing. They yell there. Who says cockroach? It is not a cockroach, but 1,000 wild animals. It is not a cockroach, but destruction of the Soviets. Nom Dundee. The Congress rocked with laughter. The waves of hilarity washed Rykov and Tomsky onto the rostrum. Bukharin was saved from appearing by a merciful illness. Rykov, short, stocky, with the smoldering eyes and ascetic face of a fanatic, had succeeded Lenin as chairman of the Council of People's Commissars. All his life, he had fought for the Bolshevik cause, but never before had he been called a coward scared by cockroaches. For a moment, perhaps, he considered the need to strike back, to die defending himself. Then he looked into the sea of taunting faces, felt the sting of the laughter, and gave up. Meekly, he recited his rehearsed speech of contrition. He was not an enemy of the revolution, he pleaded weakly, but had allowed himself blindly to become the mouthpiece and instrument of enemies. The audience jeered. Not enough. The penitence did not ring true. The old warrior lifted his shaggy head for once with a defiant gesture. It is not an easy thing, he threw at them, to make a speech such as I am making. Then his defiance fizzled. He gave the delegates a full measure of his humiliation. He was followed by Mikhail Tomsky, whose principal fault was that he had sought to make the trade unions a genuine bulwark against impersonal exploitation by the state. He was a small, hunched man, intense, the type almost of the underground revolutionary. He, too, went through the gestures of recantation. Their only consolation was that no one in his senses believed their penitence. Like the demonstration and the resolutions and the laughter, it was a ritual prescribed by the priesthood, a sacrament of public confession. A high point in the proceedings was provided by the arrival and presentation of a shiny new tractor, the gift of the recently completed Stalingrad tractor plant. It was described as the first tractor to come off the belt. Everyone knew that the belt was not yet moving, would not move for weeks, and that this gift had been carefully hand-tooled under American technical supervision. But that, too, did not matter. Another act in the ceremonial. A cockroach as symbol of the opposition. A tractor as symbol of Stalin. Rykov, for the time being, was allowed to remain in the Politburo. Tomsky and Bukharin were removed. 3 new members were designated: Kaganovich, Kirov, and Kossior and Kossior. The Politburo was further purged of its Leninist heritage. tough-skinned, ruthless drill sergeants from the ranks of the proletariat had displaced the argumentative intellectuals, assassinated in 1934. It was no accident that all three of the new members were self-taught, men who had never been abroad or tasted Western civilization. Ivan Lazar Kaganovich, now the only Jew in the Politburo, the only orator in the uppermost circle O-pound leaders, and the only one with a genuine flair for theoretical polemics, despised intellectuals. Unlike Trotsky, Kamenev, Zinoviev, Radek, Litvinov, and other Jews among revolutionary leaders, he knew nothing of the émigré revolutionist's romantic career, and had never received a formal education. He had risen from the dregs of the poverty-stricken Jewish community in Gomel, fashioned his hatreds into a stout ladder for his ambitions, and now stood firmly planted at the right hand of Stalin. Kossyur and Kirov were blunt, hard-working, disciplined officers in a machine of power, lesser Stalins in their respective principalities. Kossyur in the Ukraine, Kirov in the Leningrad area. They cared nothing for speech-making and nothing for argument. Their strength lay in obedient action, decrees, midnight arrests. To understand the new Russia, Stalin's Russia, one must gauge the immense differences between the Politburo headed by Lenin and the one into which Kaganovich, Kossyur, and Kirov were inducted. Only Stalin and Kalinin remain as links between the general staffs of 1920 and 1930, the two men who had seemed most out of place in the scintillating company around Lenin. Kalinin's was a peasant shrewdness that had nothing in common with the intellectuality of a Zinoviev or a Lunacharsky. Stalin's taciturn, patient efficiency had nothing in common with the brilliant inspirations of a Trotsky or Lenin. By education, experience, and interests, the group around Lenin had been cosmopolitan and internationalist. It was brilliant and cultured, at home in Europe and European languages, and was middle class in its origins. Stalin's Politburo, though it contained two Georgians, a Let, and a Jew, was earthy, Russian through and through, aware of the West only as something hostile and treacherous. Only one of its members, Molotov, who soon took Ryakov's place, was not clearly proletarian by birth and upbringing. Whatever hopes and slogans of internationalism it may have inherited, the Stalin regime was profoundly nationalist. The internationalism to which it aspired was a world state under Russian dominion, which is something totally different from the supernation which Lenin and Trotsky envisioned. Stalin's world would always have the Moscow Kremlin as its center, even as Paris was Napoleon's center, but Lenin's might just as easily have been London or Shanghai. I do not mean that Stalin's regime was as yet consciously nationalistic, as Mussolini's or Pilsudski's were. It was utterly Russian, rather, in the very fiber of its psychological make-up, its thinking, and its acting, its natural renunciation of the standards and prejudices of Europe. Stalin's was the Russia under the thin veneer of Westernism, deposited by the century since Peter first brought in Dutchmen to build ships for him. It was indeed most Russian where it pretended to be European and American, in the adaptation of socialism imported from Germany and France, in the adaptation of industrialism imported from England and America. Vladimir Kenkin, a popular comic actor, had a surefire gag. It meant nothing to the uninitiated, but it convulsed Russian audiences with laughter. There were those in the audiences who winced and only pretended to laugh. "One night," he said with a straight face, in the course of his famous monologue, "I heard a vigorous knock at my door, so I took my little suitcase and went to open the door." He paused for the guffaws, and they always came. The reference was to the simple fact, incredible to anyone outside of Russia, that professional men, engineers, technicians, and other pre-revolutionary intellectuals usually had a few things packed in readiness for the emergency of a sudden arrest. Any night, the wagon might arrive, and it was the part of foresight to have an extra change of underwear, a little dried bread, a few other things that might lighten the burden of imprisonment, always on hand. The possession of such a suitcase was certainly not a token of guilty conscience, except the guilt of being alive, prematurely literate, and belonging to the wrong category of human beings. Most of the educated classes were guilty, indeed, of a deep and incurable crime, namely, skepticism. For the most part, they regarded the Kremlin's efforts as fantastic, its tempos of industrialization foolhardy and doomed to failure, the human cost of the whole enterprise barbarous. The vague charge of sabotage under which so many thousands of them were rounded up, tortured, exiled, and executed amounted, when sifted down to essentials, to just that ingrained doubt complicated by discontent over physical privations and mental reservations. One need not be guilty of an overt act to have his house searched, himself stuck away in a foul cell, his family terrorized, and an anonymous denunciation by someone who coveted his room or his job might do it, or the fact that he'd been seen playing chess with someone else who was denounced. Perhaps his name was listed in the address book of a suspected person or a second cousin by marriage, in the course of interrogation, had mentioned the relationship. Worst of all, the German machines he had helped buy or install, after being manhandled by peasants accustomed only to managing wooden plows, had broken down mysteriously. Those who remember the war-time atmosphere, in which everyone detected spies in his neighbors, and the intelligence divisions in all countries were deluged with denunciation, can appreciate the ordeal of the technical and managerial forces in the Russia of the Piatiletka. The engineer or administrator was the obvious scapegoat for promises that could not be kept, for plans that went askew. He was punished for underestimating or overestimating the possibilities of his particular enterprise, for risking or shirking a crucial technical decision. The OGPU agent, reckoning his usefulness by the number of confessions he extracted, was hardly fitted to trace the tenuous borderline where inefficiency or sheer carelessness ended and sabotage began. The arrested intellectual himself was no longer able to locate that border line after being held incommunicado for months, aware that his relatives were in danger, confronted with confessions by colleagues implicating him, and conscious also of his deeper inner disapproval of the Bolshevik ideology. One can understand how men signed confessions filled with impossible detail. The hysteria sucked accusers and accused alike into the maelstrom of its lunacy. I knew dozens of men and women who lived in a state or chronic terror, their little suitcases always packed, though they worked diligently and avoided even facial expressions, which might cast doubt on their loyalty. To awaken in their own beds in the morning was a daily miracle for such people. The sound of a doorbell at an unusual hour left them limp and trembling. The roster of scientists, historians, academicians, famous engineers, technical administrators, statisticians arrested at this time reads like an encyclopedia of contemporary Russian culture. Many of them were held for months, for years, without so much as discovering the mysterious crimes charged against them. In addition to almost unlimited raw labor, the OGPU now had an unlimited supply of technical brains at its disposal. The revolt against intelligence, signalized in the new personnel of the Politburo, held true in the whole life of the USSR. Distrust of the educated man or woman was magnified endlessly by the disappointments, the despairs, the bitterness of 160 million individuals. 48 ghosts. In September, the government, through interest, took 30-odd foreign journalists on a grand swing of European Russia by train to Nizhny Novgorod, down the Volga by boat as far as Stalingrad, then on land again, through the Rostov area, the Caucasus and Crimea, or rather, this being the Soviet Union in the throes of socialization. A tour of factories, construction sites, state farms, sanatoria, and other social, economic scenery disposed on that route. It was an investment in international goodwill. Rivers of favorable publicity for Russia as a tourist paradise were to flow from this journey. That summer's tourist flood, the largest as yet in Soviet history, had left a considerable sediment of glittering valuta. The possibilities of cashing in on worldwide curiosity suddenly bulked large in the Soviet imagination. An in-tourist official of important rank, a Comrade Kutuzov, was in command of the expedition. Subsequently, he went the way of most in-tourist functionaries, to prison and exile. A job with that organization, if not a certain, was by all odds the swiftest road to counter-revolutionary perdition. Since it involved daily contact with foreigners, European clothes and ideas, foreign currency, in-tourist bristled with temptations, and crawled with bourgeois contagions. Only the purest of heart and most adroit of mind survived that test. But that was in the darkling future, for the present Comrade Kutuzov and his pretty blonde wife were in charge and enjoying the responsibility. We had our very own commissary chief, a charming Georgian whose long name was boiled down to Gogo. He not merely fed us in the weeks of this tour, but stuffed us unmercifully. Besides resident correspondents, our company counted a most cosmopolitan assortment of writers come especially for this trip. The Italians, being a melodramatic folk, came dressed like mountain climbers and laden with cameras, binoculars, first aid kits, and other paraphernalia. Just fascist distrust of dictatorships, I suppose. The most earnest member of our party was an undersized and taciturn Frenchman who was forever taking notes. Once I found him gazing at the scenery and jotting things down, apparently interviewing the clouds. Germany's contribution was a blond, lusty, good-looking fellow who did more than interest to make the junket memorable for the ladies in our company. As always, the American delegation was largest. A red-headed and bellicose young man, Bob Allen, short and compact, brightened the journey for us. Bob was still with the Christian Science Monitor, which was to fire him next year for his share in a most unmannerly book called Washington Merry-Go-Round. Albert Reese Williams was along, one of the small band of Americans which witnessed the Bolshevik Revolution and championed it ardently in its first romantic years. He now sought, with a determined and melancholy mien, for traces of the dream and blew conscientiously upon the embers of his ardor. And Charles Malamuth, a large, near-sighted young man with a gaudy taste in socks and shirts to balance his academic mind and training. Charlie had been a thorn in the side of the Slavic department of the University of California because of his outspoken Soviet sympathies, and now, after a month or so on Soviet soil, was in a panic of bewilderment as his communist preconceptions fell to pieces in the harsh contact with reality. He was a good deal like a man who has hoarded a fortune in banknotes, defended it with his life, and suddenly learns that the banknotes are mostly counterfeit. Despite a few congenital skeptics and disillusioned communists, however, the tour seemed a sensible publicity investment for in-tourists. The majority of the journalists were seeing the interior of Russia for the first time. Their notebooks soon brimmed with fine statistics. The Russians in the party were decent, likable people, whose warm hospitality should be repaid in the coin of enthusiastic travel stories. That the investment in the end went wrong, that the propaganda purposes of the whole tour were knocked into a cocked hat, was no fault of Comrade Kutuzov, or Gogo, or in-tourists. Larger forces were at work, unaware of the 30-odd junketeers, making notes on the Volga and interviewing the clouds, but destined to wrench their tour out of its nicely greased groove and scatter the statistics like so much chaff in the wind. Nizhny Novgorod, older than Moscow and once more coveted, seemed to have slumped to a drab provincial city of ragged crowds, muddy streets, crumbling houses, and impoverished or boarded-up shop windows. We stood on the city's Kremlin Hill, looking down on a panorama spread below us like a relief map. In the foreground, the Kremlin wall, underscored with zigzag strokes, a portion of the crowded lower city. From the huddled rooftops rose a cluster of pear-shaped blue domes. A ribbon of roadway showed here and there, all of it like the engravings one runs across in old Russian books. Beyond that, a flat country, with the Volga, at this point just a timid stream, winding through it, and branching from the Volga, the river Oka. Leaden clouds pressed down on the distant horizons. The young communist newspaperman who volunteered to show me his city saw neither the 15th century engravings nor the flatness beyond. For him, it was only the physical foundation for the city to be. He knew by rote the budget figures for industrial projects underway which must make Nizhny Novgorod, he assured me, a great metropolis, the prosperous northern terminal of the 13,000-kilometer Volga. In the center of the ancient Kremlin, a new House of Soviets was going up, an angular barrack-like structure, more like a warehouse than a municipal palace. It seemed a blasphemy upon the time-soaked Kremlin walls, and I hinted as much to my enthusiastic guide. "We are tired of picturesque backwardness," he said, without smiling. "We want comfortable, standardized prosperity, just like you Americans have. Over there, where the Oka and the Volga meet, we shall have our Russian Detroit." The Karl Liebknecht, which started its career on the Volga as the King Albert, was a broad-beamed, comfortable ship. As it slid smoothly down the glassy surface of the river, from Kazan toward Samara, we listened to a concert recruited from the local populations for our entertainment. More convincingly than any map or statistical chart, that concert epitomized for us the astonishing diversity of races settled in this region and the persistence with which they cling to their racial intonation. Nearly 4 centuries have elapsed since Ivan the Terrible conquered the heart of Tartary. Yet the music we heard from the lips of a lovely young singer from the Kazan Opera House had not a suggestion of Russian in it. The same was true of the other folk music. A dark-haired Bashkir boy, with such old eyes, blew through a homemade reed instrument mournful tunes which had more in them of Mongolia than anything this side of the Urals. A Chuvash girl sang shrill songs careering through 2 full octaves, with something in them of the cries of untamed desert animals. Then a Tartar peasant accompanied himself on an accordion in songs, which reminded us how recent, after all, is the release of these people from chattel slavery. It helped one comprehend the fierce opposition to giving up their new-found dignity as private owners of a strip of land, no matter how narrow and barren. In this region we felt how un-Russian is much of Russia. Kazan is the capital of Red Tartary, the Tartar Soviet Socialist Republic, checkered with the autonomous territories of other racial groups. An area about as large as Germany, which in Russia is only a crumb of land, contains half a dozen racial areas, sundered not alone from the Russians, but from one another, Tartars, Chuvashes, Cheremishans, Vodiaks, etc. Broaden the limits somewhat, and they take in the Volga Germans around Samara, the dispersed Mordvians, the Kalmucks near the mouth of the Volga, as well as colonies of Jews, Ukrainians, the first outposts of the Central Asiatic peoples. A representative of the Kazan University, Professor Nasa Bear-Verslin, talked to us of the past, and particularly the projected glories of Red Tartary. His university numbers among its alumni Lenin's brother Alexander, Rykov, Count Leo Tolstoy, and is proud of its traditions. That pride was in Professor Verslin's voice as he boasted of what we Tartars have done and what we Tartars plan to do. Through a window, while he unfolded his vision of an industrialized Tartary, I watched a batch of men straining against the ropes which harnessed them to a heavily laden barge. They threw their weight forward until they were nearly level with the mud, tugging, like overworked mules. These were the men who inspired the Volga boatman's song made famous throughout the world by Chelyabin. But they were not singing, only tugging, straining. This glimpse of the present injected a curiously dramatic counterpoint into the professor's recital of the mechanized future. When Professor Verslin concluded, Charlie Malamuth and I cornered him for a private question. The Hebraic Nasa bear of his name, coupled with the emphasis on "we Tartar," had intrigued our interest. "What sort of a Tartar are you?" we asked him. "I," he laughed. "Why, I am a Tartar from Dvinsk, in the former Jewish Pale." Jews were formerly barred from Kazan University, and now its official representative was a Jew. In the office of the Stalingrad Construction Trust, a mild-mannered, bespectacled young man named Mitzin S. Hiagisin told us in the most matter-of-fact fashion that he was directing the investment of some 900 million rubles to build up the city and its environs. In the capitalist world, he would be classed as a captain of industry. Hiagisin was a barber by profession, he told us when we pressed him for personal information. In the civil wars, he had won the Order of the Red Flag, which he wore on his semi-military olive-drab jacket, and now he was in the front trenches of the industrial battle. It was as simple as that. But the Civil War, he smiled, was easy compared to what we are up against now. All we had to do then was to fight and die. The dream, which was framed in blueprints and architectural sketches on his office walls, and which he explained so patiently, seemed the more startling when we were back on the rutted, weary street. So hot and dusty and torpid, amidst decayed houses, then out in the barren, uninviting suburbs, where everything looked and smelled stagnant. 18 kilometers out, at the famous tractor plant built under Jack Calder's direction, the dream seemed less impossible. There was indeed a piece of Detroit, like some monstrous accident, strayed to the frontiers of Asia. From the large contingent of American engineers and technicians still at work in this plant, we heard the usual tales of insufficient food, overcrowded housing, and Russian ineptness with machinery. But for all the difficulties, the plant was getting into stride, and the workers, though fresh from the farms, were learning their jobs. Most of these were young people, mere boys and girls. They seemed to us alert, good-humored, and curiously conscious of their role as industrial pioneers. National fame had come to a clapboard wayside railroad station, oddly named Verblud, Russian for camel, to which we traveled from Stalingrad. It was the center of an immense state farm, sovkhoz, or government bread factory, as the communists like to call it. There were no humps on this camel. Its nearly 300,000 flat acres rolled to the horizons all around, and the impatient eye detected mirages on the edges of this monotonous disk. Its directors used airplanes to get around the place. But one of the seeming mirages revealed itself as an administrative center, a collection of 2- and 3-story houses, set in correct rows like an American real estate developer. Though not the largest of the bread factories, the neighboring gigant was more than twice as large. The camel had become the showplace of Soviet agriculture, trudged over by an endless stream of native and foreign tourists. The chief reason for this was the energetic, 35-year-old comrade L.S. Gull Margolin, slight in build, his thin features lit up by a boyish smile that was almost shy. Comrade Margolin answered our eager questions about yield per acre, wages, living condition. Around the bend of a fine new road came a cart drawn by oxen, a family of peasants lounging on dirty straw. They stared open-mouthed at the strange array of monsters on the field, the tractors, drillers, combines which had arrived to disturb their 1,000-year-old sleep. We arrived at Rostov, capital of North Caucasus, in the haze of evening when outlines are charitably blurred. Viewed from the balcony of Grand Hotel, the main street might have been in some well-kept German city, rather than the heart of the Don district. But the unkind light of the next day ripped the veil from the face of Rostov to show the pockmarks of poverty. Reputed to have been among the finest cities in the Russian Empire, it was now tragically out of repair, its windows dusty and neglected, house fronts crumbling, a sadly derelict look about the crowds and the queues. That morning we walked many weary miles over the grounds of the newly built Selmeshtroy, probably the world's largest plant making farm implements. And in the afternoon we sat around a red-draped conference table with the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee of Northern Caucasus, sharp-edged, determined men, with heaps of official papers in front of them. Concisely, without beating around the bush, they replied to questions, countering every reference to immediate shortages and hardship with a citation of accomplishments and plan. Their businesslike certainties left no room for sentiment or doubt. They were a military general staff engaged in a major maneuver and had already discounted the cost in men. Towards twilight, Albert Rees Williams, Bob Allen, and I were strolling through side streets, and suddenly the chiming of church bells came through the haze. The first church bells that I'd heard for a year. We followed the sound to the beautiful Rostov Cathedral, whose great thistle-like blue domes dominate Rostov's skyline. This happened to be a holy day dear to the Orthodox believers, the elevation of the cross, celebrated by one of the most impressive of the Orthodox services. The gold and purple vestments, the full-voiced choir, thousands of lighted tapers, the long-haired priests moving majestically amidst the sacred trappings, some 3,000 men, women, and children crowding the cathedral to its doors. An extraordinary contrast it was to Selma Stroy and the embattled Presidium, remnants of an old world surviving, pretending to be still alive. Within the new view, even the faces of the worshippers seemed different from those we had seen in factories, offices, on the state farm. They were amazingly like characters out of old plays on the stage of the Moscow Art Theater, or out of those paintings of pre-war life one sees in the museum. In the vestibule, we observed a line of old monks, white-haired, patriarchal figures all of them, their black cowls ragged, and their faces touched with pain. They held wicker baskets into which worshippers placed eggs, pieces of bread, other gifts. On inquiring, we were told that these monks had just been dispossessed from their monastery and had been allowed to live in the cathedral, subsisting on charity. Rees Williams was deeply touched by their plight. His earnest face furrowed with sorrow, and he stooped a little more than usual, as though feeling the yoke of these ancient men's fate. I recalled that he had once been a minister. Inside, the entry of the foreigners caused a slight localized flurry of interest. "You see," a man whispered in my ear, "we still pray to the Lord despite them." An old woman was selling tapers. Bob nudged me as Williams, the left wing of our company, as it were, walked over to the woman and paid a ruble for a taper. We were prepared to josh him about helping the religious counter-revolution, but there was a solemnity in his face that warned us against levity. But Rees Williams, who had known Lenin and Trotsky and still likes to think himself a Bolshevik, was aware of our amusement. As we left the cathedral, he turned to me sharply. "Eugene," he said, "your heart is touched by the miseries of the intelligentsia, but it remains unmoved by the persecution of these monks and priests and honest believers. You're as narrow in your prejudices as any Bolshevik, only they're different prejudices. I'm not ashamed to admit that I feel the sorrows of these men of religious faith who are going through as terrible an ordeal as the intelligentsia, maybe worse." It was somewhere between Rostov and the Caucasian mountains that those larger forces, working inscrutably behind the back of interest, overtook our foreign sightseers and destroyed the patterns we had been building in our minds and notebooks. Everything we had seen and thought and decided suddenly lost its validity. Everything had to be reconsidered in a new light. The neat little piles of figures garnered as we went along were scattered. The notes contributed by comrades Verslin and Aitchik-Gissen and Margolin were cancelled, and their professions must be reappraised. What happened was that 48 corpses, not invited by interest, joined our tour. They remained with us, and their shadow is on the books and the articles that came of this journey. In every factory and sanatorium we visited, the ghostly 48 were by our side, insisting on being heard. And behind them were thousands of other ghosts, conjured from the void by the shock of a wholesale official murder. On September 22nd, the press announced that the OGPUA had uncovered a counter-revolutionary society headed by Professor Alexander Ryazantsev of the meat industry, to undermine the country's food supply. 48 professors, agronomists, and administrators in the food trusts were under arrest, charged with sabotage. The next day, the press was noisy with editorials and resolutions demanding the highest measure of social defense, death by shooting, for villains. These synthetic demands had only the unsupported word the Ogpu to go upon, except the towering fact that the nation's food supplies were indeed depleted, rotted, hopelessly inadequate, and confused. And on September 24th, 2 days after the plot had been announced, the 48 were shot. Their names were neatly listed in the newspapers, many of them names familiar to readers of Russian scientific and technical publication. This mass execution, though unscheduled, became the chief event of the Grand Tour. The rest of the journey unrolled under a cloud, the Russians self-consciously aloof from the arguments that now swept through the company, the lefts among the foreigners a little hysterical in defending the slaughter. Everyone was upset. Half-apprehended terrors and despairs were suddenly focused in the killing of the 48, as in a sacrificial rite. The rivers of publicity that must flow from the interest investment in international goodwill would unavoidably be tinged with blood. The government now published excerpts from the alleged confessions of the 48. Confessions extracted during months of secret interrogation, followed by a secret trial and secret shootings. Published after the professors and administrators were dead and buried. Buried? Years later, though there had been many other mass executions, the ghosts of these 48 still haunted the nation. The tour to that point had drawn me back into an older, more comfortable attitude. I was leaning back once again on the price paid for the future theory of suffering and terror, in a desperate attempt to adjust my old faith to the new experiences. At every important stop on the route, I dashed off an article and sent it on to Nathalie, my secretary, in Moscow for transmission abroad. Those articles adhered to the placating arithmetical formula distress on one side of the ledger and the planned future on the other, with the balance in the Kremlin's favor. Against the muddy squalor of Nizhny Novgorod, the Ford factory. Against the barren despair of Stalingrad, the tractor factory. Against the liquidation of the kulaks, the triumphs of Comrade Margolin's State Farm. These articles, practically unedited, were published as a series in the Moscow News, which is proof enough that they were a successful effort to whip my conscience into line. With the shooting of the 48, I was hurled back abruptly to the point where the horrors of liquidation at the beginning of the year had left me. I felt again that something barbarous, ugly, and inhuman had been mixed into the socialist dream. Now the Kremlin, I said in the course of an argument, has acted to solve the meat shortage by slaughtering 48 professors. This gory saying was duly reported and deposited against me in my dossier. It became the keynote of some of the travel stories written by the government's guests. 40. Balwa. 8 deaths more or less were in themselves of small consequence. That the socialist hope was in the keeping of people capable of inflicting those deaths, boasting of them as a proof of their Leninist firmness, surrounding the blood sacrifice with a hocus of jejune lies, posthumous confessions, and elaborate stupidities, seemed to me the crux of the tragedy. We went to one of the meetings. Hundreds of them were reported in the papers day after day, in which the proletariat fervently thanked the glorious GPU, the unsheathed sword of the revolution, for its splendid work in liquidating this dastardly plot. We saw no fervor, but only lukewarm routine applause for lukewarm routine speeches, and routine acceptance of another resolution prepared in advance by the steering committee. No one, least of all the speakers, believed that this audience approved the wholesale killings. Even Russians inured to such things shuddered at this deed. Only one correspondent among all those who reported Soviet news regularly for the outside world took the executions nonchalantly in his stride. To your correspondent, the New York Times man wrote, "The most surprising thing is that the punishment was so long delayed, with due allowance for the ignorance and inefficiency, and for the difficulty of organizing state or municipal distribution in a backward country, it is hard to believe there was no sinister intent behind such appalling waste. Anyway, the Soviet public believed there was, and clamored for stern justice. That clamor was only in his imagination, of course, and a clamor for stern justice for dead men based on posthumous statements. Statements, moreover, which sounded strangely alike, as though dictated by one mind, is in itself fantastic enough. The sinister intent must have continued after the mines where it existed had been consigned to the worms, because the appalling waste grew ever more appalling. There was a saying in the old days which ran, "Russia is big and the Tsar is far away." That saying was paraphrased for me in Tiflis, the lively Caucasian capital, when I commented on the softer, less hysterical mood in the city. The USSR is big and Stalin is far away. The fact that Stalin is himself a Georgian surrounded by other Georgians only added spice to the remark. The woes that afflicted the rest of the country were sufficiently in evidence here too, but Tiflis would not let itself be depressed by lack of food and goods and personal safety. The difference is really one of climate and scenery. Here we were in the south, in a south made wondrous by the Caucasian mountains and valleys and the pounding Black Sea. Soviet Georgia is a Switzerland and Italy rolled into one, a Switzerland on the Mediterranean as it were. The city fathers of Tiflis greeted the group of visiting journalists with a party such as would be almost impossible in Moscow. Hospitality is a virtue of which the Georgians are especially proud. The hosts set a pace in drinking, which even parched Americans found it hard to follow. Dignified officials threw themselves into wild Caucasian dances, and they even aided and abetted the foreigners in dancing the infidel foxtrots. An American journalist rose to express the appreciation of our group. I confess that I framed it for him to be called upon because he was so far gone in his cups. But he rallied nobly to the call. Rising slowly to his feet and balancing himself carefully, he looked around at the friendly, smiling faces, and he was sure that he was no longer in Russia. Pound, we're very grateful, said he. Very grateful and damn glad to be here. You know we had to get through Russia to get here, and we're damn glad to be in a place again where people can smile and be happy. Yes, sir, damn glad. And he collapsed. Our communist hosts applauded and drank another toast to America. Of course, they did not understand a word he was saying, and the volunteer interpreter did not tell them. The Caucasian and Crimean Riviera provide symbols of the changes wrought by the revolution in such dramatic sharpness that one suspects a master stage director behind the scene. Bearded peasants, the primordial loam still clotted in their pores and hair, lounge in the spacious pavilions of Levadia, the summer residence of Nicholas the Last. Dressed cleanly in the gray sanatorium uniforms, they wander uneasily amidst the trappings of their late little father. The scene seems to have been made to order. Probably it was. In turning over the Tsar's favorite palace to the simplest moujiks as a vacation resort, the Bolsheviks must have had an eye to the theatrical effects of their act. Everywhere along the great stretch of natural playground, the palaces of grand dukes and millionaire merchants were being used by workers and peasants. Sallow-skinned factory girls strolled along the cypress-lined paths through gardens originally laid out for grand ducal mistresses. They were installed, as was our party of journalists, in a gorgeous chalet brought piecemeal from Switzerland to Gagry's mountain flank by a Russian nobleman. It all begins to unfold as a grand pageanter. No Stanislavski or Reinhard could have done anything better to summarize the fundamental fact of the revolution. In isolated spots we found dim reflections of past elegance. There were several vacation places reserved for the Ogpu and higher officials, quieter, less crowded, with an air of superiority setting them off from the popular resorts. And there were the few hotels and sanatoria still open to individual visitors at relatively exorbitant prices. Here the wives of professional men, well-paid actors, and writers made a pathetic attempt to ape the French Riviera. There was an element of the comic, too, in their efforts to dress up and to revive a little of the glitter associated with superior seaside vacation. In Yalta, where I abandoned the company for pressing work in Moscow, we lived in a meandering old hotel overlooking the harbor. Several foreign freighters were in port. Gay sun-tanned groups from the surrounding sanatoria enlivened the main streets. The echoes of accordions and laughter came to us through the balmy night air. For a moment, we seemed to be far from the privations and fears of which we had seen so much in those weeks. Then we turned down a side street. It was after midnight. A block or two, and we came upon a straggly line stretching from a closed, dark shop. Some 50 men and women sat on boxes or on the sidewalks. Several were stretched out asleep in the queue. Only the hour made this scene unusual. "What are you waiting for?" we asked one of the women. "How do I know?" she answered. "Maybe a herring, a bit of meat if we're lucky." "Most likely nothing," a man near her said. "But the shop is closed." "It will open at 8 in the morning," the man explained. "I've been waiting since 11 tonight." "Don't you have to work tomorrow?" I asked. "No, it's my free day. Other nights my wife waits online. Unless one waits all night, there is not a chance of getting anything." Not in itself a startling piece of information. But somehow the joy was no longer in the echoes of laughter and accordions. The 48 ghosts accompanied us to the hotel. In Torhue. Rastral. Of all the enormities contrived in the haloed name of socialism, the most singular, perhaps, was a decree offering generous cash rewards to patriots who informed on relatives, friends, and neighbors. Nothing niggardly about the offer. 25%, a full quarter share of all money, valuables, and other property seized by the government would go to the informer. The despised profit motive invoked for a fittingly despicable purpose. Somewhere in the Elysian fields, the shades of Marx and Lenin, if they are on speaking terms after all that has happened, had a delicate problem of dialectics to argue over. Whether the patriot, having collected his 25% of the booty and been thereby enriched perhaps beyond the bounds of proletarian decency, was thereafter a proper subject for profitable denunciation in turn by his best friend or favorite child, was not made entirely clear in the decree. But whatever the wording of the law, it may be assumed that the government in one way or another got that quarter back. For the government was in need of capital, desperately in need, especially the kind acceptable to capitalists abroad. Even in lesser matters it had long ago thrown off the encumbrance of principles and ethical prejudices. Small reason why it should not go the limit when the urgency referred to capital, money, the very protoplasmic stuff of its new economic religion. Denunciation, night raids, searchings, hostages. The victims were chiefly disfranchised people, intellectual trash, those receiving money from relatives abroad. People, in short, upon whom neither sympathy nor bothersome legalities need be wasted. The formal pretext for seizing the remnants and scourings of wealth from the Nep period or the pre-deluge epoch was re-taxation on past earnings. Fearful that the culprits might hide some of their belongings, they were not notified in advance. First, the obus swooped down on them at night and made a thorough inventory of what they owned, tearing up floorboards and rafters, ripping open pillows and mattresses in search of concealed money or jewels. Then the assessors had something to go by. The tax was usually a safe distance above 100% of the inventoried property. If the victim and his family were allowed to remain in their living space, or even in the city, despite their failure to pay the full tax, they had ample cause to bless their luck. It was an arduous undertaking, and volunteer brigades of workers demonstrated their devotion to the 5-year plan in 4 years by assisting in the searchings. Informing on one's neighbors has ever been a source of human pleasure, and now it was also a well-paying business, almost the only enterprise for private profit, countenanced by the enthroned revolution. The nightly chores of raids, searchings, and arrests grew larger all the time, and the Ogpu had need of volunteers. Light cavalry is one of the proud names applied to the brigades by a grateful press. Where the taxation comedy could not for some reason be played, a voluntary contribution to the Piatwetkan was extracted, duly attested by a signed statement to that effect. Future research in the archives of the early 1930s will disclose stacks of these statements, a very epidemic of patriotic philanthropy. The more remarkable because the givers usually had small reason to love the government upon whom they lavished this charity. Such was the magic of the revolution. Historians will find that even its natural enemies were moved to benefactions in its favor. The outward sign of the state hunger for capital was an inflation of the Soviet currency. Between May and October of 1930, the rubles in circulation increased by 35%. Russians referred to the paper as sovznaki, Soviet signs, to distinguish it from real values such as gold or foreign money. When cabmen demanded a griveniek, literally 10 kopecks, to take one from the station to the hotel, they meant 10 rubles, 1 kopek being their contemptuous valuation of the ruble. People ask, which is the jolliest currency for traveling with abroad? And the answer was, the ruble. Everybody laughs at it. Officially valued at 51 cents. The ruble in truth had a purchasing value of 3 or 4 cents provided there was something to purchase. But the shortage of some goods and the complete absence of others often turned the ruble into an empty symbol. The collapse of popular faith in the currency led to an extraordinary episode late in 1930. The Soviet Union awoke one morning to find itself mysteriously short of small change. Copper and silver coins were annoyingly few, and in several days disappeared altogether. A little thing, it would seem, but the machinery of everyday life, already complicated and burdensome enough, was put further out of joint. Clerks in shops, conductors on streetcars, peddlers in the markets could not make change. The banks and post offices rapidly ran dry of all coins. Beggars stood with empty cups, since no one had coins to spare. The telephone pay stations, normally overcrowded, now stood idle. The mystery was not mysterious after all. Millions of peasants throughout the country had decided by a common impulse, one of those inexplicable brainwaves sweeping with the speed of light across 7,000 miles, to hoard silver and copper. Suddenly and almost simultaneously throughout the vast nation, the peasants lost the last shred of respect for the national currency and held on to coins for their intrinsic worth as metal. Rapidly, the whole supply was drained off into their coffers. Municipal authorities hurriedly issued scrip in denominations from 1 to 10 kopecks. Stores gave credit slips instead of cash for change. A week or two and the crisis was over. Is it a curious intuition or a telepathic flash that moves millions of simple people, continents apart, to some common action, though they have no leadership, no contacts, no press? Again and again I have seen them act, or rather react, with amazing unanimity. Thus it was in the previous winter, when peasants separated by 1,000 miles met forcible collectivization in exactly the same way, by slaughtering their cows, as consistently as though they had conspired in advance. But the hoarding of coins, less important in itself, was the clearest indication of this almost psychic mass consciousness. Police-minded officials instantly shrieked, "Plot! A Kulak plot or Trotskyist plot to destroy the 5-year plan." Foreign reporters echoed plot, because the word fits nicely into headlines, and because the newspaper mind, like the police mind, thrives on melodrama. A few of us hinted darkly at sinister influences, precisely as one of us had done in smoothing over the 48-fold execution. Like those doctors who prescribed the same medicine for all ailments, the Kremlin was prescribing the death penalty to cure its social ailments. Rastral, how many times the word shooting crashed like thunder in open court? How many more times behind the sealed doors of military and Ogpu courts? Railroad accidents were growing at an alarming rate, owing primarily to the excessive load thrown on a disorganized system and inferior rolling stock. These physical faults would be corrected in the course of time, no doubt. But, meanwhile, the death penalty for careless railroad workers. More and more Soviet commercial and diplomatic agents in foreign countries hesitated to obey orders to return home, chiefly because they were afraid of the the result, the death penalty in absentia for such hesitance. Outlawed intellectuals, persecuted peasants, rejected communists, discontented workers in droves, tried to steal across the frontier despite the heavy guards and bloodhounds. The result, the death penalty for those caught in the act. And so, the hoarding of coins, too, was now made a capital crime. A few of the guilty peasants were actually condemned to death, and the verdict ostentatiously published. It is unlikely that the enforcement went much beyond that. To shoot all who were guilty of hoarding would have cost the government more metal in bullets than it could collect in coin. But the decree stood, presumably stands yet. In any event, the coins were back in circulation. Soon, the government decided that if there was to be any hoarding, it would do the job itself. It withdrew all the silver coinage from circulation, putting a cheap nickel alloy in its place. The same urgency in the matter of capital forced the Kremlin to dispose of its products in foreign markets in as large quantities as possible, often at ridiculously low prices. Soviet wheat, butter, fish, eggs, petroleum, pulpwood, most of them sorely needed at home, were poured upon the world in alarming volume. This time, it was the turn of frightened capitalist competitors in those markets to cry, frantic, plot, and discern sinister motives. The USSR, they howled, was dumping goods below cost of manufacture in order to undermine capitalism and stimulate world revolution. Many governments placed hindrance to the flow of Soviet products. Several announced total embargoes, cloaking their economic fears with a belated and low-sided humanitarianism. They now raised the issue of forced labor. The fact that the charge was in many instances correct is neither here nor there. Capitalists were no more concerned with the horrors in Soviet labor camps than with slavery in Abyssinia or chain gangs in Mississippi. Technically, dumping means the sale of goods below cost of manufacture. But how could anyone figure those costs when all labor and all products were the property of the same state which did the exporting? What was the cost of producing lumber when the forests and the supply of exile and outright convict labor alike were almost inexhaustible? The truth is that all labor based on rations, inflated money, and endless compulsions is an approximation of prison labor. There are no unemployed slaves. The Soviet government's denials of forced labor put the finishing touches on the diverting Olympiad of hypocrisy involved in the anti-dumping campaign. Prisoners everywhere work. Why should not ours? The Kremlin asked indignantly, thus evading the issue, which was why the USSR possessed so many hundreds of thousands of prisoners. It did not explain whether 1 million or so men and women transported forcibly to places where there was only one job and one employer, and then given a free choice of employment, were forced labor or not. For the special purpose of appeasing American public opinion, an American commission was dispatched to the lumber area, and in due time, it attested truthfully that it had not seen forced labor. No one in the foreign colony was more amused by this clowning than the commissioners themselves. They were a salesman of American machinery, long resident in Moscow and dependent on official goodwill for his business, a young American reporter without a steady job, and therefore in the USSR, by sufferance of the government, and the resident secretary of the American, Russian Chamber of Commerce, a paid employee of the organization whose usefulness depended on maintaining cordial relations with the Soviet authorities. I knew all three men intimately, and it is betraying no secret to record that each of them was as thoroughly convinced of the widespread employment of forced labor in the lumber industry as Hamilton Fish or Mr. D. Turding. They went to the north for the ride, or because it was difficult to refuse, and they placated their conscience by merely asserting ambiguously that they personally had seen no signs of forced labor. They did not indicate that they made no genuine effort to find it, and that their official guides steered the investigation. Their findings, published with all solemnity and transmitted obediently by the American correspondents to the United States, were a good deal along the line of a later commission in search of forced labor in the Don Basin coal area. One of the commissioners, the famous American photographer with the more famous 3 children of Around the World in our 11 years, Jimmy Abbey, put it to me this way: "Sure, we saw no forced labor. When we approached anything that looked like it, we all closed our eyes tight and kept them closed. We weren't going to lie about it." The second year of the plan provided victories enough and to spare for propaganda purposes. The press in October was able to list hundreds of enterprises brought into operation that year. But the hallelujahs were neither as loud nor as jubilant as the year before. The margins of failure to achieve the overambitious control figures for the fiscal year were especially wide in heavy metals, transportation, coal, and factory construction, in the essentials, that is to say, of an industrialized society. Each of these failures, moreover, affected the others, for an integrated industrial system like a chain is no stronger than its weakest link. A steel mill without coal is completed only in the statistical sense, since it will not produce steel, and coal production without adequate transportation to move, it is likewise a statistical triumph only. Transportation troubles were especially harassing. Besides, the planned increase in productivity of labor was far in arrears, and the quality indices were in many cases falling instead of rising. The plan had taken curious turns, its outstanding achievements and outstanding difficulties alike being largely unexpected and certainly unplanned. The plan for agrarian collectivization stood formally accomplished in less than 2 years, seemingly the greatest success of all. But it was surely not an unmixed blessing, considering the disastrous loss of livestock, the terrible shortage of foodstuffs, and the problem of peasant opposition still to be solved. Catastrophic inflation was underway where a strengthening of the currency had been planned. Living standards and real wages were depressed where percentages of improvement has been meticulously planned. Thinly veiled types of conscript labor and extensive concentration camps, neither of them listed in the detailed volumes of the published plan, had become essential features of it. A number of the most advertised victories, in addition, were of dubious character. The boast that millions more workers had been drawn into industry than originally planned was a most illusory triumph, though many self-styled economists abroad accepted it innocently as such. If those economists had planned to build an outhouse with 2 laborers, but had been obliged to use 4 laborers, they would scarcely have boasted of 100% fulfillment of the plan. Yet they accepted just that boast on a national scale from Soviet sources uncritically. The vaunted liquidation of unemployment was in large measure due to the low productivity of labor per unit. 2 men had to be put to work where it was hoped one would suffice. Women had to be torn away from their home duties or their leisure, and put to hauling logs, running machines, acting as hod carriers and street cleaners. That might be naively glorified as equality of the sexes, but it represented a most unsavory overfulfillment of the unemployment plans. Not only did the 5-year plan job take a lot more labor than planned, but it cost a lot more money than planned. That, too, was shouted to the skies as a glorious overfulfillment. And professional economists, among them some who hated Bolshevism, but seemingly hated thinking more, applauded. Not only did it take 4 workers to build their outhouse instead of the 2 planned, but the job cost twice as much as they had expected. Hooray! 2, 2, 2, 2, 5, dare I? These optical illusions kept the Hosanna singers at home and abroad, happily thrilled. They were ignored or accepted with ill-concealed sarcasm by the mass of Russians, but they worried the leader. Shrill optimism covered a deep and pervasive discomfiture. The hunt for scapegoats grew more spirited. New attacks on Rykov, Bukharin, and other alleged rights filled the press. By the end of the year, Rykov was pushed out of the post formerly held by Lenin, the chairmanship of the Council of People's Commissars, and the colorless, uninspired Molotov was put in his place. Prominent economists and administrators, among them men in key positions, not only in industry, but in the central planning institutions, were arrested, charged with sabotage, espionage, counter-revolution. The agricultural expert, Professor Kondratiev, the leading statistician, Professor Groman, the greatest Russian authority on thermodynamics, Professor Leonid Ramzin, hundreds of their kind, thousands of less important personalities. The time was ripe for another of those pyrotechnical demonstration trials to serve as circus for lack of bread, to dramatize the idea of a nation besieged by enemies within and without. The trial was already in the making. Thousands were being sifted for those few who would tell a convincing story willingly and impressively. 8 were finally selected, with Professor Ramzin heading the list. There could just as easily have been 80 or 800. The government revealed that at least 2,000 were in prison as directly implicated in the same alleged conspiracy. But the stage directors had decided on a small cast. Death to wreckers. Planned hysteria reached its highest pitch in the Ramzin affair. Few things in Soviet history can compare for the size of the audience and the calculated melodrama of the proceedings. In my mind, it figures as the classic example of the demonstration trial. Those attributes which set the show trial off from ordinary trials seem to me to have been most sharply delineated in this instance. In subsequent years there would be trials more significant historically, particularly those that ended with the annihilation of old Bolsheviks like Zinoviev, Kamenev, Smirnov, Pyatakov, Serebryakov, and military heroes of the revolution like Marshal Tukhachevsky and General Yakir. But not one of them was to approach the Ramzin show for scientifically inflated sensationalism and for the transparency of its make-believe. Consider the dimensions of the conspiracy, as outlined in the indictment published on November 1930, and developed at the trial that began 2 weeks later. An underground industrial party, comprising thousands of Russian engineers and official planners, allegedly worked for years with the connivance of the general staffs of a dozen nations. Its activities supposedly involve such names as Raymond Poincaré, Aristide Briand, Colonel T. E. Lawrence of Arabia, and Sir Henry Dieterding abroad, and men in key positions in the 5-year plan at home. By undermining Soviet industry, the ground was to be prepared for a sudden and concerted foreign attack. Even the slate of the new government to take control after the rout of the Soviets was supposedly drawn up. Counter-revolution on an all-European scale. As startling a picture as was ever unveiled by any regime. Consider the audience. All the gadgets of ballyhoo were used to bring the fears and angers of a nation to a boil, and several dozen representatives of the world press were on hand to report the hysteria for other nations. The exaggerated frights and enthusiasms evoked by events in Russia, in a world suffering economic jitters, helped to draw all eyes to the improvised courtroom in the faded magnificence of the former Nobles Club. And consider what was of the most immediate significance: the background of embattled desperation within the Soviet frontiers. A ruthless straining of energies under conditions of semi-starvation, political pressures without precedent even in Russia. The unfoldment of a system of involuntary labor for millions of prisoners and economic conscripts. Any spectacle to explain and justify this background had need for melodrama of the most pyrotechnic kind. And it is as a spectacle that unavoidably I must think of the trial. I find it hard to discuss it seriously as a judicial procedure. The guilt of the accused had been fixed and accepted as beyond doubt in advance. The object of the trial was simply to demonstrate that guilt as effectively as possible, for purposes not even remotely related to justice in the legal sense. The flood of carbon copy resolutions urging the death penalty, one of them by the Academy of Science, took such guilt for granted. There could be no flaws in procedure, no miscarriage of justice. An inept scene would merely be a blunder in technique. It is in terms of drama, of a political morality play, that this and all other demonstration trials must be judged. How else when the defendants, their defense counsel, prosecution, and judges all work together to prove a plot, when, indeed, the accused often outdo their accusers in their eagerness to make the official story stick? The demonstration trial is the unique Bolshevik contribution to the art of propaganda. Though couched in the verbiage and set in the general pattern of formal justice, with judges and lawyers and witnesses, the resemblance ends there. Nothing is allowed to occur, except by sheer accident, that is not prescribed in the indictment libretto. Every actor, from the judges down to the extras, knows his assigned role and dovetails it nicely with every other role. Should he stumble or begin to improvise, everyone is embarrassed and moves quickly to bring the action back to the script. Like all other correspondents, I was instructed to spare no efforts or cost in reporting the Ramzan proceedings. For once there would be no counting of words, no downhold orders or stinting. I did not miss a single session. I became as familiar with the court and its people, with the routine of the whole business, as a soldier with his trench. And when it was ended, I emerged a little dazed, like one returning from a long and unpleasant journey, who must slowly re-establish contact with a humdrum existence. The experience remains with me as an organized and clean-edged memory. More than 500,000 workers from the factories and offices of Moscow marched through the snows in the grayish dusk on November 25. They marched under banners inscribed, "Death to the agents of imperialism. Kill the wreckers. No mercy to these class enemies." Hour after hour, as night engulfed the city, the gigantic parade rolled past the Nobles Club, and its shouts of "Death! Death! Death!" could be heard in the columned ballroom where the trial was underway since 3 in the afternoon. The 8 scholarly men and the prisoner's 7 box heard the baying outside. The several thousand privileged spectators jammed into the chamber as for a circus. Under 56 blazing chandeliers heard it, and some 75 Russian and foreign reporters at the foot of the platform. In thousands of towns and cities, other such parades were taking place at the same time, and these too we could hear across the vast distances. The same tom-tom of death, death, pulsed through endless editorials, speeches, resolutions, radio exhortations, cartoons, billboard signs. It was a synthetic delirium, its very phrases prescribed, a litany of bloodthirst. At the proper moment, it would be shut off as artificially as it had been loosed upon the country. Only the bitterness and hatred were real, because they sprang from real pain and anger. The courtroom scene was a repetition of the shady trial, except that its temper was heightened and its mechanics more practical. Prosecutor Krylenko's bullet head shone in the arc lights, his flat Scythian features tensed in his cruel sneer. With the judges on the raised dais sat a factory worker from Leningrad, one Peter Ivanov, the inert symbol of the proletariat in whose name the show was unwound. Several loges were crowded by members of the diplomatic corps, many of whose governments were involved in the charges. The prisoner's dock, draped in gray cloth, was a speck of alien color in the pervading red. Photographers, reporters, electricians worked in a panic of hurry. They crawled through the solemnities intent on their own business, like scene shifters in a Chinese play. The paraphernalia of publicity, microphones, Klieg lights, cameras, rows of typewriters in the corridor section, fenced off for the correspondents, held first place the 8 defendants, seemed supernumeraries. The paraphernalia of propaganda and the cries of death, rolling in from all sides and pounding against the outer walls. The opening day, in particular, had a touch of shrill holiday about it. Next to Krylenko stood a fat black beetle of a man, with a Mephistophelian beard, waxing red and choleric and spluttering from time to time, but mostly silent and glowering. That was Krylenko's assistant throughout the trial. Behind the refined stiletto cruelty of the prosecutor, the crude sledgehammer cruelty of this assistant. The defendants were the least villainous-looking of mortals, several of them wearing neat professional beards and spectacles. They shuffled papers and made copious notes, as though awaiting their turn to speak at a scientific conference. They seemed a meek, harmless, and unimpressive group to have roused such a storm. After the published indictment had been read, each of the 8 in turn stood up and pleaded guilty. Only 2 of them, Sergei Kuprianov and Xenophon Sitnin, accepted defense lawyers, the others waiving this dubious privilege. Sitnin, fat-faced and oily, was the one whose young son had demanded his death before the trial. This was by now a standardized piece of business in important show trial. "My father is to me a class enemy, nothing more," young Sitnin told the press, and his words were published as an example to Soviet youth. For 3 hours Ramsey on the opening day told the story of his political sins. A small, clean-shaven man in his early 40s, with a square white face and drawn features, his forehead high and pale under a mop of light brown hair, he spoke in the calm, precise tones of a trained lecturer. It was almost impersonal. The Industrial Party, he said, had been born in 1925, and by 1929 it had more than 2,000 members. Its leaders, going abroad frequently on technical missions, were able to make contacts with the French General Staff, Balkan military men, and rich emigres. Contacts were also made through Monsieur A and Monsieur K, foreign consuls in Moscow. They figured as initials throughout, though they sat in the diplomatic box, and we all knew who they were. Ramsey's recital, as monotonous as a technical classroom lecture, sounded abstract and academic. It was clear on the larger objectives, but fuzzily obscure on details. Like so much of the economic planning of which he spoke, the counter-revolutionary planning seemed grandiose in blueprint, but unrealized in practical application. Krylenko would have a job of it, we all felt, to fill in the outline with convincing detail. The kind of regime projected by the Industrial Party, according to Ramzin, was one dominated by engineering minds, an interesting anticipation of the technocracy ideas which soon thereafter swept America. Day after day, the 8 men took turns, singly and in batches of 2 and 3, in front of the microphone that carried their voices to millions, while cameramen ground away. Reporters rushed back and forth importantly. And giant arc. Lights flared and sizzled. At first, the older men shaded their eyes against the crisscross streams of hot light, but in time they gave up and bore the drenching without a struggle. Day after day they asserted their guilt and accented their humiliation, while the khaki-clad Krolent, his black beetle, grimaced and glowered. There was a monumental irony in the vast precautions taken to safeguard the court against mythical dangers of assault, as the conspirators competed in belly-crawling confessionals. Subtly, the idea was conveyed that bands of desperate saboteurs might try to pull off a daring rescue, or that any minute the corpulent Poincare might come dashing at the head of an army of invaders. The ballyhoo created a sense of imminent danger of foreign attack. The aging Maxim Gorky addressed an eloquent appeal to the workers and peasants and intellectuals of the world to act quickly to stop intervention. The incongruity between these assumptions of imminent counter-revolution and invasion, and the meekness of those contrite and ineffectual professors, attested that human credulity is indeed inexhaustible. Even as in the Shady trial, the attempt to provide concrete detail for the generalized structure of international plotting fizzled. Death to wreckers. Glotin Krylenko drew out specific samples of sabotage and spying, but they seemed petty in relation to the sweeping charges. The amounts mentioned as bribes over a period of many years came to ludicrously small sums for the world-shaking job allegedly performed. The supposed connivings with premiers and military commanders and millionaire plotters, when the matter came down to cases, proved curiously indirect and inferential at best. It was all done, if done it was, through intermediaries thrice removed, and not once in all the 11 days was any impersonal, documentary evidence introduced. The thousands of plotters must have been models of circumspection, and the Secret Service exceedingly stupid, for there was not a scrap of paper, not a receipt or an intercepted letter to bolster the state's case. Nor was there a single witness not himself a prisoner, and therefore fighting to save his own life. The trial ended as it began, with confessions made while under Ogpua control and mutual accusations by men in the shadow of death. Watching through news columns darkly, the outside world saw the mountain of propaganda in labor, giving birth to an anemic mouse of a plot. 11 days of trial, stretching deep into the night hours, left small doubt that these men and hundreds like them despised the Soviet regime, dreamed of its overthrow, and were ready to deliver it to enemies abroad or at home. Several of them were former members of liberal political groupings, the Cadets, for instance, and despite themselves betrayed that they still mourned the perished dream of a democratic Russia on the French or American model. No doubt these men had talked counter-revolution among themselves and with friends out of their pre-revolutionary past in Europe. They clearly had encouraged émigré delusions about the speedy liberation of Russia. They had been apathetic toward the industrial tasks entrusted to them, and often had thrown monkey wrenches into the economic machinery. More than enough, in short, to make them traitors in Bolshevik eyes and deserving of traitors' death. But on these truths the state had elaborated a top-heavy superstructure of imaginative falsehood and exaggeration to explain current hardships and to justify current brutalities. The 8 men in the court may have been counter-revolutionary scoundrels, but the great international plot seemed to me, and to most of the foreign observers, sewn with white thread, as the Russian phrase has it. A few of the stitches were pretty raw and obvious. Any tyro of a defense attorney in a free court would have pulled out those white threads and watched the case fall apart. For instance, the slate of the new government to displace the Bolsheviks after a successful counter-revolution, embodied in the confessions, contained the names of 2 men who had long been dead at the time the slate was supposedly drawn up. One of these dead men, Ryabushinsky, was scheduled for the premiership no less. Another instance, at the time Ramzan is supposed to have talked with Colonel Lawrence of Arabian fame in London. The colonel was not even in England. Such telltale blunders in the structure of confessions, the trial took blithely in its stride. Defendants and defense lawyers alike pretended not to notice the blunders. The Soviet press kept mum. The foreign press was fed phony explanations, and the demonstration trial went on without a hitch. The defense was indistinguishable from the prosecution, and all the time the thunder of vengeance rolled through the land in still more editorial attacks, stereotyped resolutions, mass meetings that had no direct reference to the mumbo-jumbo of examination and testimony in the courtroom. The most weird hours, in this, as in former trials, were provided by witnesses dragged from the darkness of their Ogpu cells into the circus brilliance of this ballroom. They spoke their lines hurriedly in confusion, and were dragged off again to the darkness where they had languished for months. To what fate? We could not help wondering. The awareness of thousands of others corralled in Ogpu prisons, droves of professors and technicians and officials under lock and key, of whom we were allowed to see only a few samples, came to overshadow everything else in the exhibition. By what logic were the 8 selected out of the mass? The answer was not far to seek. The defendants in a show trial are chosen because of their special fitness for their parts. Sometimes willingly, more often unwillingly, they are cast for their roles in the limelight. Not the degree of their guilt, but their social backgrounds, their physical and psychological makeup, frequently their capacity for self-abasement, are the primary considerations. The government intended to paint a specific picture in the public mind at home and abroad. These 8 sufficed for the purpose. We would know, in a general way, what happened to Ramzan and the other 7. We would never know what happened to the thousands presumably tried and condemned behind closed doors. One day, the witness was Professor Osachi, until his arrest vice president of Gosplan, and therefore one of the chief authors of the 5-year plan. Osachi had been on this rostrum before. In the Sheti trial in 1928, he was one of the people's prosecutors. Now it appeared that he had been play-acting. At that time, he was already a member of the counter-revolutionary group. Instinctively, we looked at the present people's prosecutors and wondered whether they too would have their turn. Osachi was a large, pompous-looking old man, round-faced, white-bearded and spectacled, with a heavy rounded paunch. For a full minute he stared into the audience, confused by the lights and gadgets. Then he began to speak in harsh self-accusation. And suddenly he began to sob aloud. "Let me live," he begged the audience. "Let me live, and my whole life will be devoted to the proletariat and its Soviet power." He was on the stage only a few minutes, then was hustled off again. On December 4th, Krylenko made his closing address. He spoke for 4 hours. Not so much the guilt of the accused men, but the guilt of their kind of people at home and abroad was his theme. He was underscoring the moral of the play. He read selected translations from Paris papers describing a gathering of Russian exiles, Grand Dukes, bishops, merchants, which had protested against the Ramzan trial. The description drew guffaws of laughter from the Moscow audience. Everything that had been outlawed and crushed by the revolution was on trial, and the 8 defendants were little more than a few minor, unimportant proofs of it all. Again and again he was interrupted by listeners with cries of death to the wreckers. 2 days later, the 8 men made their final pleas, 1 or 2 in tears, the others with pedagogical calm. "This is my last public lecture in 15 years. Ramzan smiled sadly. "Perhaps the case is not quite as simple as the comrade prosecutor says. Man does not risk his life for money alone. 2 paths were open to us after the revolution. One that led to the Kremlin, the other to Paris. We chose Paris, and this is where it led us." And in ending he said, "We came to court not to defend ourselves but to capitulate. I am happy I confessed. My soul is quieter. Yeah, I have only a few more years to live," said Alexander Fedotov. "I am an old man, but I don't want to die a traitor's death. Give me a chance to expiate my sins." He was a tall, heavy, dignified old man. He wore a black cutaway of ancient vintage and a stiff collar and looked like an after-dinner speaker. Once or twice during the trial, his sense of grievance had broken through his caution. He had defended his past as a liberal Democrat. And as always on those rare occasions when a prisoner showed a sign of self-respect, the audience had been shocked into attention. Viktor Larichev, Nikolai Charnovsky, Ivan Kalinikov all begged and promised. A few tried flattery. "The great and wise and mighty proletariat," they said, "surely would not be moved by vengeance, and could afford to be generous with broken-down, unworthy creatures like themselves." Larichev had been a member of the Gosplan. A wisp of a goatee made his thin, sallow face more ineffectual and a little comic. A handful of intellectuals trying to overthrow the mighty proletariat. He had ridiculed himself and his comrades during the trial. Charnovsky seemed the type of the pre-revolutionary harm, a stolid conservative landowner out of the pages of Turgenev or Tolstoy. The 65-year-old Kalinikov, with his white hair, his precise Van Dyke beard, and carefully pointed mustaches, had also been in the Gosplan. "A man raised like myself," he had explained to the court, as though demonstrating a technical problem, "could never understand why the lowly workers should rule. I was simply unfit to submit to the proletariat. Now, As we listened to the 8 lacerating themselves, swinging between an eagerness for the death that expiates and tearful pleas for pity, pausing in the most subjective moments to deliver generalizations on life and destiny, we knew that Dostoevsky had not exaggerated his Russians. Death to wreckers! 5 of the men were condemned to death. The verdict brought a storm of applause and cheers, which the presiding judge could not stop. 2 days later, these death sentences were commuted to 10 years of imprisonment. This unexpected act of mercy shocked Russia more deeply than the verdict. Almost as suddenly as the hysteria had been launched, it was now ended. The show was over. Before long, we heard that Ramzin and others were back at work, talking to technical classes. The closing words in the Nobles Club were not their last lectures after all. But for a few years, until Hitler came to power in Germany, France remained the spearhead of intervention in the official propaganda. Poincaré, he had been nicknamed, displaced Austen Chamberlain as the chief devil in Soviet demonology. A second trial, closely linked with the Ramzin affair, took place several months later. A group of prominent Mensheviks was charged with conspiracy to overthrow the government. The charge resolved, in the final analysis, into one of harboring Marxist views, unlike the official Kremlin version. The trial had more dignity than the Ramzin affair. A few of the prisoners made a meek defense of their faith, a feeble and tangential defense, but sufficiently impressive in a courtroom ill-smelling with human degradation. I was vacationing in America when this second trial took place. I followed the proceedings through the press reports, and I realized how utterly impossible it was for the outside world to understand the demonstration trial. No matter how often the point was made that this was not ordinary justice, but staged, floodlighted revolutionary symbolism, the reader accepted it as a real trial to ascertain guilt or innocence. He read of witnesses and evidence and confessions, judges and verdicts, and translated those words in the language of his own experience, with ordinary judicial procedures. He waited for the verdict, as though it had not been prescribed in advance. Even I, who had sat through such trials, caught myself reading the dispatches about testimony and cross-questioning as though it were all real. An ironical fate pursues the Soviet show trials. Always some magnificent lie throws its shadow on the whole texture of eager confessions. In the Ramzin exhibition, it was a conspirator who had been dead for years before the conspiracy was hatched. In this Menshevik trial, the revealing lie was even more startling. One of the leaders of the Second International, Raphael Abramovich, was supposed to have made a secret visit to Russia on specified dates in the summer of 1928. The whole Menshevik plot centered around that visit, and the defendants confessed meetings and discussions in detail. Unfortunately for the OGPU stage directors, Abramovich was attending an international socialist congress in Brussels at that very time. Photographs of the delegates made at the very moment he was supposedly plotting in Moscow showed Abramovich in Brussels. That, too, the demonstration trial took in its stride. To this day, the Russian people are unaware of the cynical hoax, since the press passed over it in silence. An interview with Stalin. The image of Stalin, immense, vague, sinister, had been expanding rapidly upon men's minds in the years since I came to Moscow. More than ever, an interview with him was the world's most coveted and apparently most hopeless newspaper prize. For the 5th or 6th time, I ventured to remind him of his promise to receive me. The provocation this time was more than ample. Giddy headlines throughout the world were announcing Stalin's assassination. Rumors from Riga and Bucharest were reinforced by rumors from Helsingfors and Kaunas and confirmed by Warsaw and Berlin. I asked for no more than a minute or two in his presence, just time enough to obtain his personal denial and to attest that he was indubitably alive. Every other correspondent in Moscow saw and seized the same opportunity, so that Stalin's secretariat was besieged by reporters of many nations, but most insistently by the go-getting Americans. Letters, telephone calls, cablegrams from the home offices of newspapers and agencies poured in upon Stalin's staff, urging that it was his duty, nay, his great opportunity, to emerge at last from behind the barriers and smite the rumor-mongers. The assassination had come as the inevitable climax to a flood of sensations out of neighboring capitals which none of our denials could stem. It was the Soviet Union's periodical dividend on censorship, but a lot more gory and circumstantial than usual. The mere existence of the censorship gave news sources on the capitalist side of the Russian frontiers a specious authority, and it must be admitted that on occasion Riga was able to report significant Soviet events more quickly, and surely less inhibitedly, than we in Moscow. Its batting average was not very high, but every so often it hit a home run. But that the border countries would know of major developments even unto bloodshed and rebellion in Moscow itself, without the resident newspapermen being aware, oh pound it, was fantastic. The Soviet capital is a huge whispering gallery. Scandal and sensation echo throughout the city like the rumble of thunder. And there was probably no Moscow correspondent, however friendly and loyal, who would have hesitated to flash news of the sort now spread by Riga and other capitals, especially the alleged murder of Stalin. The means for circumventing the censorship are always at hand, provided the reporter is willing to risk official reprimand or expulsion. The death of Stalin would have been a news story worth the risk. Not since the balmy days when Lenin and Trotsky were shooting and stabbing each other regularly in Riga and Warsaw dispatches did imaginative journalism about mysterious shut-in Russia run so loose and wild. Starting with a few trenchant truths about widespread arrests and disaffections, truths which the Moscow correspondents did not exactly conceal but certainly soft-pedaled. Exaggeration and gullibility did the rest. Soon the Red Army was exploding with mutiny. Warlord Voroshilov was defying Stalin. The streets of Moscow were running with blood. Red Square was strewn with corpses, and the government was huddled in the center of the Kremlin waiting for the skies to crash. An English traveler even gave the press his personal eyewitness account of the blood and the cadavers. We insisted that the first snows of the season showed no traces of blood. In the center of the Kremlin, I advised my readers, I found only an exclamatory band of tourists making its rounds of palaces and churches under board guides. As for Red Square, I admitted that it did have one corpse, the embalmed body of Lenin in its new mausoleum, with several hundred citizens queued up for a glimpse of the father of Bolshevism. But rumor thrived on denials. The defiant answer to our joint obduracy was the assassination of Stalin, each flourishing a sheaf of messages from home editors recounting the exciting news. The correspondents pleaded for an interview, the one thing that would smother rumor-mongering and restore law and order in the USSR. For a doubting world. We pleaded, but without real hope of success. On the afternoon of November 23rd, my telephone rang. A man's voice in good English said, "Mr. Lyons, this is Comrade Stalin's office." Me good. Afraid old gag, I was equal to the occasion. "You don't say, how very interesting. Give him my kindest regards, and Mrs. Stalin too. But this is Comrade Stalin's secretary." The voice was embarrassed. "Comrade Stalin has received your letter and wished me to tell you that he will be glad to talk to you in an hour. At 5 o'clock, that is, in his offices at the Central Committee of the Party." "Thank you. I shall be there." No tocsins were sounded, no flags were hoisted, no skies crashed, but the impossible had come to pass. A simple telephone call, and the unthinkable was suddenly as matter-of-fact as a cocktail party or train schedule. Stalin was about to give the first interview since he had achieved his pinnacle of power. Every minute brought the appointment nearer, nearer, like an approaching locomotive, and suddenly it was right upon me, huge, loud, puffing, and formidable. I was in the ante room to Stalin's office on Staraya Plashchad, Old Square. with Charles Malamuth of California University's Slavonic Department. He was with me when the thrilling telephone summons came through, and I mobilized him as emergency interpreter. The headquarters of the Central Committee were just inside the ancient Chinese wall, a 6-story building, plain and businesslike. The Ogpu guards at the door were expecting me and passed us through immediately. Another guard led us to the antechamber of the most powerful, most feared, least known human being on the face of the globe. An amiable woman's secretary asked us to wait. Comrade Stalin would be free in a few minutes. The building and this office were as unlike the usual, littered, chaotic Soviet institution as possible. Quiet, orderly, unhurried, but efficient. It was above all stamped with an unmistakable simplicity, the hallmark I was to learn in the next hour or two of Stalin himself. I had a sense of concentrated authority, the more impressive because it was devoid of the trappings of power, curiously austere and self-assured, without elegance of gold braid or shrieking cymbals, power naked, clean and serene in its strength. Half a dozen or so people were waiting in this room, some for Stalin, some for other leaders with offices on the same floor. A tall, unshaven fellow with matted black hair and dirty boots. An elderly woman in a leather jacket, red kerchief on her head. Provincial party secretaries come to report or complain, Charlie guessed. Probably, I said. Imagine what the antechambers of the former rulers were like. The pomp and grandeur, the courtiers and generals, and look how simple all of this is. Stalin may be inaccessible to reporters and diplomats, but I should judge from these folks that he is accessible enough to his own party people. None be. All. We could not pursue this line of thought. The woman's secretary said Comrade Stalin was waiting, and an office boy led the way. One cannot live in the shadow of Stalin's legend without coming under its spell. My pulse, I am sure, was high. No sooner, however, had I stepped across the threshold than diffidence and nervousness fell away. Stalin met me at the door and shook hands, smiling. There was a certain shyness in his smile, and the handshake was not perfunctory. He was remarkably unlike the scowling, self-important dictator of popular imagination. His every gesture was a rebuke to the 1,000 little bureaucrats who had inflicted their puny greatness upon me in these Russian years. We followed him to the extreme end of a long conference table, where he motioned us affably to chairs and sat down himself. His personal interpreter, a young man with bushy black hair, was there. Stalin pushed over a box of cigarettes, took one himself, and we all lighted up. The standardized photographs of Stalin show him smoking a pipe, and I had a feeling of faint disappointment that he was not measuring up to the cliches, even in this regard. In my letter the previous day, I had specifically asked for only 2 minutes, and I had assumed that the interview was to be no more than a brief formality to enable at least one reporter to testify that Stalin was still fully alive. Would you? But I saw him stretch out his feet and lean back in leisurely fashion, as though we had hours ahead of us. With that natural gesture of relaxing in his chair, Stalin turned a straight-jacketed interview into an unhurried social call. I realized that there would be no time limitations. And here was I, unprepared for this generosity, with only one question ready, the superfluous question whether he was alive or not. I cursed myself inwardly for a bungler not to have organized campaign of interrogation that would probe to the very center of the Soviet situation. Tell Mr. Lyons, Stalin addressed his interpreter, that I am sorry I could not receive him before. I saw his letters, but I cannot easily find the opportunity for interviews. There was no need for translation. My Russian would probably be adequate to the occasion, I smiled, and if I got stuck, these gentlemen would come to my rescue. Several times in the next hour, Stalin harked back to my letters. To this day, I do not know precisely why. Among the score of permanent correspondents in his capital, many of them less outspoken in their criticism of the regime, and more amenable to the discipline of the press department. He had selected me for this first interview since his rise to supreme power. Any one of a dozen other correspondents would have served Moscow's purpose just as well. But unquestionably, my letters over more than a year played a part in the selection. "Comrade Stalin," I began the interview, "may I quote you to the effect that you have not been assassinated?" He laughed. At such close range, there was not a trace of the Napoleonic quality one sees in his self-conscious camera or oil portraits. The shaggy mustache, framing a sensual mouth, and a smile nearly as full of teeth as Teddy Roosevelt's, gave his swarthy face a friendly, almost benignant look. "Yes, you may," he said, "except that I hate to take the bread out of the mouths of the Riga correspondents." The room in which we sat was large, high-ceilinged, and furnished simply almost to bareness. Its only decorations were framed pictures of Karl Marx, Lenin, and Engels. There was no portrait of Stalin, probably the only office in all his empire without. Stalin wore the familiar olive-drab jacket with stand-up collar, belted at the waist, and his trousers were tucked into high black boots. The negligent austerity of his attire was of a piece with that room. Though of vigorous physique, he seemed to me older than his 51 years. His face was large-featured and fleshy, darker in tinge than I had expected, and faintly pockmarked. His shock of black hair thick, unruly, and touched with gray. For over an hour, I asked questions and answered them. Again and again the talk debouched into argument. I was aware afterwards, though not at the time, that I did not hesitate to interrupt him. Another proof of the essential simplicity of a powerful ruler who could put a reporter so completely at his ease. The ethics of bourgeois journalism came in for considerable discussion. Though at the moment he had sufficient cause to be indignant with that journalism, there was no bitterness in Stalin's comments. I asked him about Soviet-American relations, about the chances for world revolution, the progress of the Piatiliky, and such other obvious matters as came to my mind. He listened without the slightest sign of impatience to my labored Russian, and repeated sentences slowly when he thought I might not have grasped the meaning. Often I reached a linguistic impasse from which Charlie and the other interpreter retrieved me. Stalin never once spoke impetuously, never once resorted to mere cleverness or evasion. Sometimes he thought for many seconds before he replied, his forehead furrowed in lines of concentration, and the answers came in strangely schematized array. Firstly, secondly, and finally. I recalled that note he had sent me the previous year with its motives, A and B. There had been no affectation in it. That was how his mind worked. It had been conditioned, perhaps, by long years devoted to driving elementary predigested ideas into simple minds, in simple A and B formulations. "It seems to me," I said at one point in the rambling conversation, "that the American press has been making a more determined effort to obtain fair, objective news about the Soviet Union than any other country. We have the largest group of correspondents here, and all of them, I think, trying to tell the truth as they see it." "No." "That's right," Stalin agreed thoughtfully. "Economic classes in the United States are not yet quite as rigidly differentiated as in Europe. You have no deeply rooted landed aristocracy. The economic interpretation of journalism. To Stalin, as to all Bolsheviks, there are no good men and bad men, but only men reacting to their social environment and economic compulsion." In the midst of the interview, someone opened the door, and noting that Stalin was occupied, was about to withdraw. It was Clemente Voroshilov, the Commissar of War. "Oh, I'm sorry," he smiled apologetically. "No, no, do come in and join us, Comrade Voroshilov," I said boldly, as though cornering Stalin were not triumph enough for one day. My luck was corralling the warlord for me as well. Stalin smiled his assent, and Voroshilov, having shaken hands with Charlie and myself, joined the group at the table. Later I wondered whether his arrival was quite as accidental as it seemed. The sensational reports abroad had been full of supposed trouble between Stalin and his military chief. But Voroshilov himself, having heard of my doubts, declared that his intrusion had indeed been entirely fortuitous. A piece of luck which heightened greatly the dramatic value of the interview. Voroshilov plunged warmly into the conversation. He was brimming with questions and opinions, slapped his thigh vigorously to express satisfaction. His is a warm, high-mettled nature with something impetuously boyish about it, a startling contrast to the deliberate, methodical, very earnest Stalin. Voroshilov's vitality seemed effervescent against the immense, highly disciplined power in reserve which characterized Stalin. Once or twice, I thought I detected a shadow of annoyance on Stalin's face at Voroshilov's ebullience, but I may have been mistaken. I felt that I was taking more of Stalin's time than I had any right to do, and that the talk would go on and on interminably if I did not call it off myself. Outside this office, the tides of revolution rose and fell, hammered at people's lives, and shivered the certainties of the world. But here with Stalin, there was no suggestion of this violence and hectic urgency. He was enveloped in his own atmosphere of calm assurance. "Comrade Stalin, the press of the world is by this time in the habit of calling you dictator," I said. "Are you a dictator?" I could see that Voroshilov waited with interest for the answer. Stalin smiled. "No, I am no dictator. Those who use the word do not understand the Soviet system of government and the methods of the Communist Party. No one man or group of men can dictate. Decisions are made by the party and acted upon by its chosen organs, the Central Committee and the Politburo. And now," I said, my embarrassment all too evident, "may I ask you some personal questions? Not that I myself care to pry into your private life, but the American press happens to be interested." "All right," Stalin consented. His tone implied amused astonishment, as though the curiosity of bourgeois barbarians were beyond communist comprehension. Voroshilov chuckled, like a little boy at a circus. "Sure, that's what the world wants to know," he said. Under my questioning, Stalin thereupon admitted that he had one wife, 3 children, one of them working, the other 2 youngsters still in school. Voroshilov was not concealing his enjoyment of the situation. When Stalin reached his 5-year-old daughter, his warlord added in mock earnest, "And she has as yet no well-defined political program." "And then, didn't I also have a young daughter?" He wanted to know. I told them that she was in school in Berlin. And thus it was, of all things, on an intimate domestic note that the party broke up. "I don't want in any way to interfere with what you may write," Stalin said, "but I would be interested to see what you make of this interview." "On the contrary," I said, "I am anxious that you read my dispatch before I send it. Above all things, I should hate to misrepresent anything you have said. The only trouble is that this is Saturday night and the Sunday papers go to press early. Getting the story to you and back again may make me miss the early editions." "Oh, well then, never mind." He waved the matter aside. I thought quickly. "But if I could get a Latin script typewriter," I said, "I could write my story right here and now and show it to you immediately." Stalin thought that was a good idea. With Charlie and myself at his heels, he walked into the adjoining room, where several secretaries were standing around chatting, and asked whether they couldn't dig up a Latin typewriter. The relation between Stalin and his immediate employees was entirely human, without so much as a touch of restraint. To them, obviously, he was not the formidable dictator of 1/6 of the Earth's surface, but a friendly, comradely boss. They were deferential without being obsequious. The typewriter was found, and I was installed in a small room to do my stuff. I could hear Stalin suggesting that they send in tea and sandwiches as he returned to the conference room. I was nearly an hour in writing the dispatch. Several times Stalin peeked in and inquired whether we were comfortable and had everything we needed. I interrupted myself only once to telephone Dilly. "Where are you, dear?" she asked. "Have you forgotten that we have a party tonight? The whole gang will be here." I hope you will forgive me, I teased her. You see, I am very busy at the moment, and may be tied up another hour or two. But where are you? Oh, in Stalin's office. Just had a chat with him and with Voroshilov. Stop your kidding. Where are you? No joke, in Stalin's office. All right, you don't have to believe it. I'll tell you all about it when I get home. Voroshilov was still with Stalin when I took in the typewritten sheets. Both leaders smiled as the dispatch was translated, particularly at my detailed description of Stalin's looks and manner, Voroshilov's boyish exuberance, and the references to Stalin's family. 4 or 5 times, Stalin interjected minor corrections and suggestions, none of them of a political character. That finished, I said. Would you be good enough to sign this copy for me? It may simplify matters in getting the story by the censors. You know, there is a censorship on news here. He wrote, more or less correct, J. Stalin. That autographed copy is still in my possession. Then I wrote a few words of thanks for his patience on one of the carbon copies, signed it, and left it with him. The unthinkable interview was over. The 2 minutes had stretched to nearly 2 hours. As we left the building and hailed a droshky, I said to Charlie, "Aye, that man." Charlie agreed, but in a lower emotional key, a little more analytical than I, and less involved in the sheer thrill of the newspaper scoop. He discounted much of Stalin's personal charm. Warm hospitality is a racial characteristic of the Georgians. Perhaps he could recognize more of the hardness under the charm than I did, in my mood of gratitude for this gift of the first interview. But in the years that followed, with ample time to reassay my impressions, I did not change my mind about my essential reaction to Stalin's personality. Even at moments when the behavior of his regime seemed to me most hateful, I retained that liking for Stalin as a human being. I could understand thereafter the devotion to the man held by certain writers of my acquaintance who had come to know him personally. There was little in common between the infallible deified Stalin fostered as a political myth and the Stalin I had met. In the simplicity, which impressed me more than any other element in his makeup, there was nothing of make-believe, nowhere a note of falseness or affectation. His friendliness was not the backslapping good-fellow type of the politician, but something innate, something that rang true. In his unpretentiousness, there was nothing pretentious. Subsequently, another American correspondent was received by Stalin. We compared notes, and it was as if we had met totally different men. Our impressions were so completely at variance. He carried away the imprint of a ruthless, steel-armored personality, with few of those human attributes which I had seen to relieve its harshness, a picture more consistent with Stalin's public character. For years I wondered which of us was closer to the truth, or whether there were two truths. Then I read the autobiography of H.G. Wells, where he gives a vivid word picture of his interview with Stalin. His reactions to the man were so close to my own that he used almost the same words to convey his impression of Stalin's essential humanness and simplicity. It was reassuring to know that if I was wrong, I had eminent company in my error. I sought out the censor Podolsky in his home and handed him the dispatch. He collapsed into a chair, literally, with the Russian equivalent of "I'll be damned." When I reached home, the party guests had arrived, practically all the American correspondents among them. "Well, a nice host you are," one of them exclaimed, "inviting a lot of people and then walking out on them." "Yes, where have you been?" another said. "Scooping us all, I suppose." "Well, where do you suppose P.V. been?" I answered, as nonchalantly as I could manage. "With Comrade Stalin, of course." That didn't even evoke a laugh. The joke was worn too thin to be funny. No one guessed that I was telling them a literal truth, but I was too full of the excitement to bottle it up indefinitely. Before the evening was over, I convinced them that it was no wisecrack, and the congratulations were tinged with chagrin. The interview was kept on the ice by the New York office for Monday morning, when it would get a better break, journalistically speaking. It was front page throughout the world, quoted, editorialized, put on the radio by the March of Time, as one of the ranking scoops in recent newspaper history. My description of Stalin as a likable human being seemed to touch the world's imagination. "Congratulations to the United Press," said an editorial in the New York Daily Newsy, "on the most distinguished piece of reporting of this year, if not of the last 4 or 5 years. The flood of rumor from neighboring capitals was stemmed." An amusing commentary on the Riga news mentality came to my knowledge. Donald Day, one of the Riga veterans, in a letter to Junius B. Wood of the Chicago Daily News, inquired confidentially whether Eugene Lyons had really obtained that personal interview, or had it all been imaginary. In the next days, I was deluged with congratulatory telegrams from all over the world, from editors, foreign correspondents, acquaintances. Outwardly, I preened myself on the achievement, though 99% of it was luck, and took all the laurels without demur. But only Billy, Charlie, and 1 or 2 other intimates knew that inwardly I was far from exultant. I thought of all the searching questions which I might have asked, but had been too idiotic and too timid and too grateful to ask, and I was overwhelmed with a conviction of failure. I had failed to confront Stalin with the problems which were by this time weighing on my own conscience: the use of terror as a technique of government, the suppression and punishment of heretical opinion within the ranks of devoted communists, the persecution of scientists and scholars, the distortion of history to fit new policies, systematic forced labor, the virtual enslavement of workers and peasants in the name of the socialism which was to emancipate them. In my purely professional thrill of a Stalin interview, I had been content to remain politely on the lacquered statistical surface of the Soviet scene. I had accepted the glib assumptions of the monolithic party as the unquestioned basis for an interview. It would have been not merely more enterprising, but more honest to probe deeper, to question less politely. I must have left an impression with both Stalin and Voroshilov that I was closer to them in my views of Soviet life than I was in actuality. For this I was to reproach myself often in years to come. Amidst the telegrams and letters and the jubilation of my employers, I was depressed by the feeling of a magnificent opportunity frittered away. Why tell? American interlude. We went to America, on vacation, by way of Berlin and Rome. Berlin to say goodbye to Jeannie, who was remaining at school, and Rome in the hope of interviewing 2 dukes. The Italian dictator, it is true, was being scalped by newspaper braves, too often to count as in itself an achievement. But Mussolini's scalp, by the side of Stalin's, would have made a unique display for any warrior. I was fairly familiar with Berlin, having visited it 2 or 3 times a year, and was trying to keep myself posted on the crucial struggle for survival being made by the Republic against the combined assaults of Nazis and Communists. Our arrival at the Adlon Bar, unofficial headquarters of the American Press Corps, had become a sort of homecoming. Even little Jeannie climbed the high stool for a lemonade and potato chips, and was greeted by Fred, the bartender, like an old and highly valued customer. Her command of the German language in those few months made her parents feel like the hen in the fable as the duckling paddled off on the lake. We had arranged for her to spend weekends with a Soviet family in Berlin to keep up her Russian as well. A batch of correspondents was usually on hand at the Adlon, exchanging casual bits of information about world events while rolling the poker dice with toothpicks for chips. I had been there during Christmas week 2 months earlier, feeling less of an outsider than usual because of the trailing clouds of glory from the Stalin scoop. Moscow was, after all, my first foreign assignment, and in the midst of these veterans of a dozen news centers, I was conscious of being a mere tyro. Before the war, foreign news had been largely a matter of personalities and spectacles, the rise and fall of politicians and rulers, the doings, and even more so, the misdoings of royal personages, etc. Since the war, foreign news had become an ever more intricate business calling for some understanding of history and economic forces. Classes had in large measure taken the place of individuals as protagonists in the great show. While not essential for holding an important post, and even for acquiring an international reputation, Brains no longer in themselves disqualified a man for a correspondent's job. Are you a correspondent? We like to say to newcomers. Well, I'm a prostitute too. We made it a point to be casual and nonchalant about kings and dictators and premiers. But our nonchalance was only skin deep. Underneath it, we were thoroughly impressed with the importance of our calling and our privileged vantage point on history in the making. The bibulous school of foreign journalism was already in decline. Even old-timers recognized, grudgingly, that a teetotaler might make a pretty good correspondent notwithstanding. Foregathering at bars was largely a salute to tradition. The tragic events, which were soon to overwhelm Germany, gave special depth to a conversation with a German communist in Berlin. I had met him long before, in New York. I knew that he had been in Moscow several times in recent years. "Yes, I've been to Moscow," he said, a little apologetically. "I didn't look you up. You know how these things are. It's all a mess, Gene. I can't face the German workers any longer and tell them that everything is lovely in the socialist fatherland. Too many of them know the truth and think me a liar. Me." He had not yet brought himself to the point of speaking out, except as now in private. Some months later he did, or perhaps his private views were carried to headquarters, and he was duly expelled from the party. "But look at the tremendous vote the party rolled up in the German election," I consoled him. "It's meaningless. The Hitler movement is growing just as fast, and the strategic advantages are all on their side. The worst of it is that every communist vote is also a potential Nazi vote, because we have failed to attack fascist methods and the fascist mentality. And we can't do that without coming out at the same time against similar methods and a similar mentality in Moscow. We're just a sect, with our faces to Mecca in the Kremlin. Either they don't understand it in Moscow, or don't care. The effects are the same in any case. Anyone who tries to tell them is kicked out of the party. Our German leadership has become a stupid megaphone for Moscow, more interested in remaining in the good graces of Stalin than in steering away from disaster at home. Mwah. Yet, you have the rot front and a fighting spirit. Every intellectual one meets here seems to be a communist, or almost a communist. I'm not minimizing our strength," he said, "but the real danger is in overestimating it. Too much of that fighting spirit is directed against the wrong people. The moment is critical, but we are spending most of our energy hammering down the Republic for our enemies. Many of these intellectuals you talk about are fascists at heart. They'll step over the line at a moment's notice. They hate this blundering Republic, and we are giving them a decent and high-minded excuse for hating democracy. And the so-called United Front from below, that is to say, over the heads of more conservative leaders and organizations, had by that time created in Germany, as elsewhere, the soporific illusion of communist strength. There were innumerable societies and leagues and unions, presumably of a popular kind, but all of them different names for the self-same coterie of sectarian leaders. It made a fine show in reports to Moscow headquarters and a loud noise in the communist press, but it was, as events demonstrated, a childish delusion. From Berlin we went to Rome. Italian friends made in San Remo the previous summer and Italian newspapermen, whom we had met in Moscow, conducted us through nurseries, museums, model tenements. They assured us that the people were accepting enthusiastically the immediate sacrifices and ruthless disciplines for the sake of the glorious future. That Italy was a backward peasant country in hostile surroundings, and that great national revolutions like theirs could not be made with silk gloves. It was also familiar, the litany of monolithic dictatorship. I talked with certain American correspondents dear to Mussolini's heart, friendly and loyal correspondents who were appreciative of Latin hospitality and broad-mindedly accepted hardships and terror for other people in the name of the long view. After all, they said the trains were running on schedule and the Italians were really unfit to govern themselves. At the press department, an Italian version of Mr. Aaron's with the same Secret Service aroma about him, explained that the fascist regime did not censor the foreign reporters. His department was there to help the correspondents and to shield them against the falsehoods spread by counter-revolutionary elements. But look how some of them paid with insult for all the solicitude. And he complained against some statements made by Webb Miller, another UP man. Nevertheless, he would inquire about my interview with 2 days. Having small hope that the inquiry would do any good, I booked passage on the Augustus, sailing from Naples in a few days. Then, to my surprise, I was notified that Mussolini would be away from Rome for a week or 10 days in connection with some international conference, but would probably agree to receive me on his return. The probability, however, did not seem strong enough to be worth weeks of waiting, and I decided to sail. Beneath the professional excuse for the Rome visit was my long-cherished personal hope of showing the city to Billy. Ever since the gloomy day exactly 10 years earlier, when a paternal commissario had quoted his Sicilian adage and advised me to come back with the girl whose picture he found in my pocket, I had played with that idea. Now I took Billy to the spots where Norman Matson and I had dreamed and schemed and exulted over the bright new world being born in Russia. I showed her the Danish pension where we had lived and the cafes where we had loitered. One golden afternoon we drove out in a handsome cab to the catacombs, stopping at a roadside trattoria for lunch. We were served by the padrone and his family with a 2-hour meal and special vintages and flowers. One of those meals that stand out like monuments in one's gastronomic history. Naples, for all its exotic flavor, was a disappointment. It did not measure up to my 10-year-old memory. The very boroughs and streets of flowers and ragged street boys had lost their grand opera color and swagger. The change, alas, was not in Naples but in me. I had been only 22 then and about to become the John Reed of the Italian Revolution. My head was still haloed in the radiance of that Stalin interview when I reached New York in March 1931. A fast-fading radiance and a tarnished halo, but United Press publicity burnished my reputation with vigorous strokes for display purposes. It was as good as new by the time the ship's news reporters boarded the Augustus off quarantine in New York Harbor. What small hope I nurtured of going into cozy vacation privacy somewhere to assess what I had experienced in 3 full years under the Soviets, or at least to avoid the need for making such an assessment in public, was shattered by young Manley, secretary to President Bickel. He came aboard with the reporters and informed me casually that I was booked for radio talks, dinner speeches, interviews, and a lecture tour. My repolished fame, such as it was catapulting me into the public light, and a consistent attitude to the Russian Revolution, a working hypothesis, was essential. I needed urgently a fairly rigid framework of assumptions and principles within which I could organize the multitudinous facts and impressions. Otherwise, they would be as hopeless a jumble of contradictions as life itself. The reporter or the historian, however sincerely he may pride himself on his cold objectivity, is in the final analysis a creative artist, sorting, rejecting, arranging the data of his experience into a sensible pattern. The whole experience of one man in one day cannot be condensed into one large volume, as James Joyce has demonstrated in Ulysses. How then condense the experience of a great nation over a period of years? Reporting is a highly selective process, usually carried on far below the surface of the conscious mind, by a man's deepest instincts, his faith and prejudices, and eager hopes. Only those who are most completely subject to this law deny its existence. Their inner censors are so well concealed, their prejudices so well oiled, that the process seems automatic and their creative, purposeful shaping of the stuff of life into a public image of their private soul seems a triumph of objectivity. It is when the inner censors, sifting the daily grist of experience, begin to quarrel among themselves that the trouble begins. In the first year or so of my Russian sojourn, My imported convictions were a sieve that sifted events for me. Reporting was no more than a physical job of finding and transmitting desirable information. I needed only a little dexterity in wishing away or explaining away the rejected materials. Later, when doubts obtruded themselves and my instincts were more and more hurt, the sifting became a conscious mental effort, paid for in self-reproach. The anxiety to belong in the dominant social circles in Bolshevik Moscow. The fear of being rejected by the only circles that mattered to me at home played their roles in keeping me friendly, but beyond that, far more effective were the bugaboos of loyalty and consistency, the need to safeguard my faith, a frantic desire to save my investment of hope and enthusiasm in the Russian Revolution. All the way across Europe and the Atlantic, I wrestled with the problem of how much of what I had seen and what I had thought I should tell. Before leaving Moscow, I wrote a series of articles summarizing my 3 Russian years. I found on returning that it had been played up wherever the United Press had clients, which means every city and town of any consequence in the country, with the usual ballyhoo. The truth about Russia in foot-high letters on newspaper delivery trucks, I saw photographs of them, made me feel like an imposter. The truth indeed, when I was so far from having evolved a workable truth for myself, let alone others. The truth indeed! When I knew every paragraph to be a labored formula of compromise between looming doubts and waning loyalties. Complicated, even if I did not admit this to myself, by the wish to hold my job and return to Moscow on the comfortable old footing of a friendly correspondent. One visit to my old office, the TASS Bureau, wiped out any lingering misapprehensions as to the attitude of former comrades. The atmosphere was wintry, and the TASS employees pitifully embarrassed. Even poor Bessie, the office stenographer, could not make up her mind whether shaking hands with me was sinful, and stood poised uncertainly as though waiting for a party decision on the problem. But it no longer seemed so important to me whether I would be labeled as a renegade by former comrade. Against what I had witnessed in Russia, that consideration seemed fantastically petty. In the end, my old inhibitions, the inner compulsion to save face for the revolution, won out in my mind. In private conversation, I let off plenty of steam, especially when I was talking to near-communists. Most of Russia's worst troubles, I said, could be traced directly to its frantic misuse of the weapon of terror. But in public, on the lecture platform, or before the radio mic, I uttered none of these things. I had returned to an America of depression and millions of unemployed, in which the ruling classes still boasted of their rugged individualism. For millions, the epic of Russia, where unemployment had been liquidated, spelled hope. Russia's slogans of national planning were penetrating even to capitalist economists. I took the easiest, the pleasantest, and, it seemed to me, also the most decent and loyal course of sustaining those hopes. The general public, where it knew me at all, regarded me as a supporter of the Soviets. A super-patriotic society with headquarters in Chicago sent advance notices to the communities where I was to appear, warning them that I was a Bolshevik propagandist in respectable reporters' clothing. My audiences were for the most part businessmen, in their luncheon clubs, chambers of commerce, and Rotary clubs. This simplified matters for me. This was only 1931, and the Depression had not yet erased the smugness from their expressions. In the official economic weather forecasts, prosperity was still around the corner. Looking into their self-satisfied faces, I could forget my doubts. I wanted only to make these men squirm, to pay them off for the unemployment and the distress they were accepting so placidly, to throw a monkey wrench into the machinery of their automatic thinking. You gentlemen, I like to say, looking some especially overstuffed specimen in the eye, are men of influence in your community by virtue of your business and your money. But if you were to arrive in the Soviet Union, you would realize quickly enough that you had better not boast about your possessions. Your money would make you an outcast, little better than a criminal. Only your American passports would save you from being liquidated as social leeches. Any schoolboy would explain that you acquired your wealth by robbing and exploiting your fellow men. He would tell you that you are a parasite living on the sweat of the workers, and that a concentration camp was too good for such a public enemy. If the overstuffed gentleman thus pinned down began to squirm and grow purple under the gills, I would blandly add, I am merely trying to explain to you the Bolshevik point of view, for which, of course, I am not personally responsible. My lectures took me through about 20 cities in the northeastern section of the country. The first of them, in Youngstown, Ohio, was the most difficult. Instead of an intimate luncheon group such as I had visualized, I found myself on a vast throne chair on a vaster stage in the largest auditorium in the city, crowded to capacity. The local communists had turned out in full force, as well as the city officials and chamber of commerce elements. I felt small, helpless, trapped, as I stared from the edge of my throne chair into the crowded gallery and the field of faces stretching, or so it seemed to me, to a far horizon. It was a cold, rainy Sunday afternoon, but sweat crawled down my collar. But after a few blundering minutes, the fear fell away miraculously, and I was spinning along with a fluency which the audience accepted as a matter of course, but which astonished the lecturer. I lost my place in the prepared notes and never found it again, but I had no need of guidance. I was speaking to the simple, hopeful men and women in that audience rather than the city fathers and big businessmen. I spoke of the hardships and sacrifices imposed by the 5-year plan and the rigid discipline enforced upon the whole population, but I made these things look small in comparison with the great achievements and the greater promises. Sometimes I touched upon sore points in my own mind, such as the hounding of intellectuals and the liquidation of kulaks, and the hidden resentments came to the surface. I drove them back to their subterranean lairs. The vociferous applause of the left wing in the audience, massed for organized heckling should the need arise, continually interrupted my talk and indicates sufficiently the drift of my story. My abandoned notes, had they guessed it, did not merit communist applause. I had intended to paint a much more realistic picture. But the simple believing people, their eyes pleading for reassurance like the eyes of famished creatures begging for food, could not be denied. And always in this tour, I spoke more enthusiastically than I felt. At a luncheon meeting of the Women's Press Club in Washington, I discovered that I was ensconced in the very midst of an array of officers of the DAR. The organization, it happened, was holding its annual convention, and the club invited the officers to be present. They were precisely the sort of women, so safe and snug in their congealed heritage, who set my mental teeth on edge. My talk, in consequence, took a more militantly pro-Soviet line than ever. For too many of these women, the American Revolution was a fossilized thing in their private little museum. I knew that often an illiterate immigrant, come here to seek freedom, possessed more of the American Revolution than many a sanctified son and daughter. In the question period, one of the DAR ladies asked about the attitude of Russian women. 150 years from now, I said, there will probably be an organization known as the Daughters of the Russian Revolution, who, despite their name, will be reactionary and intolerant. But as yet, the revolutionary women of Russia are truly revolutionists, and on in this vein. This, my first speaking tour, left as residue in my mind a conviction of the futility of lecturing. In all, perhaps 10,000 people gave up 2 hours of their time for the truth at last about Russia in pill form. They heard a nervous young man boil down 3 years of intense mental and emotional adventure into a fistful of rough-grained facts, only vaguely related to his larger experience. Because they wanted to know only whether it was good or bad, a success or a failure, large, meaningless words unrelated to the essence of the revolution. He assured them that it was good and successful. I found in the radical milieu of New York the selfsame delusion of communist strength as in Berlin. Though on a smaller scale than in Germany, its make-believe was more intensive. American communists were lost in a maze of self-deception. In Europe, where communism was a mass movement, the self-styled United Front organizations at least had working men and women in their membership. In the United States, it all seemed to me a house of sand, built by middle-class intellectuals whom the Depression had driven out of their accustomed burrows. Well-meaning clergymen, social workers, writers, dentists, pacifists, Negro religious maniacs, lured into leagues for this and bureaus for that. An elaborate false front and respectable window dressing for a structure that did not exist. Communist majorities in America had been expelled at Moscow's behest, so that the minorities became majorities until the next split. Thinking had been replaced by slogans changed, on occasion, overnight, and a new jargon for initiates was evolved, full of deviations, plenums, theses, social fascists, fronts, and orders. A talent for Machiavellian intrigue and foul language had become the mark of the third period, mock, revolutionary, and a horde of middle-class ladies and gentlemen with a taste for the bogus melodrama of revolution were amusing themselves with passwords, countersigns, cells, party lines, ideological hair, splitting, and proletarian pig. Latin. America was fertile ground for such extravagant self-deception. The Depression had transposed to a sociological key the same jejune thrills they or their fathers had formerly found in the fraternal order of sanctified buffaloes, or its equivalent, the same soul-warming discipline of obedience to orders, party directives they were now called, from the sacred fount of the omnipotent Pooh. Bah! Now in Moscow, instead of Baltimore or Cincinnati. This proletarian mumbo-jumbo, the psychological equivalent of the Ku Klux Klan in its blind obedience, its enthusiastic renunciation of logic, its rites and fetishes, did not extend far beyond limited circles in New York, Chicago, and a few other cities. But there was fast becoming fashionable. Already the proletarian brotherhood counted a good many millionaires' sons, professors, successful authors, and influential critics. The writers and critics in particular, since the whole movement was on an imaginative level divorced from low-down realities, were succeeding in setting the tone for the more advanced intellectual circles, while liberal magazines put on nice new totalitarian blinkers. Literary columnists wrote with one eye on Mrs. Reed or Mr. Ox and the other on the new masses. Innocence clubs, different names for the same group of communists, but trimmed with respectables from churches, colleges, social settlements, etc., grew apace, and on special occasions such as May Day, forged united fronts with themselves. Such was the communist movement in America in 1931. A middle-class sect of heresy hunters encased in a fungus growth of proletarian voodoo. No more than a mild beginning, it was, of the luxuriant lunacy still to come, as the deepening economic depression made believing more attractive than thinking. My friend Boris Pilnyak, the novelist, had preceded me to the United States by a few days. Ray Long, editor of Cosmopolitan magazine, had arranged a reception banquet for him at the Metropolitan Club, and had radioed me to get off and push the SS Augustus because he had already postponed the reception once to enable me to share the honors. I pushed, and we landed just in time. The post-prandial amenities of that banquet were interrupted by the slap heard round the world, with Sinclair Lewis at the receiving end and Theodore Dreiser administering. Hostilities were opened in the after-dinner speeches when Red Lewis balanced his warm welcome to a fellow novelist from the Soviet land with an even warmer insult to a fellow novelist in his own land. Whatever the newly crowned Nobel Prize winner may have thought of communism in general, he made it clear that he objected to literary expropriation before the revolution. The company included the cream of American popular literature and a nice pink sauce of Soviet sympathizers. The atmosphere was electric, and Ray Long, being a Bismarck among Toastmasters, immediately called on Irvin Cobb to divert the lightning. The humorist faced the Soviet guest and spoke in the following sense. Mr. I. Pilniak, all of us here can welcome you with a most genuine cordiality, for the simple reason that few of us know you. As soon as America recognizes your talents and you become a real competitor, the cordiality will ebb, and you, too, will be subject to attack. One of the risks of the trade, you know. The lightning was stayed. But later, when most of the guests had gone, Lewis and Dreiser, in their social peregrinations, met in one of the smaller rooms off the dining room, and a few hot words on Lewis' part drew the celebrated slap. I was told of it the next morning, with the injunction to keep the matter quiet. All of those who were eyewitnesses to the affair had agreed to squelch the trivial incident in silence. But there is always one leak in every conspiracy, otherwise newspapers would close down shop. The whole story was on the front page of the New York Post by noon and girdling the Globe a few minutes later. Thus, a slap overshadowed what was in itself a noteworthy gathering. The consummate showmanship of Ray Long was the chief explanation for the fact that about a score of leading literary men in America turned out to greet a Soviet right. The eminent authors and editors, with few if any exceptions, knew exactly nothing about post-revolutionary Russian letters, and Boris Pilniak was just so many outlandish syllables to them. But for Americans, anything from the USSR was now charged with curiosity and a good deal of awe as well. What was ostensibly a testimonial to Soviet literature was in reality a testimonial to the 5-year plan. Ray Long had visited Russia early in November to buy up literary material for his magazine and for the Hearst Book Publishing Organization. Few men in the history of American publishing had a keener nose for the trail of literary merchandise or greater persistence in stalking their quarry. With Hearst money for ammunition, the hunt in Europe was not too difficult. But he found quickly enough that the Soviet Union was a new kind of hunting ground, and Soviet authors a new kind of animal. After 2 weeks of negotiations with Vokes, Rapp, and other alphabetical mysteries, he was so completely lost in the jungles of official red tape that he was ready to give up the chase. Being somewhat more familiar with that jungle, I was able to come to his aid. One by one, I invited those writers whose stories might conceivably fit into his plans to my office, and direct arrangements were made for about half a dozen Soviet short stories to go into Cosmopolitan and several books to be published. Charles Malamuth doing the translating. The first Soviet fiction to appear in any popular national magazine in America can thus be traced to Petrovsky Perilak, as well as books like Pilniak's The Volga Flows into the Caspian Sea, Valentine Kataev's Time Forward, and Little Golden Calf by Ilyich Petrovdayev. The publication of the remarkable melodrama Chocolate by Tarasov Rodionov I arranged with Doubleday Doran while I was in America. Billy and I had accompanied Long to Leningrad, ostensibly to meet certain writers in that city, but actually because the editor was eager to meet the 85-year-old mother of his friend, the portrait painter, Leon Gordon. Among those who came to the Hotel Europe was Alexei Tolstoy. Tentative terms were discussed for the publication of his works. Everything having been agreed upon, Tolstoy pulled a solemn face. "Only one other condition I must make," he said, "without which our entire negotiations will collapse." "What is it?" Long asked, alarmed. "You must agree to send me a pound or two of good European or American tobacco for my pipe." Long kept that part of the bargain, although the books were never published. More memorable by far than the literary conferences was the meeting between the aged Mrs. Gordon and the American editor. Watching the scene, Billy and I could understand what had made him so successful in the popular magazine field. The sentimentality of the fiction on which he built the immense circulation of Cosmopolitan, was no accident or affectation. It was in the editor's own heart. No old mother scene in the pages of his magazine could match the one we witnessed in that overcrowded Leningrad flat. Without a word in common in any language, Long and Mrs. Gordon understood one another instantly, expressing their affection in embraces and tears. For Long, she was not only the beautiful gray-haired mother of his gifted friend Leon. She was all the mothers in the world, all the mothers who had wept and suffered for the edification of Cosmopolitan's million-fold public, rolled into one. Leon's brother, Hillary Gordon, a Soviet engineer, celebrated the occasion in true Russian style by challenging his American guest to a contest in vodka drinking. It may be recorded for the glory of the red, white, and blue that America won out in this contest, but not without casualties. At the ballet that evening, Swan Lake, with the great Semyonova dancing. Ray insisted aloud that these are not swans but girls, and no one can tell me different. If those lovely legs are swans' legs, I'm an Indian. In which his neighbors in a radius 10 rows around would unquestionably have concurred had they understood English. As it was, we had to leave the theater all too suddenly. Arrested in 1936, and so Ray Long, of all the unlikely people imaginable, now stood sponsor for Soviet letters in the United States. Here he was, Pilniak to the right and a Moscow correspondent to the left, launching Bolshevik literature on this side of the Atlantic, with champagne and beer, in the presence of the shock troopers of American literature. The occasion ranks in my mind with Mr. Bach Ottinger's invocation to God to help carry through the 5-year plan for atheist Russia as an example of American naivete in relation to all things Soviet. With this literary banquet as a starter, my education in the new American attitudes toward the great experiment in Russia proceeded apace. A day or two later, as though for my particular edification, an excellent display of middle-class pro-Soviet enthusiasts was gathered at Town Hall. The exhibit styled itself a "We Have Been to the USSR" dinner, and contained first-rate specimens of practically every variety of eulogist, from the simple third-category tourist through the high-powered salesman with a fat Soviet contract in view. The pep-it-up booster spirit that moves mountains and sells real estate prevailed in indiscriminate enthusiasm for everything Soviet gushed and popped and crackled. "Down with us" would have been the appropriate slogan for the dinner, since a large majority of the guests, had they been Russians, would have been crushed long ago in one or another purge. Liberal intellectuals with kind hearts and fuzzy minds. Exactly the breed which was just then being liquidated wholesale in their spiritual fatherland. A few of those at the speaker's table, indeed, would have been liquidated on their looks alone. They were such clear-cut bourgeois types. Several score ladies and gentlemen who had made the pilgrimage, most of them as ordinary customers of interest, but some as members of formal delegations, fortified themselves with a large dinner, and proceeded to pile up superlatives. Could it be the same Russia which I left a few weeks earlier that they were exclaiming over in such childish delight? Did this gray-haired little lady from some college really approve the works of Comrades Menjinsky and Yagoda of the GPU? Did this cheerful Rotarian defender of civil liberties actually believe that Russia was the freest country in the world and the home of red democracy? And the bald-headed little clergyman with spectacles on the tip of his nose, why was he of all people so thrilled with the 5-year plan for the liquidation? Had the fabled visitor from Mars stumbled upon this little party, he would have carried back an account of a curious country called the USSR, devoted largely to lovely day nurseries, free abortions, new architecture, and teaching peasants to read, a country in which everyone at last was free and equal and supremely happy, a country in which men and women danced at their work. The Soviet officials present must have blushed for the monumental simplicity of these Americans. These, mind you, were not ruthless Bolsheviks wielding their sword of history. Let the heads fall where they may, but effervescent outsiders who mistook the heads for croquet balls. The hardships and sacrifices which they mentioned in passing seemed in their speeches merely to add a fillip of excitement to the thrilling Russian game. A gathering of class-conscious borzois was a relief after town hall. About 50 important industrialists and editors congregated around a banquet board at the Lotos Club as guests of the United Press, with myself and the Rome correspondent, Tom Morgan, as the attraction. They, too, were untouched by the woes of the Russian population, but for the logical reason that they really did not care. The indifference of the Lotos Club was not, as in town hall, obscene. A microphone was brought to the table, and for 15 minutes, I read into it on a coast-to-coast broadcast. The subject I had chosen was Stalin. My pleasant impression of the man in personal contact was still fresh in my mind, and the talk was consequently in a key of appreciative analysis of his character. The Lotos Club setting underlined my perverse impulse to shock the capitalists and millionaires around me, and the consciousness of a nationwide audience underscored my decision to save face for the revolution. In my peroration, therefore, I drew a parallel between Stalin and Abraham Lincoln, the same humble origin, the same readiness to make costly decisions in the interest of their social faith, etc. The comparison was far-fetched, and I am not too proud of it. A number of professional patriots were scandalized, perhaps not unjustly, and protested against the blasphemy in vigorous language in the course of the next few days. Certain communists, on the other hand, professed to be no less scandalized. "Why must you drag Stalin down to Lincoln's level?" one of them complained. It was the first broadcasting experience in my life, and I was running with the sweat of honest stage fright when it was over, though Mr. Aylesworth, then president of NBC, who was among the guests, was generous enough to compliment me on the delivery when we met socially in the lavatory later that evening. After the lecture tour, I went to Washington to meet Mr. Stimson, the Secretary of State. President Bickle sat in on the interview. I found the secretary an extremely likable and genial person, but I emerged from the half-hour's conference without having said very much, good or ill, about the Soviet Union. Ostensibly, I was in the capital to give Mr. Stimson the benefit of my Russian experience, but he was so brimful of opinions on Russia and communism that I could scarcely get a sentence in edgewise. The American people, he told me in effect, are individualists, every one of them. There is not the slightest chance, therefore, of socialistic notions being accepted or tolerated here. We have been raised and prospered as a nation upon free competition, and any political philosophy, which means regimentation, has no chance here. And more in this strain. Senator Borah, when I dropped in on him in the company of red-headed Bob Allen, was sitting at his ease, feet on desk, reading a booklet. It was a reprint of my own series of articles, so perhaps my arrival was not as unexpected as it seemed. In any case, the senator was good enough to tell me a great deal about Russia without urging. In fact, wherever I went, people were ready to give me the lowdown on Russia. It was the one subject on which everyone had definite and usually exclamatory views, ranging from pop-eyed detestation of the whole business to pop-eyed admiration. Usually it was hated and admired for the wrong things. This intense, passionate interest in Russia, strange and ludicrous as its manifestations may have been on occasion, was the most significant single impression I carried back to Moscow from my American visit. The Soviet experiment at this stage, coinciding with the economic depression in the non-Soviet world, was a challenge to all the old certainties. Whatever the ultimate fate of communist ideas in Russia itself, they were entering the stream of human thought, a yeast and a ferment. Back in Berlin, I was kept waiting nearly a week for a Soviet visa, though normally I received it within an hour or two. For all my restraint in public speeches and interviews, reports of heretical statements on my part must have been relayed to Moscow. Very likely my less guarded remarks in private conversation had been reported. When the visa was finally issued, no explanation of the delay was provided. But some months later, War Commissar Voroshilov told me smilingly that there had been distressing reports to the effect that I had scolded them, reports which, on investigation, proved exaggerated. Book 4, Disillusionment. The 5-year plan, 4 years, 2 retorted. On Soviet Square, a huge map rashed with dots, stars, crosses, to mark projected industrial developments. A giant scoreboard. Over there, unemployment, strikes, fascism, etc. And over here, new factories, shock brigades, unemployment liquidated, Dnipro, etc. On billboards, livid zigzag lightning, GPU, strikes gorilla-like villain head, death to wreckers. In a filthy restaurant, paper flowers in flower pots are thick with dust. On plates the legend, through public feeding to socialism, and prices for playwrights and embezzlers only. On billboards also, rabbits now multiply, through rabbit cutlets to socialism. 5 On every street, kerosene queues and bread queues and tramcar queues. Viscous ooze of swarming dung-colored people. Not ugly but incredibly soiled, patched, drab. The odor and color of ingrained poverty, fetid bundles, stale clothes. Spring mud squelches slippery underfoot. Tramcars tight-packed with humanity, squirting heads, legs, arms. The familiar stink in vestibules where your documents are inspected, and grimy men issue pricey keys, permits. At the doors of public and near public buildings, mills, bakeries everywhere. Soldiers with fixed bayonets. At every piled brick or rubble, a decrepit old watchman in sheepskin or cast-off military greatcoat, armed with a decrepit old rifle, futile symbol of protection. Private doors are completely locked and barred. They open suspiciously only after complicated bell signals. The poverty everywhere carefully protected against marauders. A desperate emphasis on private possessions that flows from poverty. Every scrap and tag end in the garbage. Heap anxiously guarded amidst the socialized slogans. A few commercial shops have appeared on the main streets, resplendent with ivory pillars of butter, festive chains of sausage, pyramids of sugar and cigarette boxes. The doors are open to all comers, but the prices, 10 or 20 times higher than on the same goods rationed, are barriers. Otherwise, the shops would be picked clean in a few seconds. People come in to look. Secretly they call the new Emporia Stalin Museum, a few by-minute amounts, and run off excitedly with the tiny treasures. These shops give a new popular measure for earnings. The average national weekly wage is half a pound of commercial butter, or 10 packs of commercial cigarettes, or a pound of sausage. A kidulous anecdote runs, "Have you seen the atheist shops? Why atheist? The prices are ungodly. The ordinary cooperative stores are more drab by contrast. New stories are being added to old buildings on nearly every street, with small respect for the original architecture. Raw patchwork effects. Ostensibly built for the workers in various enterprises, they are in fact occupied by factory directors, trade union functionaries, communists with a pull. But the ancient skylines of dome and cupola and tender tracings on gray cloud masses are as yet unchanged. At twilight, the flat silhouettes seem cut from cardboard to illustrate tales from the Arabian Nights. The hushed, mysterious Muscovite night is crumbling at both edges. Soon, it will be a mere sliver of darkness. 4 months' absence suffices to overlay Moscow with strangeness. Not the tinsel strangeness this time, of the first arrival, but a half-angry astonishment that the memories you edited out are true after all. Away from Russia, your mind imposed its own favorite designs upon the Soviet contradictions, choosing, discarding, arranging, hastily repairing the damage wrought by 3 years of immersion. Whatever your American lectures may have done to the listeners, they almost convinced the lecturer. By compromising with your experiences, you nearly sneaked back into the comfortable groove of uncritical faith. Against the uncertainties of depression America, you raised the future tense certainties of Russia. You slid into the soporific illogic of status quo. The dead are dead and the maimed are dying. And what if another million done? Colored Russians are driven into the marshes and forests and deserts? If the great idea marches forward toward a painted rising sun on a painted horizon and our side wins. Meanwhile, you relish a private vengeance against the soup lines on Times Square. Had I remained in America permanently, I might have evolved a new, if badly scarred and patched, enthusiasm bot. In the following years I was to think occasionally, with a sense of having escaped something vaguely shameful, that if I had not returned to Russia in 1931, I might have ended by contributing high-minded lies to the new masses, and slept happily ever after. I made a quick survey of my Russian acquaintances for casualties. As always, a few had disappeared mysteriously. One had been executed. A few had returned from exile, but were still exiled for us since they dared not nod recognition. Others, formerly under a political cloud, were back in the sunlight of divine grace, one of them so cocksure that he came boldly to our door. A more tolerant attitude toward intellectuals and technical specialists was impending. Already the tone of the press was somewhat milder towards them. A number of acquaintances from the halcyon days of 1928 therefore timidly revived our friendship, as though emerging from some long illness, apologetic about the years-long absences. You know how it is. But the waves of arrests had not subsided. That little suitcase was not unpacked. The complicated fears were as oppressive as ever. The center of attack might be shifted from one social element to another, but the total pressure was, if anything, enlarged. A slight lifting of the weight from the educated classes was more than balanced by renewed terror applied to former netmen, to Jews with relatives abroad, and to others who might be made to bleed gold. And behind these urban activities of the OGPU was its steady, plodding, monotonous punishment of recalcitrant peasants. Those kulaks and kulak agents and poor peasants with kulak mentalities, who multiplied paradoxically in precisely those areas where they had been officially liquidated 100%. Baluta arrests, of which I had heard vaguely before departure, had in the interim become epidemic. Anyone suspected of possessing foreign currency or gold was liable to sudden arrest. Even servant girls denounced as owning a Tsarist gold coin were hauled in and given the works. Had I heard how a blundering militiaman picked up the wrong Petrov, and he turned out to be a friend of Stalin's, but he had 4 days of the Farilka, torture by heat, before the mistake was found out. The newspapers were filled with the same braggadocio and threats, victories, successes, triumphs. But the plan for spring sowing far behind. 3 shot for sabotaging the rabbit. Breeding plans. Engineman and signalman shot for counter. Revolutionary negligence in connection with a disaster on the Kursk line. 4 arrested for forging bread ration cards. Another internal loan was being oversubscribed. Voluntary contributions of a month's wages or 2 months' wages. Another blast furnace started in Magnitogorsk. Poincare war and agents of imperialism and dastardly kulaks and left-right and right-left deviators and secret Trotskyists and Hail Stalin and Tu-Chu-Chu-Chi-Pi-5. A 16-column speech by Lazar Kaganovich flaying the deviators and the kulaks who'd smuggled themselves into the collectives and Hail Stalin. Our dear beloved, the genius of the revolution. Kaganovich quoting Stalin's quotation of Lenin's quotation of Marx's quotation. The editorials quoting Kaganovich, and all the frightened moles with dispatch cases under their wings, quoting the editorials to play safe. No, says Nathalie, my secretary, no cable news today. Sorry. A reporter returning to Moscow after a few months' absence cannot take up his work where he left off, as he might in another capital. He must peel off the strangeness and refocus eyes and mind to the scene. He must refresh his understanding of the euphemistic code in which events are recorded for the masses and sharpen his perceptions of the overtones of the news. Feeling my way through dim, stale corridors to the censor's office for a frigidly cordial reception. We all know I'd been kept waiting in Berlin for a visa this time as a disciplinary measure. A hint to the wise, you know. But we say nothing about it. For all my caution, I had evidently said too much in America. I would have to exert myself mightily to reconquer my status of friendly correspondent. Kostya Umansky, the new censor, smiled through his gold teeth and blinked through his thick glasses and asked pompous questions about American recognition. Yes, he knew I had seen Secretary of State Stimson. Oh, we know everything, Gene. There was the unspoken feud between us begun 3 years ago at my party in the Grand Hotel. Our conversation was on a high level of international affairs, but under it I read in his golden smile, "You dislike me because I'm an egocentric Soviet go-getter, but watch me rise to commissar." And he must have read in my smile, the pompous little careerist beneficiary of the revolution. He hates me because he knows I see through him. A little storekeeper with a corner on revolution. Ladies and gents, the genuine article in proletarian dictatorship. In this suavely scheming Comrade Umansky, clever with the devious shrewdness of a clothing salesman, ironical to underlings and toadying to higher, obsessed, discreetly indulging a sybaritic streak. I was coming to see, perhaps unfairly, but despite myself, the quintessence of revolutionary technique. I always ignore. Socialism revised. The Hammer Mansion on Petrovsky Perula, where we lived, with its marble staircase and vast ballroom, its immense pseudo-artistic nudes, its kitchen as large as a field and Shura cooking barley, and mushroom soup for the American prodigals, was some more 2 pi 5 to 3. Around the courtyard, in what were formerly stables and servants' quarters, more than a dozen families were squeezed together. The sight of the foreigners' spacious life, the sound of their American gramophones, the odors of their daily meat must have been a constant taunt. The children stood on tiptoe and looked into the wonder windows. Dr. Reed. Hammer's big untamed wolfhound was chained all day in the corridor leading to the kitchen, and at night was unchained to guard the black, or servants' entrance against intruders. I must get used once more to the indecency of living safely and comfortably in the encircling dreads and shortages. Not that the comforts were idyllic. The bathtub, it is true, was tremendously large, but when the heating device, after hours of fussing, yielded only a few gallons of hot water, the size of the bathtub was less a blessing than a jeer. While I was in America, my extension of Hammer's telephone had been cut off without explanation. Covering the news without a phone being impossible, I plunged into a 2-month battle against bureaucratic procrastination, in which I enlisted the Foreign Office and the OGPU for ultimate victory. The roominess of the mansion made it a natural gathering place for celebration occasions in the American colony, which was pleasant enough but a heavy drain on the exchequer. Umansky came to Washington in 1936 as counselor of the Soviet embassy. Charles Malamuth occupied our space while we were away and upheld its record for hospitality. His wife, Joan London, daughter of Jack London, had joined him in Moscow. Later, E. Cummings, American poet, moved in for a while. Other Americans, among them the Gene Tunneys, had been entertained in the style which a foreign food shop and Shura's cookery made possible. Shura and her glowering ways were attaining international fame of a sort. Her clumsy peasant figure, the flashes of earthly shrewdness and peasant greed out of the depths of her tight-lipped reticence, impressed foreigners as enigmatic. Shura figured in Cummings' book about his Russian sojourn as ogress. Dr. Hammer appears as Chinese, Charlie as Turk or Assyrian, Joan as Turkish or harem. Incidentally, what I understood of that book, Afana, was so good, so penetrating, that I still wish he had not written it in puzzle words. Though Joan's father is one of the most widely read foreign authors, ranking with Russia's greatest storytellers in popular favor, her presence was adamantly, and a bit ostentatiously, ignored by the press and in literary circles. Her husband's outspoken dislike for the more brutal aspects of the Bolshevism, for which he gave up his college career, may have had something to do with the snub. Joan had inherited much of her father's passion for social justice, which is the worst possible equipment for an appreciation of the USSR. Her abstract admirations had disintegrated almost instantly into seething angers and ironies between the time I had seen her in New York and this reunion in Moscow. Such speedy disillusionments annoyed me unreasonably. Mine had taken 3 years, and I found myself reproving her for the intensity of her objections to the Soviet atmosphere and policies. With every week after my return, I came to feel more ashamed of my mealy-mouthed caution while at home. Deep under those excuses I had made for myself, I now was forced to admit, had been the subconscious desire to remain persona grata with the masters, to retain my job. I was protecting my status as a friendly correspondent, and at that, I had just about crawled under the line. I watched the men and women in queues, in fetid streetcars, in fear-soaked offices, and felt as though I had played them false. In the first half of my Soviet sojourn, I had felt guilty toward the revolution every time the exigencies of my trade obliged M&Lt to report facts that sounded discreditable to the USSR. In these NLT, second half, I was to feel constantly more guilty toward the Russian people whenever the exigencies of my trade obliged me to keep mum about some unpleasant truths. It was this gradual and inexorable shift of vantage point that sums up the transformation in me. The change may have been accomplished before I left, but it was upon my return, in the gnawing suspicion that I had somehow betrayed the Russian people by minimizing and concealing their sufferings, that I came consciously to recognize my new viewpoint, where the basic conditions of existence for 100 million people may be altered with one brief and arbitrary ukaz. History becomes curiously telescoped and foreshortened. Like those motion pictures where you see the growth of a plant from seed to full flower in a few seconds. Processes that elsewhere mature slowly, in a totalitarian state, sometimes come to fruition in a week or a day. In going off on a vacation, you may miss the turning point of another epoch. Though the implications of the break were not at once apparent, I did recognize that I had missed such a turning point. Charlie, who had held down my job creditably during these months, brought me up to date on the outward signs of the change. The piecework system of payment for labor, against which trade unions all over the world have carried on a relentless war, was introduced throughout Soviet industry, and even on collective farms. A complicated system of prizes, bonuses, and other cash rewards for better work was instituted. Shock. Brigadiering or pace setting on the job had been from the beginning stimulated by tangible privileges, but painstakingly draped in pretenses of undiluted patriotism. Much of the pretense was now dropped, and the emphasis placed more frankly on the material rewards. The common denominator of these and related changes was the abandonment of equality in income, living standards, social privileges, etc. as a socialist objective. It had never existed, of course, as a practical reality, but had been accepted as a motivating ideal, as one of those patterns of perfection which all societies set up. Even during the NEP period, when disequality had been as wide as in any capitalist land, and a lot more vulgar, the central star of socialist idealism, from each according to his capacity, to each according to his need, had been undimmed. The few isolated communes in various parts of the Soviet Union, where all were expected to give their best work and then drew from the commonwealth according to their needs, had been the pride of the Soviet leaders, the ultimate hope in functioning in miniature. With the end of NEP, that hope had been intensified. The impetus behind the 5-year plan and the ruthless drive for agrarian socialization had been collectivist. Among the members of the Communist Party themselves, the ideal, ever since Lenin's days, was symbolized in the party maximum, a ceiling on income, reminiscent of the Christian vow of poverty in certain monastic orders. Early in 1931, this ideal was thrown overboard. These anticipations of collectivism were not merely liquidated, but drenched with ridicule. Marx and other socialist prophets were reinterpreted. The party maximum was raised and ultimately abolished. Wage differentiation was not only recognized, but made obligatory. Plays and novels which celebrated equality were suddenly out of date and even reactionary. Those foreign books which stressed the theoretical economic equality of commissars and ditch diggers became obsolete and rather preposterous. It was, of course, the practical needs of industrialization which caused the revision of fundamental faith. To make the newly created industries more productive, to reduce spoilage, to extract more labor from its people, the Kremlin had decided to bring back the driving force of personal gain. To make the Communist Party members more ambitious, the limitations on incomes were removed and membership converted from a semi-religious vocation into a profession, like politics in other countries. I am running considerably ahead of the story. Though achieved by fiat, the change, amounting to a reversal of philosophy, took years to deepen and harden, and to systematize its justifications in brand new theories of socialism. Higher productivity of labor, more profitable conduct of state trusts, in short, efficiency, could not be raised above the older and traditional socialist ideals overnight. Factory output could not supersede the well-being of the workers as the primary socialist goal without a term of violent mental adjustment. Thousands would be punished as left deviationists and petty bourgeois romanticists before the new pattern of perfection would be fixed upon the nation's mind and spirit. Vestiges of mankind's ancient dream of equality, that dream running through all religions from Christianity to essential communism which, for all its impractical and utopian character, has molded mankind's history, would have to be stamped out. It required a year or two of ideological jugglery before the absence of equality, once an evil to be faced and mitigated, was turned into a positive Bolshevik virtue. It was Stalin who made the word Uravnilovka, the equalizing of economic returns, a term of contempt and one of the major Soviet sins from this time forward. It was Stalin, too, who in February 1934 would characterize equality as a piece of petty bourgeois stupidity, worthy of a primitive sect of ascetics, but not of socialist society organized on Marxian lines. On June 23, 1931, Stalin made a speech at a closed conference. Early in July, it was published. We transmitted it to the world as marking a new turn in Soviet policy, almost as sharp as Lenin's announcement of the new economic policy just a decade before. But most of us failed to see, and all of us failed to report, two significant differences. In the first place, Lenin's turn had been preceded by an intense open discussion within the ruling party and to some extent outside its ranks, whereas Stalin consulted neither the people nor his party. He consulted only his immediate advisors, and the about-face took the communists as much by surprise as the general public. In the second place, Lenin's move had been frankly a compromise with realities, admittedly a step backward, and made without scrapping the fundamental socialist dream. Stalin's new economic policy, on the contrary, was represented as a step forward. In reducing the worker more effectively to an inert cog in the productive machine, in strengthening the foundations for new classes and castes in the population, there was no hint of strategic retreat. This was no temporary compromise, but a permanent acceptance of the totalitarian principle of unstinting exploitation of workers for the impersonal profit of the corporate state. Employer, as against the capitalist principle of personal profit for a private corporation. Employer. Stalin promulgated a 6-point program for raising productivity and reducing waste in Soviet economic life. Considered purely from the standpoint of production, the program was sane enough. It called for more rigid cost accounting. It eliminated the last trace of interference by workers with the operation of any plant, prescribing centralized and personal responsibility, with the management accountable only to the directors of the trust. It made piecework and other familiar efficiency devices universal and obligatory. It called a halt to indiscriminate persecution of technical specialists, asserting that the opposition of this class had now been broken. Though cushioned in standardized banalities about victories and proletarian enthusiasm, Stalin's speech was a more devastating indictment of Stalin's economic regime than any of his enemies had made. In the majority of Soviet enterprises, he revealed, the turnover of labor forces was at least from 30 to 40%. During half a year or even a quarter of a year, the vast majority of workers were deserting their jobs to go elsewhere, to a different place, to seek fortune. Rationalization of industry, he said, had long ago gone out of style. Soviet enterprises had long ago ceased to count, to calculate, to make up actual balances of incomes and expenditures. Many of the plans presumably fulfill, or even overfulfill, were just, on paper, the non-stop work week, foisted on the population in the most callous disregard of its own comfort or wishes. Stalin now admitted to be uneconomic, harmful, merely an uninterrupted week on paper. In short, near the end of the third year of the 5-year plan, at a time when officially the USSR had entered the stage of real socialism, millions of workers were in perpetual migration to seek fortune, to seek, that is, tolerable living condition. In the fantastic eagerness to set records of speed, to crowd 5 years into 4, to provide boastful statistics at any cost in human suffering, industry has been thrown tragically out of balance. Some branches growing by 40%, others, among them basic branches like the coal industry and heavy metallurgy, by only 6 to 10%. And much of this growth chiefly on paper. Nobody is accountable for anything. Stalin complained. Worse than that, the leaders of industry understand all that. But, I quote Stalin's words again, they hold their tongues. Why? Why? From all evidence, because they are afraid of the truth. He did not, however, explain why these leaders are afraid of the truth. That would involve public admission that the truth is dangerous, that those who dare to protest end up in concentration camps, that an economic system under the knout of the Ogpu makes blind obedience the only guarantee of safety. Stalin's speech was greeted by his own press, and by the parrot communist and near-communist press abroad, as another manifestation of his genius. Under any system of life which holds leaders responsible for their blunders, particularly when those blunders mean privation and death for great masses of people, a speech such as this would automatically have eliminated Stalin and his associates from public life. Under dictatorship, however, the recognition of disaster 3 years too late, after exiling and imprisoning and executing those who dared warn or oppose the blundering regime, becomes a superior sort of wisdom. Stalin was praised rhapsodically for his long blindness, just as he was glorified the year before for recognizing too late his own mistakes in the precipitate liquidation of the kulaks. Dialectic materialism, whatever else it may be, is the smuggest and most convenient philosophy ever adapted by a ruling caste to its political needs. It finds a bogus consistency in the most startling inconsistencies. There is something monstrous in a dialectic materialism which exploits in order to end exploitation, which flouts elementary human values in the name of humanity, which fortifies new classes to achieve a classless society, which, in brief, presumes to be as heartless as history, instead of opposing its dreams and its hopes to history's heartlessness. Out of the Russian Revolution has grown a lush literature of apologetics, nurtured by faith, fertilized by professional self-interest, feeding upon the ardent hopes of mankind for a juster world. That literature sounds the whole register of motivation, from principled Jesuitism to unprincipled cynicism, from frantic self-deception to calculated deception of others. It has been particularly prolific in the United States, if only because geographical and cultural distance from Russia and political naivete make Americans especially credulous. Having some acquaintance both with the authors and their subject matter, I have found that literature fascinating, a little like watching jugglers and conjurers at work. An intelligent and talented American woman, long resident in Russia, for instance, used to visit us frequently and often bared her aching doubts. Her Puritan conscience was wounded by the sight of useless brutalities, her mind lacerated by organized suppression of thought. But I studied her books, and found in them no trace of her wounds and doubts, and I marvel at the mental and emotional sleight of hand that pulls such pretty rabbits out of the Soviet hat. A freelance American journalist vehemently denied the stories of Voluta tortures. Then I learned that he was trying to rescue his own Russian relatives from the torture chamber. Charitably, I had preferred to believe that these people were lying for the cause, sacrificing the lesser truths for those they considered greater. But ever so often I was confronted with a statement so cynical that I could not bring myself to believe its piety, an insult to the reader's sanity so pointed that charitable interpretation could not compass it. A book by Louis Fisher, having eulogized the OGPU forced labor battalions as a cure by labor, and having indicated casually that this cure has been administered to untold myriads in all parts of the country, said, "The OGPU is not merely an intelligence service and a militia. It is a vast industrial organization and a big educational institution. Thus, virtual slavery for untold myriads in all parts of the country is disposed of in one sentence. The system of large-scale forced labor, with 100,000 concentrated in a single penal camp, and scores of such camps festering everywhere in the land, summarized in one precious euphemism. A visit to Bolshevo, a boys' reformatory run by the OGPU near Moscow, was Fisher's immediate occasion for the extraordinary generalization. Bolshevo is one of the standard tourist show places, and deservedly that. An enlightened colony for criminals in line with modern prison reform ideas. It is no more typical of the OGPU concentration camps than a model prison in New York is of chain gangs in the South. For every thief or rowdy in places like Bolshevo, there were 1,000 political offenders, recalcitrant peasants, non-conforming professors and engineers, deviating communists, living and working and dying like flies in forced labor camps. The myriads to whom Fisher refers were filling swampland, chopping timber, mining metals and chemicals, cutting canals, building railroads under police lash, in conditions so vile that the few straightforward accounts which have been written, in books like the Chernovins and George Kitchen's, make Dante's Inferno look like a vacation resort. For every model prison, there were dozens of foul holes brimming with horror. For every Bolshevo, 100 Buturkas. No tourist parties were taken to visit those places. The few foreign correspondents who attempted to visit them were always prevented. A Canadian newspaperwoman who succeeded by wile in entering a concentration camp and dared to write about it was quickly expelled from the country. Though even an accredited Kremlin press agent occasionally refers to myriads taking the forcible cure by labor, the government concealed the extent of forced labor. However, from the isolated official admissions by the government, at least 200 prisoners engaged on the Baltic, White Sea Canal, several 100,000 in double, tracking the Trans-Siberian Railroad, etc. A conservative estimate of the total at the time when Fischer's vast industrial organization was at its vastest would be 2 millions. If we add the exiled peasants transported to areas under OGPU supervision, technically free but as helplessly the creatures of the OGPU as any prisoner, the total would at least be tripled. Those who shouted hallelujahs to the 5-year plan either were ignorant or pretended ignorance of the fact that the most extensive and most effective taskmaster and employer of labor was the police apparatus of the government. Its concentration camp near Moscow alone, one of several along the trek of the Moskva-Volga Canal under construction, contained more prisoners than all of Hitler's concentration camps put together. It contributed large contingents of forced labor to Magnitostroy, Dnipropetrovsk, and other of the proudest items in the plan. William Stoneman of the Chicago Daily News at one time obtained from overcommunicative local officials exact figures showing that prisoners outnumbered free laborers on the construction end of Magnitostroy and a series of other projects. William Henry Chamberlain of the Christian Science Monitor, who traveled widely through newly industrialized areas, wrote, "I could testify from personal observation that tens of thousands of such prisoners, mostly exiled peasants who had been guilty of no criminal offense, were employed at compulsory labor at such places as Magnitogorsk and Chelyabinsk and Berezniki. Indeed, whatever differences there may have been in our estimates of the number in OGPU peonage, the existence of such peonage was accepted in Moscow as normal matter of course and indisputable. The blossoming of the OGPU into a vast industrial organization began with the liquidation of the kulaks in 1930. The police suddenly found themselves in charge of enormous masses of raw labor, herded deliberately into harsh sections of the country where free labor could not be lured. Subsequent mass arrests in city and country alike expanded this labor force, and the influx of engineers and specialists by the tens of thousands gave the OGPU a terrorized technical personnel as well. Specific industrial jobs were therefore assigned to this educational institution, particularly in the far north, the Central Asiatic wilderness, and the more inhospitable sectors of Siberia. When the civilian economic authorities could not cope with a particularly difficult industrial task, certain chemical enterprises in the sub-Arctic territory, for instance, it was taken over by the OGPU and administered with compulsory labor by educational methods, which included brutal beating, a diet of garbage, a fearsome mortality rate, a regime that shriveled the spirit and withered the body of the victims and degraded the masters no less than the slaves. Only the most hardened fanatic can read the stories of the Chernovins in kitchen without a shudder of horror. Not the blandest of apologists can deny the essential accuracy of those accounts. Only a literary genius, the peer of Dante, could have conjured brutality in such meticulous detail from his own imagination. It happens that, like others who lived in Russia during the 5-year plan era, I have talked to dozens of people who had survived those educational purgatories. What they told fitted so perfectly into the Chernovin and kitchen stories that there is no room for doubt. I am not inveighing against labor by prisoners. I simply question the revolutionary pretensions of a society which counts its prisoners by the million, subjects them to hideously inhumane conditions, then seeks to fool the world into accepting the monstrosity as an educational institution. I question the building of socialism by slaves. I question the unprecedented hypocrisy that would rally the noblest instincts of the outside world, the soaring hopes inspired by the Russian Revolution, in blind support of human degradation and organized sadism. Bernard Shaw in Moscow. George Bernard Shaw swept down on Moscow. That August, his white whiskers and coat, tails and wisecracks flying. Lady Astor holding on breathlessly to the coat, tails, The American correspondent scrambling desperately for the wisecracks. The Russians gazing goggle-eyed at the strange antics. Lord Lothian and Lady Auster's handsome and sensible son, David, were in the party and grateful for the shadows, while the other two held the limelight. From the first, the Irish bard was surrounded and cut off from contaminating contact with Russian facts by British and American yes-men for the Soviets and by Russian functionaries. They had a simple job of it. The great GBS was more interested in being seen than in seeing, in being heard than in hearing. He exhibited himself at banquets, in a factory or two, on a hand-tooled collective farm, astride the Napoleon cannon in the Kremlin, wherever cameramen could get good shots of him, and he could deliver better shots. We wondered at the time that a playwright wise in the tricks of stage effect should be taken in so completely by his hosts and guides. Then we understood that he was not taken in, but himself collaborating in the deception, with the world at large as the common dupe. The Kremlin was too good an eminence from which to thumb his nose at the conventional capitalist world, and Shaw evidently had decided not to miss the chance. At first, Soviet officialdom was uneasy. The incorrigible oldster might play a few pranks on them. He might pry into their closets for skeletons of forced labor, valuta arrests, concentration camps, or make nasty remarks about the hard-worked and undernourished proletariat. He might demand statistics on political prisoners. But their fears were quickly allayed. Shaw was clearly in his most expansive and playful mood, and would praise everything Soviet if only to annoy dear Nancy Astor. She mothered him, and the least he could do was to act the bad boy. Mrs. Shaw had warned her to see to it that GB did not neglect his beard. Lady Astor made sure by washing it herself. Shaw did twit the Bolsheviks a bit on their ignorance of socialism, and shocked them with a few quips at Lenin's expense. But that was nothing, as long as his main preoccupation was to make faces at the decaying bourgeois world through Soviet windows. It was a fortnight of clowning that ran us ragged. Since I reported for British United Press as well as the Mother Agency, I could not afford to miss a Shavian wheeze or sneeze. My secretary camped in the Metropole lobby. Someone else trailed the party on its sightseeing trips. Deftly Shaw skimmed the surface, careful not to break through the lacquer of appearances. If Lady Astor asked too many questions, he neatly slapped her wrist. He judged food conditions by the Metropole menu, collectivization by the model farm, the odd poo by the model colony at Bolshevo, socialism by the twittering of attendant sycophants. His performance was not amusing to the Russians I happen to know. It was macabre. The lengthening obscenity of ignorant or indifferent tourists, disporting themselves cheerily on the aching body of Russia, seemed summed up in this cavorting old man, in his blanket endorsement of what he would not understand. He was so taken up with demonstrating how youthful and agile he was that he had no attention to spare for the revolution in practice. His 75th birthday took place while he was in Moscow, and the celebration was staged at the Old Nobles Club, in the immense chamber with its ghosts of many farcical demonstration trials. It was at this gathering that Shaw achieved the apex of cynicism. In any other man it might have been ignorance or stupidity. In Shaw it was cold and calculated taunting of the audience. Shaw could not have failed to know that Russia was suffering acute food shortage. Rations were growing shorter. Some foodstuffs had disappeared altogether. Scant quotas of milk and butter were reserved for children only, and were available only at long intervals. Food prices had just been doubled. All the hopes and thoughts of the overwhelming mass of Russians were centered on this fearful shortage. And in the face of all this, the rosy-cheeked, self-satisfied foreigner stood on a platform and mocked the Soviet hardships. When my friends learned that I was going to Russia, he said, they loaded me with tinned food of all sorts. They thought Russia was starving. But I threw all their food out of the window in Poland before I reached the Soviet frontier. He laughed like a mischievous schoolboy. The vision of good English food thrown away in Poland was mockery of the underfed audience. Shaw's listeners gasped. One felt the convulsive reaction in their bellies. A tin of English beef would provide a memorable holiday in the home of any of the workers and intellectuals at that gathering, and those tins lay scattered in Poland. Even before he reached Russia, Shaw assured them, he knew that this talk of food difficulties was poppycock. Why, he had been overstuffed ever since he reached Moscow. Forced wry laughter. 48 food specialists had been shot last year in one clip to explain the lack of food, and international plots had been woven by the Secret Service to explain it. Shaw, however, knew it to be poppycock through his superior intuition and his full stomach. He talked at length that night. Others loaded him with praise second, only to the praise he loaded on himself. But his cynical tale of throwing away food was the one memory that remained deeply chiseled into 1,000 minds when the celebration dispersed. At a luncheon in the Metropole next day, Mrs. William Henry Chamberlain remarked to Shaw that Russians were sorry he did not wait to throw away his food on Soviet soil. Shaw looked around the restaurant and asked cutely, "Where do you see any food shortage?" Mrs. K. Chamberlain tried to tell him. "I have a 4-year-old daughter," she said. "As a foreigner, I can buy all the milk she needs, but if I were dependent on the Russian milk rations, my little girl would suffer terribly." "Why don't you nurse her yourself?" Shaw retorted. "But she's 4. She's too old." "Eoween." "Nonsense. Certain Eskimos nurse their children till the age of 20. Shaw wrote and spoke extensively on Russia after he got home. His every sentence carried the proof that he had seen nothing and learned nothing in his Soviet visit. In broadcasting on the Russian theme to the United States, he addressed American listeners with some such greeting as, "Hello, boobs." Perhaps he knew more about Russia than he let on. Bernard Shaw made a large contribution toward the myth of a happy, prospering, enthusiastic socialist Russia being built up in the outside world, especially among a certain type of intellectual. For the Webbs and people like them, there is at least the excuse of wishful thinking. They were eagerly molding a make-believe Russia close to their own heart's desire. Shaw had already attained his heart's desire. His humanitarianism was a self-indulgence rather than an ideal, or he would have revealed some slight twinge of awareness of the Russian humanity. In a book published 5 years later by an Italian refugee from Mussolini's penal colony on Lipari Island, Road to Exile by Emilio Lussu, he tells how the small library collected by the prisoners was suppressed. Hundreds of volumes were confiscated as dangerous to the regime. Every book on the French and Russian revolutions, all works by Russian writers, and all works by freethinkers, such as Voltaire, Mazzini, and Anatole France. Only Bernard Shaw was respected. It was a bad moment for his admirers. Shaw's clowning in Russia was no less a bad moment for his admirers in Moscow. Nor is it without significance that those who take Bolshevik excesses in their stride find it equally easy to take fascist enormities in their stride. It is no accident that Shaw has praised Hitler, too. It was at a party in honor of the guests given by the British Embassy that the one exciting news story in the whole Shaw-Astor show developed. I was standing near Maxim Litvinov, Commissar of Foreign Affairs, on the small terrace leading from the house into the embassy garden, when Lady Astor came toward us. She was followed by a few correspondents who had smelled excitement. A telegram fluttered in her hand. The Commissar's fleshy face changed color as Lady Astor, with a grand gesture, kneeled before him and held out the telegram. "As in days of yore," she declaimed for all to hear, "I present a petition to your government on bended knee. Most humbly I pray you in the name of humanity to save this suffering family." Litvinov's fingers trembled and his jaws worked nervously as he took the telegram and read through it hastily. Then he shoved it back at her. "This matter is not within my jurisdiction," he said gruffly, without troubling to conceal his anger, and walked away. The correspondents took possession of the telegram. It was a story, and an American angle story, if ever there was one. The message, addressed to both Shaw and Lady Astor, was signed by a Professor Krynin of Yale University and begged for their intercession to get his family out of Russia. Some years previously, he had left Russia and for reasons of his own had been afraid to return. Now he was under sentence of death, like all who failed to obey an official summons to come back. Whatever his political sins, his wife and his children were innocent. They were in Moscow now. For years the professor had been trying to get them to America. A request by the eminent Britishers, he thought, might obtain the release of his family. We all hopped to it. The message gave Mrs. Krynin's address, and thither we raced. The poor woman nearly collapsed with fright and excitement when the reporters descended on her. She knew nothing of her husband's desperate cable and was in no way responsible for it. Fearful that this move would only make her position worse, she at first refused to speak. Under pressure, she admitted that she lived only to care for her children, and in the hope of someday joining their father. But she uttered not a word of criticism of the Soviet government. With Shaw and Lady Astor in Moscow, the censors could scarcely interfere with the sending of our dispatches, and the story was a 3-day sensation in the American press. Lady Astor did not accept Litvinov's refusal, but carried the matter to other officials, including the GPU. In particular, she used publicity through the correspondence in the hope of forcing action. She was stalled with promises. The Soviet government, she was assured, had no desire to keep a wife and children from their husband and father. But by the time she left, nothing had been done. And after she left, of course, the matter was forgotten. 4 or 5 months later, I received a cable from Roger Baldwin, director of the American Civil Liberties Union, asking me to ascertain if possible the whereabouts of Mrs. Krynin. Her husband was in despair, he indicated, having failed to hear from her or about her since his ill-advised message to the English part. At the address where we had seen Mrs. Krynin before, the people who opened the door of her apartment pretended that they had never even heard the name. No, there's no such person, they said, and shut the door in my face in a panic. Going down the steep stairs, I ran into a boy of 10. Do you live here? I asked him. Yes. Well then, maybe you know what apartment Citizen Krynin lives in. She doesn't live here anymore. She doesn't? I pretended surprise. Then where does she live? How should I know? The child replied. They came and took her a long time ago. So I knew. They came and took her. How many others who disappeared in these years had been taken by them? Every night the big black Marias moved through the stillness, collecting another load of undesirables. Coming home from a late party, we often saw these wagons. Immense closed-in trucks like American long-distance furniture, moving vans, with a row of perforations near the top for air. Late one night, I rang the outer gate to a courtyard, having been persuaded to attend a social gathering despite the late hour. A sleepy Dvornik, concierge, came to the door rubbing his eyes. And I thought it was the wagon again, he mumbled complainingly. Almost every night they come for somebody. They had come for the Krynin mother and children. Lady Astor's spirited intercession had landed the family in some secret exile, where correspondents would never again write embarrassing stories about them. The same train that brought the Shaw-Astor party also brought one of my chiefs, the late Robert J. Bender, news editor and vice president of the United Press, and with him young Jack Howard, the son of Roy W. Howard, Ty. Their lively presence made the chore of covering the English party harder, but brightened our lives all the same. If Shaw had half the good sense and 1/4 the honesty of Jack Howard in observing Russia, the world would have been spared a chunk of misinformation wrapped in the cellophane of Shavian paradox. It was in the spirit of gentlemen from Missouri, who had to be shown, that both Bender and Jack confronted the over-publicized Russia. They stood in queues with the Russians and took walks into less manicured sections of the city, and supplemented the official information with such off-record data as even a tourist can obtain if really interested. I was one. No longer a volunteer propagandist for the Soviet idea and again the annoying word I'll do views. These two carried I away where lesson tinctured with wit my me synthetic optimism then unintentional those carried away by Jack's father and other United Press people who had come under my guidance in former years. Bernard Shaw's frolicsome clowning gave the pitch for that year's visitors and for years to come. Besides the individual tourists, there were groups, shepherded by alleged specialists in Soviet affairs, the blind leading the halt. Many of these leaders had a professional stake in the fashion for a watered-down version of communism. Annual tours, books, lectures. They could not afford to have the doors of the USSR shut against them by a wayward word, and many of them were as honestly and high-mindedly eager as their flocks to avoid upsetting truths. Professors or liberal clergymen, they were deeply disturbed by the shattered economic and social orthodoxies in which they were raised. If they lost their compensating belief in Russia, life would become too bleak to endure. Their belief was plastic enough. In 1929 and 1930, they celebrated the equality of all Soviet citizens. From 1931 onward, they were no less earnestly enamored of piecework, differentiated wages to speed up production, the realism of Stalin, which recognized that all men were not, after all, created equal. In 1931, they saw in the Bolshevik Puritanism, in the prohibition of dancing and gypsy music, etc., the token of a new world. In 1935, they were to see the same token in the foxtrots and other resurrected amusements. Faith moves mountains of paradox. The building of the Russian myth required no Machiavellian propaganda tricks. The outside world in Depression years had need of it as a fixed beacon in the storm of doubt. As Voltaire said of God, if there were no socialist Russia, mankind was ready to invent one. It was fashioned in the image of men's hopes. 3. Dunjay. Ambulance and motor cars? Considered in the most cold-blooded engineering spirit, with Einsteinian Stalinist firmness and no petty bourgeois humanitarian nonsense, the practical wisdom of placing machines before medicines is still open to grave question. Broken-down factory workers cause breakdowns in machinery, and impaired office workers retard the pace of operation. Except in agitational concoctions on the stage, even the firmest Stalinist develops a touch of bourgeois weakness when the missing medicines are needed for someone whose life he values. One of the most callous of the Orthodox brethren, a Chekist, a Civil War veteran, a liquidator of kulaks, smiled grimly at our concern for the life of Rochelle Osipovna. The 5-year plan, he assured us, would not be affected in the slightest by the lady's passing. Despite this, I pulled official wires to obtain certain deficit medicaments and used incoming Americans to fill prescriptions in Berlin. Billy canvassed our foreign friends to find citrus fruits and other things which might help sustain Rochelle's strength. Much later, I watched this hard-boiled Chekist when disease struck in his own household. His hard-boiledness did not reach all the way down. The victim was his sister-in-law, as useless to the Piatiletka as Rochelle had been. But his efforts to outdistance the galloping tuberculosis were as heroic as any he put forth in the Ukrainian civil wars. We were to remember Rochelle's last illness as a gruesome epitome of Russian indifference to human life, of the primitive hygienic methods under the statistical triumphs of social health, and of sheer Russian carelessness. While millions of dollars were being poured into the purchase of machinery and raw materials and technical services, the government never could find the means to buy the elementary drugs and equipment for fighting disease. There was money to buy spare parts for everything but men and women out of order. Only the Kremlin hospital, serving the most important strata of Moscow's hierarchy, had any of a long list of medicinal ingredients. These supplies were inaccessible to 99% of the Moscow population. A disease of her gums which, with proper care and medicines, might have been cured, infected Rachel's jaw. Her husband was a big enough fish in his own pond, but a mere minnow in the communist ocean. He did not rate the Kremlin hospital. Home treatment seemed preferable to the overcrowded, understaffed, and unhygienic hospitals available to the proletariat. But when her condition became dangerous, Rachel was rushed to one of these places. We visited her there, an ill-smelling, grimy barracks of a hospital, run in the most haphazard style, bed crowded upon bed. It was in this hospital that Rachel Osipovna caught cold, which developed into pneumonia, of which she died in a few days. She was killed by the hospital as surely as though it had administered arsenic. We came, unluckily, to know a lot more about Soviet medical practice than most of our colleagues. Like the stable currency and the wonderful educational methods, the socialized medicine, under the official statistical surface, was a snarl of contradictions, shortages, and ineptness. Doctors and dentists regarded their obligatory work for the state as an exaction and depended on private practice for their real income. The more famous medical specialists did not budge for less than 50 or 100 rubles. Often it required pull to get their services at any price. The public health service was by all odds inferior to the free public and charitable health services available to the poor in cities like New York or Chicago. Russian medicine was doing significant work in theoretical research, but it was at a pitifully low level in ordinary everyday curative and preventive practice. I had the professional opinion of leading physicians in Moscow to confirm my own impression on this point. The gaping gulf between abstract research and practical application, between grandiose planning and messy execution, ran through every department of Russian life, but it seemed particularly horrifying in relation to medicine. The difference between the care open to the tipper, few into the gray swarms of humanity below, seemed particularly startling. Despite the political leverage I could manipulate as a foreign correspondent, despite my American income and contacts, illness was fearful as it had never been under more civilized conditions. I could not help thinking how hopeless it must be for Soviet citizens without my advantages. During the winter after our return from America, Billy was taken sick. Formal letters from the Foreign Office and hours of waiting to obtain ordinary drugs. Frenzied telephone calls to high officials for their intercession in getting an out-of-the-ordinary prescription filled. Finally, a panicky campaign to obtain an ambulance to transport her to the Botkinsky Hospital, regarded as second only to the Kremlin Hospital. 3 doctors in consultation had diagnosed acute appendicitis. We thought an operation might be necessary any minute. The day of Billy's transfer to the hospital was the quintessence of nightmare. It took hours of work, official influence, and more hours of waiting to obtain an ambulance. I sat by Billy's side as the rickety contraption bounced over the ice mounds and cobblestones, every jolt sending the patient into paroxysms of excruciating pain. The half-hour's ride seemed half a century. But, finally, we drove through the gates of the Botkinsky. "We've arrived, darling," I consoled her. "You'll be comfortably in bed in a minute." The ambulance stopped at a small structure about a quarter of a mile from the main building. Several orderlies began to remove the patient. Frantically, I protested that we were not yet at our destination. "But first, we must register the patient here," the idiots insisted. "Never mind the registration," I shouted. "My wife's in agony. She must first be taken to the hospital and made comfortable. To hell with your red tape." Over my violent protests, however, Billy was dragged from the ambulance and carried into a drafty office. There, with the patient on the floor, moaning, tears rolling down her cheeks, a nurse drew out a long questionnaire form and proceeded to ask endless questions. "Get her to the hospital first," I pleaded, "and I promise to fill out all of the questionnaires you wish." "But those are the rules." "Never mind the rules, my wife's dying," I shouted. "You must send her to the hospital immediately." "But first we must examine her," the nurse insisted, and, good as her word, began to unwrap Billy in this room, with gusts of the icy wind blowing into the place every time the door was opened. "Over my dead body, I'll tear the place up if you keep her here another minute." By this time, a few other employees had gathered. They stared at the barbarian foreigner who would not fill out forms, or allow a suffering woman to be unwrapped and examined in a drafty and unsanitary office. But, for once, the rules were shattered. For once the relief of human pain took precedence over red tape. By the time I had won my fight in the office, the ambulance disappeared. Billy was now packed into an open sled in sub-zero weather, which two men pulled to the main building. There, I fought another battle with attendants to prevent her going through a regulation bath in a large, ill-smelling, filthy bathroom. "You'll have to wash her in bed," I insisted. "Her strength will give out if you torture her anymore." "But the rules." The astonished women, in gray aprons, lifted their eyebrows at such goings-on. The first night Billy was kept in a sort of general ward, where the screams of accident patients and the constant comings and goings of divers people tore right through the sedatives. Next day, she was transferred to a quieter room. The label appendicitis remained on her bed throughout her stay, although the diagnosis was adjudged erroneous almost from the beginning. Another indicated that she was entitled to special feeding, a privilege accorded to the more influential patients. Black soggy bread was the chief ingredient of the special feeding. Several times a day, a porter came through the corridor, dragging a wooden box filled with chunks of bread, and tossed a chunk with grimy fingers toward every table. The whole hospital echoed with the rasping sounds of that box being dragged. Billy improved rapidly, despite the special care, and was soon well enough to watch the conduct of that hospital by way of sociological diversion. If I had not been there day after day and seen some of the primitive and careless procedure myself, I should have thought the details she told me were the effects of delirium. Only a few of the women were trained nurses. The others were ignorant girls of the servant type. They stomped up and down corridors and banged doors and called for one another in loud voices. Except under unusual circumstances, bed linens were changed once a week. The blankets were not washed but merely disinfected, so that they were crusted with the dirt and vomit of previous patients. The precious rules prohibited the bringing of linens, blankets, or other accessories from outside. But, by devious means, I smuggled in everything Billy needed. And doctors, nurses, patients came to her ward to inspect and exclaim over the fleecy American blankets. The hospital buzzed with the news of a foreigner who changed her sheets, her nightgown, and even her pillow cases every day. The doctors, Billy thought, were capable but overworked. I succeeded, again, by outraging the blessed rules, in having our own physician, who was familiar with her case, treat her. As soon as she could be moved safely, she returned home. Ever after, the glowing reports of socialized medicine in Russia, in American books and magazines, have been a source of amusement to us. Always we have wished their authors only one punishment, a week or so as patients in the second-best hospital in Russia. I rode with Boris Andreevich Pilnyak, that cumbersome and lovable blonde bear, from Leningrad to Moscow in a shiny and gaily painted two-seat. Not in vain his journey to America, since it had netted the brilliant Russian novelist an automobile, apogee of Soviet daydreams. The reunion of Boris Andreevich with his Chevrolet on the docks of Peter's City, which is now Lenin's city, was most touching. He patted it and dusted it and fed it rationed gasoline. When he parked the creature outside a beer hall, the leading writers of the city came reverently to admire, and they scrupled not to show their envy. Boris Andreevich drove through this street and that, tooting the American accent horn, like a little boy with a kiddie car. His acquisition of the car was by all odds the literary event of the year, and I, sitting by his side in the triumphal march upon Moscow, shared in the glory. Though the highway is the most traveled in the land, and one of the few tolerably smooth roads, the Chevy cut a wide swathe of excitement in the peasant humanity between the old capital and the new. Men and women rushed from their huts to stare after us, horses shied, dogs went wild, little boys threw stones, and Boris Andreevich blew his horn continuously, as though we were traveling on horn power alone. Wherever we paused in our 3 days of leisurely driving, the entire village population soon gathered to marvel and to interrogate. In one village where we stopped to eat, paying in Leningrad bread for fresh warm milk only slightly soiled, the name of the novelist had percolated down to one peasant youth, who quickly spread the news that a writer in the flesh was in their midst. The presence of an American started another widening circle of excitement, not so much my inconsequential corporeal self, as the attachments thereto, such as the fabrics of my clothes, my shoes, fountain pen, wristwatch, and glasses. But neither a writer nor a foreigner could compete with the central object of scrutiny, the car. The younger and bolder men tapped its ribs with timid knuckles, and felt its upholstery, and tried its horn. A very old and gnarled woman with dragging skirts went round and round the contraption looking for the secret. But how does it run, just like that, all by itself? She wanted to know. Boris Andreevich wiped the milk from his lips and strode to the machine with the manner of a full-fledged necromancer. "Simple as potatoes," he said. "Come in, babushka, and I'll show you." She needed a lot of coaxing by neighbors and assurances by the driver, and her blue head kerchief framed a terrorized lot of wrinkles as the Chevy raced up the road and down again. "To think that I lived to see this day," babushka muttered as she alighted, and there was that in her voice which implied that she still did not quite believe it. In the next hour nearly every man, woman, and child tasted a first ride in an automobile, with Boris Andreevich as cheerful and perspiring as any shock brigadier in a poster. Well, there is at least one village in Russia where everyone can talk of automobiles from personal experience. While my companion educated the villagers, I pushed those relentless sociological researches which distinguish the foreigner in Russia even more than his clothes. I listened to a long catalogue of complaints, ranging from loss of land to lack of calico and boots. The city people get everything while we in the village get nothing but work and taxes. Our horses plowed better than the tractors. Besides, our village hasn't got any tractor. We're getting poorer every day working for the government, and only the private peasants who take their produce to the towns live well. After a lot more of this, I felt a tug at my sleeve. A boy of 14 or 15 indicated that he wished to talk to me alone. "Don't believe them, they're all kulaks," he whispered in great agitation. "We liquidated 12 households in this village, but all of them deserve to be liquidated, all without exception. They're dark people and oppose progress. Why are you afraid to talk? It's hard enough living among them as it is." The boy sighed. "As for me, I shall leave them behind and go to the city and be a proletarian. That's what I'll do. The darkness of these people chokes me." "And are they really all kulaks? I mean, do they all have cows and land?" "No, they're poor as mice. Most of them are in the kolkhoz. But they think like kulaks and they should be liquidated. The Soviet power isn't firm enough with them, that's what. If I had my way, if he had his way, the whole of his native village, not excepting his own family, would be in the northern forests chopping wood. Just who would then cultivate the kolkhoz, the boy could not quite say. Not himself, certainly, since his hopes were fixed on escape to the city. In a dozen other villages I tried to probe. The inclination of the peasants in talking to a stranger was clearly to lay the gloomy colors on with a spade. Questioned by Boris Andreevich, they often admitted exaggeration, and admitted particularly that the past, before the revolution, was even worse. But they were not consoled. The peasant who defended collectivization seemed to me everywhere the exception. He spoke of necessity in the future tense, and was often jeered by the others. I recall the definite impression that the countryside was sullen and bitter, and coupled with that, a sense of the obduracy, the ignorance, and the enmity of the peasant material which the Kremlin was forcing into new economic molds. Peasants always complain, Boris Andreevich said. They keep on whining, from the time they're born till the day they die. It has always been thus with us in Russia. The first night we slept in the city of Novgorod. Like a very old and chipped icon, its colors faded and its figures archaic, but beautiful with the nostalgic beauty of ancient things. Novgorod was a brilliant and wealthy capital when Moscow was still a provincial town. Many of its moldering churches and monasteries were now inscribed with the names of Soviet institutions, in big red letters. A medieval convent was now used in part as a hotel, and for the rest as a vacation resort for young girls. The arrival of the shiny car set the nun cells, filled with vacationing girls, aflutter. A few of the girls fluttered outdoors to exclaim over the car and its occupants until a stern directress came to drive them back. Just like nuns, a plump little girl with thick straw-colored braids complained. But before yielding to discipline, she slipped a scrap of paper into my hand. My address, in Leningrad, and you must let me know when you are in Leningrad again. You're the first foreigner I ever talked to. The second night we slept in TVRIE. But slept is an exaggeration. All the bedbugs in the province were holding a convention in the bed, assigned to me. Next morning I mentioned the matter to the unshaven fellow at the hotel desk. He registered honest astonishment, the first such complaint he had ever had. For years after that trip I was privy to every phase of the biography of the two-seater. Its illnesses and miraculous recoveries. Its missing parts, the replacement of which sometimes required months of conniving. Its mobilization for military service in the annual maneuvers. The car was sign and proof of the affluence of popular writers in the USSR. It set Boris Andreevich off from the common run of man even more than his talents and temperament. Blow trumpet! Hail Stalin! For now the Lyons family, too, rolls through the capital of approximate socialism in an automobile of its own. Thenceforth, the family would designate chronology for its Russian period as BF and AF, before and after the Ford. Let censors dig their homes at the end of the world. Let news explode in the most distant aerodromes. Let the press department issue its mimeographed smudges at ungodly hours. Such BF torments lost their sting AF. Thenceforth, transportation was no longer a lowly private vexation, but a lofty public problem, like housing, liquidation of illiteracy, or differentiation of wages. Thenceforth, mystical interviews with eloquent average Muscovites in streetcars would be composed without the disturbing memories of stench and bruises. Semichasov, the chauffeur, sat as proudly at the wheel as though it were a Rolls-Royce. The social distance between car owners and the trolley rabble was so great that the class distinctions between different makes of cars counted not at all. Nor was there anything absent in a Ford with a chauffeur. The care of an automobile under Moscow conditions required the full time and attention of at least one person. Gasoline rations must be obtained at specified distributing points. Garage space, at a cost twice as big as the average Soviet worker's total wages, must be located, if found at all, at a point 10 miles from one's home. The slightest repair job necessitated days or weeks of routine grief. Besides, driving in the rutted streets, thick-packed with the humanity that overflowed sidewalks, zigzagging among the slow-moving peasant carts, required the nonchalance and the Slavic instincts of a Semichasov. There was a magnificent optimism in the way Russian chauffeurs cut through crowds at top speed, trimming toes and shaving beards and scattering bundles, but incredibly, miraculously killing no one. If there was in it a shattering contempt of the Russian mob, there was a profound understanding as well. Foreign drivers inched their way through mobs, where Russian chauffeurs stepped on the gas to get through. Now that we had a car, it was hard to imagine how we had managed without one. 3/4 of the physical difficulties of living in Moscow fell away automatically. It is almost impossible to convey to people who have not experienced it on their own flesh and nerves the hardships of transportation in Russia, just as one cannot convey the reality of the housing situation. It was fitting that a few years later the construction of a gaudy subway in Moscow, though it had no perceptible effect in solving the transportation problem, should be raised to a symbol of the glories to come. I was the last of the working foreign newspapermen to acquire a car, partly because I could not convince my bosses in New York to pay for one. Even more so because I felt it faintly disreputable to drive around in public view while Muscovites fought for a foothold on the rims of tramcars. To the very end of my stay, it seemed to me a little like flaunting one's health by doing handsprings in a hospital for cripples. I was not alone in this senseless self-consciousness. I know other foreigners who harbored a sense of guilt in publicly enjoying advantages which Soviet officials enjoyed without blinking an eyelid. Soviet newspapers that winter were writing a great deal about an aero sled of domestic invention. A motor-driven sled with a rear propeller, it was said to achieve a speed of some 200 kilometers an hour on flat, snow-covered ground. Ever enthusiastic over new mechanical toys, Russians foresaw an important future for this invention in covering immense spaces in the wintertime for purposes of commerce, and in the event of war. One day all foreign correspondents were invited to a demonstration of the aero sled. Most of us accepted. It was one of those Russian days when the frost seems to be a ferocious beast lurking outside your door, ready to snap its teeth shut on your nose. But we bundled up and rode to the very end of a car line, and there found a group of Soviet officials and the engineer-inventor of the propeller sled. Having inspected the two sleds and interviewed the inventor, we were offered rides. In batches of 3 or 4, we crowded into the open sleds. At 200 kilometers an hour, in a cold about 30 below zero, the drive was no picnic. Always demons for speed, and now intent upon demonstrating their new toy, the Russian chauffeurs forgot all caution, or perhaps never had known it. They darted into the open fields with the speed of arrows, flashing around an occasional stone or tree, while those who watched, including confirmed atheists, prayed for the passengers. A few of the foreigners had the courage of their doubts and declined the ride. It takes a brave man to admit fear, and my own valor did not suffice. I climbed into the aero sled, buried myself as deeply as I could in my clothes, and waited for the worst to happen. For 3 or 4 minutes, I found out what it would be like to ride a torpedo. It was with a feeling of deep and heart-warming relief that I stepped out. On the way home, I found that all the others had the identical feeling. 3 days later, a black-bordered item in all the newspapers announced the death of the engineer-inventor and several others. Even before we had reached the warmth of our homes, the men we had interviewed were dead. Having disposed of the correspondents, they piled into the sleds for another ride, were smashed up and most of them killed. 40. Gold mining and torture chambers. The miracle O-pound white bread. Crisp little loaves in a glowing heap on the Torgsin counter. Not the sand-gray bread that passed at double prices for white in the ruble stores, but luminously real. At the other end of the long angular shop was the jewelry department. Its litter of rubies and diamonds for foreign buyers had not half the radiance of the white loaves. Precious stones shine with a cold inner glitter, whereas white loaves are prisms to reflect fascination in the eyes of hungry Russia. There was butter, too, and cheeses, bland Volga salmon, and great flanks of blood-dripping meat. But the white bread outshone them all, at once substance and symbol of desire. Russians moved shyly in the glow of that miracle, as though in an art gallery. They spoke softly, placatingly, to the clerks, and asked for prices in apologetic tones. This was the one shop where trade was encouraged, because it was paid for in valuta. But the habit of meekness in buying, fixed by these years of shortage, was strong upon them. They remained grateful for the right to buy, and self-conscious when their purchases seemed too large. The shop windows of Torgsin were the most exciting episode in Moscow's life since the demise of NKVD. The announcement of the 5-year plan had not caused nearly so much talk, so much envy, so many daydreams. Commissar Ordzhonikidze's figures for heavy industry in the second quarter of the third year of the plan were for economists and professional communists. But the shimmering bread loaves set in a window full of other foodstuffs, the fashionable shoes and shirtwaists and chic hats, these were for Ivan, Stepan and Marussia, who stood spellbound for long minutes. A peremptory doorman kept the rabble out. With one hand he opened the door obsequiously for foreigners and well-dressed Russians, while with the other he shooed off the ragged peasants and poorly dressed workers. Okay, you couldn't fool him. One look, and he knew a valuta customer. If your dress was unprepossessing, you must exhibit the proofs of valuta, an actual foreign banknote, a gold coin, a credit slip in foreign denominations. Torgsin was started solely for commerce with resident foreigners and tourists, to gather in their dollars before the half-illicit currency bootleggers got them. The word Torgsin, in fact, is an abbreviation for Trade with Foreigners 77. But some financial genius, several claimed credit for the idea, suggested to the government that many Russians, too, possess valuta, and that others had friends and relatives abroad who would send them valuta once a place to spend it was provided. The store was therefore opened late in 1931 to all the lucky ones, and its business instantly skyrocketed. Additional Torgsins were opened in other parts of the city, then in other cities, and soon its network of stores, its mail-order business, its foreign package business, turned Torgsin into the most lucrative trading organization in the land. The Kremlin had discovered the internal foreign market 77 and was to exploit it until 1936. Prices were reckoned in rubles, but payment was accepted only in the gold equivalent. Those who had actual foreign money paid directly and got their change either in a handful of assorted currencies or in a credit slip. Others took their gold, Tsarist coins, spoons, trinkets, wedding rings, old dental plates, to an assay counter, obtaining a credit slip in return. Russians receiving money from abroad got their Torgsin credits directly from the bank. Later, special Torgsin coupons in many denominations were issued to facilitate the business, and became, in effect, a superior currency, from 30 to 60 times more valuable than the official currency. Though the authorities sought to assure people that no questions would be asked, and no record of their identity made, Russians entered the place with beating hearts, many of them only when driven by hunger or despair. They feared secret arrest if branded as persons possessing valuta. And, in fact, despite the assurances, the ODPU kept a sharp lookout and got thousands of its leads to valuta owners through Torgsin. More cautious or less naive Russians, unless their money came from abroad through the banks, did not venture into the Torgsin. Dozens of times Billy and I, like every other foreigner, made purchases for Russians who dared not call attention to their pitiful affluence by entering the place. Nevertheless, millions of dollars were collected for the government's coffers every month. Millions of rubles in Tsarist gold pieces, it appeared, were still in private possession, and these now rolled in turbulent streams into the Torgsin stores, chiefly in exchange for food. The choicest products in the land, white flour, fruit, canned food, cotton goods, etc., were diverted to the valuta emporia. After some months the flood of gold subsided, and Torgsin began to accept silver. Mountains of silver tableware, trinkets, picture frames, things snatched somehow from the maw of revolution and treasured these 15 years, were gathered. Still later, when the silver had been drawn off, Precious stones were added to the media of exchange, and finally any other valuables, furs, pictures, icons, antiques, which had a ready market abroad. In working this internal foreign market, the government was as conscienceless as the most heartless pawnbroker. Acute shortage and semi-starvation had destroyed the Russian sense of value. Gratefully, he gave the government his last silver cup for a few pennies worth of butter, his wedding ring for a lemon, a diamond for a few pairs of stock. I remember calculating the cost of a series of Torkson items in silver and learning that a pair of shoes cost twice its weight in silver. $100 sent by an American relative bought perhaps $10 or $20 worth of goods. The government robbed its citizens twice in one transaction. First in its arbitrary valuation of the proffered jewels or other valuta, and then in its steep prices. Meanwhile, the secret agent stood in his corner marking off victims for the final kill by the valuta department of the GPU. Only a few of Russia's teeming millions, of course, could have any dealings with Torkson. For the rest, these stores filled with food luxuries only emphasized the general poverty. At moments of sharpened shortage, when food rations were reduced and prices raised, the Torkson windows in every large city of Russia must have seemed deliberate mockery. To a foreigner, it was inexplicable that the obvious resentments never boiled over in violent action. In the center of famine districts in the Ukraine, in 1933, when wagons went around collecting the day's corpses, Torkson windows flaunted bread and butter and sausage, and it occurred to none of the starving to smash the windows and seize another day of life. In any Western city, there would have been riots. The browbeaten, bovine Russians merely stared and sighed and suffered. Had the Soviet people had a spark of real rebelliousness in their makeup, the revolution would inevitably have taken a different course. It was, paradoxically, the absence of the revolutionary instinct upon which the Russian Revolution rested. Opposition, when it did assert itself, was negative in character. A sullen, do-nothing non-cooperation, such as was now spreading among the peasantry, and isolated, unorganized acts of desperation. The stifled laughter filled with tears quickly took Torkson into its orbit. Jokes about these stores multiplied. One of them caricatured the usurious prices. A young husband, it went, wishing to present his bride with some unusual gift, took his one silver spoon to Torkson and obtained a credit slip for 23 kopecks. In vain he searched for an item within that figure. Finally, he went to the director of the shop. "I have 23 gold kopecks," he said, "and want to know what I can buy for it." The kindly director looked through his price lists and after a while exclaimed cheerfully, "There it is! Exactly 23 kopecks, one aluminum spoon." Not even. The most popular and biting anecdote of all had it that there was a special room in every Torkson where, for a fat fee in valuta, you were allowed to sing the old Russian national hymn, "God Save the Tsar." The implication, of course, was that the Kremlin was selling its revolutionary ideals for gold. Words have a life of their own, overtones of meaning and depths of emotion that no dictionary definition can convey. The Russian Revolution has thrown many words into sharp relief, charged them with intimate significances unintelligible to strangers. Words like kulak, vreditiel, wrecker, udarnik, shock brigadier, liquidatia have their individual careers. A literal translation may give their body, but no indication of their soul. But of all the words lifted to eminence, none can compare with valuta syllables, electric with wonder and with danger. By 1931, all the works, O Pound Marx and Lenin, all the speeches of Kaganovich and Kalinin, were outweighed in the scales of Russian consciousness by this one word. Valuta shops, valuta restaurants, valuta arrests, valuta tortures, valuta whores. Just a few dimensions of that inexhaustible word. To record that it means real values, such as foreign money, precious metals and jewels, does not begin to explain it. The revolution that was to free the human spirit from its economic fetters began, perhaps unavoidably, by concentrating all its attention on those fetters, reducing all mortal values to the common denominator of economics. Industrialization under Stalin carried that simplification to paranoid extremes, scrapping its socialist conscience, every shred of humaneness, for economic values, production, factories, canals, mines, shimmering statistics. And the common element in all of those was valuta. Valuta bought machines and brains, arms and munitions, all the essentials that cheap labor alone could not obtain. Valuta was the concept of money refined to its quintessential core of pure hard value. The World Economic Depression heightened the importance of valuta by reducing the income from Soviet exports. In the first half of 1931, for instance, the country sent out more goods by 754,000 tons than in the same months of the preceding year, but received for it 63,700,000 less in money. The government's desperate yearning for valuta began to blot out all lesser appetites. The entire tourist business was placed strictly on a valuta basis, and the main hotels, catering to foreigners, were put on a foreign currency footing. Taxis and such other services as could conveniently be withheld from foreigners if they did not pay in some currency other than rubles were put in the valuta category. The central symbol of the valuta-snaring fever seemed to me the Hotel Metropole, now remodeled to match the Russian conception of foreign taste. The perspiring musicians in their marble tower at the Grand Hotel, still grinding away at Hallelujah, saw the foreign ingredient in the gala night audiences dwindle to almost nothing. The Metropole was the new social center for the bourgeois colony. Its main restaurant was a Russian peasant's dream of capitalist splendors. Immense candelabra, oversized lights, heavy furniture, a jazz band of symphony orchestra proportions. The place always made me think of the Grand Central Station turned into a Rotarian banquet hall. The chief pride of the restaurant, its ultra-bourgeois touch, was a great circular pool, where lights and rather proletarian-looking fishes played. On grand occasions, the chef in cap and apron emerged from his sanctum with a net over his shoulder and captured a fish for a special valuta client. The dancing couples rotated around the pool, and sometimes an unsteady customer joined the fishes to the great delight of the assembled crowd. That restaurant was a lonesome and rococo bourgeois island in the limitless ocean of Bolshevism. Gypsy music was forbidden throughout the land, but a large gypsy chorus was salvaged from the social garbage heap and installed here to entertain the valuta guests. It was a very fine chorus too, if a bit out of practice. In the beginning, admission was restricted to valuta-paying customers, which in effect meant foreigners earning non-Soviet wages and willing to squander them on the fantastic metropole price scale. The island was very scantily patronized. I remember evenings when a jazz band of 20 men and a gypsy chorus of 30-odd did their stuff for an audience of 4 or 5 couples. A gloomier and more depressing place can scarcely be imagined outside a cemetery or a prison. After a few months of this pathetic emptiness, the hall was open to the Russian citizenry, or that portion which could pay 5 rubles for a plate of borscht and 25 rubles for a portion of chicken. 2 menus were available, one in dollars, the other in rubles. On the dollar menu, the same soup could be had for 15 cents, and the same chicken for 85 cents. Russians were handed, as a matter of course, the ruble bill of fare. Foreigners were asked pointedly whether they wished the dollar menu. The difference was not alone in price but in service. For a valuta customer, the very circumambient air changed its flavor. The waiters, old-timers with tender memories of Tsarist banquets and Grand Ducal tips, instantly became more ingratiating. The soup came warmer, and the chicken more succulent. White bread, of course, was served to dollar clients only, and the bar, high stools, feuille, highly rouged barmaids, amiable bartender, and all the trimmings even unto soggy potato chips, was open to valuta payers only. Even the Russians who had the wherewithal and the boldness to visit the metropole never dared enter the barroom, the occupants of which looked into the main room as though from a distant hilltop. The official rate at this time was about 1 ruble 13 kopecks to the dollar. The unofficial rate in general use, acknowledged by the government in these valuta and non-valuta menus, was from 30 to 50 rubles to the dollar. For the average Russian, of course, 5 rubles was the equivalent of a day's labor. The piecework system, higher payment for technical work, and a slight release in the tension under which intellectuals lived tended to enlarge the metropole's clientele. With the abandonment of the unbroken work week and the establishment of a uniform day of rest every 6th day, Perid Vykodnoy, the eve of the free day, became the big night at the hotel. Whatever remained of fashion and affluence in the capital congregated here every 6th night for a big feed, vigorous dancing, and a brief release from drabness. For the Russians who could safely indulge it, an evening at the metropole was the next best thing to a trip abroad. What if the place was honeycombed with spies marking off, for a little intimate interrogation sooner or later, the big spenders and those too chummy with foreigners? What if one evening's entertainment cost a week's wages? What if it called for a little discreet embezzling of official funds, an offense soon made punishable by death? There were enough Russians risking it to crowd the bourgeois island to capacity. Yet another device for raising valuta was soon developed, which to this day is netting the Soviet government a handsome profit. My dispatch announcing the innovation described it as the export of human beings to help balance the foreign trade budget, a statement which did little to endear me to the censors' hearts. I might, however, have said worse and described the process more accurately by calling it a ransom system. The Kremlin one day announced that Russians could buy their way out of the Soviet land by paying a passport fee of 500 gold rubles if they were proletarians, and 1,000 gold rubles if non-proletarians. Russians who had so much valuta hidden away did not dare admit it, knowing that less pleasant ways of extracting it would be employed than the issuance of a passport. In effect, therefore, the new dispensation meant that friends and relatives abroad could arrange passports for Russians by paying the specified ransom. The government travel bureau, Intourist, was made the channel for this unsavory transaction, and it added insult to injury by charging a steep service fee in valuta for its intercession. In tourist offices abroad advertised their bargain sale on ransomed Soviet citizens. In America, in particular, they did a brisk business. Thousands of Russian Americans having fought in vain for years to bring aged, decrepit, persecuted, or merely disgruntled relatives out of their native land. The Soviet authorities themselves determined whether an applicant for immigration was proletarian or not, that is to say, whether to demand 1,000 gold rubles or content themselves with half the amount. The number among the departing citizenry who qualified as low-price proletarians was consequently very small. Moreover, the deposit of the ransom valuta was no guarantee that the hostage would be released. The government judged every applicant individually to decide whether he merited escape. Anyone whose economic value at home was larger than 1,000 rubles in valuta was not allowed to leave. Anyone articulate enough to prove a possible influence for anti-Soviet propaganda was likewise kept at home. Notwithstanding these limitations, the ransom system sent a wave of hope through certain sections of the urban population, particularly the disfranchised millions and the Jews who were being systematically tormented by the OGPU on suspicion of concealing valuta. In the months after this announcement, tens of thousands of letters were sent by Russians to acquaintances and blood relations in all parts of the capitalist world, begging to be bought out. In many instances, Russians who had the necessary ransom money smuggled it out to acquaintances abroad, with instructions to make the arrangements at the nearest Intourist office. These were open means of slaking the government's thirst for valuta. Beyond them, furtive and sinister, talked of in whispers even among foreigners who had nothing to fear personally, was the organized extortion of valuta by a special division of the GPU. I approach the subject fearfully, because the hurt of it is fresh and raw on Ray mind, and because I realize that the reader will find it hard to believe me. No other episode in the entire history of the revolution has been so carefully and so successfully hidden from the world. To write about it is to touch moral slime. But the Vayu tortures did more to color and toughen my reaction against the Bolshevik way than any other single element in my experience. A record of the experience that omitted or slurred over that element would falsify the whole narrative. Long before I learned the details of the process, I heard casual and veiled references to the sweat room, the lice room, the conveyor, cold treatments, and other refined tortures. I heard them from the lips of boastful OGPU agents whose tongues had been loosened by too much vodka, in half-ribald allusions here and there, in political jokes, whose full import I did not gather at the time. The first specific incidents came to my notice late in 1930. An acquaintance who showed up after a period of unexplained disappearance gave me under pledge of absolute secrecy a hair-raising account of his ordeal. He had been arrested on suspicion of possessing dollars, and had been put through revolting forms of torture before he convinced his tormentors that the suspicion was unfounded. I envied those who really had something they could give away, he told me. They held out for a week or two, then they confessed where the stuff was hidden, and they were through. But I had nothing to confess, so I remained on and on for months. You're lying. Where is it? They bellowed at me. Back to the Perilka. Back to the conveyor. We can wait until you make up your mind. I don't know how I survived it. No. The worst of it, he said, was that he was still under suspicion and might be returned to that purgatory any minute. From several other directions, I got substantially the same story. One woman, after a few days of torment, gave up a gold watch and other trinkets which were gifts from her dead husband. Even when the children were without bread, she said, I did not sell them. They seemed to me a part of my dear Kolya. Now they've sweated them out of me, the fiends! The robbers! Those who were made to disgorge signed formal statements in grandiloquent language contributing their valuta to help the 5-year plan, whether they had anything to bequeath to the plan or not. They were warned never to mention to anyone, not even their families, what they had seen and suffered, on pain of being returned to the torture chambers. I could not bring myself to believe that the heads of the OGPU and the heads of the Communist Party knew about such things or countenanced them. Only as the evidence piled up, month after month and year after year, was I driven to recognize that the practice was nationwide, deliberate, and systematized. In the end, I came to know the conduct of the gold mining department of the OGPU in all the ripeness of its corruption. The extortions went under the euphemism of mobilization of hidden valuta resources, and were, in effect, an unwritten adjunct of the 5-year plan. Income from that source was earmarked for specific valuta obligations of the Kremlin. Like any other branch of the economic apparatus, the OGPU had its control figures for the year, a rigid plan or commitment to extract specific sums from the population. Every regional and local branch was assigned a quota, and no questions were asked about the arguments used to persuade gold-bearing citizens to contribute. If a few people died of suffocation or pain, if most of the unfortunates were broken physically for life, if the minds of men and women snapped, well, slag and dross were to be expected in any ambitious mining operation. The human ore for OGPU smelting was gathered from many groups and classes, and ranged from servant girls with a single gold piece in their possession to former millionaires with caches of jewels. Netmen and pre-revolutionary merchants who might logically have salted away remnants of their former opulence. Jewelers, watchmakers, dentists, others whose trades in freer days made it likely that they had saved leavings and scourings of gold. Outstanding professional men and women, physicians, engineers, writers, etc., known to have earned large sums during the years when the ruble was stable and legally convertible into other currencies. Persons whose standard of living was above their visible sources of income. Above all, Russians who had been receiving remittances from relatives in America and other countries. Besides, its own sensitive nose for valuta. The OGPU depended upon anonymous denunciations and denunciations under pressure. The valuta department assumed shrewdly that anyone having foreign money would probably know others similarly cursed, and drew that information from him along with his cash contribution to the fiat Taletka. As far as possible, it sought to make its every victim a spy as well, often as the price of personal immunity to further mining. An acquaintance in Kharkov had been on the valuta rack 3 times at intervals of a month or 2. He seemed to have grown 20 years older in the year since I had seen him. His cheeks had fallen in, and his hands trembled. Had he been ill? I asked. Worse, much worse, he said, but let's not talk about it. And Russian wise, he proceeded to talk for hours. Every moment of his weeks in the torture chambers were sharply etched in his memory. The first 2 times, he said, I gave them money, but the 3rd time I had no more to give, and God knows when I will be called again. I can no longer sleep or eat or work. He held a fairly responsible job in the food trust, just waiting for the horror to begin again. They have made me an offer. They will let me alone, but at a terrible price, as terrible as the tortures. Oh, what's the price? That I become an informer on all my friends in Kharkov. I stand well in the Jewish community, and it's mostly Jews thereafter. They think that I can smell out who has valuta, and where it is hidden, and who has rich relatives in America to be exploited. If I do that, they won't touch me. Otherwise, back to the Farilka. But I won't do it. I'll die first. I think of nothing but suicide. If it weren't for the children. No, so. The great majority of the victims were Jews, since Jews predominated among the former netmen and among those who received money from American relatives. Do you think the thing is an expression of anti-Semitism? I asked one victim, a highly intelligent Jewish physician. No, I think not, he said. They pick up non-Jews just as readily. It simply happens that our race is hardest hit by the valuta arrests. On the other hand, there is no doubt at all that the OGPU agents in charge of this work are deeply anti-Semitic and do their dirty work with great enjoyment. They're black 100 men and pogromshiks at heart, and the word Zid is always on their tongues, along with all the other filth, in terrorizing the valuta suspects. Zid, parasite, Zidovskaya morda are commonplaces in the yelling and cursing along the conveyor. Once I was told how a patriarchal Jew held in Moscow as a valuta suspect was forced by jeering torturers to drink his own urine. I have never been able to erase that ghastly image from my mind. At the most unlikely moments, listening to Premier Molotov in the Kremlin Palace, going through some model Soviet institution, listening to the hallelujahs of some American enthusiast for Bolshevism, this image had a way of obtruding itself. What were all the statistical boasts and models and enthusiasms against the gray-bearded old man choking on his own urine? In the 14th year of the revolution, with the strongest government on the face of the earth in charge of the obscenity. On the day I heard this story, from a person whose honesty I could not doubt, I turned to the famous passage in Brothers Karamazov, where Dostoevsky discusses sadistic cruelty through the mouth of Ivan Karamazov. I underlined the passage where Ivan, speaking to his brother Alosha, says, "Tell me yourself, I challenge you, answer. Imagine that you are creating a fabric of human destiny with the object of making men happy in the end, giving them peace and rest at last. But it was essential and inevitable to torture to death only one tiny creature. That baby beating its breast with its fist, for instance, and to found that edifice on its unavenged tears. Would you consent to be the architect on those conditions? Tell me, and tell me the truth." No. No, I wouldn't consent, said Alyosha softly. When I write of tortures, I use the word in its literal sense. There was moral degradation, the erasure of all human dignity and self-respect. The entire system was nicely calculated to reduce the strongest men and women, whether janitors or celebrated professors, to the common level of slobbering fear. You just forget that you're human, that there are still people who are not wild beasts, that somewhere sometimes you heard of music and poetry and civilization. One woman tried to explain it to me. But the basic mechanism and chief reliance of the extortion artists were physical torture. In every city, the Valuta department might develop its own sadistic specialties, but apparently several basic techniques were common to them all. The Farilka or sweat room has been described to me so often that I feel as though I had seen it with my own eyes. I can see it now with my mind's eye. Several hundred men and women, standing close-packed in a small room where all ventilation has been shut off, in heat that chokes and suffocates, in stink that asphyxiates, one small bulb shedding a dim light on the purgatory. Many of them have stood thus for a day, for 2 days. Most of them have ripped their clothes off in fighting the heat and the sweat and the swarming lice that feed upon them. Their feet are swollen, their bodies numbed and aching. They are not allowed to sit down or to squat. They lean against one another for support, sway with one rhythm and groan with one voice. Every now and then the door is opened and a newcomer is squeezed in. Every now and then those who have fainted are dragged out into the corridor, revived, and thrown back into the sweat room. Sometimes they cannot be revived. The so-called conveyor has been graphically described by Professor Chernovin in his book, I Speak for the Silent. His description coincides substantially with the accounts I've heard myself from victims who had been through the torture. Examiners sit at desks in a long series of rooms, strung out along corridors, up and down stairways, back to the starting point, a sort of circle of OGPU agents. The victims run at a trot from one desk to the next, cursed, threatened, insulted, bullied, questioned by each agent in turn, round and round, hour after hour. They weep and plead and deny and keep running. If they fall, they are kicked and beaten on their shins, stagger to their feet, and resume the hellish relay. The agents, relieved at frequent intervals, are always fresh and keen, while the victims grow weaker, more terrorized, more degraded. From the Farilka to the conveyor, from the conveyor to the Farilka, then periods in ugly cells when uncertainty and fear for one's loved ones outside demoralize the prisoner. Weeks of this while the hidden valuta resources are being mobilized by the OGPU in 1,000 cities pound the socialist fatherland. I am aware of my impotence to translate more than a hint of the Gehenna into words. One must hear it from the mouth of a haggard, feverish victim, fresh from the ordeal, to grasp the hellishness of it. If physical torture failed to break down someone who, the OGPU was convinced, actually had a lot of valuta, members of his family were brought in and tortured under his eyes. I heard the detailed story of a former merchant who insisted for weeks that he had nothing, absolutely nothing left. Only when one of his children, a little boy, was thrown into the Farilka with him and kept there for 3 days did he remind himself that he did have a box of jewels buried in his backyard. Then another child was brought for torture, and he admitted to more valuta in another hiding place. His whole family was on the rack before he was stripped clean of his surreptitious wealth. A Russian-American businessman came as a tourist to visit his aged parents in Kiev. For years he had been sending them a monthly remittance, which was their only support. Completely distressed by the squalid poverty in which his father and mother lived, he tried in vain to arrange for them to leave the country. This was before the valuta ransom racket was inaugurated. He did the next best thing and found them a better room to live in by paying American dollars to the trust, which controlled the tenement house. He outfitted them at Torgsen and paid for large stocks of food. And before departing, he left them $400 or $500 in cash. That gift was tantamount to a sentence of torture for the father. No sooner had his son left than the old man was dragged away to the torture chambers. He immediately relinquished the few $100s. The very alacrity with which he did it convinced the agents that it could not be all, that he must have more than he admitted. Seasoned victims knew the danger of yielding too soon, and thereby exciting the doubts and cupidity of their torment. One victim warned another to take the medicine of torture before capitulating if he wanted to be believed. So he was kept for weeks, and for at least a year, to my personal knowledge, was taken in custody at regular intervals for another installment of persuasion. A routine practice was to force Soviet citizens to write to relatives abroad begging for large sums of money. The letters, dictated by the GPU, usually made frantic appeals for specified amounts, explaining vaguely that it was a matter of life and death. When the money arrived, it was, of course, instantly contributed to the 5-year plan. Jews in particular were subjected to this racket on the theory that blood ties are strong in Jewish families, and a tragic plea for cash would not be ignored by well-off American sons and uncles. As late as the summer of 1934, when I was working in Hollywood, a Russian emigre came to see me. For years, he explained, he had been receiving strange, almost incoherent, requests for money from a brother in a certain Soviet city. He could afford it and did not grudge the money, but he was mystified by the secrecy with which his brother surrounded the vague matter of life and death that needed periodical sums to save him. He showed me one of the missives, and I recognized it instantly as a typical OGPU extortion letter. In the sum total of anguish incident upon the revolution, the Valuta episode may not bulk large. Its victims must be counted by the tens of thousands, while those of liquidation, concentration camps, and man-made famine run into millions. But its cruelty was naked and unprovoked, without a shadow of revolutionary rationalization, its victims drawn from all classes. None of the stock alibis for brutality applied. A dictatorial state merely captured its subjects secretly and bled them white for a paltry few $1 million. There was not even the formality of a decree to sanctify the procedure. The victims, with few exceptions, had come by their valuta legally, and even under the Soviet law, had every right to it. The hocus pocus of a voluntary contribution through torture somehow added depths of ugliness to the ghastly business. In Dostoevsky's imagined torture of a child, it was assumed to be essential and inevitable in creating a noble fabric of human destiny. It is this unavoidable necessity that apologists for official Schrecklichkeit, whether under Bolshevism or fascism, urge to excuse brutality. But the planned torture for valuta cannot easily be twisted to appear essential and inevitable. It achieved nothing except to hasten the collection of a few $1 million, most of which would have come into the coffers of the state anyhow, sooner or later, though more slowly, through Torkson and other nonviolent methods of collection. The private robber and highwayman takes certain chances. The law may catch up with him. This lawlessness by the Bolshevik state lacked even that redeeming feature of sportsmanship. Its perpetrators worked with impunity. Socialist thinking had always placed human life above property. Now the Kremlin was placing property far above human life. The net proceeds of its steam rooms and conveyors and exotic inquisitions probably did not suffice to pay for one more factory in the hundreds erected. It was because of the starkness of this episode, its apparently frivolous exercise of a talent for inflicting pain, its offhand indulgence of an appetite for the macabre, that the Soviet authorities guarded this secret more desperately than any other. From 1931 forward, it was the most gruesome and shameful of the skeletons in the Kremlin's closet. Some of the foreign correspondents knew more about the valuta tortures than others, depending on the extent of their contact with Russians, but not one was totally ignorant of it. 1,000 times we talked about it among ourselves. It was the supreme taboo in a land teeming with political taboos. For a correspondent to write about it would have amounted to open declaration of war against his official hosts and probably futile, since he would not only elicit violent official denials, but would very likely be let down by his colleagues. Our reticence was deepened by the fear of getting Russians close to us into trouble. Even in writing this chapter, far off in time and in space from the Moscow of the early 30s, I am constrained to edit myself carefully to protect Russians. I omit tale details in the dread that they may point toward my sources of information. The nearest I came to touching the subject, the only time, I believe, that the subject was even hinted at by any American correspondent while on Soviet soil, was in a general article about a new wave of arrests. Having listed many varieties of victims, I added that there's a category of arrests never mentioned in the press, namely, valuta suspects, and that are held under conditions none too pleasant until they agree to part with their valuta. The article was published in the New York Herald Tribune and in dozens of other papers, but only the Jewish Daily Forward of New York understood the hint, picked up the seemingly casual sentence, and made it the basis of an editorial. Only the Jewish press of the world, in fact, seemed aware of the valuta horrors. An international Jewish committee, headed by the Hebrew poet Bialik, had gathered hundreds of letters smuggled out by Russians to relatives abroad, giving harrowing details of their experiences in torture chambers. None of the standardized alibis for brutality, as I have said, suffice to explain, let alone explain away, the valuta episode. It could have happened only under a regime which had lost even the memory of respect for human life and suffering, one in which the guinea pig theory of humanity as inert raw stuff for experimental purposes has conquered all natural instincts. It was a symptom of something pathological, whether the atrophy of the instinct of human compassion, or worse, a positive relish for inflicting pain. The suspicion that a sort of collective sadism had been evoked in Russia by long years of brutality ripened in my mind. It made explicable for me aspects of the revolution which otherwise were baffling. That the brutality may at times have been essential and inevitable, or forced upon the regime in its struggle for power, makes little difference so far as the fact itself is concerned. I saw the pathological streak dignified in the official rhetoric as Bolshevik firmness or Stalinist ruthlessness. I saw it reflected in the semi-official apologetics of foreigners who found it in their conscience to maltreat the vast network of concentration camps as an industrial enterprise and an educational institution without so much as a suspicion that their trains, emotional arteries, were hopelessly hardened. I could never again completely drive out of my own mind the gnawing awareness of the valuta tortures as long as I was in Russia. They remained in the background of my consciousness to cast their shadow on the industrial triumphs about which I wrote every day. The thought that only a few blocks away, on Lubyanka Square, men were gasping in the Furilka or staggering on the conveyor was under the surface of my mind. The counterweight to all the boasts and promises and revolutionary pretensions that filled the press, the billboards, the speeches, and the plans. Culture in a straitjacket, covering a beat the size of the Soviet Union single-handedly for a high-powered American press association against energetic competition, induces a fellow feeling for ancient galley slaves, not untinged with envy. It is no job for a lazy man. Stories might break in any of the 24 hours or all of them. They didn't, of course, but the mere possibility kept you forever tethered to a telephone in nervous expectancy. You might be watching a ballet, flirting with a ballerina, or competing with a Russian in the annihilation of vodka and Zakuski, but never with all your mind and senses. Part of you was tense to spring when that impending story broke. Denying the dispatches of your colleagues took as much labor as working up your own mistakes, but was much more fun. It became second nature to scan the talk and the faces around you for hints of news. Right on the stage in Moscow, in magnificently distorted versions of American plays like Front Page in Chicago, handsome newspapermen careened adventurously, living and loving and cussing at high tension by all fictional indices. Foreign correspondents, in particular, lived expansively and dangerously. But here we were, perspiring and unromantic. We chewed the cud of our daily statistics, adventured among 5-year plan percentages, and hacked our way heroically through the jungles of interminable speeches. Digging through the day's newspapers, which is the larger half of a Moscow correspondent's job, was about as thrilling as digging ditches. The daily doses of economic and political facts would shape up as exciting history in the perspective of time, and some had the skill to inject a premonition of that excitement into current dispatches. But on the whole, they made a dull enough routine. My own deep concern with the meanings of economic and political developments, luckily, invested the routine with a good deal of intellectual excitement. I felt a little as though I were watching a tense chess game, even if the moves were painfully slow. But there were among us newspapermen who neither knew nor cared for that sort of chess. Alert police reporters in search of spot news, sensations, front-page stuff. Their frustration and boredom were sad to behold. The swashbuckling correspondent was quickly reduced to quiescence by the censorship and the lack of anything worth swashbuckling over. One moved carefully, fearfully, between the Scylla of exacting editors and the Charybdis of the Russian press department, with an eye always alert for the maneuvers of competing correspondents. One sweated to trace down a piece of news, then sweated some more to convoy it safely past the rocks, where Charybdis Umansky belched the waters of his ideological wrath. Terse inquiries from home reported sensations about Russia, emanating from Moscow itself or neighboring capitals, and ended with the one word, "Daddy." You didn't know how. Probably never would know how. The reporters who started the sensation themselves didn't know how. The censors whom you woke out of their sleep or disturbed at their tea drinking, you were well aware, would not know how, and would not confide in you if they did know. Or equally terse orders demanded immediately the official reaction to some international event. The nearest you got to the Kremlin was, most likely, a sleepy censor in a shabby bathrobe, and he figured in the resultant dispatch as official circles or high quarters or sources close to the government. Usually these one-man circles and sources expressed astonishment or made vigorous denials or refused to dignify the report by a formal denial. All these things taken together kept one busy enough. My days were crowded with work, my nights rarely uninterrupted by urgent hows and untimely summonses from the Foreign Office. The interstices of leisure were amply filled with sacred and profane activities ranging from dancing or stud poker to symphony concerts or theater, though which were sacred and which profane I shall not attempt to decide here. I record these facts lest I have left a false impression that I spent all my time bewailing the fate of Marxism in Russia. An emotional experience distilled in a chapter or two of summary, of course, sounds more intense than the original experience spread over years and diluted by the million diversions, all-pound everyday existence. Firewood for that huge and omnivorous oven in our kitchen and a supply of American cigarettes claim precedence over the horrors of Solovyetsky or the glories of Magnitostroy D. For my Russian neighbors, too, the chores of daily life overshadowed the larger Soviet problems, about which books, including this one, are written. Once upon a time, living under the capitalist system, which I despised, and which I labored earnestly to overthrow, I had managed to wring a full measure of personal satisfaction out of each day, notwithstanding. Now, living under the hammer and sickle and profoundly aware of social facts which distressed me, I managed likewise to find personal joys and amusements notwithstanding. Between work and play, both of which I relish, I had small margin of time left for making melancholy faces at myself in the mirror of my thoughts. My deepening disapproval of the Bolshevik way certainly cannot be attributed to personal discomforts. With a big house, a car, servants, an American salary, and the innumerable privileges attaching to my status as a correspondent, we lived on a level considerably higher than ever before, and pretty thoroughly insulated against the physical shocks of Soviet conditions. Far from being roused to resentment by living conditions, a foreign correspondent was more likely to be lulled into conformity. The environment of general poverty and shortage, whatever its moral effects, made our plane of existence seem even higher than it was. Foreigners with jobs maintained standards that, relatively speaking, compared with the life of affluence in the outside world. I tried to follow the more significant plays, movies, books, magazines, but no longer with the expectation of encountering an original thought. There might be vigor and beauty of form, but the content was just boresome repetition of a few prescribed and oversimplified ideas. In scientific fields where heresy hunters found the going pretty hard, geological research, let us say, or Arctic exploration, a spirit of bold investigation could still be detected. But in anything that bordered on pure thought, anything that might open vistas of scientific skepticism or might encourage dangerous curiosity, there was an intellectual reign of terror. What passed as history was a calculated distortion of facts to match the latest Kremlin edicts. Anthropology must goose-step on the policy line in relation to minority races. Psychology must be twisted to conform to Stalinist assumptions. The whole Freudian psychology, for example, was taboo, not because any Bolshevik had disproved it, but because it was contrary to the party line. As to philosophy, it was more dangerous to question dialectic materialism, according to Stalin in present-day Moscow, than it had been to question the flatness of the earth in Rome of the Dark Ages. Even in the natural sciences, there was plenty of grotesquerie about Leninist surgery and Stalinist mathematics and ideological deviations in biology. Intellectual life was depressed to a dead level of conformist mediocrity. Charlatanism and mental prostitution were the easiest paths to artistic success. In the final analysis, a thick-headed Secret Service man or bureaucratic censor was judge, jury, and Lord High Executioner on every product of the human mind. Suppression was the least of this official's weapons. He could remove scientists from their laboratories, deny writers the privilege of print, or condemn the intellectual culprits to exile or prison. I was not unmindful of the successful campaign to teach people to read and write. Elementary education for children was now almost universal. Specialized technical education was being pushed on a wholesale scale in speed-up style. Physical and military training was at levels undreamed of in old Russia. For some reason, every totalitarian state hastens to teach its subjects to read, while suppressing free thought, straitjacketing the press, and putting its artists in uniforms. In Italy, I saw the same drives for literacy. Perhaps the maximum effectiveness of a censored press and literature requires a literate population. The need for industrialized states to encourage technical education and for militarist states to encourage physical prowess is self-evident. The spokesmen of all such states seek to palm off this utilitarian education as proof of their culture and progress. An approach to genuine culture, an approximation of intellectual liberty, however, require fearless creative investigation by scientists, fearless creative production by artists. And such things were unthinkable, impossible, suicidal in Russia at this time. Even in France before the revolution, there was a measure of relative liberty. But who can imagine a Soviet Voltaire or Diderot attacking the accepted mores of the Soviet era? Even in Russia of the Tsars, there was a measure of this liberty. But where is a Soviet Tolstoy, or Turgenev, or Saltykov to criticize the status quo? To dare even to describe that status quo accurately? A Soviet writer, with 1/10 the critical boldness of a Voltaire or a Lev Tolstoy, would be lucky to escape with a 10-year term in Siberia. Tsarist censorship was placated if the artist or thinker took a neutral attitude and merely avoided politics. To the Soviet censor, neutrality is one of the deadliest sins. Every artist and scientist must show proof of active support of the official dogmas. The Tsars, moreover, did not concern themselves with every sphere of intellectual and aesthetic effort, from dancing to astronomy like their successors in the Kremlin, so that there were a few sanctuaries for man as a thinker and an artist. At a moment when the strain of the Piataletka seemed almost unbearable, Moscow was shocked by the second Moscow Art Theater production of Alexei Tolstoy's Daring Peter Dorrit. In a series of sharply etched scenes out of Peter the Great's life, the first night audience saw the Bolshevik effort in historical replica. They saw Peter imposing Western industrial methods upon a backward nation against its will, contemptuous of the cost in life and resources. They saw him driving the peasantry with a whip along new social paths, building factories and cities with armies of forced labor. In his very Westernism, Peter appeared most Asiatic, brutally indifferent to the sufferings of millions of individuals in an obsessed devotion to the larger destiny of the state. The non-communist intelligentsia of the capital tittered inwardly, pretending not to notice the remarkable analogy. Communists were scandalized. It was generally assumed that the play would be swept off the boards and Tolstoy disciplined. But nothing of the sort happened. Joseph Stalin himself saw the production, and another patrine touch, commanded that it remain. Remain it did, a bold political parable in the midst of rigid censorship. The recurrent patterns in Russian history, such as this one dramatized by Alexei Tolstoy, were for me a continuous source of amazement. Among the second-hand volumes in a Moscow bookshop, I picked up The Mainsprings of Russia by Maurice Baring. In it, I read of a Russian leader that he accelerated to an extent which seems little short of miraculous. The natural progress of the country he accomplished in a few years, the work of many generations. He sketched the outlines of a gigantic plan, which still remains to be filled in to this day. The violence and fury with which he compelled a reluctant people to adopt his changes had, of course, its drawbacks. It is not to Joseph Stalin that Baring referred, but to Peter the Great. The book was published in 1914. It is far easier to relate the career of Stalin to Peter than to Karl Marx. At a certain point in their drinking, Pyotr and Lyova brushed away the ornate little glasses Billy had picked up in a commission shop, brushed them away with a gesture of disdain, and poured the vodka into deep tumblers, which they drained with one noisy swallow. They were no longer humdrum economic officials. The years rolled back, and they were again iron Chekists back in their Ukrainian city, dispensing death and crushing enemies. The ecstasy of that bloody period when men killed and died and life wasn't worth a copper kopeck was fresh in their minds. Remember? Lyova exulted. I strangled them with these bare hands to save bullets. My fingers are like iron pincers. Here, feel them, Jean. Do I remember? Pyotr snorted. And the time we lined up 5 of them and finished them off with one bullet. Fell neatly like pushing over a row of tin soldiers. Do, Rimafa. In his sober incarnation as a factory director, Pyotr's hands trembled, and he seemed a little scatterbrained. But vodka had a way of steadying his nerves and his brain. The drunker he got, the more proudly certain he was of his beautiful sobriety. He filled the tumbler to its uttermost brim, until the surface was a tight silken film, and he lifted it to his lips without spilling a drop. After the killing of our chief, Lavrov, he said, we ordered the shooting of every 10th prisoner to put the fear of the Cheka in their rotten hearts. Lyova was with me. Weren't you, Lyova? and also Isaac Lazarovich, when we went down to the cellars. We lined them up single pound lay and counted. 8, 9, cheap. You, 8, 9. And you, that was a girl, a Jewess. But, Isaac Lazarovich, she wailed, you wouldn't shoot me, would you? We were in school together. You kissed me once. You're a goddamn Lord Shoika now, says Isaac. But he would have spared her if he weren't ashamed of being soft-hearted in our presence. It was very funny. Both Pyotr and Lyova were about my own age, so that they could scarcely have been more than 20 when they served together in the Cheka of their city. Ordinarily, it was hard to imagine them as pitiless dictators of a whole region. Lyova, in particular, could be tender and compassionate, and he looked too much like a poet for such sanguinary business. But when they were far gone in liquor, I no longer could doubt their melodramatic past. Something strong and sharp as steel came into their eyes, an intoxication deeper than any that resides in vodka. They were again fanatics, avenging spirits, the relentless revolution personified. With these 10 fingers I strangled them to save bullets, Lyova repeated. It was the refrain to all his alcoholic reminiscences. The horror of windpipes cracking like eggshells in his grip had seared his nerves. Sometimes they retold the story of Petrova, a celebrated actress of their city, and how she came to beg permission to go to Romania for herself and her company. She showed a letter from a theater there, inviting them to put on a season of Russian plays. We told her to go in good riddance, Lyova said. And how many are there in her company of players? I asked her. 22, she says. 22, Pyotr says. That's a lot, but we Bolsheviks aren't beasts. We don't keep artists against their will. So we made out a permit. A week or so later, all the 22 were having a great party to celebrate their departure. It was in Petrova's mansion on the Naberezhnaya. Champagne and zakouski, and roast duck. They were clinking their glasses and weeping tears of joy because they would be leaving Russia. The doors were locked and the windows shuttered, and every now and then they all stood up and sang, God Save the Tsar. Why-yee! And in the midst of the drunken, sentimental celebration, in the midst of the patriotic singing behind the shutters, bang! 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 Pyotr struck the table with his tumbler by way of illustration. A company of Chekists with drawn revolvers pushed in the door and joined the party. I looked around. Pyotr took up the narrative. And sure enough, there were Petrova and her husband, and 20 of the richest men and women in the city. So, this is your company of actors. I laughed. You, Matvey Borisovich, will play Hamlet, I suppose, or is it Boris Godunov? Matvey Borisovich owned the largest department store in town. And you, I said to another, what role have you selected? It was very funny. We shot all 22 that night, every one of them, including Petrova. They paid her 1,000 gold rubles each to join her company and escape on the permit, Lyova explained. Their trunks were marked costumes and were filled with jewels and valuables, and their clothes were lined with gold pieces and brilliants. But we got wind of the trick. Petrova was a great actress, though she was getting old. That was her last play, though, and she never got any older. Nay. Almost at random, Lyova and Pyotr thus reached into the storehouse of their recollections and drew out stories of death and terror. There were punitive expeditions to peasant villages which had harbored white fugitives, when every man, woman, and child was slaughtered and the whole village set on fire. There were fearful atrocities against the Reds, and a fearful vengeance wreaked against the next batch of borzoi that came to hand. Sometimes their drunken reminiscences took them to the civil wars. There was really no front, just guerrilla fighting. A dozen times the Whites and the Reds rolled over the city. Once the Pedalierists came and slit a lot of Jewish throats. The air was as thick with down as though it were snowing. It was an ancient pogrom amusement, ripping open pillows and feather beds. They made our people dig their own graves and climb in, and they made their comrades cover them with earth and trample on the graves, Lyova said. But we knew as many amusing tricks as they did, and when there were not enough bullets, I strangled them with my own hand. Remember, Petya? Nan, Danadirol. Do I remember? Pyotr snorted and downed another tumblerful of vodka. And as they talked, I became sharply conscious of the bloody nightmare of remembrance under the humdrum surface of Soviet life. Pyotr Lyova, thousands like them, old Chekists, guerrilla fighters, Ogpu executioners, carried a staggering burden of memories. They were pinned under the weight, hostages of their past. They dared not question the rightness of what they had done and suffered. Every prompting of conscience was an awesome threat to their peace of mind, their very sanity. To doubt for a moment the revolutionary sanctions of their cruelties would turn them into fiends in their own eyes. The ordeal of these men was to live with themselves. They were condemned to a lifetime of Bolshevik firmness. The minute they stopped being their own heroes, the minute they stopped regarding themselves as revolutionary fate incarnate, they would change into monsters. The only true reassurance lay in continuing to play the mystic role of fate, contemptuous of individual lives. None of my prejudices against brutality could possibly touch them. To admit the dignity or sanctity of life would have meant spiritual suicide for these men. It would have turned their heroism into sordid crime. They must measure their acts by their own yardsticks, not mine. The more I understood these compulsions under which such people lived, the less I could trust them. I realized that their emotions were warped, must remain warped. They were prisoners of their memories and could not even dream of escape. Fog of skepticism over Russia. A crusade for God or country may be conducted on an empty stomach, but not so easily a crusade for earthly goods, bread and boots and bathtubs. Having planted its materialist faith, the Kremlin lacked the material things which alone can fertilize such a faith. Therein lay the paradox of the Soviet effort. How nurture a coldly scientific religion of economic improvement in the here and now on self-abnegation and vague promises for better times in the hereafter? Why indeed should a Russian drilled in economic determinism logically be expected to accept an ascetic regimen of disciplined labor, food rations, and unquestioning obedience? By what right could a collective of peasants taught to glorify tractors and material advancement be expected to give up the products of the tractors for the sake of an abstract socialized future? Acceptable answers could be made only with a whip. The groundswell of enthusiasm evoked by the launching of the Piatiletka had fallen away to a murky trickle by the time the plan entered its final year in 1932. Surviving in the inflated rhetoric of speeches, slogans, and bombastic statistics, it had withered in the heart of the Russian people. That enthusiasm, after all, had derived from a naively literal reading of the official propaganda. In the ordinary Russian's mind, it had shaped up as a short-term investment. We shall work hard and sacrifice for 5 years. Then everything will be better, freer, ampler. But now, approaching the end of the plan, the Kremlin called upon its citizens to contemplate the triumphs of electrification by the dim glimmer of anemic bulbs prescribed for household use, to celebrate the mechanization of coal mining while a drastic reduction in fuel rations was being enforced, to glory in the fulfillment of the oil industry's 5-year plan in 2.5 years while freezing on kerosene queues. A judicious selection of statistics might do for political window dressing, but for the population the proof of the planned pudding was in the eating, and they weren't eating. I watched skepticism spread like a thick wet fog over Russia, soaking into the flesh and spirits of men and women. It chilled the hearts of the leaders no less than of the masses, men who publicly spent all their time pumping up optimism, talked bitterly in private of the planlessness of the plan, the terrible wastage of substance and energy. The dislocation of a national economy, swollen in some of its limbs and shrunken in the rest. Doubts of the efficacy of enthusiasm were expressed in a constantly greater stress on cash rewards at one pole and harsh punishment at the other. Technical specialists, emancipated after the long persecution, now acted as consultants to half a dozen trusts at once and drew half a dozen salaries. High earnings were again respectable, and shrewd, conniving citizens, the same breed largely which thrived under Nepi, began to prosper again. New commercial stores and cafes were opened in ever larger number to stimulate the newly enfranchised profit motives. At the same time, draconic decrees were minted almost weekly to discipline and repress the common workers. One of them made a single day's absence from work punishable by loss of job, bread book, and living space, tantamount to a sentence of slow death. The physical proofs of industrial growth in electric power stations, new factories, strange new machines, could not disperse the fog of doubt. They merely spread more fundamental doubts as to the wonder-working power of machinery. The bittersweet humor of political cynicism was filled with ribaldries about milking the tractors to provide milk and mating the tractors to provide meat. The most widely repeated anecdote was the one about a naked man on a train. When amazed and scandalized passengers remonstrated, he seemed astonished. "But, comrades," he said, "I come from Minsk, where we have already completed our 5-year plan." Another represented President Kalinin as rebuking workers for complaining about the lack of clothes and suggesting that they look at the Hottentots who live happily, though nude. "Ah," a worker commented, "the poor Hottentots must have had communism even longer than we." The leaders juggled statistics to maintain appearances, but were themselves deeply aware of the deceptions. They boasted of overfulfillment of plans for investment, knowing that the victory reflected the inflation of currency and the inordinately high cost of production. They shouted hallelujah over the abolition of unemployment, knowing full well that the swollen labor forces reflected the low productivity of labor. That drain on labor resources meant, in reality, that millions of women and young people had given up their care of the family, or their leisure, for jobs on construction sites, in mines, and in mills. It meant that father, mother, and all the grown children worked where father alone formerly earned the family's keep. Unless carrying hods up and down ladders is an end in itself, a theory hotly sustained by intellectuals who have never tried hod carrying, there was little cause for thanksgiving in the labor shortage. The family's total income might be greater than before, but its total purchasing power and purchasing possibilities were generally smaller. Meeting for the first time since 1928, the All-Union Congress of Trade Unions this spring indicated that average annual wages had risen from 702 rubles in 1928 to 128. The average income per person, in other words, had jumped from about 15 rubles a week to about 24 rubles. This touted victory was nonsensical, of course, in the light of an inflation that reduced the ruble in the same period from 50 cents to 3 or 4 cents, or, making allowances for rations and other government privileges, to 10 or 12 cents at best. It was at this time that a well-meaning American communist, who had not been in Russia since 1926, published a thick volume on How the Soviet Worker Lives, all based on the absurd assumption that a ruble was still 50 cents. Exceptionally impressive achievements in isolated branches of the national economy were not unmixed blessings. The astounding expansion of the petroleum industry, for instance, placed an undue burden upon transportation facilities from which other industries naturally suffered. Completion of Dniprostroi or some other electric station in record time, at a cost of record, sacrifices made fine editorial matter, but meant little when the plants to use the power were not yet built. Fold over. Fulfillment of the plan for agrarian socialization, to cite the most dismal triumph of all, was positively disastrous, since the mechanical power for such an area was unavailable, and the animal power had been destroyed in the course of forcible collectivization. Dramatization of individual constructions was perhaps good politics. Turkcib Railroad finished. Dnipro finished. 4 blast furnaces underway in Magnitogorsk. The Ford factory in Nizhny Novgorod opened as a New Year's present to the infallible leader. But it was not necessarily good economics. In the haste to open Turkcib, the small matter of repair shops to keep it in operation was overlooked. The hurried completion of the Nizhny Novgorod plant was followed by a total breakdown of production 3 months later. The blast furnaces were idle most of the time because of faulty construction and inexpert handling. In fact, the straining for political effect, for giants and startling tempos, was responsible for much of the defective work. Diversion of materials and men from less spectacular, but no less essential job. A fictitious speed paid for sooner or later in accidents and general dislocation. Good showmanship and good economics do not always go together. The neatest trick of totalitarian braggadocio was the averaging of results. Certain industries were ahead of the plan and others behind, so that average achievement was statistically satisfactory. Such arithmetical triumphs were in sober fact economic monstrosities. One might as well say, as an American writer has pointed out, that a cross-eyed person averaged up to normality, or that a cripple with one leg overlong and the other too short averaged all right. In a speech claiming satisfactory average progress, Stalin, casually almost, asserted that the backwardness was to be found in coal, steel, transportation, and the productivity of labor, as though any major industry could function averagely when it lacked these essentials. A factory 72% completed is quite as useless as though it had never been started, and costs more. A machine which does not earn its own keep by commensurately raising production per worker and lowering unit costs is scarcely a victory, however shiny it may be. There is, it seems to me, a fundamental fallacy in systematic sacrifice. The most dangerous people have always been those ready to sacrifice their lives for a cause, for the first expression of that disrespect for life is a readiness to sacrifice the lives of others. But leaving aside such philosophical considerations, sacrifice on the plane of economics is a costly form of national romanticism. Russia sacrificed light industry for heavy industry, peace manufactures for war manufactures, quality for quantity, food for machines, men for statistics. But men and machines, food and productivity of labor, quality factors as well as quantity, light industry, and its heavy brethren all depend one on the other. The integrated economy is no stronger than its weakest link. Sacrifice is a postponement, not a solution. The disbalance is paid for in immediate suffering, higher costs, ultimate stalling of the economic machine. Lack of food undermines the workers, causes a fearsome turnover of labor, saps the morale of the people. Lack of nails holds up house building as surely as lack of brick. The fantastic striving for bigger and better statistics, at whatever cost in human degradation and disjointed economy. More and more socialization at whatever cost in peasant opposition, led to such facts as these: more tractors spoiled and gathering rust than tractors in operation. Automobiles leaving the belt as finished products without headlights, brakes, or some other vital organ. Mountains of goods rotting and rusting in factory yards for lack of transportation. Expensive machines, bought with the torture, money, called valuta, standing idle for lack of repair parts. And all this was paid for by the masses in accumulating shortages, deprivations, losses of basic rights. The sacrificial fallacy, which only an all-powerful state dictatorship can enforce, makes for the relinquishment of political no less than economic values in the interests of some larger theoretical good. In the name of the 5-year plan, one socialist objective after another was sacrificed. In my own Soviet years, I saw the control of workers over their own jobs and destinies whittled away to the reductio ad absurdum of whittling. A good round zero, the perfection of nothingness. A more balanced and integrated economy and political regime would probably have had less spectacular objects to boast about, but certainly fewer horrors to conceal. The inexperience and native sloth of the Russians did not seem to me, watching the process at close range, a sufficient or honest explanation of the disbalance. I came to believe that its causes lay much deeper in the very assumptions of the Soviet regime, particularly the assumptions that the sacrifice of human beings did not matter in the achievement of human happiness, that the sacrifice of socialist ethics were of no account in the building of socialism, and, most important and most Russian of all, that anything could be accomplished by brute force. Panicky with fear or consumed by political ambition, officials piled up factory output to fulfill and overfulfill plans, so that quality suffered. Construction projects must be driven to the goal line by May Day or November 7, even if they would collapse a month later. It seemed more important to provide a good report than a good product. The Russian department at the University of Birmingham once calculated that the 1928-29 output of galoshes in the new Russia, officially given as 48% above 1913, was actually 29% below 1913, if the factor of durability was taken into consideration. Nor was it all due to native inefficiency. Much of the blame must fall on the government's policies, which assumed that logic and organic development could be heroically and ruthlessly substituted by decrees and threats. By 1932, it was clear to all but the most frenzied partisans of Bolshevik ruthlessness that force does have its limitations. Absolutism, too, has frontiers beyond which it is without jurisdiction. A dictatorship could squeeze its people, force through industrial projects at a superhuman pace with involuntary labor d'arte, but it could not create industrial skills or train efficient managers with the knout. It could impose almost overnight an alien way of life upon 100 million peasants, but it could not remold the mind and instincts of those peasants, and must therefore contend with kulak collectives, precisely as it had contended with individual kulaks. The triumphs of the 5-year plan were largely in the externals of an industrialized society. The essence, a harmonious economy, a fairly contented people, ECCA, was farther off than ever. The goodwill of the workers, which is an enormous economic leverage in any society, had been squandered through hard-boiled contempt for their immediate needs. Practically the whole peasantry had been turned to sullen opposition by excessive doses of force. The technical intelligentsia had been outraged and persecuted and emasculated. The whole spirit of the Soviet enterprise in these years bred bureaucrats concerned with the prestige of fine plans and fine statistical fulfillments, regardless of cost or quality, intent upon protecting their own official posts and skins, while passing the economic buck to others. The romantic conception of state planning as a magic formula transcending logic was in disrepute at home. Abroad, too, it lost some of its force. In the beginning of 1931, the specters of Soviet dumping threw the world into a panic. Hastily, many governments erected legal barriers against the expected torrents of cheap Soviet goods. A year later, those specters were fading out. Soviet competition lost most of its terror. Far from dominating the world market for foodstuffs, Soviet grain exports ceased and internal food difficulties grew more acute. In 1931, coal production was 66 million tons instead of the planned 77 million. Iron totaled 5 million tons instead of 8 million. 300,000 steel likewise, 5 million instead of 8 million. The realization grew that Soviet industry would not become the formidable giant which capitalism feared in one 5-year plan or 3. It would need decades and generations to meet its own needs. However, political showmanship might dress up its statistical face. Ominous symptoms of the industrial dislocation appeared in sporadic strikes against feeding conditions. Nothing about these appeared in the press, of course, yet much of it leaked out. We could not write about it, and few of us had any inclination to do so, because we could only match our assertions against the violent denials of the government. An American specialist in industrial psychology, a liberal who analyzed and prescribed for the illnesses of factory personnel relations, arrived in Russia. He heard of the strikes and offered to help the employers, that is, the government, straighten them out. A little investigation, however, punctured his fervor. He found that the cause was lack of food, and his system of cure had no specific for that disease. A technician from the Red Pudilov factory in Leningrad, a showplace of the Soviet industrialization and the heart of the 1917 uprising, told me the story of a brief, sit-down strike there. By a sort of common impulse, the workers had laid down their tools and ceased work. The authorities rushed many truckloads of foodstuffs to the Pudilov, distributed them liberally, and the strike was over. In the following days, one after another of the suspected ringleaders and agitators was called out by the OGPU. They never returned. I made a half-hearted attempt to cable the story, but was quickly squelched by the censors. With difficulties multiplying on all sides, the prospect of a second, and surely no less exacting 5-year plan, did not draw sparks of enthusiasm from the Russian people. The various commissions set up to plot new charts of industrial progress worked in an atmosphere hushed, apathetic, puzzled, and hostile. The population was adjusting itself with ill grace to the realization that at the end of the pietiletka, it would be rewarded only by another pietiletka. No one had really expected the 5-year plan to accomplish the miracle of turning a primitive, half-starved country into a comfortable and prosperous place. Yet most of the popular appeal of the plan lay precisely in the definiteness and brevity of the period. It set a term upon suffering. It was not an easy thing, therefore, for the Soviet people to pretend ardor for a second plan, though pretend they must in resolutions and demonstrations. Had the Kremlin been able to declare a dividend on its promises, in terms of better living conditions, a little of the sullenness might have been dissipated. But it could not. On the contrary, it must pile on new burdens of discipline, exactions by coercive internal loans, forcible seizure of grain stocks. Even the least politically literate Russians knew that no let-up in pressure was possible. Ever more frequently I heard middle-aged and even younger Russians say, "Our generation is doomed. Our children, perhaps." Planned chaos. Stalin's 6-point program and the plethora of decrees growing out of it aimed to inject individual responsibility within the framework of the state's economic monopolies. This unleashing of private initiative for public purposes had some fantastic results. A managerial job still involved great personal risks. The frenzied baiting of specialists had subsided, but failure to fulfill plans still might bring punishment. The borderline between deliberate and accidental mistakes was as hard to find as ever. 3 successive directors of one small building cooperative, erecting additional stories on old houses I happen to know, ended in concentration camps before the work was completed. The construction of the Moscow subway had scarcely gotten underway, but already many of its engineers were under arrest, and at least one, it was generally understood, had been shot. Cautious, level-headed men with executive ability continued, in the main, to avoid responsibility like the plague. They feared that the new authority conferred upon yesterday's class enemies might be only additional rope for their eventual hanging. I knew that my friend Pavel Semyonovich, for instance, was dodging responsible executive work, preferring to eke out a meager livelihood through occasional technical articles. Like thousands of others, he felt that genuine safety lay, in the final analysis, in obscurity. Even in the Foreign Office, a crawling swamp of carrierism, there were men who kept themselves carefully in the background, and one, to my knowledge, wriggled out of promotions repeatedly, making way cheerfully for younger and less able men. But there were others for whom authority was a tempting and heady beverage. Born tradesmen and schemers, they rushed greedily for the power, the sense of importance, the material rewards. For the first time since the suppression of the natural go-getters, the breed of entrepreneurs had scope for their talents. The years of persecution had killed off or disabled tens of thousands of experienced men, so that the shortage of directorial personnel was sharp. Men who normally would not have qualified as managers of a single store found themselves lifted to supreme command of citywide or nationwide trading trusts. Men who ordinarily might have attained a foremanship, not infrequently were put in charge of construction jobs involving tens of millions of rubles and tens of thousands of workers. Appetites for economic conniving, starved by long denial, were suddenly let loose. Money, prestige, promotion, the sheer joy of bargaining and scheming, moved this type of official or engineer. Engineer is a vague and all-inclusive word in its Russian usage, to miracles of accomplishment. He found deficit building materials where there were none, pulled technical personnel out of his cap, produced transportation where others could not find it. They were not always healthy accomplishments. The deficit materials were as likely as not filched from some other urgent undertaking. The technicians stolen from other trusts. The diversion of railroad cars left other goods to rot. Each man seemed concerned only with making a good showing on his own restricted job, and the devil take the hindmost. An enormous amount of off-record barter developed. The manager of a construction project, let us say, had an extra carload of radiators, but not enough window glass. He traded the extra radiators for nails. He did not need nails himself, but knew that they were in great demand and could be exchanged sooner or later for glass. The word that described this curious type of business promotion was kombinatsiya, literally a combination or scheme. Kombinatsiya solved seemingly insoluble problems. Vasya, a dark young man with small shifty eyes and a broad streak of vulgarity, was a veritable genius at kombinatsiya. He took an artist's pride in his skill, in arranging, manipulating, smoothing out difficulties. Every now and then, he told me gloatingly of some extravagant scheme in progress, as though exhibiting a masterpiece. He had acquaintances at key points, not excluding the GPU, and paid favor for favor. His talents made him an asset to any economic organization, and if he drew 4 or 5 salaries simultaneously as technical consultant to as many enterprises, he earned every one of them. Somehow Vasya had food delicacies for his family when even commissars went without them. Somehow he managed to buy valuta products for rubles. His pockets bulged with documents that admitted him to all sorts of places, gave him all sorts of privileges, and recommended him warmly to diverse influential people. Whatever the problem of the trust to which he was accredited consultant, he had a document and a kombinatsiya which he mixed and juggled to produce a magical solution. Ultimately, Vasya ended up with a 10-year term of exile. The best-laid kombinatsiya may go awry, but that's another story. Even in exile, he found a kombinatsiya that took him legitimately to Moscow at frequent intervals. Illicit barter, economic log-rolling, excessive zeal in small matters to the detriment of larger state interests quickly developed into a stubborn problem for the Kremlin. Decrees were issued making such things illegal. Demonstrative arrests and trials were staged. But objective conditions turned the decrees into dead letters. The hazard of falling down on the plan was normally greater than the hazard of being tangled in a kombinatsiya. Beneath the varnished externals of official plans, there was this proliferating grab-as-grab-can planlessness. This netherworld of unplanned, harshly competitive enterprise under the surface of the 5-year plan seems to have escaped the notice of foreign students of Soviet economy. Like currency inflation and other concealed elements in the economic setup, it did not show up in the formal statistics and interviews. One might almost assert that dialectically, the pressure of planned economy under a political dictatorship was creating its extreme opposite, a chaotic and furtive economy of desperate adjustments. What applied to deficit materials and services applied also to deficit labor forces and brain power. while the Kremlin was exerting itself to hold down the fearful turnover of labor. Many a factory director did not scruple to divert workers from other establishments to his own, sometimes by spreading rumors of better feeding conditions, sometimes by offering transportation and better wages. Directors were constantly complaining that some other office or trust had lured its technicians by promises of advantages in the sphere of the food supply. 2. Large-scale socialization by fiat and centralized economic control evoked their very opposites. A disordered and hectic and futile attempt of individuals and small groups to raise food for their own immediate needs. Truck gardening and poultry culture had been practically exterminated with the suppression of private farming. Unable to feed its population, the government now tossed the responsibility back to the people. It ordered and exhorted them to raise their own food. Yesterday, private farming was considered a petty bourgeois leftover. Today, it was a patriotic duty for every Soviet citizen who had access to a few square yards of arable soil to plant vegetables, raise pigs, and breed rabbits. Factory workers achieved publication of their faces by raising a record crop of cabbage in their backyard. Great machine shops and coal mines and tractor plants as a sideline now went in for truck gardening and rabbit breeding to help feed their own employees. The press echoed with propaganda for this self-help. Industrial leaders were reprimanded for their failure to raise carrots and their ineptitude at breeding porkers. Only the growing pathos of food shortage, now rolling ever faster towards the calamitous winter of 1932-33, made it impossible to smile at the absurdity and wastage of the situation. The rabbit had emerged as a national hero, or rather heroine, since her fecundity was at the bottom of the new fame. In 1931, it was the successor, in that role, of an even less fastidious, if less proliferous animal, the pig, which in 1930 had been counted upon to provide the Soviet Union with the meat killed off by forcible collectivization. The pig failed dismally, despite all the arrests and punishments for sabotage of the pig breeding campaign. Orders therefore came through from on high that where the ungrateful porker had failed, the rabbit must succeed. The female bunny was cast in the role of Joan of Arc. Those unfamiliar with Soviet ballyhoo in full blast cannot even imagine the celebrity that came to the rabbit. To this humble creature, innocent of birth control and not too finicky about housing and diet, was assigned the task of replenishing the meat supply. Its picture was in the papers and on the billboard. Academicians wrote learned papers about its habits and nutritional values. Bawdy jokes about its love life multiplied. Economists and planners provided elaborate charts and figures showing how one pair of rabbits, given a proper chance, could in short order fill the land with their progeny. It was all very simple. If the rabbit, too, failed in its mission, it was certainly not for lack of encouragement. A whole nation was cheering. But fail it did. By the summer of 1932, its reputation was pretty definitely forfeit. Somehow, the creatures did not multiply as expected in the cages at steel mills and in the courtyards of the city folks. Somewhere, there was a kulak taint in them. They simply lost their libido in all Soviet surroundings and developed cantankerous diseases. They forgot how to breed and began to die off as fast as class enemies in concentration camps. The fact that one official sent the male rabbits to one city and the females to another explains only the failure in those two places. Lack of proper food and the blundering ways of steel mill workers with rabbits may account for the failure elsewhere. A few forlorn bunnies now still lingered on billboards, and a few arrests for disrupting the rabbit breeding program were still being made. Great campaigns die slow. But the rabbit was through, like the pig before him. Before the end of this summer, mammals were abandoned in a huff, and faith pinned on a fungus. Mushrooms, that great national resource, until now shamefully neglected, came into their own. The same academicians now published articles. Articles were very well paid, proving that mushrooms are a first-rate substitute for meat. Editorials and radio speeches proved that there were enough ungarnered mushrooms in the country to feed every man, woman, and child. Anyone who starved was therefore clearly a lazy lout who deserved to starve. Mushroom collection parties were organized everywhere on the free days. School children by the 100,000 picked the fungi in shock brigades. But the mushroom craze died even more quickly than the rabbit hoped. A half-hearted and rather shamefaced campaign was then started for the snail. A front-page story one day apprised the Soviet citizenry that Frenchmen, admittedly the most cultured of races, not only eat snails, but thrive on them. And the academicians in following issues cashed in with a new series of articles. The snails, however, never quite took hold of the propaganda machine. By this time, exhausted from the extravagant promotion of pigs, rabbits, and mushrooms, it is hard to believe that the Kremlin leaders seriously expected amateur gardening and rabbit breeding by hard-worked proletarians to solve the food problem. My own surmise at the time, to which I still adhere, is that in investing tons of paper, ink, and lung power on such economic horse play, the authorities intended merely to maintain popular morale by raising hope of an immediate food supply. Pig, rabbit, mushroom, snail were the successive carrots dangled in front of the plodding donkey's nose. The recalcitrance of the rabbits, incidentally, calls to my mind a curious conversation with an American specialist on a related subject. We met on the train going from Moscow to the frontier. When I introduced myself, he said without prelude, "This here country ain't gonna solve its food troubles until its horses and cattle begin to make love again." "Say that again," I smiled, suspecting a hoax. "I'm afraid I don't you." "Sure you don't," he said with a serious mien. "What you bozos who write articles out of your heads don't know is that Russian animals don't make love anymore. They've lost interest in life, I might say. Especially the horses. The Russians buy the best bulls and stallions in Argentina and Canada and places and pay a lot of dough for 'em, but soon after they get here, they pay no more attention to females than they would to you and me. And the females plain ignore their husbands. It's the lousy fodder and not enough of it." "See?" I was beginning to see. The American was a specialist in stock raising, working at one of the largest of the sovkhozes devoted to animal breeding. This was his first trip out in more than a year, and a most disgusted citizen he was. "We gotta use artificial tricks to breed 'em," he went on, and for a half hour described those tricks. "But artificial impregnation don't always work. If the animal ain't up to snuff physically, they drop the calves and colts before time or stillborn. No, siree, they can't lick this thing until the peasants and the chemical industry begin to deliver good rich food for the animals." It was at the railroad station at R. while on a trip into the country, in the summer of 1932 too, that I witnessed a scene which was to prove more significant than I guessed at the moment. A tiny symptom of the shattering tragedy engulfing southern Russia. An old peasant with a shaggy head and matted beard, wearing a burlap coat, patched trousers, and reed shoes, L and Amp Pie, was weeping aloud, unashamedly, and pleading with the station master through his sobs. The peasant was holding a large, heavy sack. "You can go on the next train tomorrow morning." "Yes," the station master said, not unkindly, "but not your bundle. Law is law. No bread can be transported without a license." "But, citizen station master, dear one," the old man repeated, "how can I return to the village with empty hands, without the money, and without bread? Tell me, dear one, how shall I face the village? They await my return, and their bellies are empty. Now I have spent all their money. No bread, no money. Oh, did you sell it?" The station master shrugged his shoulders. He had been listening to this refrain for hours, since his men ordered the shaggy peasant and his sack off the train. The peasant now turned to me and several other spectators. Some of us in the village, he mentioned a province in Ukraine, got together. We threw our money in one pot, and they chose me to go north, where money could buy bread. I paid a fortune for what I have in this sack, and now they won't let me take it to the village. And why? Others in nearby villages did the same, and they had bread to eat for weeks. They feasted. Why were they allowed, but not I? Is that Soviet justice? Citizen station master, whom will it harm if I take this bag on a train? I shall keep it on my lap and creep into a corner on the topmost shelf. It will do you no good, citizen, the station master said. You'll be chucked off at some other station. Law is law. Several weeks earlier, I had read the decree forbidding the transport of bread and other food products without a license. The purpose, the papers explained dishonestly, was to prevent the further overcrowding of trains. I had wondered whether the decree deserved a line by cable, and decided against it. The weeping old peasant hit by the decree, unable to understand why he should not be permitted to bring bread to his family and his neighbors, personalized that law for me. Always, anywhere, it is easier to accept news in the abstract, in cold print, than in its worn human form. For months I forgot this incident. Then, as the horrors of famine began to pile up, the scene came to life again in my mind, its every lineament sharply etched. Not all the sophistries of my communist friends explaining and justifying the famine could erase this old man in his burlap coat. Conditions in agrarian Russia were shaping up for disaster. Late in 1931, the government was obliged once again to resort to undisguised coercion in collecting grain from the peasants. This time, be it noted, from socialized farmers as well as individual growers. Notwithstanding the baptism of forcible socialization, the peasants were unregenerate at the core. In collectives they behaved as before. Wherever possible they distributed the surplus production among the members, who promptly buried it for a rainy day. After paying the tractor station 20 or 25% of the crop for the use of its machinery, and paying the state banks an installment for cash loans, and paying the government for its advances in seed, there was little enough surplus to divide. The state exactions, thinly camouflaged as government purchases, seemed to 99 out of 100 peasants outright rob. And why, in the name of Marx and Engels, should they have relinquished the products of their labor for paper money that could buy nothing? A government which ridiculed compassion and prided itself on callousness could scarcely expect the peasants to behave like philanthropists. Socialization, based almost entirely on brute force, could expect to maintain itself only by continued use of brute force. Renewed coercion, and particularly the confiscation of cattle for meat collection arrears, started another wave of slaughter of livestock. The situation was complicated, moreover, by the partial crop failure of 1931. An inkling of the peasant tragedy came to the world in the first months of 1932 in dispatches out of Bucharest. Romanian frontier guards began to discover the bullet-riddled bodies of Moldavian peasants from the Soviet side on the frozen river Dniester, which separated the two countries at this point. There were days when the corpses totaled into hundreds. Soviet soldiers were using machine guns to shoot down peasants trying to escape the country. Bucharest newspapermen went to the border and returned with harrowing details of a mass flight from threatening hunger and official oppression. For every peasant who succeeded in crossing the line, it was obvious that several had been killed in the attempt. Moscow made the expected denials, but Soviet representatives in Romania were of necessity more frank. They took part in a Soviet-Romanian commission, which sought to identify the corpses and arranged for burial. From Poland and other contiguous countries came similar accounts of flight and death. Soon the government ordered a halt to coercive seizure of farm products and published the same old promises to obey its own jaws, the oft-repeated pattern of broken faith with the peasant masses. It went farther and reduced grain collection quotas for the new year by 20% and gave the peasants individual farmers and collectives alike, the right to bring their produce to the open market for sale at open market prices, 20 and 30 times higher than the official prices. The retreat was too late. Already many agricultural districts were petitioning the central authorities for food relief. Those who had hidden stocks were afraid to bring them into the open. Distrust of the government was by now second nature. It required no sociological clairvoyance to recognize that the country's agriculture was heading for catastrophe in this, the final year of the tragic 5-year plan, tragic alike in its successes and in its failures. It was no accident that the growing peasant recalcitrance was greatest in just those areas where the success was greatest. The ultimate disaster, ranking with the greatest catastrophes in modern times, occurred in precisely those provinces that had been declared 100% collectivized, precisely where the liquidation of kulaks had been announced as 100% perfect, namely, the Ukraine and North Caucasus. Where the force was greatest, the reaction was greatest. The tragedy was in direct proportion to the successes. 4 years old pound pressure had squeezed the last drop of active opposition out of the peasantry. Violent expressions of dissatisfaction were increasingly rare. A more terrible, less palpable opposition had arisen. A supine despair manifest in indifference, laziness, neglect. The richest grain areas were suddenly overrun with weeds so luxuriant that they broke the teeth of mechanical reapers. Pravda and Izvestia began to write more candidly about crops rotting, unharvested on the fields. Angry opposition had given way to lackadaisical non-cooperation. What the Webbs were to call the rebelliousness of the peasants was nothing of the sort. Rebellion can be dealt with by a powerful government. How deal with an animal-like indifference, a weariness of the spirit and body, so profound that even the prospect of death by starvation could not stir them into activity? The Soviet government, in the last year of its plan, faced those final unanswerable Asiatic arguments, silence and inactivity and prostrate hopelessness. The world had seen an expression of these Asiatic arguments in India, in the non-cooperation movement, but the Indian apathy was more conscious. Russia's peasant masses adopted the tactics of passive resistance, almost unconsciously, through a sort of torpor and sluggishness and bottomless hopelessness. Half-heartedly, they raised enough food for themselves, hazily aware and scarcely caring that the government might take it from them. Torpidly, they ate their seed allotment, not enough vitality left in their spirit to wonder what next. The British and American literature of apologetics, which in later years blamed the peasants for the famine that killed millions of them, was either cynical or stupid. One might as well blame draft animals for collapsing under the excessive load. The paralyzing indifference of the Russian peasantry that brought the greatest crop of weeds in recorded history and left bread crops to rot while men and women starved was not a rebellious plot. 40 million people do not easily conspire together. None of it was by design. It was an expression of ultimate hopelessness, a natural catastrophe of the human spirit, a non-cooperation movement that was akin to mass suicide. In Moscow, the encroaching tragedy was manifest in 100 symptoms, over and above the verbal reports by people who had been in the highly collectivized regions and those with relatives there. The throngs of refugees around the railroad stations grew always bigger. Street beggary grew. A continuous stream of beggars came to our kitchen door. There was a timid knock. You opened the door and faced a ragged peasant, man or woman, on his knees pleading for a piece of bread. A friend who worked in the post office told me that the number of packages being sent by parcel post to villages in the Ukraine and North Caucasus was growing constantly larger. Bread and other foodstuffs being sent to relatives in the regions that once fed not only Russia but half of Europe. About half a dozen correspondents went to see the great Dnieper Dam in construction, now being rushed to completion. An official of Dniprostroi conducted us over the site and stocked us up with boastful statistics. One had a letter of introduction to a General Electric engineer from his chief in Moscow. As I sat with him discussing the dam, and his off-record version was less optimistic than the statistics in my pocket, I heard a door at the rear of the house opening and closing at intervals of a few minutes. The sounds distracted my attention. "Oh, that?" The engineer smiled wryly when I asked about the noise. "Come and I'll show you." He led me to the kitchen. A wicker basket near the door was half filled with slices of black bread. A grimy peasant woman was being given a slice by the servant as we entered. "All day long these poor people come begging for bread," the engineer explained. "I have a basketful ready for them. Most of them are peasants from the surrounding country, but a good many of them are workers on the construction whose rations are not enough for their large families. I suppose some of them are hoarding against the future, but I'd rather be played for a sucker than turn away a hungry beggar." "Oh, I'm afraid you are lacking in Bolshevik ruthlessness," I said. "I suppose I am," he laughed. "So, as I was saying, these turbines should be ready for the test in 3 or 4 months. In August, we sent our first reports of executions for the theft of socialized property. Members of a collective farm helping themselves to the grain they had themselves raised were subject to capital punishment. It was not easy to cure the peasant of the mistake that he could take a few bushels of the grain from the land that he and his family had worked on. The decree also applied to theft of socialized property of any other kind, whether in the city or on the land. Since practically everything in the USSR, except one's personal clothes and furnishings, was socialized property, the decree in effect made all stealing a capital crime. Thus, in the 15th year of Bolshevism, in the last year of the Piataletka, the Russian people were presented with the harshest law since the advent of the revolution. Shrill editorials boasted of the implacability of revolutionary justice, and newly minted communists in New York applauded. The end of rap, and another of those revolutions from above came to pass in the spring of 1932, this time in the realms of arts and letters. With a single and resounding whack, Joseph Stalin did shatter and disperse the phalanxes of embattled proletarian writers, poets, dramatists, painters, and musicians. His one imperial ukase was enough to send all the enthroned nonentities, their generals and their camp followers, sprawling in the mud. Brusquely Stalin informed them that their vaunted conquest of power in art for the proletariat had blighted Soviet letters and turned Russian art into a desert. Out with the bureaucrats of literature, the time servers of art. Out with the cliques and the left vulgarizers of aesthetics. A decree on April 23, 1932, dissolved RAP and its sister organizations and commanded that all writers be made eligible to a broader, less politically orthodox society, the Union of Soviet Writers. It would be less than human for Soviet authors not to relish the sight of yesterday's literary dictators crawling on their bellies in the mire. The spectacle of piddling poets and second-rate journalists, who had set up as orthodox judges of art, now scampering back to their dusty holes. The chief trouble with the politicians of art, Stalin now proclaimed, was that they produced no art, contenting themselves with loud conferences, pompous programs, and attacks on the talent. And Stalin's parrot press, which on April 22 failed to note any flaw in the system of art by terror, on April 24 proceeded to kick and pommel the fallen Napoleons with all the fury of long-suppressed desire. All of this made a brief holiday for artistic and intellectual circles in Moscow. Within a few months, no one even remembered the names of the Auerbachs and Shumandrans, of all the whilom czars of proletarian literature, Bolshevized criticism, Leninist painting, and the rest of it. Proof enough of the emptiness of their pretension. Nothing remained to mark their reign except a litter of pronunciamentos and the ashes of artists whom they had hounded to suicide and broken on the rack of persecution. If, for most of the leaders and hangers-on of rap, the conquest of art had been a convenient path to careers, there were others who had brought themselves honestly to believe their own twaddle. They were really convinced that the Ogpu was the final authority on aesthetics and that a text from Stalin outweighed the accumulated beauty of human genius. Uninspired bookkeepers of literary sins and virtues like Sergei Dynamov, fervent sloganeers in verse like Betsamensky, ambitious writers of editorials in 4 acts like Kirsan, were blinded by bewilderment under Stalin's sudden blow. They must not only accept humiliation, but must kiss the knout publicly and pretend that they recognized their mistakes. It is not pleasant to hear people shouting, "Down with us! Kick harder, oh brethren!" Not even when they deserve it. How unrelated Stalin's edict was to inner forces in the nation's life may be judged from the astonishment it caused. The blow fell while the ink was still wet on the most elaborate of the pontifical rap programs for the development of proletarian culture. The Literary Gazette, mouthpiece of the whole proletarian art movement, in its groggy bewilderment, failed to cry, "Amen!" loud enough to the decree that ended its power, and was duly disciplined. In the next issue, the editors beat their breasts and begged indulgence. In the very act of bestowing a counterfeit freedom upon the arts, the Kremlin made a show of its absolutist power over creative thought. For intelligent artists, it was not a victory but a deep insult. Abroad, too, in all the little magazines of the communist movement, in the literary circles where aesthetic proletarianism had become the fashion, there was confusion and humiliation. But the sycophants and hosanna singers everywhere quickly regained their poise. Without a word of apology for their own antics, they hailed the Stalin ukase as a masterpiece of dialectic leadership. They managed to find some esoteric wisdom in Stalin's failure, or refusal to understand the depredations of the heresy hunters in the arts, until this spring of 1932, when Soviet intellectual life was a blighted desert. Again his tragic lateness was invested by the faithful with a higher wisdom surpassing the understanding of infidels. I was close enough to the edges of artistic circles, through a dozen or two friends, to share their gleeful feeling of sated revenge. But I was close enough also to share their sense of frustration and shame. With a wink of his little finger, Stalin had done what the whole community of Russian artists, in years of grumbling and sacrifice and heartbreak, had failed to do. They were pleased with the cutting down of rap, but they could scarcely take any joy in this new demonstration of the helplessness and subserviency of the arts. The new freedom, whatever it might be worth in practice, was given to artists as a royal gift, and the same omnipotence which today chose to be benevolent might be doubly malevolent tomorrow. The change in the domain of art was in no way intrinsic. It was itself an act of violence. The artists whom it ostensibly liberated could feel no sense of personal fulfillment. Their hands remained tied behind their backs. Once, when I was in my teens, I sweated over a short story of the ambitious psychologizing sort, dear to undergraduate fiction writers. I started with a man unjustly condemned to prison. All his brooding and outraged innocence focus on a dream of escape. Only freedom by the strength of his own wit and courage could square accounts with the system that robbed him of human dignity. This dream sustains him in his confinement. But suddenly, the end of his term comes so close that he can see it, and the prospect horrifies him. To be let out with a pat on the shoulder by the hated keepers seemed to him only an added indignity. He feels ever more sharply that in accepting freedom as a gift, instead of wresting it from unwilling keepers, he would be acknowledging their right to dispose of his life. And at the last moment, to ward off that humiliation, he attempts a hopeless jailbreak, is subdued and given a new sentence, more time to plot a successful escape. Soviet writers liberated from the yoke of rap by the same external and arbitrary power which put the yoke on their necks, felt something of the revulsion which hurt my imaginary prisoner, even more than prison itself. Behind Stalin's sudden fit of good sense in regard to art, some people detected the guiding hand of Maxim Gorky. Despite his adherence to the Bolshevik group since its beginning, and despite his friendship with Lenin, Gorky had opposed Bolshevik methods after the revolution on humanistic grounds. But from about 1929 forward, he yielded to the philosophy of ruthlessness. In the late spring of 1931, he gave up his home in Sorrento, Italy, and settled permanently in Moscow. Until then, a favorite Soviet conundrum ran: who lives well in the USSR? Answer: Gorky in Sorrento. Now the conundrum was obsolete. He was known to have become one of Stalin's most intimate associates, his word weighing heavily in the scales of the dictator's decisions. On those rare occasions when Stalin showed himself in public, the stooped, shaggy figure of the great writer was usually by his side. Gorky, the universally acknowledged father of proletarian literature, became the Kremlin's author laureate. His articles on cultural matters, and even on economic and political themes, were regarded more and more as the authentic voice of the Kremlin. They showed increasingly a tendency to pontificate, instruct, and rebuke younger writers. There is no doubt that on the whole Soviet literature had a friend at court in Gorky. More than once, he saved erring writers from the official boot. Several times, to my own knowledge, he obtained for Soviet artists the supreme boon of a trip abroad. There may even be some basis for the theory, advanced after his death, that Gorky, in swallowing Stalin's personal dictatorship and its attendant brutalities, had deliberately compromised with his conscience in the hope of mitigating the harshness of the regime. Recent disclosures strengthened the picture of Gorky as a champion of greater tolerance, playing on Stalin's vanity to obtain more humane treatment of non-communist intellectuals. He is known to have argued so vehemently against the terror which followed Kirov's assassination that he incurred Stalin's disfavor for a period. In 1935, the breach reached a point where Gorky tried to leave the country and was denied an exit visa. Nevertheless, writers and artists resented deeply Gorky's surrender to the temporal powers after a long lifetime of struggle for the dignity of the human spirit. His influence at court might be useful, but it was a compromising role and one incongruous with his entire career. That eloquent voice of Gorky, which had rung out so long and so lustily for the persecuted and the disinherited, now joined every official chorus of blood, hate, in his diatribes against the chosen victims of political persecution. One expected at least a touch of compassion, an echo of the old Gorky who hated suffering and bloodshed. But one found only obligatos to the slogans in the editorial columns and official theses. The man who wrote My Childhood and The Lower Depths never got around to speaking up for the innocent children of class enemies, never once protested against the deepening horror of concentration camps and Valuta tortures, the indignity of the new internal passport system, the hounding of pre-revolutionary intellectuals of his own generation. Outwardly, at least, it seemed that Gorky had capitulated, that the crusading rebel had turned into an irascible old reactionary. In return for honors, such as had rarely before come to any great literary man in his own lifetime, he had consented to act as cultural window dressing for a dictatorship that betrayed every humane and cultural element in his own literary legacy. Gorky, an old and sick man, weary in body and spirit, was placing the seal of his intellectual respectability on every crime perpetrated by the Kremlin. He applauded when the 48 professors were put to death without trial. He called for death and vengeance in almost the same hysterical words as Pravda and Izvestia. Every time another batch of men was brought to a demonstration trial on charges compounded by the Secret Service. The newer generation of Soviet writers, many of whom had been brought up in adoration of Gorky's compassionate humanism and uncompromising devotion to truth, felt let down. To question any word of Gorky's had become as dangerous, almost as questioning a word of Stalin's or Kaganovich. The love storyteller had been transfigured into an untouchable poobah of literature. But privately, among trusted friends, I have heard him assailed as a renegade to his own past. Writers whom Gorky invited to his at-homes were flattered and thrilled. There they were sure to find the mighty of the land, sometimes Stalin himself. But in their own minds, they did not confuse the enthroned Gorky of his last few years with the earlier, the true Gorky of deathless fame in the history of the human spirit. The apotheosis of Gorky was to take place in September of this year, 1932, when the Soviet government celebrated 40 years of his literary activity. The Bolshoi Theater was the scene. All the important political leaders, from Stalin down, were on the platform. All the kosher men of letters, the goose-stepping artists, and successful flatterers were there. It was there decreed that the ancient city of Nizhny Novgorod, scene of Gorky's boyhood sufferings, should thereafter carry his name. Tverskaya, which is Moscow's main street, was renamed Gorky Street. The Moscow Art Theater, though its tradition is forever linked with the name of Anton Chekhov, was renamed for Gorky, an indignity Gorky himself deplored. Everything that an all-powerful dictatorship could do to exalt and flatter and overawe the shaggy and rather pathetic old man was done. It was a sort of solemn interment of the revolutionary Gorky. What remained was a mummified and sanctified old man. Perhaps he felt this. When he rose to speak, his voice was curiously sad, deprecating. No mortal man, he said, could possibly deserve all this. But he did not find in himself the strength to utter words like freedom and idealism and beauty, words that were the keynotes in the symphony of his genius. The future American ambassador to the USSR, William C. R. Bullitt, came to Moscow that spring on an unofficial errand, presumably for the future President of the United States. Franklin Roosevelt will be the next president, he assured me at our first meeting, and American recognition of the Soviet government will be one of the first acts of his administration. The mission, whatever it was, apparently was not proceeding too smoothly. Commissar Litvinov, whom Bullitt was particularly anxious to see, was not in Moscow. The casual manner in which Bullitt was received is sufficiently clear from the fact that in-tour stuck him into the worst of the tourist hotels, the New Moscow, on the other side of the river. The food there was not agreeing with him, and Ashura's cooking saved another American from the gastronomical blues. Sentimental to the core, Bullitt felt that he could not leave Moscow without placing flowers on the grave of his friend John Reed, whose widow, Louise Bryant, he married some time after Reed's death. Reed's ashes were buried on Red Square, just outside the Kremlin wall, along with other native and foreign heroes of the revolution. The graves are within easy view, but not within easy approach, being surrounded by an iron fence. The decoration of the grave, therefore, came down to the eternal problem of obtaining a propusk, a permit to go behind the fence. George Andre Sheen, whom I had visited in Leavenworth Prison 13 years ago, and who since then had tasted a lot of Soviet prison, was now an official of Intourist. His efforts through that organization, seconded by my own through the Foreign Office, finally elicited the propusk. Early one morning, Bullitt, Andre Sheen, and I drove to Red Square. Two of us watched from the distance while Bullitt, carrying a large wreath, walked solemnly toward Reed's grave. We saw him place the flowers on the stone and stand there with bowed head for many minutes. When he returned to the car, tears were rolling down his cheeks, and his features were drawn with sorrow. No one said a word as we drove to the New Moscow Hotel. I talked a great deal with Bullitt during his visit. His conception of the new Russia was deeply colored by the romanticism of the earliest period, when he made his memorable trip to Moscow for President Wilson during the Versailles peace negotiations. He was thoroughly informed, of course, about the physical changes that had taken place in the intervening 13 years, but wholly innocent of the far greater changes in the mood of the revolution, the hardening of its emotional arteries, its callousness and unromantic realism. He was still seeing Russia through the fresh ardors of the John Reeds and the Rhys Williamses. I remember saying to Billy after a long evening of talk, Bullitt's enthusiasm for Russia, I'm afraid, wouldn't survive a long residence here. It's based on romantic assumptions that no longer hold good. I was a better prophet than I guessed at the time. Exiled again by the Soviet authorities about 1935. A. Cecil B. DeMille typified another side of foreigners' uncritical enthusiasm for the Soviet experiment. He was thrilled by its sheer exoticism, its swarming and ripe-odored backwardness. He had watched the gray mass pouring through Red Square in a parade, lost himself in the tangle of Moscow's crowded sidewalks, and was impressed with the pictorial challenge of this crowded humanity. Feet, marching feet, millions of them marching endlessly. He tried to explain his feeling to me. If ever I do a picture about the new Russia, that would be its motif. Feet in leather and feet in rags and bare feet, but all marching, moving, flowing. Feet. There was, of course, nothing particularly new and Bolshevik in these feet. What the gifted DeMille, a mystic to his fingertips and sensitive to the drama and pathos of mankind in the mass, felt was the anthill abundance of this Russian people and its picturesque poverty. He would have reacted in exactly the same way 20 years earlier in the Tsar's Russia. John Reed the poet, before 191, before he dreamed of being a communist, had written, "Russian ideals are the most exhilarating. Russian thought the freest. Russian art the most exuberant. Russian food and drink are to me the best. And Russians themselves are, perhaps, the most interesting human beings that exist." Later Reed was to read Marxist enthusiasms into his aesthetic feeling for the age. Old backwardness. DeMille and 1,000 other foreigners now read The New Russia into that backwardness. Shall I ever forget the shock of a passage in Waldo Frank's book about Russia in which he recounted his mystical transport as he walks through the streets of Leningrad? He could not eat, he wrote with a singular lack of humor, because he wanted to sing this at a time when the drab population which caused his mystical anorexia could not eat for other and less lyrical reasons. DeMille never made that picture on the New Russia, though he toyed with the idea for years. Possibly he discovered that swarming feet were not specifically Russian. What interested him most in Russia, in other words, was its human element, not its Soviet trimming. He urged me to give him a story on which he might do a picture. Billy and I were to dine with him and the gracious Mrs. DeMille on their last evening in Moscow. I had not thought about a story. That afternoon, Billy, who has a better story mind than I, helped me to work out a plot. We imagined a crowded Moscow apartment, conveniently stocked with different types of Soviet human beings, and nicely scrambled in political and emotional tangles. At dinner in the Hotel Metropole, DeMille asked for the story. I explained that I had an idea, but very much in the rough. "All right, let's hear it," he said.